should have mentioned that we didn't have to do this at some point earlier, because then, you
I
know...
probably did this every time we started the
No,
streams.
I don't think so. I would have noted it.
Liar.
No half measures. You gotta.
We would have taken you up on your
No
offer.
half measures, Walter. I
That's right.
killed a man, Walter. Or rather, I didn't kill a man. That's the problem. He had a good thing.
You stupid son of a bitch. We
We
had
had
Silk
season
Belt.
1.
It was
Us
perfect.
and the Arcane
No,
we had
Riders.
you just had to blow it up.
You with your
had
rocket.
Jace. We had
Pride in your ego.
We were
Always.
setting up Savika. We were setting up Heimerdinger. For
That's
what?
Everything was
Right.
fucking
From
tastic.
get fucking vaporized or forgotten.
Yeah,
Well,
pretty much.
that's a way to
We
intro
had
this.
Smeech.
We
We had
had
Smeech.
Rictus.
We had Smeech.
We had Rictus and Smeech. They were going to be roommates. It was going to be a comedy airing every Thursday at 7 p.m. Central on CBS.
I was thinking CBS for some reason. NBC or CBS? Yeah, CBS, sure.
One of those.
It airs after The Big Bang Theory. Oh, wait,
Oh,
that's
Jesus.
not on anymore. It airs after...
Young
Thank God.
Sheldon.
It's young shit.
Young
Is
Sheldon.
that... I don't think that's on anymore either, is
Oh
it?
no, younger
Ah.
Sheldon.
as well.
Yeah.
Baby Sheldon.
It's on...
Old Sheldon.
Embryo Sheldon.
It's just... There's like a whole
Bazinga.
realm of television that nobody talks about.
No.
Like network television. It's just
It's like
funny.
animated movies. It's just like Moana. It makes a gajillion dollars, and I don't hear anyone talk about it ever.
I have not heard anything about Moana 2 either, even though it looks
Mhm.
like it's going to be one of the most successful animated films ever.
Sure.
Okay. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
it's made a lot of money, a lot more money than The Wild Robot did. Which
That's
is-
so crazy.
Or
it
is
is,
it?
but it's also not. People want sequels. That's the reality. And also, I think the first Moana was really successful on streaming.
I don't want to see
Yeah?
new thing. I want to see
No.
old thing again.
But the thing is that Bob Iger's like, yeah, we're not going to do new thing. We're going to do sequels and stuff. And people made fun of him, but then they gave him lots of money for the projects
Yeah.
that came out. So
Wasn't that initially supposed to be like a TV show, and then they decided, nah, let's do a movie
That's-
instead?
what I've heard, which in a sense follows, right? If you've had a string of box office failures, it's like, all right, fuck it, we'll do a sequel to a movie that made a lot of money, and then they made a lot of money.
Well, they're
Yeah.
doing a live action version as well that I think is coming
Yeah,
out in a couple of years.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's
Yeah,
very
they got a
excited
lot
about
of
that.
them, because you got Snow White. you got
Great.
Lilo and Stitch, and How to Train Your Dragon. It's like, oh yeah, nice. I know How to Train Your Dragon's DreamWorks, but still, that's opening the door for live action Shrek, live action.
Oh,
What else would
God.
they do from DreamWorks? Kung Fu Panda, maybe.
Live
But
action
y'all are
Shrek.
just so excited for all those films, right?
Yeah.
Live action Wally is when we riot. That's when it's over.
Well, I think that if they're going to be opening the door to Pixar remakes, it'll be The Incredibles. That'll be the one that will do
Yes.
it.
That seems like the
It's got-
one that could work best as live action, but I still don't really see why you need to do it.
Money.
I mean, money, yeah, money.
Hello, I like money.
But like,
I like
Incredibles
money.
2 made quite a lot of money. I think obviously it
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
good.
made
But,
over it made
um,
over $1 billion.
yeah, so the question is, do they start doing live action Incredibles or do they move on to Incredibles 3?
Oh, they've already announced Incredibles 3.
Have
they
Also,
now?
Damn it.
Yes, that's right. Because it made
Wow.
$1 billion.
I suppose the
It made $1
question
billion.
stands. Even if, like, what would you prefer them attempt? Live action Incredibles or Incredibles 3? It's probably 3, right?
I'd rather 3
I'd
at this
rather
point.
3. At least it's an animated film.
At least
you
it'll be
know?
a
Yeah.
new
Yeah.
story, too. At least.
Getting so
Yeah.
sick of
Yeah.
animation being shat on by this crap ass industry.
Yeah, it's really annoying. This notion that you need to, I don't know, man. I know there's plenty of things that people fixate on when it comes to Snow White, but the thing that annoyed me most was the way that it was referred to as a cartoon, when you could tell that it was in a somewhat dismissive tone. Yeah, like the original
Yeah.
cartoon. It's like, what do you mean when you say a cartoon? You know?
Yeah, you
A lot
know,
of
it's an
people say
iteration
that,
off of our first draft. That's what the animation was. It was a first draft. We're gonna do it right this time.
Mm. Fun
Well-
times. It's a really positive sort of era for
Yeah, not to
for
distract
media
with
right now.
notions of future artwork being destroyed. Let's just talk about current artwork being destroyed
Current
instead.
artwork
Oh,
being
hell yeah,
Yay.
baby.
Yeah, my favorite.
Woo!
We're so here.
So, we, as many would remember, left off on episode 7, discussing the famously good episode that goes into a different universe.
Boy, that was so good.
It was...
The incredible
Gave me
sacrifices everyone made.
Yes. That was actually where I was
Especially
gonna start once we get to an echo scene, which I can't remember. How many echo scenes are even in episode 8? Are there 0?
Like 0.5.
Yeah, it's like half one, I think.
Well, maybe it'll take some time then, but we actually open on a scene that we saw the first half of, I think, before, which is Mel is breaking out of the spell that she was put in. Because she's a
Oh, yeah.
mage. She's a full-on mage, and I can't wait for her to be in League of Legends. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
She's awoken.
Her
The
skin's
Arcane...
gonna be
25.
so expensive.
She's got all powers, I think. Lots
Yeah.
of them, anyway.
I'd love to know
Pretty much.
what her powers are, because Runeterra magic follows like relatively easy lines of like, yeah, here's the lightning mage, here's the light mage, here's the fire mage, and whatnot. So is this gold magic?
Well,
She explodes.
It's
shields.
everything.
Lots of
mage
shields.
Or radioactivity mage.
This is the Dragon Ball key blast, you know?
Lots of
I'm gonna
shields.
knock off your
mostly.
electrons and it'll fuck you up.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's having fun over in Black Rose Land, who at this point we've discussed more and more seem incredibly overpowered, and I guess it's for a different show to deal with in future, but there is a couple of things before this show ends that we'll have questions about. So they wanted to wake up her power and reveal to her the truth regarding her mother, it seems. Like it's said to her she's an empath and she can sense others' inner selves and bend their magic. She is a conduit and a mirror. This
Okay.
all is very easy to follow, and
It's all to do with the
Don't
gold.
really know.
That
I-
explains
After that, I
everything.
don't.
this.
have
I definitely know what any of those
Wait.
means.
So does that mean that they're saying that her manipulation of Jace wasn't just her being really, really smart and resourceful?
it was a
because she
magical
had
power.
Can I make
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
pathetic golden shields, I guess?
I-
so fire.
No, but that's what we're told. So it's like, okie dokie then. I think what's funny in this sequence, by the way, is that there was speculation in the trailer of this creature that she temporarily looks like. People thought this was going to be Silco that Jinx sees. But no, it's for my best guess, this would be LeBlanc, but I don't know if it's actually. It doesn't really matter. I
Never-
guess.
never named as
LeBlanc?
LeBlanc in the show.
No.
The subtitles and the credits don't credit this character as LeBlanc, so I'm guessing that they're keeping it vague in case they change their minds whenever they do the spin-off. But
Yeah.
I
Uh,
think it is essentially meant to be LeBlanc.
So Mel's like, you're hiding behind all your crazy illusions, and then this person says, "Truth is the greatest illusion of them all," which feels like cope. Like,
So,
it's just-
That's like a cringe thing that people say.
I mean,
it feels like it's the meme, right, of the standard deviation. That's like the meme, you know,
Mhm.
like the dummy, like the truth exists, and then they're like, no, actually, you see, like,
well, you could take it
truth
somewhere
is
interesting,
yeah.
you know, but they
that's
don't.
pretty much
The show is not ready to tackle
They
philosophical
don't have a real
conceptions of truth.
conversation.
uh,
Exactly. There's no real
Like,
conversation.
are we
here.
talking, coherence or, adherence?
People believe to be
Truth, which do you
truth, or
mean?
controlling narratives, or misinformation, or what?
I think it's just
What's
the idea
going
of
on?
like, truth. You think things are true, but they're not.
Or rather, perhaps they are
Yeah.
true, but not so true as you
So
thought
is
true.
it true that things
Yeah,
aren't
that's
true,
right.
or is it not true that
Again,
things
it's
are-
you can't
are-
just,
are-
you can't just say that truth is like a bullshit. Like that's you need to.
Well,
like,
especially when you
that's
deal
what
with
is
someone
everything a
who
bullshit?
designed the whole world to trick you with, and people to trick you. You're like, you're saying this because you're an evil trickster. That's
That's right.
like your whole motive. I don't
Evil
believe
trickster.
you.
Speaking of, why did they put her in that giant cylindrical prison with a puzzle on
to
it? That's
prompt
just-
Yeah,
her
I was
to
about to say, you
reach
remember
out
the
with
puzzle?
her powers. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
it's all
actually.
that- Somehow instigate the waking up of her powers. I guess that's what
Sure.
it did. Sure.
They should
okay.
have just sent her a puzzle in the mail and said,
Send her a Rubik's
only-
cube.
Like on
yeah,
the-
only
on-
really smart
An
people.
onion?
Yo, couldn't they have said, remember in the first season when the old I forget his name because everyone forgets his name.
I
but
know
the
you're talking
old
about.
counselor who couldn't figure out that puzzle.
Russell.
It should have been that he was secretly a part of the Black Rose the whole time, and then he's like, haha, you think I'm not good at puzzles? Well, here's a puzzle I could never solve, and I don't think you could solve it either. And he gives it to her, and that's like, oh, okay, see, I'll show you that I can do it, because we do puzzle stuff. And
Yeah,
then
and
she
at-
does it,
at
and
the
that unlocks her
time-
power, and it was a plant the whole time.
I mean,
at the time, I thought that they were trying to manipulate her into solving some kind of a family secret puzzle and then break into something,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
and the thing is, season 1 and
How
season
about you
2
can
don't
never
know each
tell us
other.
your
They're not
password
friends.
to your
Yeah.
account.
But they could have, because the other time that we know the other time that Mel used her powers, which means that the Black Rose could have just fired a missile at her, and then there you go.
Well, we can talk more about that in a sec. I'll just, to go a little further, Mel says, beneath your mask, you're scared, and that makes me a threat. Which is kind of like, don't you want to address some earlier stuff? Like, where are we? Like, what's...
Is my
What was
assistant
that?
okay, or is she dead? I really liked her. She was
How did you
nice.
teleport
and,
out?
Yeah,
would
why
be
would you kill my
wrong.
assistant friend? Why would you kidnap and do all these things to me if it's just to prompt me to get my powers? And then why would I believe anything you have to say in regards to any of these questions? In fact, what the fuck is happening? Like, what is my
What's stopping
perception
you
of
from
reality
walking
right now?
away right now? Is this fake?
Yeah, what is even real anymore? And why are you so mean?
Yeah. Also, can you teleport me home, or do I have to walk?
But it feels like a lot of the broader, meaningful answers to those questions are skipped over for this kind of like confrontational. Because they're trying to skip over to describing how they want her to do something specific to Ambessa. And she says, for the gifted, arrogance is the ultimate threat. Your power has merit, but should one want you dead, a simple blade would do nicely. Which is just like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I suppose so.
Yeah,
Stab her in-
I
stab
guess you
her
could
in
just
the
stab
I
her,
guess
yeah.
it would.
Face.
Just have
You
her
could stab her in
assassinated.
the
She'd
face.
probably lose to being assassinated.
Doesn't it feel like Mel should be really mad in the sense of
Yes.
you killed my brother? That is the running theory, right? The Ambassador didn't do
Yeah.
enough to save the brother, but these guys killed the brother.
That's
Yes.
what LeBlanc says, but I don't know if we're meant to take that as what actually happened, or if Mel is meant to take that as what actually happened, because surely if LeBlanc did that, or if the Black Rose did that, she wouldn't just come out and say it.
Why not?
Because her objective is to team up with Mel.
I don't
I guess so. Yeah.
but
but-
like they killed her friend in front of her horrifically.
Yeah. They.
Well,
kind
also
of-
that, yes.
This is like
doesn't
this
ask
is,
about
this is
that.
Pile of Skulls. This is Pile of Skulls again.
Yes.
If you want me
Not
to
a
be on
very
your
good
side,
skill.
how come you're acting evil and making me angry?
Well, yeah, you should join us. I'm not sure I want to. Kills your friend. See, you should join us.
How about
Like,
now? How about I bury you in these skulls?
yeah, is that what you want?
Like the whole, if the Black Rose's objective is to convince, have we said yet what they want Mel to do, or shall I save that?
Well, I mean, this becomes pretty explicit here, right? They basically say Ambessa is going to almost by accident usher in a new era that's going to be hyper destructive to the whole world. That's what their angle is.
You
Apparently,
know what? I've seen season 2. Good.
Maybe it's time to just nuke it
Wipe
all.
it clean. Restart.
So, like, if the Black Rose's objective is to either get Mel out of the way or to get Mel to take down her mother for the Black Rose, then the method that they go about that is to kidnap her for months and keep her in like a prison,
Kill her friend.
and then explain,
Admit to
kill
killing
her
your
friend,
brother.
and
As far
Yeah,
as I'm
like,
aware, it's become explicit that they killed the brother.
well, the show, yeah, the show definitely thinks that that's the case, but we haven't had confirmation that actually happened. I guess from an impartial source.
They could still play with it. They could reveal the brother's still alive. They could do whatever
Yes.
they want. I think from
Yeah.
Mel's perspective, the brother is dead and the Black Rose killed him, and her mother didn't do enough to save him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, from Mel's
They haven't
perspective,
captured.
she's
I
got,
just don't know what you can really do though.
on a scale from, if 0 is like neutral and 100 is super trust and negative 100 is super distrust, Mel should be negative 1,000 with these people, I'd say. Something like that.
Yep. No
I would say
reason to
so.
trust. Is there any reason to trust? Any reason to move that dial?
No.
At all? 'Cause I can't think of one.
No, because if she plays along, she'll get to be a champion in League of Legends. So.
That's what they tell
Whoa.
her.
Yeah,
she's
there we
already
go.
she's already done the work to do that. I guess
You will be a playable character. In what game?
Does that matter? Is it
toxic
important?
one
It's popular. It's
around.
popular.
A popular game.
Narrow it
Millions of
down.
players
No.
the world over.
It's rated 4.7 out of 5 stars on the App Store.
Oh. They tell Mel her birth, the entire course of her life, was no accident, and she's been hidden because she is that which Ambessa seeks to covet the most, a weapon. And today she has been born into a new family. Which again is just
covered the most.
I don't even know what would this do for Mel, her saying this to her, if anything. Just like
Yeah, it's a
Telling
really
her
bad
that-
pitch.
I mean, if it's trying to like drive a wedge between Mel and her mother, then LeBlanc here is basically saying like, well, your mum has known your secret the entire time, even when you didn't, and has hidden it from you. So
But
she's lied to you, but at the same time, I've killed multiple people that you love.
Well, I was
so
about to say that she could also say,
might be
and
a
your
reason
mother
for that,
is
yeah.
a whale in disguise. It's like, I just don't believe anything you're saying. I have no reason to.
Yeah.
There's nothing. Like, I'm just gonna go. Like that's kind of where I'm at with this. It's like, but she's
Why
just
didn't you just
entertaining
send
it.
me a letter? Why didn't you just like show up and email me? Or you wouldn't show up and email them. I guess you could for redundancy's sake, but this could have
So,
all been avoided if you just said hi.
I remember there's a bit here where they like show the necklace, and she's like, "What is that?" It's a welcome to your future, and then puts it on.
Yeah.
No
Okay.
shit.
Do you have any idea what
I
that could have
accept.
been?
Don't
I
touch
don't.
me.
It's
Don't
such a
put
stupid
anything on
move.
me.
Like, why would
Yeah.
you do that?
Especially-
Is this gonna shock me or something? Is this a shock
Yeah, didn't you
collar?
just wrap my ass in chains just seconds ago?
Even in the real world, you wouldn't want to accept it, let alone a crazy fantasy world where it could do anything.
Yeah.
You don't know what that's got you into. What
Yeah,
debts you
that
now
might count
owe.
as consenting to something, you know?
But the thing is that we're running out of time. We gotta go. We
Yeah,
gotta
we gotta go.
We got,
Go, go,
Hell
go,
yeah.
go, 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 move,
Places
move,
to
move.
be.
We got
Go,
several
go.
brand new plot points to establish and resolve in the next 2 episodes.
Yeah, and
Is there? I was going to
Don't
say,
let
is there
strangers
anything?
stress you?
Is there anything that we can draw out of the disguise that LeBlanc is using? Like
No,
what,
move
who
along.
she's
Oh, the
appearing as?
misery.
I mean, nothing that's
I don't
gonna
know. Just a
do anything
spooky
for this
person.
story. I don't think it's more so for the league
Nope.
people to speculate on, in the hopes
Unless
that a
it's
good
a
story
spooky
will arrive
person.
someday.
Mm.
Because
The
the only
league
thing I
people
can
are
think
here-
of
Sorry, go
is
on.
that I was going to say the only thing I can think of is that she's trying to like destabilize Mel and make her think that something more complicated is going by showing her, the face of someone who was involved in a traumatic event from her past.
Like
That's-
Sauron.
Oh,
When does Sauron do that? He probably does.
Celebrimbor. Remember,
It
he
doesn't
turns
track to
into
anything.
Celebrimbor, and then
Oh,
he
yes,
turns
the
into her,
seeds.
and he turns into
sorry.
Guy.
If you're talking about the
Aaron.
spooky dark creature thing, I have no idea. But the girl that she mainly spends time
girl,
with—that's
yes.
the girl that was Ambessa killed in front of Mel in season 1.
That was the point I was making, is that potentially LeBlanc has chosen to appear as that girl because that way that potentially will throw Mel off and be like, wait, why, how do you know about that? Is there something more important going on there? And either way, it's going to
Your
maybe
mom's
make her a bit
killer, see?
uncomfortable.
She killed me.
Yeah,
Well, I suppose it's
They,
to
they
try
just
and
don't do anything with it.
I was going to say the best you could say is it's to inspire her feelings at the time of that scene, probably, which were that my mother is ruthless
Yes.
and cruel. But yeah, like I said, I just don't buy much of any of this because there's so little reason to think anything of what these people are saying. You cannot trust them
Yeah,
whatsoever.
you have every reason to lie.
Mhm.
And
It's
you've
like,
done all
we
these
just
terrible
want to
things to me
destroy
already.
the leadership of your family, because we're good people. It's like, okay, sure, 100%.
If you say so.
Ambessa's been going after legacy, which does not seem to track with what Ambessa's been basing her decisions off of.
wait, is that the eighth
telling
point of the
me-
triangle?
Yeah,
Hmm,
Ambessa is
yeah.
obsessed with legacy, so she killed her son.
So she killed her son
Bold
to
move.
keep her family line safe.
Dang. he
Family
must
is
have been real
everything to
fucked up.
me. Bitch, get out of here.
She, the scene ends with a quote from this creepy demon mage person saying, "The world is a perilous place for a solitary mage, sister." Which is just like,
It's
sure.
less perilous for a solitary mage than just a solitary person.
You feel like you're gonna be better
Right?
off, yeah.
You have a better chance as a mage than any random person, probably. On
I'm
account
sure
of your
we will-
incredibly powerful magical abilities that can deflect rockets.
Pretty useful.
And
she-
usually in the setting supposed to be pretty dangerous to yourself and others without training, but
Mhm.
that's okay.
Everybody
that.
immediately thought this when they saw this visual. Is she gonna walk back to Piltover?
Yeah, where even
For
is
real?
she? 'Cause they don't
Wait,
make
is
that
she with her
clear.
bare feet?
She was
Yeah.
Okay,
teleported because it wasn't like when she was abducted, she was pulled into like an alternate realm of existence or whatever. She seems to have been teleported across the continent.
Yep.
Why
We
would they
have no
like?
fucking clue where
All they
she
had to
is.
do was not show her doing this walk. Because
He
now,
walks away
all of
from the-
us would have said, "Oh, well, they teleported her and they probably teleported back." But now they've showed
Yeah.
this, like, well, they definitely didn't. Like, they
Well, it's even better because the next time we see her, she arrives with a ship. So she's been
she
going
did
for
the
a
whole
while.
adventure.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I
what's
think
the timeline on how when she gets back?
if we could just be clear
How long has
too,
it been?
look at that. How long would it have taken her just to do this? Like this shot
Jeez.
here.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
a long
quite
way,
a
Where
you know?
were you?
I'm just
What
imagining
is
a kind of
this?
an Austin Powers type gag where it's all like after all the dramatic music cuts away, she's just sitting there quietly just walking like fuck.
Yeah, once the music dies down and stuff. But she's gonna need some supplies. Unless I guess mages they can eat spells or something.
She doesn't she has gold and whatever bullshit now. She can do anything.
Okay,
She doesn't
cool.
need hunger.
Yeah, she can
Yeah.
sell bits of her body to get onto the airship. She can sell the gold.
Goodness.
It'd be
Yeah.
really
Just
funny.
Oh, yeah,
scratches
that's
off a
true.
little
She
bit
just
of the gold
Peels it
plating.
off a little bit.
Imagine they were talking
Yeah.
in the top of that tower too, and LeBlanc was just like, "You can just leave," and then she's like, "I don't know which way."
I don't know where I am.
Staircase,
You-
which
you point me to
doorways?
Piltover?
Can
the
you like
keys
point
to-
in the direction at least? Like,
Well, she says like, "Could you teleport me?" And she's like, "Oh, a mage makes her own way in the world." And you're like, "No, but you kidnapped me." Like, come on, don't be a dick about it. Also, there's a crow flying around.
Whoa!
oh, then
Wow,
no, wrong.
Crows confirmed for the Arcane
media.
universe.
That is
Very
actually
good.
super
This is a
important for League obsessed people. Okay, it means
positive addition.
Is it
to the world.
actually?
well, yeah.
Well, it's not a
like-
raven, so
I like crows.
As long as it has the
Got
three
him.
eyes, it means Swain. That's how it works. So I
Oh
didn't
my
see
god,
him in
fiddlesticks.
Fiddlestick.
Okay.
yeah,
It's old Fiddlesticks with his Q.
He's still. He's
Would have been so cool
still
to have
crow-based,
fiddlesticks.
Yeah.
Nah,
But
you've
the
got to go
surprise
to the
party
other
skin
side of the
fiddlesticks.
continent for fiddlesticks, I'm afraid.
No, I thought you were going to say,
Aw.
nah, you wouldn't want to see him in this. And I'd be
You
like,
also
true.
don't want to see him in this, yeah, but you know, I was assuming under
Yeah,
the
yeah,
pretense
yeah.
of, you know, but good though.
So, with that scene cleared up, now we know we've set up Mel. Yes. Ooh.
Cool.
Yay.
I'm so
We're
satisfied with that.
What a
Mm.
great
So,
Mel.
We're
Thingy.
8 episodes into season 2, and Mel has now received her motivation.
Yeah.
A new motivation.
I was about to say, has she? That didn't
Well,
even-
I mean, the show it's done a shit job, but my point is that for the previous 7 episodes, Mel just existed. She didn't have anything to do.
That's fair.
Whereas
Even though
compare
she
compare
should
that
be,
to where
like-
she was in season 1 by this point.
And now
Yeah,
here
I
we
feel
are.
like they kind
Kill
of
your mom.
forgot that
Okay.
she had a very deep relationship with Jace. They
No.
just don't get any time
No.
together. They get 2 minutes together, and that's it. She wasn't
Yeah.
even bothered by the goon.
The
Tomb.
key to understanding
The
season
Goon
2
Tomb.
is that they never met season 1. They're not friends. They're not even acquaintances. They didn't pass by in
Yeah.
the hallway. They don't
What
know
about
each
all
other.
the people? Like, where does their relationship go? What happens after this? Does the trauma change the way they perceive the world? Does it create a rift in the way that they see things?
summoner's
does
rift?
Jace want to take Piltover and
Ew.
Ew.
I like that Rags doesn't know. You know Summoner's Rift?
I don't know Summoner's Rift, but I can use context clues to sort of figure out what it is, right?
Give it your best shot. I want to
Here,
see what
let
you
me
can-
guess. Here,
Yeah,
hear me guess. Okay,
Go for it.
I'll guess. Summoner's Rift would be whenever a person who is a summoner summons the thing that is being summoned, it creates that rift, and that's where the summoned thing comes out.
Oh,
No,
well,
it's
I was going to give him a chance to do like context clues because if it's related to this, what do you think? Any broadly like what it might refer to as like a thing? Does it sound special, right?
Summoner's Rifts always feel special. That's just a special thing.
Okay, I tried.
I think
Sorry.
always.
It's
Well, it just seems like a really special thing to me. A Summoner's Rift. I don't know
It is
any
pretty
context
special.
where that wouldn't be a special
it
thing.
is the name of the
Unless
primary
everyone
map
can-
in the game.
Oh, yeah, I had no. So I wouldn't have
You
guessed
came
that.
close.
now you know.
You said summoning people, summoning stuff, and the people get summoned there. There you go. Close enough. I'd
I
say.
like Twisted Tree Line, but it's not in the game anymore, is it?
They need to bring it back. It
No.
was so good.
Oh god.
I don't understand why they
The
can't
meta
have it
in
back.
threes-
There's more than enough fan base to support Twisted Tree Line.
Was again yesterday. We was after I finished the stream. I went hanging over with some friends in Discord with 6 people. It's like, man, Twisted True Line would be really good right now to play against each other. But no,
No.
they don't even give it to you in custom maps. It's so
No.
stupid.
I feel that friend groups of threes is neglected in the world, just broadly
Yeah.
speaking.
Well,
Always
I'm
twos and
surprised.
fours, man. Twos and fours.
Space Marine 2, the campaign is built for 3 players, which is weird because
Yeah.
it's usually 2s and 4s.
Oh boy.
Hey, Apex Legends, squads of 3.
That's true.
Not
actually,
completely.
yeah.
Well, they
Apex
weren't
Legends-
neglected with Twisted Tree Line, but what can you say? You do.
Mm.
And Deadlock is 6v6, so that's like 2 groups of 3 against 2 groups of 3.
Yeah, but that's really common 6v6.
Okay.
Well, it divides
like
into
Call of
threes
Duty
and
is 6v6,
twos, so
right?
yeah.
Wait,
And
does that mean that there's
actually,
balance?
Slayer,
I actually have
Team
no
Slayer-
clue about Call of Duty in the state
Wait,
of Call of Duty.
no, wait. Team Slayer is 5v5, isn't it?
Is
God damn it,
Overwatch
yeah.
6v6?
I think it used to be
Or
6v6,
5v5?
but I think
Overwatch-
it's now 5v5 now.
Yes,
Yeah.
Overwatch 2 reduced it to 5v5, and I don't understand why, because it used to be that you would have 2 of each role. Now you don't.
Yeah. What about the new Marvel Rivals? Is that 5v5?
Ooh, yeah, that's the
or
new thing.
6v6. It's 6v6 actually.
Aha.
Someone more.
Yeah, see? Yeah.
Oh,
I've seen clips of that game. I just see vomit on screen all the time. There's just so much things going on. I don't
I'm
fucking
glad I know about
understand.
the shark dog. I'm really
Yeah.
glad that I'm aware of his
Dog.
existence now.
He's an adorable little dude, and I have seen at least
Yeah.
7 clips of him taking a bunch of people off of a cliff. Eh.
I saw that earlier today as well. Sounds OP, to be honest.
so sorry, I gotta drag us back to reality.
Ow.
We'll drag us away from
Fine.
it, depending on your perspective.
Nah.
Rictus is dead.
Rip.
Aw.
Definitely dead. He's getting buried.
To be honest, I'm surprised they gave him a little something here. I
Yeah.
thought they would
It's
just.
kinda surprising.
I don't.
not
I don't.
do
I don't
They
hate
just
this
forget
at all.
about him,
I
just
kind of
like
like this
Grogu.
scene.
Question, why do they bury him vertically?
It must be a thing they do.
That's
I
just
can't
an
believe
Arcane
that
thing, I
you
guess.
disrespect Rictus
Because it's
culture
more
like
s-
this. That's fucked up.
It's more space efficient, which I think is interesting for a I'm serious.
Yeah,
If you're
yeah,
a,
good
if you're a
point.
warrior culture and you maybe fight a bunch and you want to bury people in the ground, then burying them vertically means you can have more people. It's more space efficient, and you can bury them closer to each other in a sense. And also, they'll be like buried like they're standing, like a warrior stands at attention.
Though, right? Like they'd slump
I can
down.
buy that.
I think he was like strapped to like a piece of wood.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
on
yeah,
a
yeah,
keyboard.
yeah.
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 Yeah, there you go. Okay,
That's
yeah,
fine,
yeah.
yeah.
How does this work out
Which
for
I
like
do like it,
a
by the way.
mass grave after a battle? Does
Lots of
everyone
vertical
get
graves.
like everyone?
Yeah, everybody's vertical, so
you dig
there's less,
everyone
there's
an
more
individual vertical grave.
Gonna set up
Yeah,
some
maybe
Something
Maybe
that
if
takes
they're
a
as
while.
cool, maybe the really good ones do.
Rictus
or,
was
I don't know if
special.
they do.
No, you just
Rictus
dig
is
one
okay with that.
giant. You dig one giant grave that just goes down really deep, and then you pile them.
Toss
in.
them all in
Stack
one
them
by
on top
one.
of each other.
Like, can you let us out now? Can't
I'm
see.
Oh
not
yeah,
them.
they can
dead!
get
Oh, you will be soon.
They can get Rek'Sai to do all that, right? Dig it all up vertically.
She digs like horizontal.
Yeah, we
tunnels,
can
though.
convince her to go down. Be fine. Pay enough
I
money.
guess so. Yeah, pay the void creature.
Horizontal is just sideways, vertical.
What he said. So
From a certain point of view.
Singed is plugging
pretty true.
Warwick into things and out of things, and at this point, I'd say Singed can plug literally anything into anything, and it would make anything happen that they need to happen.
Do whatever he
does
wants.
a-
He
does a
does
lot
a
of plugging.
science on it,
Yeah.
and the good thing happens.
Mhm.
He just does some science.
Victor is in a big ball. Like,
Obviously.
Did
That-
I miss something, perhaps?
to be so fucking clear about all of this, like this is the post-explosion area of like this is what we're supposed to, because we kind of skipped an episode in a sense, right? Or rather, we had an episode where we didn't address anything that happened after Grogu's sacrifice, that emotional moment. And so seeing this is a little bit jarring, because you're like, what happened? How did this happen? It's like Warwick is dead, quote unquote, not really, on the floor. Victor's in a ball, and everyone else on the bad guy team are fine, except Rictus, who was already dead
Yeah.
anyway. So you're just sort of like, okay, what?
It's such bullshit because Singed goes to Ambas like, sorry, his wounds were too severe to save him, but Victor over there and everyone else, that we can fix him. No
You know what I
problem.
really
Guy
don't
that
get
got
about
shot
that?
With a fucking mercury cannon, I'll be fine.
You could
Yeah.
have, you know that giant troll creature that turns up later? Wouldn't it have been? No, wouldn't it have been something a bit more meaningful for Ambessa to have allowed Singe to do shit to Rictus that turned him into that, and then ended up
Yeah.
regretting it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been really cool. So obviously we don't get that.
A writing opportunity. We swerve away from those.
We don't
here.
like those. Get away.
That sounds like
Too
drama
busy
we could
moving
use.
forward
That-
for your
Sounds like
bullshit.
work.
It just feels like an obvious missed opportunity. Yeah, but oh well.
Maybe they decide, because this happens all the time in Rings of Power, maybe they decided not to do that, because if they had done that, then it would have made the problem with Ambessa's actions here even more like jarring.
Would it?
What she ends up doing, I think it would, because she clearly has like an emotional reaction to Rictus's death that she doesn't have over just random soldier number 7.
Sure, but you remember how far she goes, right? To the point where I think she's completely ruined as a character.
Oh, I agree. I'm saying that it may have made it worse if she had done that to Richter. She would have been. It would have been clearer the extent of the damage, is what I'm trying to say.
I think we can easily write it such that she desperately doesn't want Rictus to die, blames herself for getting him killed, didn't act fast enough to save him, and that Singe says, I can save him. And she'd be like, what does that mean? And he's like, I can save him. You know, and then she has to make that decision. I think we can get that in.
He slowly slides Warwick behind him. I can save him.
I can save him.
Got any plugs?
Yeah, she's like, what creature are you going to use to save him? And he picks up like a horrifying goblin. He's like, not this one. It would be something else.
He's like
I'll
digging
turn him
through his
into
filing
Smeech.
cabinet of like horrible monsters to
I'll
splice
combine
it.
Rictus and Smeech.
That's how we get
Finally,
Twitch.
yes.
Twitch.
I was thinking it would have been funny to turn him into like a Mundo type thing. Just how fucking funny it would be to have Rictus going, Rictus! like throwing his shit.
Starts throwing
Giving
hatches.
On the note
Smeech a
of-
giant muscular body sounds hilarious.
Yeah.
On the note of, I guess, character fans, I think it's worth mentioning, as if just to twist the knife again, I hope Warwick fans are pleased to see their character end up essentially as like the Victor Ball battery. I hope that's like a
Victor
thing they
Ball
wanted.
battery. So true.
That's got to be a skin.
Yeah.
They've got to add that to the game.
You don't get a cool dog face, and now he's a battery. Hope you like it.
And yes, just because I think it was mentioned, but I don't think anyone at this point is buying that Singed couldn't have saved Richter. It's like bullshit.
No.
But whatever, fine.
The fact that he's able to interface with Victor's nonsense at all is crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's done that's given him an understanding of how the Victor Ball works.
Yeah, because from what we get from season 1, like
Victor
Hex
Ball.
Tech is developed by Victor and Shimmer Tech is developed by Singed, and they never interact with each other. They never cross paths at all. The development of each is
we are
totally separate. And
totally
so
at
Closest
the
you
point-
get is the Hex Core and Shimmer with Victor himself, right?
Oh, sure, yeah, he does get injected with Shimmer when he. Oh, that's an explanation. It's just a terrible one.
I don't think it carries us anywhere near far enough. Like
No,
maybe he
no.
can make some.
I think even the writers would
predictive-
say we're far enough along now that you're just gonna have to buy it. Like whenever we say we put
Yes.
this in there, so it does this, just buy it. It's like sure, I guess. Some of it I'm okay with in terms of a fantasy thing, but some of it I am like I'm lost at this point. I have no idea what the power levels are for any of these creatures.
Yeah.
It's just gonna
no
get
idea.
real floopy when you get to the war scenes. Anyway, Ambessa morning. Rictus is like once again just get a few seconds of real stuff,
Oh.
real show. That's
Thing.
neat.
They did a thing.
Yeah, and then it's like back to the show, and you're like no, and she says, "What of the Herald?"
No, go back.
And Singe says he's got Warwick's blood, but he's got a want to survive. And she says, "But you said you could cure death," and he says, "Yes, Brody, if Victor lives."
Also, that's not exactly what happened, because Ambessa says you promised a cure to death, and no, like Victor said, Singe said like 2 days ago that he wanted to cure death.
Well,
That's
I think
not the same
He's
thing.
working on it, you know.
it's semantics. Okay, they're both just there's miscommunications happening, and that's normal within high stress situations. I understand.
2 more montages.
Just the
Also,
one music video really is all I need.
So comment in chat. I can cure death if he doesn't die.
The Singe music video would be crazy because there just wouldn't be any music. Singed
No.
music videos are just like a slideshow of him working.
I would
Yeah.
expect
silence.
haunting background music, like a very sort of under
No,
the.
it's like one of those
I don't
1920s
think
Charlie
I-
Chaplin tunes.
You know, I would be partial to either no music or the Charlie Chaplin 1920s music. Yeah.
He's
Really
he's got his
cool.
syringes and his baubles and his Florence flasks. He's got all his pipes and tubes. Just
Well,
in his head. That's what it's like. It's just whimsical and fun. He's just doing science.
so Victor says an anomaly festers beneath the hex gates. I believe it will complete the Doctor's transformation.
Oh, so that thing that we introduced in this season that we didn't see last time is the plot critical.
So like the Doctor's transformation, like your transformation, Victor. But also, why do you think that? Why do you
I
think
got
that?
I got nothing for this in terms of just the
No,
mechanics. Is such like
The
what?
Arcane told him. The Arcane
see.
told him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Victor knows everything, and he's told you that it is, so it is.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it is.
It's like
I'll just have to
Yeah.
take his word for it.
Hexgate failsafe plus Victor plus the shimmer augments from Singed equals hyper cosmic Victor.
Plus Warwick Goo.
Yes, plus Wargu. Oh,
Oh,
okay. All right.
Anti-life
That's
equation.
that is one of those things where I'm just
Yeah.
like, there is so little I have to work with there. I'm just gonna be like, I'll take your word for it, show. Like, whatever you say.
I
just
believe
find
you.
It's funny that essentially
Kinda.
the final thing that they have to battle over in season 2 is something that never existed in season 1.
Well,
You know, the thing at the bottom of the hex gate, like we never saw that in season 1. Not that specifically.
well,
Yeah, the closest we get is the big like chasm where Victor.
yeah.
Yeah.
Did we mention this? Because Victor coughs blood and it goes down there. Are we meant to think that did something?
I've seen people say that that's what we're supposed to interpret is the thing that
Was
Heimerdinger
that
spots.
before or after he started doing
That was
the shimmer thing?
That was before. That was
It
It
before
was, right?
It was
Yeah.
definitely.
Oh yeah, but
It was.
I guess one would argue blood is enough to. It's so
Does
wacky.
nobody go
Blood.
down there?
Okay,
Like
right,
ever?
Okay. It's funny. People bring because people would be like, "Yeah, see, they set it up." It's like so. Like if he didn't cough on that, he'd be fucked.
No, I don't
He
even
wouldn't
think
be
that the
able to
blood
do
is
anything.
why it's that way. Honestly, I think it's.
Well, then, yeah. Why?
I find it difficult to believe that
Well, because
praise.
nobody's
did
been
this
down
so-
there as well. You know, nobody cleans around there. I guess it's just dusty.
they did this so much better in like season 1 with the whole like the hex core is obviously sci-fi bullshit, but there was like a through line that you could work out there where it starts to learn and understand what like a human biology is, and that's how Victor is then able to use it to augment his human form and fix himself. Whereas if him coughing on the failsafe for the hex gates is what created the anomaly, it's just like, well, it just happened. I don't. Could that happen? Maybe, but you've got to do more work than just telling me that it happened.
Well, it's not a very satisfying way to establish your big final stakes for your entire series. Well, shit. I mean, he just coughed on it, and now it's.
Well, to be fair,
now the fate of the world relies on
the audience I'm talking 99% of the audience would never have connected that ever.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
So
And I think that the writers would have to recognize that nobody would be connecting that. I feel like we're just doing some weird made up bullshit, really.
well, yeah, it feels like we're doing more work. But I said, I didn't even.
It's all made up.
Yeah. So Ambessa says doing all of that process that'll allow you to evolve others, and he says in theory, but I'm not strong enough to reach it. So she says, I'll deliver you to the anomaly if you agree to empower all the soldiers I bring you.
Wow, that's not very even on the battlefield.
I don't even. I was thinking to myself like empower. Well, because she gets
You're
them
turning
shimmered
into
up,
crazy
but
monsters.
what does she mean empower them?
Yeah, like give
I
them
mean,
just like turbo cocaine is one thing. What she does is not that.
No.
and if it means turning them into robots, it's like, surely you don't want that.
Surely you
right?
don't want
Yeah,
that.
'cause-
And then if it means complete mind control over everyone, Ambessa absolutely doesn't want that.
Well, no, 'cause
No.
all that would
Absolutely
mean is
not.
that you're essentially surrendering all of your power to Victor. Victor is in charge.
Well, that's
A person you
yeah,
barely
that-
know.
Yeah.
The one side of it is that like no one should make that decision for the reason that you've just explained. But the other side of it is that Ambessa is characterized explicitly as hating mages
Yes.
and hating
exactly.
magic.
Yeah.
And yes, whether we can describe what Victor and Singe are doing as magic or fucking around with potions or whatever we want to call
Fucking
it,
magic.
Space
It's
bullshit.
bullshit.
To her, she's going to view it all as no, this is magic, this is cheating, this is not okay.
No, we forgot
It
about
would
that.
if they made some sort of a distinction between, because obviously there are plenty of games, movies, shows where there's different styles of magic and kinds of magic. Creating illusions is seen as more tricky and clevery than I'm going to throw a fireball at you. So if they created a sort of distinction between warrior magic and like guileful magic, no, she likes guile. No, I mean,
Wait, does she?
She
if,
doesn't.
No, wait, she doesn't.
I thought that was one of the on the triangle,
Yeah,
right?
it's one of the points on the triangle, but her commentary on it is this one's the stinky one and it's bad.
So it so it's so why is it on the triangle?
It's part of Noxus's beliefs, but I guess she just rejects guile. I don't know.
I'm just
Okay,
getting the
so-
triangle so that we can refresh our memory.
No,
We're
it's
settled.
too,
We're
it's too
off.
difficult. We're
Come
moving
on,
on.
But
Wanna-
if they had created some distinction between like powerful warrior kind of magic, throwing fireballs, shooting lightning, that kind of thing, versus creating illusions, mind reading, the more sneaky kinds of stuff, and she has a clear aversion to the latter as opposed to the former, then there it is. Then that would be like, okay, that's something.
you work faster.
Like, not all magic is the same. It's not bad because it's magic. It's the kind of magic or what it does or how like honorary, warriory, gung-ho, charge in, courageous it is, how battlefield, oriented the magic is, the more she likes it. And she doesn't like this Game of Thrones magic kind of stuff where it's all sneaky.
I mean, I can understand.
But they don't do that.
I can work her opinion on hex tech into this because hex tech theoretically would be like the democratization of magic in that sense.
It's
Because
it's
Yeah.
like gunpowder, essentially, super
but-
gunpowder.
puts the power of a mage in the hands of whoever, which takes away
Power of the
mage's
sun in the
ability
palm of
to.
my hand.
Yeah.
My God.
Then there's this Victor goo stuff, which I have no idea how she squares that away.
Well, so I mean, the big
That's
problem
like-
here is
yeah.
what does she think Victor's going to do, and why would she be okay with it? And we just got no time. We're moving past.
No.
If they had, I still don't even think this would have been enough. If they had given us she was completely like fucking desperate to do this and she had no other option, then I could see that, being the first steps towards justifying this. But her reasons for wanting to juice up her army and point them in the direction of Piltover are not clear at all.
Well, right now all we have is Caitlyn betrayed me. That bitch. Now I'm
That's
gonna
it.
kill
She
Piltover.
I
could-
wonder why she did
could
that.
go home
Yes.
and maybe get killed by the Black Rose. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
I hope she had a really good reason to betray me,
Oh,
and not
I'm
like
sure
a
she'll
weird.
tell me later why
Also,
she
she
betrayed
says-
me.
Little curious on Singed too. Like, wouldn't he not want Victor to take full control of everyone on Earth? Wouldn't he be kind of against that, or whatever planet this is?
he's not particularly interested in that.
Yeah, but he should be. He's not going to want
Because
to be
that's the
taken
world
over.
his daughter's gonna
That's-
live in.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is I
Okay.
feel like that's not an outcome that he wants.
Hmm. All right.
Yeah, because his daughter would then, same thing.
Well, Singe does not want his ability to act taken away from him, and if he helps facilitate that in the form of a cosmic god, I feel like that actually does get in the way of some of the things he's up to.
I mean,
Finch is
God,
a true libertarian. He would never want Victor to win.
they could have done something pretty cool there where Singed recognizes that, like, okay, so this Victor guy who I've made friends with, he's basically a god at this point. So, what's the line? I think it's from The Mummy. Better to serve at the right hand of the devil than to be in his path. Like, they could have done that kind of thing where he
You
just
could do
decides to
that.
serve Victor.
You could also, to help facilitate a believability in defeating Victor, he could create a failsafe and provide it to Jace secretly. Be like,
Also that, yeah.
this didn't come from me. Bye. It's like you use it to your best ability.
I've created COVID.
I'm also imagining like a little scene that's off
Victor
screen
will not survive.
when Victor is starting to work on when Singe is starting to work on Victor. It's like, okay, I couldn't save you, but I need some of that Victor juice for myself. Can I have some?
Put in his little
Oh,
Victor
fine.
vials.
Oh yes.
Need some Victor juice.
So yeah, the explosion did not kill Warwick, as was mentioned, but it did more damage, I guess, than he was even doing, which makes all of it pointless. I don't know. I can't speak to anything that was achieved by
It blew up red shirt Noxians, of which we just have more in the bag.
I was going to say,
Well,
there's more of
the
them
only-
post this than there were anyway, so it doesn't
The
matter.
only real conclusion to draw is essentially the explosion and Grogu dying was only to serve Jinx's storyline, which
is
isn't that
hilarious.
bad?
Well,
It's
Isn't
fucking
that-
well, it's
hilarious.
funny you say serve
I-
it. It just
Yeah,
crashes it back down to where she was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I
Yes.
know, but I guess I'm in the way that they intended, which
Mhm.
isn't that like fridging, you know? Didn't Grogu
Oh,
get fridged
Fringy, how
specifically
correct you
for,
are.
Oh,
shit,
that's,
how-
that's good.
How I enjoyed
It wasn't
watching
even a
people
good
realize that she was a plot device. It's so funny
Yeah.
because we were calling her a plot device in Act 1 because of how little substance there was,
Because
but
of
people were like,
course
no,
she
no,
was.
no, 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 no. And then when this happened, they were like, wait, they just used her as a plot device. Like,
The arc of history. Once again.
Well, what
we
I'm referring to there
did
is
it
more of a. It's like almost an accidental. We're commenting on what we believe the writers had done with the creation of the character, and then you actually see that, coming true in footage we haven't even seen yet. My point is that like it's very clear what they were up to, because it's so shallow. But like a lot of people are very mad for different reasons, right? They thought she was a very substantive character and she was sidelined. But I think the biggest thing that gave it away was the Act 3. The world does not care about Grogu.
No,
No,
That's right. Jinx
they don't-
does
I mean,
never mention her.
it's
I don't
mentioned
think.
as much as Heimerdinger.
You get
Well, the thing is,
results of it,
Jinx's
quote unquote.
behavior.
But
the
yeah,
impact on Jinx, which is more than
Yes.
Heimerdinger got, but
Yeah.
I mean, just like Heimerdinger, Grogu never gets mentioned really at all.
Nope.
No, it's
I think it's fair to say that like Grogu's death does definitely have an effect on Jinx,
yes.
but that doesn't change the fact that what Fringy said is that like Grogu is only narratively connected to one other part of the story, which is Jinx's
Exactly.
character.
She's
she
Jinx
doesn't play-
DLC.
Yeah, exactly. She was injected into the story to let them hit this character beat with Jinx, and that's it. It's like first draft kind of thing.
Well, the thing is that I don't care about fridging as like a topic, but plenty of people do, and it's
Yeah.
just weird that this is fridging. This is what fridging is. It's when a character dies pretty much exclusively to serve the story of another character. It's just that usually, it was created in relation to men.
Well,
It was
we
for
had
stories related to men, but
we had
like,
a big long
still.
episode all about our perspective on fridging, and if you break it apart into the actual like
boy.
problems being the writers no longer treat a character with respect and instead use them to make other things happen that they want, this would qualify completely.
Absolutely. Grogu
does it have
was
to be
plot
a-
device, and now they're done with her.
Because it
so
wouldn't even have to
by-
be death. It could be anything. It's just when your characters are slowly becoming not characters at all, and instead people who do things to make other things happen. But yeah, I don't know. This hit bad for a lot of people who really, really liked Grogu, which they're out there.
People liked Grogu.
Yeah, a lot of people did.
Of course, yeah, of course. I mean,
Okay.
essentially, that's the whole point of Grogu is designed to be liked. That she can't even speak feels like it contributes to that.
She can never say anything stupid and unlikable if she never speaks.
Mhm.
So we get the results of that big explosion on the good guys' side, and we get a little flashback to tell us that Vi got like significantly injured and knocked out. Jace was fine, Caitlyn was fine, Jinx was fine in terms of her general health. She's just upset, and Warwick he fell over. I'm not sure, and Grogu was vaporized, and so you wonder, like, okay, so they were all captured then. You're like, no. They escaped. They escaped because, I guess, not enough Noxians were there to stop them. And you think to yourself, like, well, how's that possible? And you go, well, maybe Grogu's explosion killed them. It's like, how could it have killed them and not killed the good guys? Well,
Yeah, it's important to remember that this was not like a battle. It wasn't like army versus army and they're caught up in the middle. It's main characters and Victor's like robot mind control people. They weren't a factor because
No.
Victor had already been shot at this point, which means it is main characters, Warwick, and a bunch of Noxians. So
Uh-huh.
yeah, there's no the explosion to them to safety. That's it. That's all we've got.
And it's
Boy.
a long way back up to Piltover.
Well, so
There's no
yeah,
real
just-
distracting force.
to be clear about how lazy this is, they want us to believe area of effect, suicide bombing, child managed to wipe out every obstacle for the good guys, but not the good guys themselves. Cool.
Yeah.
That's
Well-
really lucky. lucky. It's so lucky it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's consistent. All of our main characters have been quite explosion-proof lately,
It's so
Yeah.
toothless.
even in season
Yeah.
one.
It's
Yeah,
not.
it
The
is.
thing is, it's worse
Right.
than what we had in season 1, though, because in season 1 we had times when characters would get exploded and then they'd be okay. We just had that, but then also off screen they managed to get away from the enemy and get to safety. This explosion
Yeah,
happened while they were surrounded by enemy
Well,
soldiers.
you know, in terms of what Theo said about it being toothless, season 1 did this, but like it didn't work out. That was episode 3. They did
Can't
the
think-
same thing. It
That's
didn't
right.
work out. And it had
Realistic
serious
consequences. Yep.
I'm struggling
well,
to think of
so-
a time in season 1 where a person got exploded and didn't come away with at least relatively severe consequences.
Consequences
Yeah.
of some kind, yeah.
Like even the one where Caitlyn, the one in I think it's episode 4 that's framed a bit
Yes.
strangely so that you don't know where Caitlyn is relative to everyone else, and it makes it difficult to understand. Caitlyn comes out of that one like pretty banged up, if I recall.
Mhm.
True.
A
Yeah,
lot of
She-
people
right.
cite an echo. The
Yeah.
foolish
Yeah.
citation.
You've got the Echo one's weak. The Caitlyn one on the bridge in episode 7, I would say, is also weak because the explodey bugs go off. One of them's on
Killed all
Marcus's
the
gun,
soldiers.
and the gun is pointed. It's
That's
like
so-
it's
yeah,
as far away from Caitlyn's
yeah.
face as
There's
it
a
is from
butterfly in her
Marcus's
face. She should have probably died there, unfortunately.
so that
she gets
especially
a bit
because
of
it
shrapnel in her leg, which is maybe not enough.
Yeah, especially because it blew off Marcus's arm. So I mean, I think that season 1 definitely has those problems, but every time it happens, unless there's one that I'm forgetting about here, it happens kind of at the end of the fight, and so her getting to safety after the fact is not a. It's
Well,
not a
also
question.
always take an injury, right? If they give the
Yeah.
character a significant injury that actually affects things going forward in the way that they behave, walk, whatever have you, it's like at least there's that. But Vi's the only one that we're told suffered such injuries that 3 doctors had to work on her extensively, and she's back to full strength in this scene.
Oh yeah, it's all fake. It's a fake
yeah,
injury.
It feels like a
Three
different-
doctors.
a different kind of problem in that regard. Whereas, like, because season 1 understood that its characters had been exposed to explosions, it perhaps didn't understand the severity of each situation accurately. Like with the Caitlyn one in episode 7, we needed a bit more follow through or a bit more changing of the writing to make it so that her survival there is, more believable. In
Yeah.
here, there's not even an attempt. The student has turned in a blank piece of paper.
Yeah,
like-
it's all off screen, and you have to accept that this is what
Well, the
happens.
student has
whereas-
turned in
yeah.
a piece of paper that has A+ written on it and nothing else, and then
And
submitted
they
it.
smile at you, and you're like, oh.
I did it.
There was in terms of explosion proofs, there was a particularly egregious example in season 1 where Caitlyn gets blown up by Jinx's bombs as she's using them to get the first hex crystal. She's probably the closest of all of her teammates, and yet the people who were behind her were the ones that got vaporized, and she was still up and about, like doing clues and detective shit. So
That's the one in episode 4. That
Yeah,
one was
that's
like
episode 4.
framed. That one was framed really strangely. If I'm remembering correctly, Caitlyn's actually outside the building. Like she's the furthest one away. It's just
Yeah,
like it is cut together in a way that makes it really confusing where everyone is.
I should hope that's the case.
And for
yeah,
reference with
because
the
all of the other enforcers die. She's okay, and yeah, when you just watch it, you can't really tell. But
Mhm.
For reference with the Echo one, because I've seen a lot of people say I was making a joke, but I don't think it came across. There is a sound that you hear before the explosion goes off when you get the wide shot. The implication being Echo hits the grenade away, so he would have far enough such that he gets the significantly injured leg, and that Jinx is on the verge of death, which I think matches enough.
The
But,
wide shot gives you
certainly
some
something.
charity, and then the sound gives you even more.
In any case, that is the result. We are here. Yay, woohoo. And Shieldman is here, and he's like, hey, Vi, you okay? And there's this moment where you kind of hear Vander's voice. He looks like Vander, and it's just so sweet that we finally got to conclude his whole character arc, which is being mistaken for Vander. That's
Great value, Vander. Vander
It was
at
supposed to
home.
be a joke. God damn it!
I don't understand. It almost feels like that was the whole reason they had him. Just for this moment where she's like, wait, Vander? And he's like, no. You're like, oh,
No.
okay.
This is the first time his name has ever been spoken.
Yes.
I was
Ever.
about to ask that. Is this the first time?
This
It
is the
isn't it?
first time.
well,
Yeah,
the
that's the first time
green
we hear
guy,
his name.
I don't think even gets his name said once.
That was something for me when people started referring to Greenman, and I was like, No, there was not a time where this was explicit, was there? Did the subtitles tell you this? Like, who the fuck? That guy. He makes it, by the way. Thank goodness. He was everyone's favorite.
Fanta from Tesco.
Tesco Fanta. Yeah, he says, by the way, not only did it take the 3 doctors to patch her up, but that it wasn't a certainty that she was going to pull through. Like, yeah, but she's now fully healed.
She's just on her feet doing whatever the hell she wants, and she will be fighting in a war like tomorrow.
Yep,
I don't know.
and you'll not be able to tell that she went through any of this. And no one else suffered anything. It was just her.
Toothless.
Anyway, she says, "Where's Jinx?" Because of course everything's about Jinx, and he
we've been asking that
says,
for all season.
he
Asked
says,
about Jinx before Caitlyn.
yeah, and he says, "Caitlyn said she wants to tell you herself," which is
Why
like,
do you say it like
are
that?
you like? There's 2 angles to that. It's like, first, you baited the audience in terms of like, did Jinx actually blow up? Because obviously she fucking didn't. Why would you even bother trying to? And then 2,
course not.
why would you say that to Vi, Shieldman? You should be saying Jinx is okay, but there's something that we're going to need to talk about. Like, that's what you wouldn't say. She wanted to tell you herself. You're like, what? What do you mean? What happened?
There's no confluence of like reality and psychological states that leads to him ever saying this. You would never say this.
He's a prick. That's it.
But he's not a prick.
Yeah, but he's not. Well, yeah, because we had, I think it was in episode 5 where he was watching the where he was having fun with Vi when she was in her goth phase, and then he leaves because she gets drunk all the time. So maybe he's still pissed off with her about that.
So I'm gonna lie to you about your sister being dead.
I'm feeling a little vengeful. A little trickster.
He's a vindictive little shit.
That would have been better. I would have liked that.
So beginning a scene with Maddie and Caitlyn. Maddie says maybe we can negotiate with Ambessa, of course, and Caitlyn says she's going to burn Piltover to the ground for my betrayal. And it was at this point that I had remembered, and I was like, oh fuck, they never used Ambessa's setup of the Memorial Day attack to convince Caitlyn to un-Dracula herself. Like, that would have been the obvious...
Like something that gets revealed that
Yeah,
the
it would have been it.
discovers.
When she finds out, yeah, the detective, when she finds out what Ambessa had done on that day, that would have been a huge reason for her to be like, no, fuck this, I'm out. But they didn't use it, and they still had her say, fuck this, I'm out. Like, okay.
Except
Yeah,
now
'cause
we don't know why.
She seems aware that Ambessa is using her, and we did have a couple, like I think it was in the previous episode, where they both acknowledge that neither of them
Dude,
trusts
it's
the other one.
easy.
But yeah, we don't know
All
why.
you need is that one moment where she's doing work with whatever prisoners, she's doing something somewhere, and one of them knows, because one of them worked for the Cam Baron that got the offer. Simple as that. Especially with how good the quality of writing is this season. Like, it would not be hard to get that in, and she finds out. But we could do it in all kinds of ways that would sync better with the story. But oh well. All I can say is they forgot to use that. It's an obvious way to get Caitlyn believing in something else as she flip-flops
They really
all over the
wanted
place.
us to know.
Yeah.
They had that clumsy flashback sequence at the end of episode 3 to really make sure that we all knew that Ambessa was behind it all. But it wasn't for anything.
They had
Other
time
than
for the
supposedly
flashback.
that.
I was going to say they had time for the flashback, but they didn't have time to actually use that information. And like the flashback was unnecessary because everyone already knew that it was Ambessa. It was just there for the audience's benefit.
Anyway, Ambessa is going to burn Piltover to the ground, according to Caitlyn.
Good luck.
I don't understand why the fuck she would ever burn Piltover to the ground. What? No.
She does that, and then the rest of Noxus
Would
kills
hate her?
her
Yeah,
quite
it's like, why-
swiftly.
We
Why-
need the lines to trade, you
There's
bitch.
so many jokes that just free. Swain's just sitting behind his desk. He gets a little missive come through. It's like, have you seen what Ambessa's doing over in Piltover? He's like, huh, I guess I haven't checked
he's
in
like,
in
why
a while. He
isn't-
sends over a raven. He's like, what the fuck?
What are you doing?
It's like, where's my wine shipment? And they're like, oh, think about that. This is...
So she stole another 4 warships, I guess, and she's now waging war on Piltover to try and get this
Why?
weird herald man to turn everyone into a hive mind. That's why.
So then we start getting into some real cringe. Not that we've already discovered some real cringe. Vi says arrested in regards to
Yes, of
the
course.
Jinx.
Yes, you silly
yeah.
bitch.
Jesus, Yeah.
Isn't it crazy?
Jinx is a
One
psycho
word,
murderer.
and it already pisses off everybody. It's like, of course she's
Man.
arrested.
Yes. She's a killer.
She's a
Do you
psycho. She's
remember
got a
how
higher
this
kill
season
count
started?
and
She
destruction
blew up
count
the
than any
council.
individual.
It's like, Caitlin, I know that she murdered your mother, but you can't be arresting her now. That's too far.
that's
The
too much.
too far.
Well,
probably
I hate
the
you.
greatest
This
terrorist
is-
attack in Piltover's history.
This I
It
see
has to be,
so little as a story now, more as just the writers trying to tell me how they think and feel about things. I'm like, go ahead, writers, tell me why we shouldn't arrest Jinx through Vi. And Vi says, she saved your life knowing you'd never do the same for her.
Dude, we're having Vi extol Jinx's virtues to Caitlyn. It's the worst thing I've ever heard. I hate it so
You would
much.
never have saved her life. It's like,
Well,
correct.
the thing is, I was thinking to myself, like, hang on. How did that scene even go? It was Caitlyn strangled,
Yeah.
singed, and then Caitlyn was, like, preparing for her next move, and then Rictus hit Caitlyn? Did he? I can't
Yes.
remember. And then
Yeah,
before he
Rictus
could
ambushes her.
execute Caitlyn, Jinx comes in. And it's like, how... That can easily be contextualized as Jinx is interested in protecting Warwick rather than Caitlyn. She doesn't care about Caitlyn. Which we know she doesn't care about Caitlyn. So I'm kind of amused by that. And besides that, Caitlyn actually has a response. She says, we'll never know, will we? Because you didn't let me in on that part of your plan. Which I'm kind of sitting here like, yeah, why didn't you let her in on that part of your plan? Like that was
would've
just a
been
stupid move.
Good info.
It helped nothing not to let her know. And she'd be like, well, because she wouldn't work with Jinx. You'd just be like, I don't know what the fuck Caitlyn was doing at that point. Remember, Vi is like trusting her with everything. She lets her get captured. I think, letting her in on the Jinx situation, I don't see how that would change anything, and it's going to happen anyway. But I don't know how that's beneficial to just be like, I'll jump scare you with Jinx rather than letting you know. Wouldn't that lead to potentially Caitlyn shooting Jinx if you don't warn her that she's on the team?
100%.
I could
You would
easily.
think, yeah.
The way
go
she's
though.
currently feeling about Jinx, she would see her and just pop her in the head immediately.
Ooh, no, hold on, because the Kool-Aid convent, whatever they're called, they have a guard that's meant to take away your weapons.
Oh,
damn
of
it.
course.
See,
He was very good at his job.
Well, that changes
but, yeah.
everything.
The guy had some big brass ones, man.
yeah,
He
she
was
should have
just-
gone the side.
Dude, he stood up to
sideway that Jace
Rictus.
took.
He was like, yeah.
Yeah.
Give me
We got
give me a
rules
thing.
here, man.
No, I don't care how
Um,
big you are.
Yeah, and so when she said you
No.
didn't let me in on the plan, Vi says, clearly the right call since you can't trust her enough to not shove her in a box.
Yes.
Yeah.
Psycho
Yeah.
Exactly.
Demonstrably untrustworthy.
That's one of those Chad yes moments of, yes, I cannot trust Jinx.
Yeah.
I just want Caitlyn to say, Vi, do you remember she killed my mum? Remember that?
And all the other
I should wear a
people,
sign
and,
that says that at this point, just in
Yeah,
case you
like
forget.
a big neon sign. Like,
I think, if I'm correct, in season 1, she kills 6 enforcers, and then she kills 12 more, including Marcus, and then she nukes the council. So we're getting up to a body count of, like, what, 15 to 20 people, excluding
Well,
the gang.
Firelights, right?
Well,
She
yeah,
kills some of
excluding,
them.
sure, but like Caitlyn may not care about them. But yeah, people from Piltover, you're talking 15 to 20 officers in uniform and or councillors.
And
Like
who
political
But
knows?
what
leaders.
if she uses
You know,
her
specifically.
explosions for good or something?
If she
Right,
ex-
that-
I'll
that
use these
line-
explosions for justice.
I don't think we're at that line yet.
No,
but
we're
that-
not. I just
that
had to
line
put the meme here.
It's
It
got to
was
be
fit.
probably the worst line in the show.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Um,
I also want to investigate the word "still" in this. Like, what do you mean "still"? This is like the first interaction they could have ever had in which
Oh, that's
it would have
true.
been positive at all.
yeah, it didn't make enough. It didn't make any sense that Vi is trusting her at this point. But of course, fucking Caitlyn wouldn't. Why the hell? It's been so. You guys have been together for
Yeah.
so long, and it's like no.
As if there is some long history of Caitlyn unjustly being mistrustful of Jinx.
Yeah.
Rather than a long history of Caitlyn being very right to be skeptical of everything
Well,
to do with Jinx.
You know what? She could have fucking come in a bit faster. Caitlyn got hit by Rictus. She may have died. Good job. You know.
Rictus has, he's pretty tough.
Mm-hmm.
If he hadn't waited around a second.
And but then Caitlyn highlights something, and I was like, "Oh god, this is going to make things even more complicated." She says, "Jinx wasn't even there for my benefit. You didn't trust me to follow through." And Vi says, "Can you blame me?" Meaning that she deliberately didn't tell her about Jinx because Jinx was a failsafe to kill Caitlyn in case she turned on them. I guess.
which this is something I mentioned in the previous
Yeah.
stream. This doesn't make any sense because Vi did not know that Caitlyn was there when she told Jinx the plan.
Not only that, but if you thought there was a decent chance that she's going to betray you, why the fuck are you submitting yourself to Ambessa?
Uh-huh.
Like, if you
what
think
if she betrays you in enacting that plan,
Also that,
what
you're
if
just
she
dead,
takes-
yeah. Well,
yeah, then you're done. So pretty stupid, but also Caitlyn should probably be a bit more annoyed.
well, yeah,
about,
she just told her like, yeah, I
about
kind of
that.
did plan to kill you, somewhat. Like, cool, man. And you're wondering why I can't trust your psycho sister and you at this point. It's, yeah, it's great. It's also great. It's making everything better, you know. And we're running out of
learning a lot
time.
about each other today.
Seconds are ticking away, and we've got so much to do. But it's fine. You know what? We can spend our time ruining previous scenes even more. Not like they needed the help.
Well, they're good at this at least in this season, so gotta keep with what you're strong at, I guess.
Also, if the plan was to have Caitlyn subdue Singed, save Warwick, while Vi subdues Ambessa, but have Jinx in wait in case Caitlyn betrays Vi and the team, does any of this account for Rictus?
No.
Yeah, I mean, what if Rictus just like won?
What if Rictus
Which he
just
nearly
wanders
did.
off to the
He
tent like he did? Like,
Yeah.
what then?
And again, he nearly won.
Yeah.
Like he nearly succeeded. It was only when Warwick.
Oh, let's be
Warwick
fair.
came
The only reason he
away.
lost is because the plot wouldn't let him win.
Yeah.
Like, no, you're not allowed.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah.
So, yeah, none of that made any fucking sense at all. It was retarded, and they're lucky they ended up this way, but what happens when you got, like, hyper protection? And then we're given fantastic, excellent line here from Vi that even made it into the coming up next week little preview, yeah. She says, because she's very mad at Caitlyn, she says, "How long were you sidled up with that shifty, self-serving war pig? She oinked poison in your ear and you just ate it."
Oink.
So that is a
Oinked
clunky
is-
line. What does it mean to
oinked is not a great
poison
one.
in your ear?
See,
think
that
maybe-
oink confused me so much. I was like, is there another meaning in English that I'm not aware of for oink?
It's just as weird. It's just as weird to you as it is to us.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
One of the things where you write that like at 3 a.m. and you're like, yeah, it was a good line. And you wake
Yeah,
up the next day and you read it and you're like, oh.
Dude, I go
Oh,
further.
just
I
terrible.
think the person who wrote that was told it was cringe, and they were like, "No, it's gonna work. Trust me, it's gonna work.
I
It's
don't know,
good."
just-
Oh.
I feel like you need to replace it with either a war cow. She mooed poison in your ear.
Oh no!
No.
I
No,
figured
war
like
duck.
pigs
Quacked
drool.
Quacked poison
You
into
can
your ear.
you can like change the imagery you're using if you're insistent on keeping to the pig thing. Like we don't have to go with poison still.
Some can work, like howled
Pigs are known for being
Or-
venomous.
Could work as
Or
well, but these are like
Why not?
chitter.
Poison has like this connotation of
Squeak?
subterfuge and like subtlety, rather than so you want it to be something that's not particularly loud and blaring like a fucking oink.
Why not
What about-
drooled poison? I mean, pigs
What a-
drool, right? Why not that? I don't know.
Ribbited. She ribbited poison.
Ribbited poison.
Like,
Hey,
Ribbited
lean
poison
into
in
the
your ear.
lean
Yeah.
into the pig imagery, drop the poison imagery. Lean into the
Well-
poison imagery, drop the pig. Like pick one, please.
Mm-mm.
You could
Well-
describe her as like a snake and say that she hissed venom into your ears or something.
He slithered into your mind.
Yeah, though I actually
There's
think
Yeah.
been so many of these.
Yeah,
over the
yeah.
years, like-
what I was going to say as well is like I wouldn't say this about someone who was in the moment yelling and came up with these sorts of things. I'd just be like, "Oh, whatever." You know, you were mad. It didn't sound fantastic, but hey, whatever. But if you're a
You're mad
writer,
at you.
you get to
Yeah.
prepare yourself a bit. You
We
know,
can
you
do
get to actually
better, yeah.
redraft. You get to do the so. Even with everything we just covered, something that kind of stuck with me a bit, I was like, was oinked poison into your ear and you ate it. You know, it's like that's
Where I do all my eating is in my ear.
that's what I mean. I'm like, that's a bit mixed. You need to fix that. It doesn't.
I
it's
really do
smooth.
not like the mental imagery there. like-
That's what they call oinking for a squeaky.
No.
Oh,
It's funny. There's this character I very much enjoy in Buffy who says he describes someone as a loose cannon, and he says they need to stop this person before they rock the boat. And then he goes, "Loose cannon, rock the boat." Is that a mixed metaphor, or does that work? And it's just like, yeah, I guess that does work. It's just a fun like combination, which feels to me like the opposite of this, where put stuff in your ear and you eat it. It doesn't.
Doesn't
Isn't
really
there a
make
name for
sense.
that? Like when you mix up metaphors or idioms? What is it? A malodrome?
I do not
Me-
know.
Shit.
I don't know. I think there's an actual word for that, for when you mix up metaphors or when you mix up idioms and you combine them. Maybe someone in chat knows the word, but I'm pretty sure
Malapropism?
that's an actual
Malapropism.
malapropism might be the one.
Propism,
Yeah.
yeah.
Let me take
No way I'm ever gonna say that word ever again.
malapropism.
She
Dance
was
the
a glug
flamingo
and
instead of-
lathered
well,
strong gravy into
no,
your temple.
So that's when a
Some
malaprop
strong
is
gravy.
when you use a word in place of a similar sounding one. So it's not quite. That's not what I'm looking for. It's close. The example they give is dance of flamingo instead of dance of flamenco. It's when you combine idioms or metaphors incorrectly. Like head like a baby and leaf. It would be an example of that. Instead of like make like a baby and head out, you said like make like a baby and leaf, or I'm gonna make like a tree and head out. When you're mixing like euphemisms incorrectly.
There was one like in the what was the Boondock Saints? People in glass houses sink ships.
Wait a minute, is it just mixed metaphors? Is that what people describe those as like a negative? As in
Maybe I think there's an actual like a word for it, a specific word for it. But if anyone knows, let me know. I would like, now that it's on my mind, I'd like to be reminded as to what it is.
yes.
We get another cringe close-up shot on Caitlyn's mouth again. In
On
response
Oink?
to, like, yeah, no,
I
on
can see
that,
her
like,
oinking in HD.
that would be pretty
Whoa.
funny, but it's just something
Oh,
I've noticed. Is
I think I know what you're talking
they've done
about.
this several times throughout the season, where they do like a close-up on her when she's a bit unhinged. And it's really like kind of cringe. It's like, yeah, see, look, she's angry. Look at how angry she looks.
You threw
So-
the thing.
I was gonna say the
Yeah.
throwing of the thing to me was much
Oh,
funnier
okay.
as like a writer's flourish.
I think the whole combination thing, the close up, the way she delivers the "I know"
I
feels
know.
so
It's
weak,
like, ooh.
and then but very angrily throws that little boat. It's like this didn't like none of this meshed together, and I think the delivery was actually kind of bad.
And
I
also,
think I agree. Actually, I
chat-
remember thinking that about this one.
Chat has given the word I was thinking of. It's malaphor. I thought it was
Okay.
malice something. I thought it was like malodrome.
well, you
It's a
know.
malaphor. You mix up idioms or metaphors incorrectly.
Yeah,
Which can make for fun jokes, as I've done
Just-
before. But
Yeah.
chat after
Malaphor.
you guys are gonna have to turn the volume on if you want to hear it. But chat after doing a big old yell at someone and then tossing this, and this is the sound of it hitting the floor. It's just
Good meat you've got going there.
Might as well throw some chopsticks on the floor, you know?
Oh, it's made of plastic. I thought it was
it's just
real.
it's just not the same as tossing a mug into the wall, you know, or something like that.
Yeah. But this is probably the one instance I very much remember. It's like I think this where I was like, this is actually kind of a bad delivery. I don't know why they switched this up at all.
Someone needs to make the edit of each bounce with an explosion sound.
Just flames.
Well, they do that in what is it? They do that in Aqua Teen Hunger Force, where sometimes
Yeah,
when they
they
toss
do
an item
every
away
single
casually,
thing they
it,
get through.
it explodes and it hits the ground. There's a little...
I feel like the delivery sticks out to me because they just move on to the next part of the conversation.
Yeah,
we don't
That
don't
too, yeah.
Talk
elaborate
about how
on that
awkward
feeling.
it was that just. Yeah.
Well, they keep creating threads that don't get sealed off or completed or have any closure. It's just like you just established that you were going to kill me. Anyway.
Yeah, this is like
Caitlin, in fact,
this
does
show,
know, and
like,
she's very, very upset with herself over it. And then the writer's like, no, that was it.
yeah, the show annoys me very much with this because there's a couple of instances where they start talking, you're like, oh, and then no, never mind. There's one in this episode, I think with Jason and Bessa, where we're like, oh, we're actually talking about this, and then the show is like, no, actually not. You just
It
stop,
is
and then they
very
never go back to that.
unfortunately- Yeah, it's something that we've been noticing for the entirety of the season. That
Yeah.
is, Random is alluded to, is very Rings of Powery. These
Hmm.
conversations that are completely cut short, that are important, that we want to hear, that are very integral to what happens next and how characters change, but we just don't see them. They start, and we don't get to see how they would realistically finish, or for dramatic purposes, the scene ends and we carry on, and it is
Especially-
extremely annoying.
And she says the only thing Jinx cared about was getting you to safety, and then she surrendered. Because Jinx is a big fat hero, don't you know?
Yeah.
Hashtag not my jinx.
She killed your mother.
I hate every time you say that line, I have to think about A Puss in Boots 2. It reminds me of that, and it makes me angry.
Mm-hmm.
We do need just the neon sign pointing at Jinx that says mass murderer.
Mass murderer.
Everyone's
but also
forgotten.
iconic hood.
They're iconic. Mass murderer hood. Yeah, Kayla says she's in the bunker while I decide what to do. I was waiting for you. I will consider this line super important. It's going to be bumped into several times in the next few scenes. Just to be clear,
Oh boy.
she is in the bunker while I decide what to do. I was waiting for you. To me, that line says, I don't know what to do with Jinx. I figure we would talk about it. That's what it sounds like, especially considering Jinx volunteered to go in the cell, essentially. So, anyway, Vi says, Kate, she's changed. And then Caitlin says, we can't erase our mistakes. And Vi says, who decides who gets a second chance, which I find super funny, because Jinx is on her, 17th chance at this point.
Yep.
This one for
Like-
realsies, though.
This is the actual second chance.
5-dimensional hypercube into the square hole in this case, there's so much wrong here in terms of what the it's been over so many times at this point. I don't know. Jinx isn't a hero. We know what you're going for with the redemption arc and whatnot, but
Yeah. We're
perhaps
missing,
there are ways to get there a little bit more elegantly than pretty much just outrightly shoehorning the 3 sentences in.
Yeah, we're missing
Even if,
2 or 3
man.
seasons in between.
Even if they'd earned it, right now, shouldn't the conversation be, wow, that's great that she's changed. Let's hope she proves it by showing an interest in any kind of redemption, corrective behavior, giving back to society in any way, shape, or form, paying for her crimes, maybe, against all of humanity, while making sure everyone
Apologizing to the
understands.
families.
Yeah, while showing she understands what she did wrong and moving on from it, instead of just being like, nah, she's cool. I hugged her. She's cool.
The thing Fringy said, I can't remember which episode it was on, but she hasn't really done anything to court forgiveness in
No.
any way.
Nope.
And she's going to continue to not do that.
Yeah.
I think she stoked a rebellion in Zahn, as far as they know.
Well, also, the writers are just cheating with this as well, because Jinx has killed people in season 2, but they've all been, bad people,
Like
which was
Smeech?
absolutely
Well, I guess
not
she
the
didn't
case.
kill
Oh, yeah, she didn't kill. That was not Jinx.
Smeech is a hero.
Death by proxy.
Yeah. It's always been the gang members from the other. It hasn't been enforcers and it hasn't been innocents, is the point that I'm making. Whereas in season 1, that was absolutely not the case. So they've just. It's not like it's been a gradual change in her behavior. They've just extracted Jinx from season 1 and given us a new Jinx that is more easily. It's easier for the audience to accept that she is redeemable. When in season 1, you're not doing that without a substantial amount of work.
The writing opportunities left on the floor just occurred to me with putting Jinx in a room with Marcus's daughter.
Oh, yeah.
Any of the things you could have done with that.
Yep.
She's just not here, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
No, and
Sucks to be her. Jinx is a big fat hero.
Everyone imagined she would be in this season, and then it's like, yeah, why did I think that? It's like, because she probably would have been if it was the quality of season 1. That's all. That's how it goes. Anyway, next scene, Caitlyn is visiting Jinx, which immediately is like, no, you mean Caitlyn and Vi are with Jinx. Like, no, just
That's
Caitlyn.
the thing that they said, right?
I don't understand.
Does Vi have somewhere to be?
Why isn't Vi here? She even says Vi thinks you've changed. It's like, why the fuck isn't Vi? What? Vi would never have let Caitlyn go here. She would She would be here, is what I'm trying to say. She would have made it her fucking mission.
There's nowhere else for her to be. What's
Nope.
she gonna do?
She would get her sister out of the cell with how they've
She's just
characterized
watching
her.
TV?
I don't understand this at all. And it's like, well, yeah, but we need Caitlyn and Jinx to have a back and forth first. It's like, bro, what are you doing? You could have had this scene before Vi woke up, right? If you wanted to do that.
Wouldn't you? Yeah,
make
like
more
wouldn't they
sense,
be
yeah.
interested in
Minimal
Vi's
changing.
reaction to the conversation they have?
Oh well, I don't know. They're doing things in a weird ass order to do achieve different things here. But yeah, Vi would have come down with Caitlyn. She would have asked her to open the cell and release Jinx. Absolutely, with how they've characterized her. Because remember, that does actually happen minutes later, whatever, however long. Whatever. She says, if you're here to kill me, make sure you finish the job. It's such a like, shut up,
Okay,
Jinx.
that's a weird line. That's a
Fuck,
weird
just
line.
fuck off, Jinx. Enough of your shit. Like, oh, woe is me. My Grogu died. It's like, no one cares.
Look, I even have my hair open. Look how sad I am.
Your
I mean,
Grogu
Baron, I'm
affected
happy.
you
Yeah,
more
you know
than
what? I'm
Silco
happy you're
did.
sad. You killed lots of people.
That's
Fuck you.
true. Yeah, that's true.
Oh,
Silco,
jeez.
yeah, wasn't
She didn't know
much of an
Silco for
impact at
that
all,
long.
really.
Yeah,
It's like a
Silco's
day.
a fucking chump.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she says Vi thinks you've changed, and Jinx says she can't accept what you and I know. There are no happy endings.
Which is a
Shut
weird
up.
thing to say because, like, the actual topic is Vi is selfish. She wants to have her like little happy family, and she doesn't care about how anybody else might feel about Jinx
No.
going free.
Mm-hmm.
It's, I mean, that's I don't know what to say other than it's just basically incredibly selfish. It's like, well, Vi is like, yeah, but I want to have my little happy family. Who cares whether or not you feel like you've been wronged in any way, and then or like any notion of justice? It's like, oh, whatever. I think she's changed. I know this based on what 2 days that they spent together. 2 days.
If
2
that-
days.
Most.
Yeah, maybe.
yeah.
Like
maybe
at
2 days.
most 2 days. Yeah.
Oh, no, slightly longer, but it's unclear how long because Victor was healing Warwick for a period of time.
Oh, true. A
Right,
week.
that's true.
Yeah, maybe a week. 2 weeks tops.
A week of bumming around a commune chatting, I guess.
Mm.
But we had all the music video
sat on
stuff.
the dirt outside.
Which
of the
didn't
commune.
match, by the way. They should have found the commune immediately, Ambassador and friends.
Don't know what
Well,
took them so long.
It wasn't hidden.
I'm just annoyed by the observation there are no happy endings because it feels like that's the direction. Like, we're moving so far away from the whole topic. The topic around Jinx is like justice. It's like, well, what do you think should
justice.
happen when you do the things that you do? How do you think other people are going to feel about the things that you do? And like, what do you think, or like in terms of the idea of redemption? Well, what are you going to do to like, what kind of work are you going to do to try and essentially like make things better? To not even necessarily, because I mean, in this case, right, you can't exactly right the wrong. That's impossible. Like Caitlyn's mom is dead, so you can't fix that. But like, what? Like Jinx has made no effort to
No,
fix anything.
She's just depressed.
No.
So like, why would it be like, oh man, oh poor Jinx? It's like she's not trying. Like she's not even trying to be a better person.
And this is another unfortunate example of, I think, the actress for Caitlyn like not getting it quite right. She says, there won't be a trial. I'm giving you one chance to account for your actions. And she like works herself up and says, no amount of good deeds can undo our crimes. It's very like
Rings hollow.
Yeah. No, but see, she's talking about herself, kind of.
I'm also talking like about the delivery itself. Like,
No,
'cause,
I know,
yeah.
I know.
But why did she do those things? Imagine.
Well, I guess we'll never know.
We will
Um,
never know.
That's the thing. Like the balancing of the scale, if such a thing is even remotely entertainable with Jinx, it's just not something anyone actually discusses in this show at any point.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Also,
she says, yes?
just sliding quickly. So, why won't there be a trial? Like, obviously, she's saying that like we're just going to do this off the record. You're going to apologize now, but there's also no council. Like, because I mean,
no,
Jinx,
Caitlyn is God now. She gets to do whatever she wants in Piltover.
But,
Even though this would be something that would
is
be
there
very
a separation
like
of powers in
publicized.
Piltover?
No, Caitlyn all. Caitlyn controls everything.
Oh, okay.
Commander
Alright.
Caitlyn.
Man, I don't know about Piltover then. Like, no separation of powers. Like,
well,
okay.
the only
Dude, she's the one person who'd give the harshest punishment to Jinx, but now we're finding out that she's like, you know what? Just say sorry, and let's talk about it. It's like, really? Okay.
Literally just say sorry, not anything positive. Just say you're sorry, and I won't do it again, officer.
Officer.
Officeress.
Officeress.
You'd think that there would be a lot of people in Piltover politically who would be very invested in some sort of a public trial,
Nobody
making sure that
exists in
everything.
Does anyone even know
be.
she was the
Alright,
one who
fair enough.
fucking shot the rocket? Have they told anybody? Does anyone even know what the
We
fuck
don't
is
know.
going on in this
No,
stupid
so you
universe?
gotta
World
understand,
building is-
everybody in Zorn knows, but nobody in Piltover knows.
Oh, okay.
Like, the world building in this element in this season has been catastrophically bad. I don't know what
Yeah.
the fuck anyone knows about anything anymore.
Mhm.
Nah, fucking suck.
So Caitlin says, hating you, I've hated myself. I just don't have the energy for it any longer. Which
That's good for you.
All
Dude,
right,
that's
Caitlin.
so funny.
Yeah.
You know what? Being angry is really annoying. I'm just not gonna be bothered
And
anymore.
boring,
It's
I
fine.
too.
suppose what I find funny about it is that it's like, Caitlin, if you're actually like, you know what, I'm starting to get over my mum and all that. It's like, yeah, but unfortunately, you have obligations to other people, like all the other people that you.
Well,
Some
imagine
people, yeah.
someone.
ruin the lives of.
Imagine the kids of the Robot Man who are like, I want justice. And then she's like, no, I forgave her. Like,
Yeah.
okay.
Marcus's
Remember-
daughter again.
There were other
Remember
people in the
the,
council, they probably have friends and family. What about the enforcers that in episode 4? They probably have Marcus.
What about
and
your
all of those
dad?
enforcers. Yeah.
Oh, he's not
Do
in
you
the show
remember
anymore.
in
Fuck him.
it was in Civil War, right? When the mother of the soldier who was killed goes to Tony and like tells
was,
him about it, like holy shit, damn.
He's
That
like
was a
volunteer,
thing.
like a humanitarian.
Yeah, he was just trying to help.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, rip Techno Union guy. I miss him already. So,
Tech you.
in response, and I kind of despise this fucking line, Jinx says,
Oh.
I didn't know your mum was there. It probably wouldn't have made a difference, but I didn't know.
Yeah, that's right. It does make
Why-
a difference. Why did you bring it up?
Why would you
Why
did you
even-
say
Why
this?
would you even say?
Why
Why
would you
Your
even
lawyer
say
would
this?
advise you to stop
Writers,
speaking.
writers, why would you have her say this?
I-
Why
the-
did you make
so-
her say this
Because-
line?
You've already
That
hit
thought
exactly why I'm
continues
angry.
to-
It feels like the
that-
writers
that-
expressing something they shouldn't be expressing, which is that they're
Yeah.
like, Jinx, it wasn't that bad. Like
Yeah, she didn't mean to kill the main characters.
Like I know that I know that I
line of
dropped the
thought
bomb on
continues
Hiroshima, but I
to-
didn't know that all the names of the people that were down there. Like that doesn't change anything.
Yeah.
If Jinx had got to keep speaking, she would have said, in fact, I probably would have wanted to do it more, but, you know.
Yeah.
She hated Caitlyn. She really
Yeah, she
wanted
did.
Caitlyn to hurt. Like,
Oh,
I don't know if she
But
remembers
it's
this. Like this character remembers her own
Yeah.
feelings anymore. She hated Caitlyn almost the most in the world because she felt like she'd stolen her sister from her and she'd been replacing her.
Caitlyn was
Well, yeah,
replacing her, yeah.
that's quite a good point, Theo. Actually, is that if she knew at the end of season 9 that Caitlyn's mother was in that building, it would not have changed jack shit.
Nope.
It would have motivated her even more.
Well,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean,
She would have
again,
fired
it's-
2 rockets.
Also, and any
If you-
cursory knowledge of the fucking council will tell you Cassandra Kiraman is a member. Like the idea that you're going to try and get away with, I don't know, some members of the council.
It's
It's
just
like,
oh, you didn't know. So like, if you knew, you still would have done it though. And
Yeah.
even and it doesn't matter. Why are you even bringing that up? It's like, yeah, I didn't mean to kill your mum. Just somebody, just anybody's.
Other people's parents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
Just
don't
anybody.
actually
Just
care
thought
who I
maybe
killed.
the counselors,
The thing
they
is-
were all unmarried and had no children.
if the show were not shit, I would have thought that Silco would have a full breakdown of all of the council members, their weaknesses, their families, their different ways we can manipulate them, what they trade, what they're interested in.
Yep.
It would make the most
Yeah.
sense, right? And then his lieutenant would likely be aware of that as well. The fact
Question
that
is, would
Marcus
Jinx
is such an
necessarily
important
care?
player he would feed them all the information, all the council members, and I assume that's what we see, right, in season 1, is that they're trying to move things through Piltover with knowledge of how everything works there. Because of Marcus, because of the format of getting information. I hate the idea that's like, I don't know who's on the fucking council. It's like, okay, fine. Let's see, just kill them all. How does that it's such an annoying line.
I just realized another layer. Jinx broke into Caitlyn's house
Yes.
to kidnap
true.
her, which
Mhm.
means, like, I mean, maybe there's not a banner saying this is Cassandra Kiraman
There
of
were
the council's
portraits
house.
of her everywhere. We've
But-
seen it.
Yeah, like,
Like I said, I'm not even sure you can buy that people wouldn't know it in the world. Cassandra Kiraman's like a
Kiraman
huge...
residence.
The
Where is
Kiraman
that?
family is supposed to be super important in Piltover.
You know,
Yeah.
it feels like boiling it down fundamentally. What she said is like worthless. It's less than worthless. If anything, it is more damning on Jinx than if she'd said nothing at all. Like it's just like, why would you even say this as if it means anything? It is meaningless. It is truly meaningless. Statement to offer, and yet it's meant to seemingly nudge in the direction of maybe Jinx has a chance after all. It's unbelievable. It's actually, I can't believe that. I can't
She
believe they
didn't
wrote
mean
that
it.
line.
she didn't mean it, guys. She didn't mean it.
She explicitly did mean it.
Oh, and so,
She really meant it.
Shady
We'll
just
show them. We'll
mentioned
show them all.
She wanted Vi to let go of Caitlyn. Still, she did hate her at the time. She explicitly asks Vi to shoot and kill Caitlyn. She wants Caitlyn dead. Like it's
He's desperate enough to try and offer giving powder back if
Yeah.
if Vi will just kill Caitlyn, get her out of there.
And you know what she should be saying is stuff like, "Yeah, I killed him. I killed them all, and I killed her, and I did it because of what they did to us." Like to actually try and maybe make Silco's argument or something that kind of essentially comes in with some kind of understanding of the situation in terms of her mistakes, but simultaneously acknowledging why she made the move. And to be like, this is where we are now as a result of all that, and I don't know what happens next, but I'm not going to pretend like I didn't fucking know that this would have huge consequences. I'm not going to pretend like I wouldn't have ruined families' lives. I'm not going to pretend like I didn't orphan children, which was precisely the thing that turned me into what I am in many ways. You know, something more meaningful, that she's actually learning anything about anything she's done, but instead she's like, I didn't know your mum was there. Like, okay,
I don't even know
man.
if Jinx would have said anything in her current mind state. I think she was just sitting there. She would just sit there and not say anything because she's sad about Grogu or something.
It's a line that exists only for the audience
Yeah.
because it rings well for the audience if you're not really paying attention to these characters and their values or what they should be, which I'd forgive you for not paying attention to Caitlyn and her values this season. Kind of hard to keep track of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's which Caitlyn you talking about?
You blink and they like disappear off to another room.
I miss Dracula
There they go.
Caitlyn. She was funny.
That was funny. Oh, maybe one day we'll see her. Nah, we won't.
It's yeah, but it's just like how much damage is being done with such small amounts of words. It's kind of amazing, and it's like, please stop. And we haven't even gotten to the fucking war yet.
I don't know,
War.
It
I always
really just-
giggle when someone called it a war, including the show. But go ahead.
It's just, you know, we can move on. Next scene.
Oh, and for the record, yes, I would have expected her to be in this kind of state, let's say physically, post season 1. This is kind of where I thought she was going to be, a husk that has no idea what to do with her life.
Yep.
But no, we needed to introduce and kill Grogu to make this happen.
She basically started off this season as Harley Quinn.
Sucks ass. Anyway, oh my god, Swain Burb. Look at him go.
Yay!
Swain's coming, I'm sure of it. Anyway, yeah, Mel has arrived. I'm not even going to bother trying to entertain timelines. What would be the point?
All of these people
suppose
looking at her like, hold on, are you Mel Madada?
No.
I suppose the important observation is that if she had arrived a day later, the story would be radically different. It
Yes.
is really
yeah.
good that she arrived right now,
Good
not a
cardio.
moment later.
Yeah, the convenience factor of when she arrives is definitely, it's convenient as hell. I think that they have enough wiggle room to say that because we don't know how big Runeterra is, we don't know how big the continent is. At least we don't know it just from watching the show.
Right.
We don't know where she was, and we know that it's been at least probably 6, 7, 8 months. It's been quote unquote months in between episodes 3 and 4, and she was kept in prison for a period of time and has then walked back. I think they have enough wiggle room to say that she could probably get back in
There's
time.
wiggle room
But
there for sure. I agree. It's
again,
more so
arriving
just
on the
idea
day
that-
is
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, when I say I'm not going to entertain it, there may be a way to square it all away. I'm just saying that I'm not going to even bother trying at this point because we're well
Not this
beyond,
way. Yeah.
yeah.
you know,
We're
yeah.
past that. Long past it.
So Jace is in the council room, and he seems to be relatively goomp-free. Like, he's not really got the goompy, arcane stuff on him anymore. I think there's a little bit on his arm or something, but I just remember thinking to myself, like, what is that stuff? And can you shower it off? How does it work? Anyone know? Goom?
I have
Okay,
no
We
idea.
need to get you to a doctor.
Is the leftover stuff on his arm, is that from where his little stone is right now?
Jace, you appear to have a crystal embedded into your wrist.
Do you want us
Yeah,
to do
don't
anything
worry
about
about
that? No, I like it.
like it.
Yeah.
I think it makes me look distinguished.
It's my style, all right.
I was trying to copy you. I was trying to embed gold into my skin, and it went wrong.
So
It went wrong. It's blue and not gold at all.
Mel
Oh,
walks
but Jace
into the
locked on
room
crack.
and she says, Jace, what happened to you? And he says, doesn't matter. And then she says, something happened to me too. And then
It's oh god, it's
Dialogue.
we got
dude, that dialogue's
You
fucking
actually-
drove
we got
me
to take
insane.
this piece by piece because like this is something that I thought was absolutely remarkable. He then says, "You're the reason we didn't die in the attack," because he's figured out from the wreckage that's how it must have worked. And for anyone who doesn't know, that would probably enrage him, as you find out in a second, because he believes she chose to save him and not save other people, right? Which gives you a bit of survivor's guilt, confuses you as to what her power is, plenty of questions, all that sort of stuff. Now, the reason I need to put that in place is because the way I just read that out gave everyone the same reaction that I had when watching this, seemingly, which is, holy shit, she's selfish. Like, to be like, to look at him and to say, you know, like, what happened to you? For him to say, nothing, it's not important. For her to be like, well, anyway, my story is like, what? No, hang on. Like, that's not how you deal with that situation.
You actually care?
You're supposed to be
care
like,
about him?
Jace, you've broken your leg. Your hammer looks like it's from a different fucking dimension. You've got completely different hairstyle and beard, and you're wearing clothes I've never seen you wear before. Where have you been? What the fuck happened to you? You don't, instead of that, you go, so anyway, for me. And I saw this clip in a tweet. I wish I had it. And they said it was something along the lines of like Jace was always like an abusive partner for Mel, like even when she clearly has the fact that she makes it clear that she has a trauma that she needs to discuss and he completely ignores her. I was like, wow, what a read, you know? Like he's thinking about all the people who died. He's not even interested in discussing what he's been through because he thinks it's not important compared to discussing, you know, whether or not she could have saved people. And she only wants to talk about herself, and she's the one that's like the victim, apparently. I thought that was fascinating.
If anything, it's the other way around, because in season 1, she does it for
Yes.
good reasons, but Mel is the one who is manipulating Jace and forcing him to do things that he doesn't want to do.
Yep.
You guys just don't understand how empaths work.
No. True.
Wait,
She
hold on.
has-
If she's an empath, then shouldn't she know what he's like?
Well, she can
thinking and
sense something
feeling?
is wrong, but she simultaneously won't
feeling.
pry if he just says, "Nah, I'm okay."
Which
So
really
she
just means
senses
that
it but doesn't
she
care.
definitely knows. She just does not give a shit.
Yeah, that's
He's
the
like, well-
compliment. She has magical powers that help her be empathic. So
She's like, I already know this story, so I'm just going to tell you mine.
I mean, also, I think that same tweet made the point that, like, look at her, you can tell she's been through a lot. I was like, she has more makeup on than usual. That's all.
Yeah, she looks like she's had just a great time.
She looked like someone
Jace is
decided to make her
clearly
design
fucked up and
worse.
traumatized.
Yeah, I don't know. That's it. I just thought it was kind of like whatever.
Women can do whatever the fuck they want, can't they?
When it goes to show that I guess I still
Wow.
care about Jace, even though he's been completely ruined as well. It's just like
Yeah.
the fact that he's willing to hammer shit, meaning get things done. You know, it's like I'll take that. I'll take someone who's willing to take action in this season.
I just feel like more than many characters, it's kind of like Heimerdinger in a way. He's a victim of the show's writing, which is different than how I look at like Echo taking over the body of a person and not telling somebody, or Vi, you know, and her flip flopping things and all the stuff she's doing for Jinx. It feels distinctly different with Jace in a way that I'm not sure if at the moment I can really elaborate on. Feels like a victim.
Perhaps you will be able to elaborate the further
They
we
stuck
go.
him in a hole for like 30 minutes.
A literal
That wasn't his
hole
fault.
where he had
He
to
just, that's what
toil.
they did.
So bizarre. Didn't put him on an
Like
interesting
that wasn't
adventure.
a character decision or anything he made. That was just like, well, we're gonna put him in a hole for a long time.
Mm-hmm. So she says it wasn't a decision. I didn't have any greater awareness. Why would you think I'm lying? And he says, because you used me and Victor. You called us investments. Which I was like, oh, that's...
We remember something.
Yeah, I was like, wow, show. Good for you. That's interesting that Jace has finally managed to piece that together and can bring it to her. That feels like a thing that would exist in a good season 2, bringing that to her. So yeah, let's see what they do with it. And she says, 2 brilliant young inventors carrying magic from myth to machine while rallying a nation. You were a wise investment. Which is not answering his question, obviously.
No.
It's actually quite deceptive to be like,
Confirming it, yeah.
yes, objectively speaking, you were a good investment. He's obviously referring to you manipulating him. But, you know, Mel, she's only a good person, and she's an empath, so she knows exactly how to treat people as well. It'll satisfy him. It's good. It's great. Anyway, he freaks out and shoots his gun, and I remember when we were watching this, it was like, what the fuck just happened? Because it turns out Victor is here, and he just shot at him, like, almost instinctually. And Victor is here in the form of a robot that I did see confirmed with a comparison of images as well. Is Huck, who's been he's entered his final transformation of robot Victor bot, which I guess is the final phase for everyone in Victor's world. Again, Ambessa, are you not worried about this? Like, why would you want this? Hello? But oh well, sure, fine. And it is funny. He's like this acrobatic, gravity-defying, super fast.
Looks like a ballerina almost, which is curious.
And he's like, Victor, how did you get in here? And I was just looking at him. I was like, oh, it's probably not hard. Like, probably just
He probably just went for the window or something. You saw what Vi did in the first episode. People can just walk around.
And I thought it was really funny that he says that, and you don't get Mel being like, Victor.
Victor.
What do you mean, Victor?
but I saw him in the Goon Tomb.
What do you mean? He's not why would he be an acrobatic robot? That doesn't even.
You're gonna have to explain to me the connection between the Goon Tomb and this. This is not intuitive, Jace.
Why exactly Jace would think Victor first over like anyone else necessarily, even, or
Now,
like anything else this could be.
If you remember, a criticism of Jace is that with all the awareness he has, he should probably say to Victor, "Hey, buddy, your plans are going to destroy the whole world." He hasn't tried that yet, so obviously
I went
this
to the alternate dimension.
Yeah, this would be the time to do it, right?
In a room now,
Victor is here again, and Victor says, "Had you given me the chance, I'd have shown you the merits of my work, our work." And that's when Jace says, "Victor, you have to understand, I visited the anomaly, and it like ported me into a world where we see the results of your work. I even spoke to you in that world, and he explained that you, without realizing it, destroyed everything through Hextech, through the anomaly, and that ultimately it doesn't even matter if you believe me, because it's true. It happened, and you can read it from my brain. I'm not even a liar, so check it out." And then Victor does, and he says, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe
Holy
this.
fuck.
That's crazy. You know what? We need to set this right." And then the credits roll.
This
That is
isn't your
exactly how
cane
it
or
happened.
my cane. This is our cane.
Arcane.
Oh my god.
And then it cuts to credits, and then there's a music video.
So
And then they play Rick Astley at the end,
Then they
and then the
play
actual show
Radio
starts.
Active.
Yeah.
Richter's Astley.
Rick just Astley.
Now I'm just imagining
With-
him dancing.
with speech on
in the music
drums.
video.
So he doesn't say all of that. Instead, Jace says, "No, everything you did to those people, you did alone," and then tries to shoot him.
Just shoot him. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So, by the way, the conversation with Ambessa, that's over. We're never gonna go back to this. Really, this is.
There's so
done
many
now.
things to discuss. I can't even begin to
Yeah.
list them. Holy shit! But no, it's just I want to fight you.
Yeah, as you said, it's like, oh, finally, show. We were asking some interesting questions. You've been kind of deceiving the CV lady and stuff, and it's like, no, time for fights. You gotta shoot the puppet. So yeah, good show.
Yeah, and so Victor says, "I think you know what I need to achieve my goal. I'd like to do it in peace. The Noxian has other intentions." And then I think Mel says, like, realizes who he's talking about. And I'm just sitting here like, oh man, even more things now to discuss. It would be like, did you just say that you've teamed up with Ambessa? Is that what you just said? Is that what you just implied? Victor? Do you know who that
Are we
is?
thinking of the
Yeah.
same Ambessa?
Like, we can't be
When
thinking
you
of the
say
same
Ambessa,
Ambessa.
when I say it, are we talking about the same?
Do you have any idea who that person is and what she's done? And
Big black lady.
She oinks venom into your ear from time to
not
time.
the
Oinks
oinker,
venom.
no.
Famous venom oinker.
Weren't you the Victor who was like adamantly against Hextech weaponry and stuff? So why you were allying with her?
We're well past that. He believes in it again. It's okay.
Well,
Jace,
even
okay.
if he does though, then why
Why?
is he like pre-warning Jason Mel about Ambessa?
Well, because he wants to do it
I guess
peacefully,
guess-
but if it comes to it, he's going to be like, "All right, cowabunga, it is."
Well, that is this scene, right? It's the I will only take the willing, and then this scene is also the unwilling. Okay.
The unwilling will be made willing.
It's not like a
And
complaint.
I will only take the willing. Are you sure they're willing? Ambessa puts a soldier in front of you and says, "This guy wants the Victor Glorious Evolution treatment," and then the guy says nothing, and Victor's like, Yeah, sure, probably.
There is a moment where Victor like teleports moves really fast to Mel, but he's not going to do anything to her. He just wants to be near her, I guess. And she goes ah! And like activates a huge shield, and he just looks at her. Like he didn't even he wasn't going to attack. It just reminds me of if someone like ambushes you in LoL and you just set up all your shields and they don't use any attacks. They're just like hi.
like,
Press all your buttons immediately.
But then he puts his hand on the shield and that's it. It's barely any pressure, and they show him being like, oh my god! It's like, oh, you okay? This is a little light tap. You should be fine. But yeah, then he gets shot by Jace, and he's like, blah, 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 and he says, Jace says, Victor, for all our sakes, stay away from the Hex Gates. And Victor says, your mind has become rigid. Fear clouds your judgment. And it's such a like, why didn't you guys talk about that? Why didn't you guys talk?
Let's have a discussion.
Yeah.
There's we are, you and I are intelligent men, or whatever you are now. Let's have a chat with our words.
Yeah, we
How
have
is it
plenty
that
of words.
Jace arrived at this position of this like absolute terrified, staunch defiance of this form of progress? I wonder why
And
he's
the weird ass
so...
hammer.
Yeah, I
Well, when
wonder
he
why
says
he's just
stay
so
away
terrified of it.
from the Hex Gates, if only Victor went, why? And then Jace's like, I can't explain.
Are you sure about that?
Because yeah, it just feels like they're just not communicating, and that's the problem. you know?
Oh, God.
That's
Yeah, if
what's
you view this
frustrating me.
scene from Victor's perspective, he thinks that because the last time he actually saw Jace was like, "No, Victor, you got to stay here. I had to save you because I couldn't bear like living without you. I did a silly thing in a moment of weakness because I wanted to save your life." Now he has essentially murdered Victor because he showed up and shot him, and Victor's like, "Well, that's a normal." That's in character for this person to do. Clearly, something hasn't happened to prompt
Yeah.
this change of beliefs.
This
he
warrants
thought
no
that
further
something-
investigation.
He thought that
Yes.
something had changed because Victor was saying, like, another force acts through Jace, or however the fuck he phrases it, when
Yeah.
after Jace splats Cello.
But he's not interested in
It's
what
like-
it is.
Yeah, he
Not at
doesn't.
all.
He doesn't
Well, he's
do any
also.
digging.
Do you remember he grabs Jace several times in this scene, as well as his head? Remember when he touched Singed and he got like a full blast of his motivation and what he's interested in and what he's compelled by? You're like, how come none of that happened when you were grabbing Jace? How come you didn't go and start seeing old Victor and be like, what the fuck? Why have you seen me but old? What is that? What does all that mean? And then Jace is like, oh, I can't tell you. Not gonna do it.
It doesn't matter.
None of your goddamn business. That's between me and Victor.
He told me that in confidence, okay?
Mm-hmm. But yeah, the writers have to desperately dodge any possible information being shared between these two.
Yeah.
I have to head out for a little bit. I need to go and do something. Apologies. I'll probably be about 20, 30 minutes. It won't be too long.
We'll be
and I'll
finished by
back
then, don't worry.
shortly.
I'm
Okay,
sure we'll
well,
be done by
good.
then.
That's really good. I hope that you are.
That's the
But on
best
the off
outcome
chance
for
you're
Rags,
still
to be
gone,
honest.
Unironically, we're done with Arcade. Sweet. We can move on to talk about, I don't know,
Anything
Tarot
else?
or something. I don't know. All right. I'll catch you in a little bit. Just
Later.
See you in a bit.
Later.
And yeah, they have this moment of Victor says, this chain of events started with you. In my confusion, I was unable to reconcile this, but now I understand. The glorious evolution is destined. Let's do this as partners.
You said the thing again.
And Jace is like, my partner died in this room. And I can only remove all of the bullshit words and put in the actual words of, let us zombify everybody on Earth / this planet. And then Jace just being like, Victor's dead to me. Which is not addressing the issue. It's really not the point. But, okay. I don't even, like... We're not even having the question, like the whole concept of free will. We're not even going to do it. We're not doing that. Nobody's going to have, we're not, shut up.
Well, he talks about the idea of like, oh, we're all one. It's like, it seems like it's just you, bro. Like,
Seems like you're the one who's
else's
saying
voice is gone.
No, I got Sky in here too. And then she leaves. It's like, oh. So yeah, they fight more. Mel mostly watches Jace getting horrifically murdered until she decides she might help. And then they do magic at the same time, and Victor, like, explodes. And I guess this was enough for him to lose faith in Jace and team, so he says, Doctor, you may begin the process.
And the
Huh.
robot sheds a little tear.
Oh, and also this is very Ultron, where the first little Ultron that they fight is kind of hard, but then like the next time that they have a fight, they're piss easy to beat.
Mm-hmm.
It's an annoying thing.
Mm-hmm.
They are all Victor. They're all equally him, you know? And it's like, nah, but the first time around, they're really, really hard, but then when there's a million of them, they're actually a lot easier to beat individually. It's an annoying trope.
Yeah, this fucker is set up to be mini boss, and then you have
Yeah, and
Well,
then
that's-
you have a million of them. It's like, yeah, I guess.
Well, he got more
it's
XP
like
by then.
it's like the warden. What was his name in Halo 5? You fight him once, and then you fight him like 7 more times. It's like, see, there's 3 of them now.
Ooh,
Like, yeah, all right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
why aren't I losing?
So then we get Silco.
No, go away.
There's a little bit of a like, no, please, but it's another scene where Jinx is in his cell and Vi isn't here yet. I don't know why, but that's just the case. So here we go, I guess. And he says, "Interesting, considering this cell, the Marcus found it a greater mercy to imprison your sister than kill her." I guess we're supposed to interpret that as that's something Jinx is thinking about.
See, I was confused here as well
I think
because I
so.
don't know what to do with this because in my mind she is just thinking what Silco might be thinking, and I don't know if that's actually the thing Silco would be thinking.
Yeah, it's.
You
I
know
don't.
what I
I don't
mean?
think we can get anything from like Silco as a character here because this is
No.
just Jinx's
The
hallucinating.
best you'll have is
She's-
her perception of Silco.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And he says, "A
Yeah,
spark of
it's
rebellion
lame.
still burns within that husk, I see. No, killing is a cycle, one that started long before Vander and me, and one that will last further than the two of you." Which is nice and explicit, and something that Season 1's already nailed thoroughly, but, you know, whatever, fine. Let's see what they add to it in this scene. We got, Jinx saying she's done running in circles, and Silco says, "We build our own prisons, bars built of oaths, codes, and commitments, walls of self-doubt and accepted limitation. We inhabit those cells and call them us. I thought I could break free by eliminating my jailers, but I think the cycle only ends when you find the will to walk away." This broadly could be considered adjacent as an idea / like a commentary on what the first season was doing, but it's kind of awkward to talk about it unless we talk about it now. What this manifests as in the last few scenes of the show, compared to what Season 1's point was, as far as I was concerned, which does sound like something we should probably discuss at the end, I guess, nearer to the end. We might just come back to this.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this is, her being told this is supposed to set up her final decision in this season.
Yep.
So, yeah, I suppose we can just leave that there for now. Vi finally arrives.
Yay!
There we go. I don't know. Like I said, she should have been here ages ago. Don't know what the fuck's going on. Whatever.
She got lost.
Mola, there was a shot quickly that Jinx has a Hextech gemstone.
Okay. Well, I don't
She
know.
has a Hextech gemstone inside the prison.
Yeah.
No one.
I mean,
Yeah, she just has it. No
Yeah.
one took it off her. No one checked. Those things cause explosions. They're very dangerous.
dude, she probably has all of her weapons just hidden in there somewhere. It's fine. What she does, don't worry about it. So, like I said, Caitlyn said she was deciding what she was going to do with Jinx once Vi was like awake and could talk to her. She clearly wants her to be out. To be honest with you, you might need Jinx as a warrior anyway. You need to have that discussion seriously because you're about to be attacked by like a full army.
Yeah.
None of this is being discussed. Like none of that. It's just like, okay, fine.
And yeah, if you have like the conversation like, hey, we're gonna set some rules here, but we need your help, we need your guns and all your crazy machines and stuff to defend ourselves. And then she can do like some rescuing here and there and then get some trust from
Well-
everything, and then we could maybe go towards a way that shows us, oh, maybe there could be something redemption-wise in season 15, but not now.
What you're highlighting is something that people who very much enjoy this season have a lot of trouble with, and I mean they feel they have a trouble with it. Jinx's looking to essentially kill herself in this series,
Yes.
as we find out. But it's like, is that coherent? If she's going to kill herself because she lost Grogu, does she not care about her sister anymore enough to want to save her from impending doom? I guess not. It feels a little
Guess not,
difficult
yeah.
to make this coherent. It's like Jinx has given up all hope, though she hasn't. She still loves her sister and cares about her and wants to save her and will sacrifice herself to save her.
I think we're expected to accept that Jinx has come to the realization that everyone close to her dies, and that's why she wants to remove herself from the equation. The problem, I think, is that she was already in that state of mind at the end of season 1, so this is just a retread.
I mean, not only a retread, but we actually have an impending. How much does Jinx know about the situation? I guess is what I'm trying
It's a
to say.
good question, actually.
What, the Victor Ambessa stuff?
Victor and Ambassador and Singed and Warwick and all of it. Does she know anything
Surely,
about any of this?
I don't think she would know anything because Vi hasn't told her, and there's no way Caitlyn would have told her.
Well, we'd be curious what she would have to say. Like, has she asked about the state of Warwick? Did they see Warwick was okay when they left? Does she care? I don't know. And then, of course, like the state of a whole army of Noxians are going to wash over Piltover. Does she want to help them with that? Does she? You'd think she'd be pretty. Maybe she just needs some other character that she cares much less about to tell her about it, and that'll get her on board. That could be it.
That sounds great. We should do that.
Do you see why I'm going this direction? Do you see where I'm heading somewhat for future events? I'm not exactly.
I smell what you farted.
You smell in my farts. I see. Good stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, Vi says if you do good, we could rewrite your story like you did with Zorn. Which what is she talking about exactly?
You got to read the full line.
The line is uber cringe. Yeah.
Wait, I don't have it. Oh my god.
Oh, so this is the line that I think is the worst line in the show.
Ooh,
Vi
okay.
says to Jinx, "If you come, help, use all that explosive potential of yours for good. Maybe we could rewrite your story like you did with Zorn."
Yeah.
Uh,
It's just an extra topping of cringe. I fucking hate this line so much. Use your
Explosive
explosive
potential.
potential. Like,
What a
what are
good
you?
phrase.
What?
Yeah, explosive
What are you
potential
referring to with that, Vi?
is accidentally funny, and she keeps blowing people up and killing them. That's not explosive potential.
What's
Yeah.
the explosive potential? What do you mean?
Remember the
You mean
last
that time that
tried
she
well,
fired
yeah,
a
the time
rocket?
she tried to, well, what about that time when she tried to use her explosive potential for good and it ruined everything?
Listen, other than that, come on, you blow up everybody you love one time, and people just don't let you forget it.
I think what annoys me as well is if you interpret it as a broader meta theme, not meta. I need to stop saying meta. It's not this often not accurate. In terms of the broader theme of like, well, yeah, if Jinx has a capacity to do good, then she ought to be able to do that. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that. You could do something like in Jinx's case, if you could be like, yeah, but I mean, like she could do good stuff if she was free, right? It's like, yeah, but I don't know if that's like how our view of justice works. Of like, well, you did something wrong, but if you were allowed to roam free, you would have the capacity to sometimes do good things. So like, yeah, I guess no jail for you. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know that that's the way that it works ever.
I don't know about this
necessarily.
in terms of like the cost benefit analysis,
I mean,
Risk
certainly if you
reward.
break it down on that one, yeah. I don't know,
Well,
man.
it's-
I don't think
like,
Jinx is going to be starting any like social programs.
I don't think
Well,
you
also
can
she says,
doing
like-
so much good that it would override the social benefit of her being locked away for a really long time.
Also, like everything is wrong with that fucking line because Vi is basically saying that like everything that you've done before that has been explodey. The problem with it wasn't that it was explodey; it was that it was aimed at the wrong people. So we're gonna
There are
redirect
no bad
you.
tactics, only bad targets.
I like I just made her completely miserable too, and she's like, "Explode more, do more exploding."
Do that
You're
thing
the
you do.
explodey person.
Kill
That's what you
lots of
do.
people. Just and like
Well,
for
once
some
again-
reason, Vi seems to think that she used her explosive potential to rewrite the story of Zorn.
Yeah, so that's
That's
what I
not
was.
what happened.
I didn't understand
that's
that. What's she
it.
referring
Most of
to?
that.
That's episode 4, the music video where everybody was Jinxes.
But she didn't
That's what
do
she's
that.
referring to?
She
Yeah, I
didn't do
believe
that.
so, yeah.
I think that's the only thing that you could reasonably say that she was referring to.
So does that
when-
mean she's talking about when she did the reverse Jana Wind thing and put all those explosives on
right.
Pilder. So she's now saying that was a good move.
That was a good thing, even
Yeah,
though
seeing the
that
top
almost
side, yeah,
certainly
awesome move.
grievously injured some
Vi,
people.
you sit
Thanks,
down.
Vi.
Like, you're losing
Vi is being sacrificed on the altar of other characters right now.
That directly led to the death of Grogu. Why on earth would she think
true.
that that's a
That's
good
true, yeah.
argumentation tactic for fucking?
Well,
oh
again,
my
it's,
God.
it's what we talked about last time. That it's like you think about essentially like what the hell are you supposed to make of Grogu making that sacrifice? It's like how is this not like a horrible thing that's happening right now? And it seems like that the general perspective of the show is like, yeah, the old Jinxer thing that was a good move. Like, it's
and
good
this
that there are people inspired by Jinx.
This wouldn't even be the first, actually, but this is one of many examples. If you were writing a story where you actually cared about Grogu as a writer, you'd have Vi say something to Jinx about it.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of many instances where the presence of the character of Grogu has been erased from the minds of the writers because she's served her purpose. She's done.
She exploded.
And now it would be inconvenient to be dealing with her.
We have cashed her in. Like,
Yep, that's
Yes.
right.
It's gone.
And it worked, at
Yep.
least temporarily, anyway.
And yeah, Jinx says, "You're never going to give up on me, are you?" Meaning the whole, I'm going to have to kill myself so that you no longer put yourself in danger trying to save me. Which is just a funny thing for Jinx to conclude at this point, I suppose, with just all the horrible decisions she continuously makes. Like how many people she's hurt. She's just like, yeah, I guess I make all the decisions that end up hurting people around me. And it's like, you're pretending as though you didn't make these decisions with specific reasoning behind them. Like a hatred for the people you were killing, or an attempt to change status quo, or even what she did at the prison. Wouldn't that play into this now? Didn't you save all of those people and get your dad back? And then it all went to hell because I don't even know what was singed. Does anyone know what happened to Warwick? I don't know. Nobody knows anything about anything. It sucks. Anyway, she says, "You don't have to worry about me anymore. You don't need to feel guilty about me being happy. You deserve to be with her. There's no good version of me." And she says, "What are you going to do?" And Jinx says, "Break the cycle." Now, anybody with, I think, maybe 4.5 brain cells is all you'd need, should be able to figure out from all that dialogue that Jinx is going to kill herself. However,
quite
I've
alarming.
seen the defense of this, that there is no reason for Vi to think that Jinx is going to hurt herself from these lines.
What?
She looked Vi dead in the eye and said explicitly, like 3 times over the course of several sentences, "Vi, I'm going to go and kill myself now, and I've locked you in here so that you won't be there to stop me. See you never, because I will be dead."
I'm going to break the cycle of you not giving up on me. It's like, what do you think that means? What could she possibly do that would make that happen that she hasn't done already in relation to bad
I
events?
want to hear the argument. I want to know what people who.
Well, because the argument is she didn't say explicitly. None of these lines say I'm going to kill myself. So there you go.
She's obviously going to go and do something. So what do these people think she's going to do?
Oh, she might just write a poem or something.
She's going to lock Vi in prison and then go and
Let
wander
me
around.
introduce you to the idea of being able to convey information without directly stating it.
Now, of course, the reason this argument is made is because it's providing cover to a scene that's about to happen.
Please. Oh, God.
I forgot about this.
Yeah, well, we're almost there. Good lord, it's so bad.
Well,
anyway,
the slow-mo punch. Why did we slow-mo it?
Yeah, the scene ends with Vi breaking every bone in her hand by punching it.
Why did we slow-mo it? We didn't need to do that. We took all
honestly,
the energy out of it.
I honestly thought that's
scream as well. Sorry.
Well, I think the sound as well sounds like it's crunching bones.
No, I was about, so let me play it. Let me play it for everybody at home. Well, I'll just play it. Yeah.
Watermelon. Like a wet crunch. That's really bad.
That hand is
just
done.
Fucked up her hand. So stupid.
Oh well, that's done. I mean, hey, 3 doctors. Give her a few minutes. She'll be fine.
Yeah.
So anyway, Mel talks about how she's got ancestry, I guess, that's like new to her, and she can't quite return to what she was. You know, she's just talking about herself excessively. And then Jace says, "You're really strong. Don't you worry." You're the strongest lady I've ever met. So that's that. It's gonna set up Mel being strong later with her spells and shit.
Yeah, also means we again, we're not going back to the conversation we had where he was suspicious and wanted answers and all these interesting things we could talk about. It was like, no, you know what? I'm sorry, I was a dickhole. Anyway, moving on.
She has this line she says about like chasing the ideal of being a Medada, but I can't make heads or tails of that when her character has been up to this point fairly defined by her pretty ideological differences with her mother.
Wasn't that the point of the final season of
house.
season 1 where she's choosing
she
her own
rejects it.
path instead of the Medadas?
That's literally what she did. Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't. She's not saying the truth here. She's lying to Jace because she wants to talk about something else, I guess.
So the sound is the opposite of the toy hitting the ground. So now we just need when the toy hits the ground, it makes the fleshy slap sound.
Oh god.
Ew.
Ew.
But yes, I don't find myself caring that much about her story at this point because it's way too out of hand in terms of power levels. I'm just I have no idea what I'm supposed to care about. And Mel has detached herself from most of the characters now, like such that there's like not much interest. Her and Jace got fucking ruined in this season as like a relationship, and it's weird because they spent so much time building it in season 1 just to do this in season 2. I would say it's like the people that made season 2 have different intentions than the people who made season 1. IMO.
I think that's an apt
Pretty apt.
observation, but they could prove that wrong.
So
Still got time.
we have a council meeting.
Oh,
Yay.
A fucking
Whoa.
honest to God council meeting. Isn't that crazy? We've gathered people, including Savika, to this council meeting.
And the firelights.
I was like,
Yes, the
what
black
the
light.
fuck is going on? When did this happen? I was just like, yeah, this is what's the thing now. Yep, this is happening. And
It's so funny because they at some point in when Ambassador was here, everyone was like, they went to the council like, you're out of a job, by the way. Bye. And now Ambassador's gone. Guys, you got a job again. Get in here. Also, you three, you're going to replace the guys who died.
Well, how
a
many
year ago.
counselors are here? How many counselors are actually in this room?
Lots of people. The families of counselors.
There is one.
Oh, well,
the Clockwork Lady.
it
She's the only
depends.
one.
Because, like, you're correct. I mean, Jace is still technically a counselor. Like, he don't think he ever
that's
actually
true. He got
retired.
zapped. He got zapped into the Phantom Zone, so he never had
See,
time
this,
to
by the
retire.
way, supports the whole point of what he's doing in Act 1. Like, look at this man who's obsessively looking to guide Piltover in particular directions. Like, in Act 1, he was like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I
Not
can."
very interested, even though it was at the most critical moment,
Yeah.
where the future of the entire city was very much like, uncertain. But
Yeah,
he was distracted.
He never officially quit, so he's still. But even if he had, you know that he'd just be doing this anyway. Because whatever. What are the rules in Piltover right now? No one gives a shit. But anyway, I wanted to establish this is just impossible. Could you imagine being Savika and being sent the message, "Hey, Jace wants to speak to you." You're like, what? Go into Piltover.
happening.
In fact, all the significant leaders of Zorn, do you mind coming to Piltover just on your own? You know what? No, actually. And then
It's so
not be doing
small
that.
in scale because there's only, it's like you say, the leaders of Zorn. You've got Savika and you've got Echo's number 2.
Yep, that's the leaders of Zorn.
That's all we've
Yeah.
got.
You understand? They had no choice. That's all they could use. That's all that's left in the
Well, they're
story because
saying
they've
that.
not. Well, that's the thing. I'm blaming the writers. They've done such a bad job of the world building here that they're like, who can we put in this room? Like, well, Savika. You're like, yeah, everyone loves dropping Savika randomly into positions. They'll end up giving her a council job eventually. I'm sure. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be crazy and funny?
Ron from Game of Thrones, you know.
That's
Ron
okay
from
for
Game of Thrones of energy for sure. So, yeah, her and Firelight guy, because there's no one else. Well, who's the boss of the Jinxes?
Jinx.
I guess she
Yes.
can't. Well,
Oh no,
yeah,
it's good.
yeah,
It's
Gert, who did sort of show up, not really. We'll see more of Gert. It's gonna be great. Gert's my favorite.
I mean, this scene would have been improved with the presence of Smeech.
Unironically, yes.
Smeech would never be a jinxer. Smeech would never stoop to that level.
No, I mean like
he
he
would turn
was
up as a
still
zone
head
leader,
baron.
though. Yeah.
Yeah, he would show up there.
Absolutely. He should have been. It just harkens back to the plot that we never got.
But yeah, I just don't buy you would have convinced all these people to even be here, but fucking whatever. There's like a small amount of murmuring to the point that the room is silent, and then Jace goes, quiet. And it's like, okay, jeez, asshole.
Hey, fine.
Yeah,
Right, man.
he basically says, big war is coming, bigger than anything we've ever seen. We need everybody, let's go. And during like a montage of sequence, we're shown some guys playing the piano, and I don't know if you've seen this, Theo, but everyone's like, it's Jin. That's got to be Jin.
Yeah.
That's Jin.
Everyone lost their mind saying that's Jin.
Is
I
Jin,
don't. He's got a
is
piano,
Jin a
I guess.
character
He's a
from League of Legends?
Yeah,
It doesn't.
He's a
What does he
masked
do?
assassin man.
Oh, does he like music? Is he a musician?
Yeah, he's like he's a drama kid kind of thing.
I didn't
Oh.
think Jin played the piano, or am I?
He plays a piano in one of the cinematics,
There you go.
and that
Okay,
is
it's
in
Jin.
Piltover.
Confirmed.
right.
Even if he,
So,
it's
and
Jin.
then he gets attacked by a character that, because of Arcane, can't exist.
It's so funny too because of like I really do feel like it's the MCUification of Arcane that is just a byproduct of how everything has gotten out of hand. But to basically just what the intention here, I assume from the writers, was more so to show that even a guy as casual and artistically motivated as some guy who's a pianist is going to be dragged into this war, because they show him a couple of times doing different things in the middle of the war, but that it's just people are at the point of just being like, is that character I recognize? Like, don't you want to talk about the stories they're telling of the characters that are currently here, even how awful they are? Like, no, next one. Like, no.
Nope.
This is what happened to the
No.
comic people. Don't do it to the game people too, but we all know it's inevitable. It's gonna happen.
To be clear, this person is not Jin. Just so we understand that.
There's
He
no
is
reason
not.
to think he's Jin. I thought that it was obvious what they were doing. They're just trying to say, isn't it tragic that the pianist had
Yeah.
to become a war guy? Like, yeah. So yeah, we see.
Is that it? That's everything to take away from that? Because I
I
just
mean,
thought
it's
it
only
was really
quick.
weird that you get these random little cuts of this one guy whose face shows up for a few seconds later, and he's playing the piano in a scene, and I'm like, what's going on? But I guess if that's it, then
Writing
fair enough.
comments have sort of like highlighted that guy as something.
Oh, he's
looking
gonna.
forward in the League cinematic universe.
Okay. All right.
Vaulting sentence, but I don't know where or what that is.
Exciting. I can't wait to see him more. Gert is leaving, but then she returns after rallying people. So thank you, Gert. I love Gert.
I wonder
Gert's
if she
Quite a
brought her
leader.
Gert, be cool to see where they take Gert. Hopefully, Gert is Cassidin or something. Who knows? See how this comes
Oh,
out.
jinx.
Shieldman is showing some people how to fight. Crazy how far we've come with him, I'd say. It's the arc has been incredible. I've
Been a roller coaster.
He's a
of excitement.
Noxian killing specialist. He would know exactly how to get around a Noxian's defenses.
All he
Yeah,
I'm
does
glad they
is
set that
say,
up.
you have to guess them.
it's
All
just
of
they've got a dummy and he's got like a little
Yes,
knife
yes.
and he's just stabbing it. It's like, they got Shimanoxians. You're fucking dead.
And they've
That
got
twist gun is not
giant.
going to work.
These people are built different. They have giant metal shields, like multiple inches thick.
Well,
like,
he's
made
trying to
completely of
teach 'em-
metal.
He's trying to teach him, like, I guess, how to get through the armor and stuff. And I'm like, well, I mean, that's good, but
I mean, they've got a
I don't know,
huge
man. You
inventory
got,
of
like,
rifles.
a whole bunch of guns and
Just,
stuff,
Yeah, teach them
right?
how to shoot. Well, you know what? Maybe it's pointless
What?
teaching them how to shoot because we're going to find out how effective those rifles are next episode. Anyway, he says we have to defend the Hex Gates, the last bastion of our salvation. That's what Jace says. Now, judging from if you hadn't heard him say that and you watched the next episode, you never would have thought he'd say that. That doesn't really match the kind of attitude he has toward the Hex Gates. He's the only
He probably
guy
wants to
who's there, like, defending them, and he's super fucking late with shutting them down. And he's shutting them down alone. These are all aspects that would prevent Victor from completing his plan. Lucky for Victor, Jace is an inept moron and doesn't actually do anything to really stop him
Yeah.
from
This
abusing
is
the
season
Hex
2
Gates.
Victor.
Mhm.
Or
Yeah,
season 2. Well, I guess it's both. Season 2 Victor
Yeah.
and season 2 Jace. Season 1
Jace-
Jace would have instantly been
I also,
like, shutting the Hex Gates down. You and you and you and all of you people come with me.
I also feel like he didn't do a particularly good job considering the information. If anyone leaves, and I'm talking anyone, then they probably don't understand the situation. Victor's
Yes.
going to take over the whole world. He's going to kill you all if we don't stop him here and now. So you probably should join us in this fight. Just saying. Like, if any of you go, not feeling it, it's like, I get it. You might be scared, or that maybe you're like a super old person and you just can't think you can help. But we're talking the most existential of existential crises. We're about to all die, everyone in the whole universe. Ascent may as well. You know what I mean? It's just saying.
Ladies and
tomorrow.
gentlemen, we are under attack by God.
Yeah.
I hate
We
to
could
raise
use
this
some
too
help.
much, but Runeterra is full of forces that see an existential threat like this, and they might have something to say about it. There's like
You know
5
what?
plus characters that really should have opinions on what is happening here, and they are not present.
Actually, would have been really cool if this season was good and this kind of threat came about, and we did get to see a couple of characters that would viably and believably come here to help them. You know, and that could be a reasonable way of having cameos that were actually interesting.
Well, no spoilers, of course, but Rise is going to show up, of course, because he was the one who gave Jace the rune in the first place and everything. So, and this is the sort of stuff he deals with. Like, part of why he's doing what he's doing is to prevent a return to the times like the Rune Wars. So, he's going to be here.
I like that comment. Is no one at the council going to ask where Salo is? I'd love the idea of Jace just went. Jace was like, I smooshed him. I had to.
Yeah.
We don't talk about Salo. He's not
Salo is
important
smooshed
enough
now.
he's just not. He just doesn't exist, and no one cares because the council doesn't really exist anymore at this point anyway.
I feel like
He
if
doesn't have
someone
friends
asked
or
about
family or connections.
if someone asked about Sallow, someone would just shout from the back that he was doing Shimmer. Like that would be it. That'd be all they.
He
had
was
to
a
say about
drug.
him.
Yeah.
He was
But
a
then, like,
druggie. Fuck
wait,
that guy.
But Jace, why do you have bits of his skull on your
I smooshed
I
him.
thought I
I
wiped that
had
off.
to.
Oh, shit.
Listen, that could be anyone's skull.
Yeah. I went to a universe filled with skulls. It's all those guys.
I grew up surrounded by skulls.
You're right, yeah. You're which technically, you kind of, yeah.
So then we get the scene. And Caitlin says, I had a feeling I might find you here. And Vi says, I really believed she'd help. Go on, say it. You told me so. I was an idiot to trust her. I went behind your back and I chose wrong every time. And because of it, I've lost everyone. I'm going to slap Vi. The fuck up. God, everyone's so useless and self-deprecating and self-pitying.
Why are you cringe?
Remember when Vi was like an active character?
Yeah, it was really good.
It was so
I
cool
like
when
that.
she would choose to do things and do them instead of wait for other people to tell her what to do.
Remember
She
when
has
she beat
done
the shit
Moat
out of
and
Savika?
flip-flop.
I remember.
Oh yeah, when we had good fight scenes too. That was
Yeah.
great.
Her and Kate, Kate had to help her with that cool Savika fight. When Savika, remember when she was a character who had a really cool,
I remember
like,
Savika.
motivation.
Yeah,
You remember Savika? She was a character that they were setting up.
Don't
for
worry,
things.
Rags. She'll appear in episode 8.
Oh, that's true.
A
she
9.
will.
Peaking lines for sure.
Oh
Oh,
man,
Can't
that,
wait to get her
did away with her
perspective.
stupid
that's what's
bullshit
so
on.
fucking funny. It's like you say the words, "Oh, Savika is at the council meeting that we just had," and you're like, "Oh wow, that's crazy. No way she'd even get there." But if you're gonna do it, what did Savika say about the situation? It's like nothing.
Oh god, it's on my screen already.
Like, what do you mean nothing? You're like, she didn't say anything.
It was hanging out there.
She just left. She was like, nah. This whole apocalypse thing, I don't really care about it. And then,
Yeah,
and then
I
she
thought there was,
does
like, a
care
bit-
about it. This is, by the way, what's the interpretation? That she lied and she's told them I'm not interested, or but that she was going to come back with a force, or that she truly wasn't interested and left and then became interested because of Echo?
I think the latter.
That's insane.
I think it has to
I
be.
know.
the
That's why I
former,
say it's
but
the latter.
yeah, I have no idea how.
God, this fucking show. Anyway.
No.
Yeah, and and Caitlin says, "You really think I needed all those guards at the Hex Gate? Sorry to say, you've grown a bit predictable." Which the point of that is that Caitlin essentially facilitated the release of Jinx and the ability for Vi to go see her. Which is, a lot of people have talked about this. It's like, oh, that's a cool bit of like subtle storytelling that tells you that Caitlin does care and Caitlin did want the release of Jinx. And I can't fucking stand this lack of paying attention to anything. That line I told you about, where Caitlin says, I don't know what to do with Jinx. I was waiting for you to decide. That to me sounds like she's waiting to decide whether or not you're just going to just let her go. If Caitlin had said, I'm locking her away for good and you can't stop me, that would have been one thing. But she says, I'm not even sure. I don't even know. So the idea is like, oh, wow, Caitlin let her go. It's like, she already said she was thinking about that. That's not a shock.
Yeah, there is a justice system. You
Well,
have
what I don't
like,
even think it makes
punishments
sense. I'm just
prescribed to-
saying that's what they've said is the case because I don't think it would make sense that Caitlyn wants to let Jinx go. But they've
No, that would
characterized
be
her that way.
insane.
This is
Yeah,
what I'm getting
season
at.
2 Jinx good, or season 2 Caitlyn. I mean, roll the dice, but you shouldn't.
I even think that like after the information that she's just got from Jace about this existential Victor's going to take over the world, that is even more of a reason to keep Jinx locked
You need to
up.
talk
You
to
have
Jinx
no
right
idea
now.
what she's going to do.
Yeah, you need to go and talk to
Yeah.
Jinx because it's the end of the world, and we definitely need your fucking weapons. You're insane.
Yeah.
So, and maybe you'll care if it means the end of the world. But so that's actually Caitlyn's end of being out of character here. so Caitlyn says, "Listen, while you were gone, I saw someone ... which is referring to Maddie, if anyone remembers
Yeah.
that fucking character. But it is kind of funny because Maddie's not yet revealed to be a traitor, so as far as anything is concerned, that is Caitlyn's girlfriend, of which she's been very close with.
Get
just-
cocked.
And
Fuck Maddie, I guess.
Yeah, and Vi just says, I don't care, and kisses her, and Caitlyn apparently doesn't care either.
And this is some triumphant moment for them. Oh, dude.
Way to undermine
Finally.
it, man. Like, you know, it's just like, oh shit. All right, I guess. Yeah, fuck Maddie. And of course, everyone will say fuck Maddie as soon as the next episode plays out, but I don't know, man.
Caitlyn
What if
doesn't
Maddie
know
was
that at
just
this
a
point.
nice girl?
Yeah, what
Huh?
if she
She
was?
She was. And
No,
then they
but what if
decided
she-
actually.
What if she stayed that way? I mean,
I guess so. Yeah.
It's man.
Whatever, the ship
so,
is too powerful.
Like Caitlyn,
It's-
I stood by you when you were Dracula. How could you do this to me?
If you can't take me
Man,
at
the
my
music
Dracula,
in
you
this
don't
scene
deserve
as
me at
well.
my normal.
the
Yeah,
music
I was
in this
I was
scene
trying
is
to think of how to get that
abominable.
phrase to work with the Dracula thing.
so this is insanity.
Yes,
Obviously.
they have sex,
Correct.
and
This is insane.
I
This
don't
is-
want to.
this is
Because the
celebrated as some
thing-
amazing, meaningful moment by the fandom, especially the
Oh.
shippers. And
Yeah, because the
Yeah.
shippers are fucking insane.
Well, so,
I
for the
hate them so
record-
much.
There was a
don't give a shit if you have your sex scene in there, especially if it's earned / meaningful /
Oh yeah,
doesn't
absolutely.
conflict with any. We can cite plenty across all of film and storytelling, whatever.
But what Vi should do right now is
Well,
my
so we've
sister
already-
is a
Jinx's
Yeah.
blood
We've already
is in
established
that
several
cell from
reasons.
picking at her nails.
There's several reasons this doesn't
The,
make sense already. We haven't even gotten into why Vi shouldn't be doing this.
yeah.
well, there was a meme that was kind of popular after Act 3 came out. You know what meme I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think I know the one.
I can fetch
it's
it.
It's a meme that everybody
which
laughs about, but the meme itself distills the problem. So you gotta go fetch that meme.
You're gonna have to
Yeah,
you're gonna have to
I don't know
stall.
what meme you're
Describe it
talking
more
about.
Well,
vaguely.
I suppose what's interesting is the observation that a lot of people essentially realized the same thing, but their response to it was, that's kind of funny,
Yeah.
rather than like, wait, hold on, isn't this like a breach of character?
Mhm.
It's interesting how that works, that like a meme you can recognize a problem, put it in a meme, and then it becomes funny rather than something where
Yeah.
you're like, wait, hold on.
This is a
that-
meme,
I don't
it's not a
think that's-
problem.
I don't think that that's something that these characters would be doing right now, given what's happening with Jinx.
Yeah.
You're
It's
talking
a funny
about.
meme. It's a funny
That's
meme.
the
About this
one,
one?
right? Oh no,
Yeah,
not that one.
Oh yeah.
Fringy, do you mind posting the one I just posted to you in our group? Because
That
that one's
one's good,
close.
That one's good though. I like that one.
Well, no, it's the same one. To be honest, we just show both of them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, if you would,
By the way, I
like-
love the kissing meme. I love
Yeah, I
that
love it
thing
too.
with their mouths together. It's really
Yeah.
we haven't even made the point yet. This image captures it better, I guess.
Yeah, this is basically what I was about to say.
Very apt. Those memers, they know what they're up to, you know.
And Friggy is absolutely correct. A lot of people highlighted this like supportive of it, like ha ha ha.
Yeah, like that it was funny. Isn't that kind of funny? Rather than like, wait a minute, isn't this like, isn't this a breach
this
of character
insane?
that
Yeah.
Vi
Breach of
doesn't
character.
care? Like,
Problem. Yeah.
especially when you've established pretty clearly that Vi is essentially willing to like sacrifice pretty much everything in
Mhm.
order to save Jinx,
Yep.
and yet again, 5 seconds later, 5 seconds later
Well,
after.
I wouldn't. This is close to disastrous as like a move for a character.
Yeah.
What have you done?
Calamitous. That's a good
I
word.
mean, the thing is something that a lot of people have started to notice. The more that people are starting to the grievances with the show are kind of manifesting is that Vi used to have like a perspective on the Piltover Zorn conflict. Like she
The
used to have
show used to have a perspective on it.
the show did, but specifically in this case, Vi like had an opinion. Obviously, a big priority was Jinx or Powder in that case. And like, you know, finding her, reconnecting with her, essentially like trying to reestablish the life that she previously had. But like Vi used to have a perspective on the world. That's essentially been dramatically eroded in this season to have it revolve basically around Jinx and Caitlyn. So it's a bit of a problem when the Jinx portion of that, which is the most important one, is just momentarily forgotten. And momentarily feels like, well, no, for a while, I guess. Like,
And at a point
Yeah.
where time is like very of the essence, considering the terms you parted
well, I
on.
mean, for all she knows, she's already done it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, for all she knows, that Jinx is already dead.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah, that
That should be
Nah.
constantly,
also-
something she should be constantly worrying about if she cares about Jinx. She didn't kill her, did you? You didn't kill her, did you? You didn't kill her, did you?
hmm
one
And
thing.
on top of everything else that Ringo already said, the world is currently about to end. They're rallying the troops. That should probably also give you a bit more
Well,
urgency to
be very
do
clear,
things.
I can see two people deciding we're gonna fuck, knowing the world is about to end before any particular duty is about to arrive time wise. But there are so many things Caitlyn needs to do, so many people she needs
Yeah.
to tell about the situation she's not doing in order to fuck. Like the amount that has happened, even between these two, that needs to be discussed, right? Like the last scene they had together basically established that Vi was not so sure she could trust her to the point that she had plans to kill her or at least facilitate her death. This was a big old breach between them. They've got family deaths between them, or that relate to family anyway. So much stuff, and it's like, yeah, well, I'm now on top of the world ending, on top of my sister wanting to kill herself, on top of this fucking like this pissy dingy cell. Let's just have sex. It's like
In Jinx's cell with Jinx's moldy, uneaten food, with Jinx's blood on
Jinx's
the floor
blood on the
because she's been
floor.
picking at her
Yeah.
nails.
Hey, listen, maybe they're into that.
I
you know?
just like, what the fuck were you thinking? Everything that could ever
Here of all
prevent them from doing
places?
this is in play. Like, you couldn't have written this worse. Like, how did you?
And then they decided to play terrible music over it. God, the music. in this
That's
season
every episode.
was- Oh.
So
we
yeah,
need-
that essentially means that the Chinese version is better than our version.
Oh,
This scene
fuck.
doesn't exist in the Chinese version, so it's
State
better
of
now.
forced heterosexuality will save us.
It's funny though because I've seen like a lot of those clips in like of the Chinese versions of a lot of these parts when like Kate and Vi are together, and instead of like having say Caitlyn leaning on Vi's shoulder, they're just like talking to each other, but they're now just one is edited out of the other,
Yeah,
so they're
that
like
looks
not even
really
in the
weird.
same room
Yeah.
anymore. It's just funny to think like they do that same thing for this scene, but you just know that they removed it, making it better.
There should just be a puddle of piss on the floor. Just to
You didn't even use her bucket.
it's so bad.
I mean, is it worth even comparing this to the obvious example, the sex scene between Jace and Mel in season 1?
You mean normal people sex?
Normal people.
What did you mean by that, Mola? Huh?
I meant two people who have time at night to spend with each other closely instead of the world is ending. There's
Yeah,
piss on the
oh,
floor.
man.
But there were layers to it in terms of like what each character was doing at that point in time. That was that part of Mel's manipulation of Jace. Also the way that they not superimposed,
Mel
intercut
puts
it
the
with
nip in manipulation. Okay.
manipulate. Well, damn it, Rags, you made me lose my train of thought with manipulate. Yeah, it's intercut with the Victor like putting his blood in the hex core and all of that. So, creating life, I guess there's parallels there.
Mhm.
Also, the way that the way that it's animated, just that scene on its own is, I think, one of the best like animated scenes in like the creativity of the visuals that you're seeing. I think it's brilliant. This is just two people going like rug diving. Like there's
Yep.
nothing else to it.
The horn took
There's-
over.
Yeah.
And,
Well, I
Uh,
think in terms of a comparison, it would be in all of the Mass Effect games, right? Like right before the final mission, Shepard and whoever they've chosen to be their
Rex.
companion, right?
Garrus.
Yeah, exactly. Like any number of Talia or any of the the basically it would just be the same thing, like, right before the big battle. But like in each of those instances, like there's a really clear timeline on what's happening right now. Right? It's like, oh, this is actually like the night before, and then we're gonna go on this mission. Compared to like, no, Jinx's life is in imminent danger right now. But nah, whatever.
That's what makes it better.
Gives it the spice.
The
Everybody.
individual who let her out and gave her like the ability
Yeah.
to escape and do something like that to herself is now in the cell fucking you. All right. Nice.
It's a complex scene.
Some people have asked to have Rags read out the lyrics in his.
Oh no, man.
Yes, I love music. I love music.
I actually don't remember these ones, so I'm excited.
No, I was distracted by the visual.
This one's not good. Surprisingly.
Yeah.
You're
Truly
implying the
another
other ones
sweetie.
were good. I don't believe
All
you.
right, are you ready, Rags? Here they are.
Boy,
Oh
am
god,
I.
the first.
All right, everyone.
This is while Jinx is killing herself.
Jewel, that's
Feeling
squeaky.
fantastic. Feeling fantastic. I want to control you. Watch American classics.
Hold on. Can
Drink-
we pause for a second? We talked about this before. Is it not a little bit odd to like refer to real countries in like a
It
fantasy
is
world?
weird.
is really
Yes,
weird, yeah.
it is weird.
Absolutely.
If it was like if you had a song in Lord of the Rings
I
that
mentioned this in like
referred
the first
to, like-
episode or something.
No, that's
Oh,
what
it was the intro
you mentioned
credit.
it,
It's
yeah.
the intro.
Well,
yeah,
the
stuff.
French one in episode 7 was the
Yeah.
big one for me,
Mm.
where people are like, "Where is France?"
Would you like to go to Gustav?
It makes sense. America is
Paris.
a fictional country in a storybook in this universe.
Okay. Anyway, continue, Rags.
Feeling fantastic. I want to control you. Watch American classics. Drink champagne out of plastic? Don't you want someone crazy like me, babe? Crazy like me. I'm feeling amazing. Fucking amazing. I'm high as a kite. You said you're picturing me naked. You just have to take it. If you want someone crazy like me, babe, crazy like me, if you want someone crazy like me, babe, I'm thinking of you. When I'm up here, higher than God.
I think I got
Begging
to
for
throw
a
up.
squeaky.
Oh, they drooling. They're definitely
boy.
drooling.
Drooling for an oinky.
Oh, Jesus.
Oinking for a drool.
Yeah.
Or oinking for the. Jesus Christ.
Set me
It
free.
is.
That-
What, is
everyone
what
free.
happened, man?
I don't know.
That's so
Remember
bad.
what could have been?
I read.
Could have been.
We'll at the end of our coverage of these episodes, there's some things to talk about. But I've read, I didn't find a source for this, that there was a writer in season 1 who wanted Caitlyn and Vi to have sex in episode 4, and the reasoning was
Okay.
that a lot of male heroes don't have much time with a female counterpart before they have sex in movies, and her point of view on this was to normalize it for lesbians too. They should be able to just have sex whenever they want for fun. And apparently, Riot told them to redraft it until that was gone, and they tried 4 times in terms of back, forth, until it was redrafted out. That is the person that wrote this episode, by the way.
Okay.
Apparently.
that they
I haven't got
added
a
in-
source on that.
So that would be why it feels
person-
so arbitrary when
Yes.
Caitlyn kind of decides that, oh, I don't like you anymore, Vi, and then has a fling with Maddie.
Yeah, apparently
They
she
just
wrote
added
episode this one 8 and 1, which but yeah, it just sounds to me like I don't know, it would have been nice to have had someone who can, I guess, better handle meaningful, like impactful scenes, like making it like the fact that this was so clumsy that they got everything wrong, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because in season 1 you do have like hints that there is a relationship
Sure.
there. I mean, it's not ever
Well, see,
anything explicit.
They
but it's-
redrafted it from they fuck into they develop a relationship, which is way better, way more
Yeah.
compelling.
And I was like, because when you watch season 1, one of the I guess missed opportunity. It's not even a missed opportunity. One of the things that I wanted to see more from season 2 was I wanted them to develop that relationship further. I wanted to see where it goes because it doesn't do a huge amount in season 1, other than informing Jinx's actions, and Jinx is not involved in the relationship. I didn't want this. This is the last thing that I would have wanted, because they've snapped the relationship forwards to the sex scene and done it in the worst possible way.
Yeah, it's about as bad as it possibly could have been, and
Yeah.
I'm not trying to use hyperbole when I say that. I think it's difficult to imagine ways this could have been worse.
Apparently, it's
Yeah.
from that 2-hour interview with Christian Link with Necrit, I guess, the YouTuber. So if that's apparently
Yeah.
the source, but I didn't hear it myself. I've only seen people talk about it. But it's just so unfortunate, and we'll get into further of the stuff that relates to the meta of the creation of this after we're through it. Because right now, I'd say, after everything we've covered, that there's cause for concern about the creation of it on a writing level.
A
for
little
sure.
worried.
Yeah, something seems to have gone wrong.
Something's,
Anyway,
yeah, something happened. Something clearly happened.
Mel has gone to visit Ambessa, which is like, all right, yeah, I guess that makes sense somewhat. And she says, I know about the Black Rose, which I get is an important thing to be discussing, but I would also probably want to be like, what's with the robot god you've teamed up with, and you want to?
Did you steal the Goon Tomb? What is happening?
Like, it's like the
I
Black
know
Rose
about
stuff.
the
I get
robot
it.
god, mother.
Do you know? What the fuck, Bob? all of it. Just pick anything.
I like to imagine she asks about a soldier that she's friends with. It's like, hey, what's up with Bob? And he's just a puppet now. It's like,
Where's your friend? Where's that big guy you'd hang
Where's
out with all the
Rictus?
time? Where
Oh
is
my
what's going on? Where's he? Is he not here?
She does actually.
let me
Is he
mention
alright?
it.
Is he safe?
Is he safe? I want to say hello to
Mom,
Rictus. He was my
what
favorite.
happened to Uncle Richter?
This is actually, honestly, this is like a slightly better Ambessa scene than the one where she agrees to just turn the world into zombies or whatever. So, she says the Black Rose are a facade, nothing but lies. And then Mel says in response, you taught me the best lies come wrapped in truth. So what really happened? It's like, why did you just say the second part? Like, what was the point of the first part? Like,
Tell me the truth, please.
just tell me what happened. And Ambessa says, your brother was struck with curiosity. He got caught in their web, and with every action grew more deeply entangled. Like, I almost want to repeat the line, okay? Your brother was struck with curiosity, got caught in their web, and with every action grew more deeply entangled. That's the statement. Mel says,
Okay.
so you let him die.
You fucker.
That's one of those lines
You
where
actual,
I think if
you
someone
actual piece of shit.
if someone says that in real life, you just be like, "Do you want to try that again? We can pretend you didn't say that. We
Yeah.
can rewind. I'm just not gonna acknowledge
I'll say
it.
what I said again, and
Yeah.
you know,
I'm going to assume that you misheard me.
You must have like, wow, that was crazy. That wind that sounded like you said something. What did you actually say? And she does slap it, by the way. But the thing is, it's just a dumb line she shouldn't be saying anyway. Mel's not supposed to be retarded.
I'm glad she got slapped. That was slap worthy.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, Ambessa says, I carried him in my belly, nursed him from my bosom. He was all the sweetness in my heart. For that they took him, carved into me a wound that will never close. And I pray you never suffer the agony of being forced to forsake one child to save another. Which to me is like, what happened? Like, you still haven't explained
Yeah.
what happened.
What, like, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Let's keep
Mhm.
that. What happened? Because I really like that thing you just said. So let's expand on it. What happened?
It's also delivered extremely well, and it's like those moments of,
Yeah.
Ambessa's
What could have
cool.
been?
the animation sells
What
it
could have been?
incredibly.
Yeah, if not for the whole Ambessa teaming up with Techno Jesus, then this character would actually be
It-
quite good.
It's such a dark shroud hanging over every potentially good thing. Because yeah, literally right outside right now is Victor and his robot zombie army.
And even Singed is doing that like side eye thing. Like, are we doing this? Is that happening? Okay, yeah, sure.
Are we doing this? This has been. Listen, even by my standards, this is a very strange day.
And every
Yeah.
scene of Singed is just him plugging something in, like every single time. You already plugged that in. He's like, there's another one. Safety.
I want
I
a
just
season
like to
of-
keep busy.
just
I
a
need to
season
turn
of a
it off
show
and on
like this,
again.
but we cut back to Singed every now and then, just plugging or unplugging something, and then by like midway through the second act, he's working on like a nuclear fission reactor.
Yeah. He just has like a mech version of just like a giant thing that he's just like, this is for Oriana, trust me.
It turns steam into electricity. It's very complicated.
This is my new plasma rifle.
I honestly, like, with season 2 as a whole, I just feel like Singed uses him wanting to resurrect his daughter as an excuse. That man just loves fucking with things. It's
He
like,
just
no,
loves sciencing.
you did not need to make a werewolf in order to resurrect your daughter. Be honest.
You don't know that. You're not a science.
Well, at the
You
end
get
of the
your
show,
degree and tell me how it works then.
at the end
I'll
of the
wait.
show, he would present Toriana and be like, "So, who's stupid now?"
Yeah.
Bet you feel pretty fucking
And you're like, "Is that a
stupid."
robot? How did the werewolf help you get the robot?"
Oh, you're
Why
asking
did
all
you
these
have to-
questions I already know the answers to. Interesting.
Why did you have to
yeah.
give the
Very
werewolf like
interesting.
metal talons in order to do that? And he's like,
That was
"Well,
necessary."
you- the vital part of the
Why
process."
why did you have to make him an unstoppable killing machine? Oh wait, that was necessary for the plot of season 2.
Mix, swirl, mix. We got you should have come to me from Mel, and then Ambessa delivers another line that I think is okay. She says, you would have made the impossible intolerable. I did what you could not for you and for the family. I choose to interpret that as it was already difficult enough without you making it immoral. Like I don't need that on top of being able to achieve things.
That fits with why Ambessa sent Mel away in the first place from the first
Yep.
season.
Yes, they
because you
remembered.
weakened me.
They remember some things sometimes, and whenever that happens, you're like,
Ooh.
yes. Good job.
Yeah, like bits like that work, but yeah, like we're saying, the constant vagary around what actually happened to Kino. I mean, I guess it's not that important to the plot.
No, but if I were Mel, I'd
it's-
be like, stop saying bullshit. Tell me what happened to him. Tell me what
Exactly,
you did.
yeah. And they could presumably explain it pretty quickly. Like they don't need Ambessa to keep answering in very vague ways to let us piece it together. Like she could just explain it. The only thing I'm thinking is maybe they're leaving it vague so that they can use it elsewhere, and they don't know how they're going to use it in like the Noxus show or something.
Because, like, if it's Kino's curiosity that got him into his trouble, why is Ambessa the target? What did she do?
Do you think it's all vague on purpose because they're like, we're going to deal with this in the Noxus show, even though Ambessa won't be in it?
Boy, do I hope not.
Don't
Because
worry,
I
they'll
don't
ruin
ha-
plenty of other characters, Theo. You got a whole
I
fucking
hope not,
selection.
because I kind of don't want to watch it.
Boy, I'm
Well-
glad this is a franchise I don't care about.
I was going to say, we'll be
It's-
back probably to the whole, like, just let me know if it's worth it, which was
Yeah.
where we were before, which is sad. Yeah,
I'll
so
know if I DM you about the next thing or whatever, rather than...
depending on how many characters they drag in, it might be impossible for me not to see what they do, just to track it, you know, but we'll see. Mel says, Piltover has nothing to do with your feud. Board your boats, leave our shores. I will join you. We can avenge Kino together. Which is so like, Mel, you still haven't got answers to any of your questions. You don't even know why
Don't you
she's
care about
chosen to do
Jace?
this. There's that too.
Piltover?
There's everything. She doesn't know
Anything?
anything. We're skipping all
Who
over
are
it.
you?
And it's
Who
because
who is new Mel?
Yeah.
again, we got no time. It's like, you're gonna stop. We gotta go to war. We got nothing. You gotta just shut up. You gotta shut up.
I guess what we're supposed to believe is that she wants to stop the war, and then she's like,
she's
"I'm gonna help you
Obviously.
kill
Yeah.
something
Yes,
else."
but you
So
can't do
that's
that
all
until
we
you
have.
understand why people are going to war, or why.
Oh,
and
I
then
know.
Obviously, solve the problem of what happened to Kino. She's moved on from it now. She's like, we're going to avenge him. Like, well, but
Yeah.
avenge what? What happened? Whatever. She says, this is more than vengeance, child. These mages dangle over our heads a sword that impales us should we rise too high. Their very nature violates the most core of Noxian principles, that every one of us is equal on the battlefield, that through cunning, sweat, and steel we shape our destinies. Hence why she's
Quality
joined
one of
forces
the-
with the robot god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Quality another one on the triangle? I don't
It's-
remember that one.
It's also really funny because Noxians don't believe this shit. They don't.
I
give a
don't.
shit.
How is this compatible with joining Magic Jesus? I don't understand at all. Like, you're turning
It's
It's
people
not.
into robots. How is this? How could that possibly have anything to do with what you just said?
The only defense
Like, muster their own will, because they're entirely subservient to one guy.
Yeah, Noxus is all about like personal strength. So how the fuck does this work out?
the only defense of it that I can think is that Victor isn't a mage; he's a side. Like at this point, science is indistinguishable
Are
from
we
magic.
gonna have the wizard, sorcerer,
Do you think
mage?
Ambassa would do?
debate.
Yeah, it's Imagine she
sits
said,
down,
he's
she
not
pulls out a
magic, he's a
diagram.
robot. That's different.
This is
Yeah.
alchemy. Alchemy is not magic, not to be confused with sorcery, which is, but it's on this branch of magic. See, you're not paying attention.
She has like a little
Look.
whiteboard with a line in the middle. She's like, this is fine, this isn't. Victor's he's in the middle, but
The
more to my
whiteboard
side.
clearly looks very used.
Yeah.
She's had to do this very often.
She's like rubbed it out, put it back, rubbed it out, put it back, yeah.
A new lieutenant comes in. It's like, I was just asking about the diagram again. Can you explain it one more time?
Can we take
Victor
a
is
photograph?
fine.
And like this kind of thing happens again all the time in Rings of Power, but it's so disappointing to see it in Arcane. Is like maybe Ambessa, maybe the writers know that Ambessa is being a hypocrite here. Maybe Ambessa knows that she's being a hypocrite here. Maybe that's the point of the scene. The problem is that Mel doesn't call her out on it. Mel doesn't recognize this, and Mel doesn't treat her mother as if she is just being a massive hypocrite. No one notices. So we have to assume that the writers didn't.
If Mel has any history in Noxus, Mel would also know that Noxians don't believe this shit. Noxians don't care if you're magic, so long as you're just good at what you do.
Genuine
Noxus is a
question.
meritocracy.
What does Mel believe Ambessa's motivation to take Piltover is right now?
Yes.
To acquire something of a weapon to fight the Black Rose with, still somehow, I guess.
She
But
I
wants
guess
to
that's
get
the only
Hextech.
thing, yeah.
If that is what she believes to be true, then shouldn't she be offering, hey, don't kill everyone, and we'll work with you to create weapons to defend ourselves from the Black Rose? I've spoken to Jace. You'll be chill with it. Just don't kill everyone. Also, the whole robot god thing, he's not a fan. None of us are.
Listen,
Can we 86 that one, maybe?
I think I speak for everyone when I say that, like, even you think this is weird deep down.
So why is that not
Come on
addressed when
now.
it's her fundamental belief that she wants to do this war for that reason? It doesn't even come up, like the concept of using Hextech as weaponry, or offering to give them Hextech if they stop this intention of destroying Piltover. Nothing like it. Because she eventually says, like, you're... The fact that you're trying to parlay for your friends is evidence of your weakness, sort of thing. And it's like, she didn't even. She all she said was just like, don't war. She didn't offer you anything. Didn't negotiate. Just don't war.
Yeah,
Don't
war
war.
bad.
Don't be warring.
Get bad.
I feel like
Also, Mel should be aware about the political situation. I mean, we mentioned before, there's like a whole other Noxus is around. They still want the trade lanes and everything. Maybe use that against her. That would be pretty good.
that would be a great
Mel
argument,
would-
actually.
Thinking of an,
Yeah.
an economic solution to this, Mel? No, Mel, that
No.
would never come to her mind. She wouldn't think about that.
That's a good reference.
would.
The negotiations were short. We're indeed. But yes, Ambassa says that and says that you lack the wrath necessary to defeat an enemy like the Rose. I've found another way. Imagine, child, an army that never need fear death. It's like, that's a nice cope you have there, writers, that she would refer to them that way, instead of...
That feels like this feels like such a bizarre shift
Yeah.
in the way that like warfare and life and all that is conducted, but she just buys into it fully. Like, is this really? This isn't something you do. This is, this is like evil, crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's like, oh, so you're building like robots and stuff that fight for you? Is that what's happening? It's like,
What
no,
sort
I'm
of robots?
I'm,
This-
I'm transforming my soldiers into mindless puppets.
They end the
It's like,
scene there.
huh?
What would Mel say about this? Like, what the fuck? These used to be people?
Yeah.
Like, Mom, I think you've lost your mind. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I made a joke about this that she was looking at a guy and then doesn't realize that it's her friend. I was like, "Hey, I actually do recognize that guy. Like, he has like a family and stuff. What the fuck are you doing?"
Had a family.
Had a family. Huh? Now he's
Nerd.
just has no fear, I guess.
just terrible.
what a
The scene
crazy
itself
daddy.
has little, like, ooh, and then by the end of it, both of
Yeah.
them are retarded, and the scene is like, we're done with that. Though the other mentioned thing is that Ambessa now has Rictus's rune thing, and these are
Yeah.
going to be incredibly important to the point. We'll bring it up next episode, but she should be wearing these things all the fucking time with how good they are.
I ain't taking them off.
Ugh.
Especially if you know the Black Rose is after you.
Yeah.
They
She's
tried to
probably
kill
just-
you before.
Kind of
They tried
funny
to
that
kill
you
you.
entrusted them to your guard in the first place rather than just, I have them.
Or just
They would
give
expect her
them
to have it, maybe,
more
but they'd never
people in
expect.
general,
Mine.
I guess.
I don't know.
So anyway, we have Victor saying, "Doctor, you may begin the process," like from earlier, but now we have that "very well" response, and we have Victor getting Warwick blood and Warwick getting possibly Victor juice in him as well. Like everyone's just sharing juices, and
Yeah, just, oh,
they're in
Everyone is plugged
including
into everyone
Caitlyn.
else.
the Victor
Why
ball.
did you have to-
and-
You didn't have to say it. You didn't.
I didn't write this
Because
fucking show.
Science.
It is. This is the most that we ever get to. It's just Singed is plugging stuff, and stuff is happening, and whatever we see later is what happens as a result of that. Warwick fans going to be excited to see him return next episode.
You think even
sure.
Singed knows what's happening when he plugs
No.
things in anymore?
No.
He's just
I think
Holy
he's just
shit.
being confident. He's just putting on a face, and he's just like, "Watch this. This will be something."
Yeah, he's just like, this is a nice proof of concept. I'm gonna try this.
he's watching just like the most bewildering
why does he
reaction
have-
take place. He's like, yes, just as I projected.
It's like
Yeah.
goonball. Like, what is the point of it? Why did that happen? He
I
was
don't even know where
shot.
that
He was
came from.
lying down, shot, and then he became a sphere. Like, why?
Did he do that? Did he make the sphere
Don't tell me
around
that's never
himself?
happened to you before.
One time,
But guys,
maybe.
Butterfly.
We've all been
Maybe an
there.
embarrassing confession, but that hasn't actually happened to me before. I've never made
Whoa.
the
Ooh.
defensive egg shield after I get shot.
Laugh at the loser.
If
Never
egg mode.
turned into a spear before.
I don't have a Nivea passive.
So, we're about to come to a part where I'm going to need some help. And it's funny, I saw one chatter mention that they're looking forward to this part because we can explain it. I'm not sure that we can. So, Sky, in Victor's mind, as a result of being plugged in by Singe, says, as she's disintegrating, that this is goodbye. And he says, "Thank you very much for your company in my solitude, Miss Young. I'll miss our talks." And she says, "No, you won't."
Yeah.
Does
I
anyone want to give a
actually
stab
was-
at explaining this?
This is the last of Victor's humanity, represented by Sky, his like personal attachment and grief and guilt being disintegrated by this process that will make him fully robot man.
Why?
Hey, nobody was talking about follow-up
You know.
questions.
Whoa, now.
I didn't sign up for this. What the hell?
I got a couple of options. If it would,
Go ahead.
yeah. So either this is actually Sky's consciousness, and she has slowly learned that Victor is willing to cross lines that shouldn't be crossed. Hence, he will not miss her conversations because he has changed as a person. Alternatively, this is the Hex Core, and has always been the Hex Core, taking on the image of Sky to manipulate him into doing its evil bidding. And it says, "No, no, you won't," as a sort of, haha, I got you, and now it's too late because Singe just plugged you in and you're now going to turn into more machine than man kind of thing. I don't know why it would do that, but that's all I got.
My assumption was that like no you won't is meaning like, oh no, like you didn't actually enjoy our talks because you always wanted to destroy me. And so it's all like, now that I'm gone, it's all like, are you gonna go back to that? Something like that. But I feel like yours is a little more coherent, I guess.
Yeah, I know. I mean, there was like the whole theory the whole time. It's like, is she even real? Is she like the Arcane tricking him or something?
Well, I think it
But-
had always been kind of clear that it was the Arcane tricking him.
Was it though?
And then
it was never clear
'cause,
to
like-
me, at least. I don't know.
because in the beginning he had seen visions of her like sitting by the book, and that's why he went to go pick up the book. And then she was sitting on the guy's shoulder as he turned him young and gave his hair back and shit like that. So my assumption was that this was his guilt manipulating him into just doing whatever the Arcane asked.
Yeah, I think that tracks just as well or just as poorly as the idea that this is his sort of emotional core externalized
Mm.
into another person.
Right.
I don't. That's sort of the major problem to me is I don't think either interpretation comes out with anything to really grasp onto that would lean you in one direction or another.
Hmm.
Yeah,
I'm-
that's just kind of the problem with the fact that there's just so much, so little to go off. You can only speculate like over and over again. It's just
Yeah.
ridiculous.
I think the interpretation that I like the most, but I don't know if this is bulletproof, is that is actually Sky's consciousness, and that when she was disintegrated by the Hex Core in season 1, she was kind of absorbed by it, and this is actually her. It's not the Hex Core tricking her, and it's not got anything to do with Victor, but because Victor was plugged into the Goon Tomb, he then got Sky's consciousness put in his brain as well as the hex core. And this is her genuinely saying goodbye, because everything that he's done until this point, you could maybe say, well, Sky was also a scientist who was interested in this kind of magical bullshit. So she might have wanted to do some of that, but it's probably a stretch to say that she would have wanted to do all of it. And that this now is Victor crossing the line, hence, no, you won't enjoy our conversations. You're too far gone. Bye. So yeah, I don't know if that works.
Not that it would act
Yeah,
as a
and there was-
counter, but was it confirmed by the writers that she's the hex core? She's not.
Yeah.
The
Sky?
writers have apparently confirmed it,
yeah.
yes.
Yep.
Oh, okay, cool.
The other thing too is that like there was like this visual. I don't know when it comes up exactly, but it shows him like splitting in two, and Sky is his other two, and so I'm assuming like it started as a manipulation, and then he gave her like a bit more consciousness or something like that. So it's like while Sky is long gone, it's like his idealized version of her is split apart from him or some shit like that. But I'm basing that off of like one visual.
Are we? I mean, so what is the process that's happening to Victor? As best as anyone can actually explain it. As in,
Completely losing his humanity.
His
but,
body,
like-
he's getting a new body that is being made out of Warwick
war
goo.
parts, yeah.
And that the process of doing this combined with Victor's ridiculous transcendent sci-fi bullshit is requiring that he loses a part of his consciousness. Also, like maybe that was partly prompted by the fact that he essentially died and had to cocoon himself in a ball in order to survive. I think that's all we've got. Like, it's so vague.
I was going to say, so yeah, we are really just relying on like this is how that works.
Yes.
That's just
We've
the way
kind
it
of
goes.
been forced to do that after Salo got mashed into paste, and after that, it's just been nothing but like interpretation city.
Yeah, it's Singed's magical or Singed's science bullshit combined with Victor's magic science bullshit.
Well, but
and they both bullshit together in the way that it needs to happen. I don't think we can
Mhm.
say anything concretely.
because it is weird to confirm, because if she is the hex core, and this is the hex core abandoning Victor because he's become like Space Hitler, or is the hex core being removed by Singed because of
The
like,
idea-
wolf blood?
The idea is that it's a manifestation from the hex core, and now its work is done. So
Yeah.
he doesn't need it anymore. Like the manifestation specifically. That's what they were going for.
So the hex core, when Singed has plugged everyone into each other, he isn't removing the hex core bit from Victor's body and replacing it with Victor goo. Excuse me. But
Bit of
yeah,
goo.
symbolically, I think that what Theo said is probably that's got to be what the writers were intending, right?
But that's what they've said they were intending, yeah.
Okay.
All right, I don't feel like I understand this any better.
No,
No, it's been a very fruitful conversation to make no
whatever you
progress on,
guys
know?
said, I agree.
It's no one's fault. I just
The idea of doing something interesting that
The
is
writer's fault.
open to interpretation is that you need to give people food for interpretation.
Well,
I've gotta
and
have
to be
something
fair-
actually interpret off of.
this is happening on the other end too. We see Warwick has like images of his family being burned away, as if
Mm-hmm.
his remaining humanity is also dying. So them sharing
Mhm.
blood kills each other's humanity or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't
The
know.
price of progress.
Shut up, be
What?
sad.
What?
Yeah.
But Singed is doing this for his daughter and his family, so
Yeah, but Singed is base. That's cool.
okay.
Such a, like,
I'm gonna be honest.
funny-
I just don't know what I can offer you guys when it comes to this, because I'm really confused as to what's going on.
Well, like, they
I'm
show-
legitimately.
Warwick's crying
Watching
as
this
his
was
memories are
wild.
being burned away, and I'm just sitting here like, I don't know why this is happening. Like, yeah, I guess it's sad. But what? Yeah,
It's in music video form, so it's extra sad.
Ooh. My body is on the line now, it says. I just saw that on the stream. Moving on.
Well, we could look at the lyrics of the song if you want that plays during this montage. I don't know.
Oh, sure.
That might
I'm
be
sure
fun.
they're going to be
Well,
great.
yeah, that sounds like a good idea because that'll probably give us more insight into what they mean. You know,
It'll
Yeah,
probably
what was
be.
track-
I'm losing my memory. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Aw.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Touch my goo.
There goes my family. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Touch my
Forgot how to
goo.
drive.
Give me
Ooh,
more
loo, loo.
werewolf
You just make me think of fucking Butters. Loo, loo, loo.
Loo, loo, loo. Touch my goo.
Ditch make you. Well, there you go.
all right, this will explain everything.
I'm sure it will.
Take a seat, but I'd rather
Mhm.
you know you're here for what could be my final form. Stay your pretty eyes on course. Keep them on the reasons below our words before. Reasons below our words before. Stay your pretty eyes on course. Stay your pretty eyes on course. My body's on the line now. I can't fight this time now. I can feel the light shine on my face. Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line? Did I disappoint you? Will they still let me over if I cross the line? If I cross the line? If I cross the line?
So it looks like he's crossing a line.
Oh, okay. And
Or
I
he's
think his
thinking
body is
about
on the
idea.
line.
crossing it. Like he's thinking, if I cross this line, then they won't let me be a part of that old thing that I was a part of, whatever that
Mm.
The fact
is.
that
But he's talking
final
to a-
form shows up in the lyrics.
That's a Pokemon reference.
Obviously,
Which
yeah.
part of this is Victor crossing the line? Is it him getting a new body made out of werewolf parts, or is it him transcending an army of Noxians?
I think we need to stop asking questions.
I think does it not?
It
Honestly,
just
I'm pretty
slows the
sure it-
process
Open.
down.
I think it's supposed to refer to him deciding that it's the willing and unwilling now that he's going to take them all. I assume that's the line being crossed. I don't know.
Like to know how he reached that conclusion, but
Well,
that's
time.
remember his fight with Jace where they fought and they had a fight? That was
Oh
probably
yeah,
it.
so,
I
so
do remember when
it
he
happened
fought with Jace.
earlier.
Remember, because this
It
is
happened earlier in the
continuity-wise, he said start the process, Doctor, which was right after that scene. So.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah, it
I
makes sense
see.
now, doesn't it? They had their fight, and then he
Dots
decides
come
he's going to
together,
become
dots
Space
come
Hitler.
together.
It makes sense.
I get, yeah.
All this tracks.
Mm-hmm. Just glad none of you are nitpicking.
I prefer the Butters version.
Lulu.
I'm losing my humanity.
Lulu. I'm
Uh,
all good.
which wraps up episode 8. We did it.
thank
Yeah.
God.
Word.
I think it would
Oh,
be fair to say we're on an upward trajectory. After a rough start, we're really going places now.
yeah, that was a lot of really well spent time, if you think about it. We really got a lot of
Hell yeah.
answers, moved the pieces around the board. So now we
We got a
can.
couple
Create any
good
new
lines.
questions that aren't ready to be resolved.
Mm-hmm. Makes for an exciting final episode that is 50 minutes
The
long.
finale of the whole thing of Arcane, the
Mhm.
entire story.
This is going to wrap
It's all
up.
been leading up to this.
We got here so fast.
Yes, we did.
We did.
Can we just like recap this episode with a bunch of war noises with our mouths and just call it a day?
We could just do oink oink.
Oink, oink, oink some poison into our heads.
I will not allow you to oink poison into the ears of our
Seems-
audience.
Fine, I'm
Sin's
sorry,
just
Rags.
Krieger.
Krieger.
Vector is Ray.
Oh my god! Yeah, doesn't he have a? He has a Piggly Wiggly, doesn't he? So that works on that level as well. Oh,
Oh, that's a better show.
yes.
So anyway, oh god, it gets started immediately with the insanity.
This is
God
quite
fucking
the
damn.
episode.
So
This one is what you would call a doozy.
Jinx
Yeah.
is
This is
finally
where we tie everything together.
Jinx is mercifully about to off herself and get out of the show.
Hell yeah.
Unfortunately. Wait, there are lyrics
What?
too. Shit.
No, man.
Well,
Not
this will be
again.
good. This will prepare us mentally.
At this point in time, something sticky is going down in the prison cell. Just keep that in mind.
Ew. Also,
Why'd
she.
you have to describe it as something sticky? Why'd you have to...
It shouldn't
What
really
is the
be
truth
sticky.
scary, Theo?
Yes. Yes, it is.
I don't like the truth.
You can keep your truth.
Um,
I don't want it.
before
Fed up with
Jinx
this world.
kills herself because she realizes she does nothing but damage everyone around her, she decides to burn down the last drop. Asshole.
Yeah.
Like,
Stupid
hyper
bitch.
asshole. That place belonged to and was thoroughly encouraged by both of your fathers. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
It's bizarre that it wouldn't be actually like being used as like the HQ or the get together or meeting place of It's so symbolically important, if anything else, even if it wasn't being used. You're right.
Yeah, surely
used to be a
Savika would
location
be there, right?
Regularly, we used
Savika's
to
She's
go
the
there
centerpiece
all
of the lanes at all
Yeah.
times.
Zavika's a figment of your imagination.
So, the
She's
last
not
drop
real,
is
she
kind
can't
of.
hurt you.
You could call it the capital of Zorn, and she just burned it. Such
Yeah,
an.
it's like the whole
Kind of.
world. It's like Rosalina's observatory, but for Zorn.
Yeah.
You need
I
you
wa-
to understand that she's very sad right now because of
Okay.
Grogu.
Let's
Just
all
wondering what-
indulge here. That's what all the fans
Nobody
do
else
as well.
gets their tavern. Nobody else gets their bar. If I can't have it, no one can.
What do the Jinxoid cultists think of her doing this?
Oh, they probably
Jinxoid
think,
cultists.
wow, what a
That's a
symbolically
meta.
wonderful thing she did for some reason.
A burning beacon of Zorn's defiance.
This will
of,
help the much.
Ambessa?
This will help the property values of Zon.
But
I
I
feel
just,
like
for clarification, I was talking about the Jinxoid cultists in the show, not the ones on
Yeah, the
Twitter.
Jinxers.
No, yeah,
I feel
gotcha.
like I feel like they are currently just talking to each other, wondering what the fuck has happened over the past couple of days.
So we're out of jail. Now what?
Oh, she burned down her.
Well, I can't
you
wait to
guys
I
remember
can't
the
wait to go
fucking
back
wolf
to the last
monster?
drop and finally get a nice, cool,
Yeah.
refreshing beverage to celebrate.
Let's
wait for
meet
this
at the
whole
last
thing to
drop,
blow over.
friends. After a hard day's work. Oh well. Well, so yeah, the montage of her doing all that plays with these lyrics, I guess. You know.
All right. This will explain everything.
Yes.
Pay attention. I've held on for as long as I can, for the ones that I had to defend. I've been strong every day of my life.
All.
If she wants, death could take me this time. The world is a wasteland where nothing can grow. I used to have strength, but I ran out of hope. I know it's my fault that I'm here all alone.
True.
This world is a wasteland. Please let me go. Go,
Please go.
go, go. Go, go, go. If I could just lay my head down and rest. If there was nothing to fight or protect, maybe then I could finally be free. Maybe death is like falling asleep. The world is a wasteland where nothing can grow.
I'm gonna kill myself. There we
So,
go.
Who
I
does
feel
he
like
think these lyrics are describing?
it feels like the person who wrote this song was not told what character she was describing at all.
Yeah,
This does
is
not-
even slightly representative of Jinx.
It's like if there was nothing to fight or protect, then maybe I could be free. That's not Jinx. What are you talking about? Jinx is the thing that's been very explicit. She's like a cause of chaos and
Nope.
ruins everything around her.
Nope, Isha's dead.
I'm gonna burn the world
blowed
down
up,
because
she vaporized.
I'm angry and lashing out
Who's
in
dead?
pain.
Oh.
Someone from a memory.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, I guess, yeah, you're all right. Also, hold on for the ones she had to defend. Like, who are you talking about? What?
You know those guys over there.
Also,
No,
I've been
right.
strong every day of my life. Like, yeah, I guess Jinx would say that about herself.
Strong
That's boring.
killing tons of people every day of my life.
So, Jinx pulls the pin on one of her grenades that she's shoved a
Yes.
gemstone inside and detonates
Finally.
it, which to me matches in terms of it probably could kill her. Yeah, that would kill her, because even if she's a shimmer
I would
being or
think
whatever.
so, yeah.
So good, she's out. Unfortunately,
Yay.
Echo is here and rewinds
Aw,
4
son of a
seconds to
bitch.
save her, which
Thanks for fucking it up, Echo.
We're so
already,
close.
just from that alone, it's like, wow, that's incredibly lucky that you turned up
Yep.
right as she
Within
pulled that
4
pin.
seconds.
And knew
We
where
had
you
a
were.
4-second
Holy
window.
shit.
Yeah, he had a 4-second
Yeah.
window to be
Imagine
here.
if we
eh?
hadn't altered how the Z drive works to make
Yeah.
it have to be even more convenient. But
Oh,
You
wait.
know how many Heimerdingers I had to explode to get here, Jinx?
No. Hold on, there are no nearby Heimerdingers to explode, so the window's slightly bigger
They
than
blew
4
up
seconds.
somewhere.
Oh,
There was
they-
one somewhere. There's infinite Heimerdingers because of the multiverse. That's a thing now.
Ooh.
They have a
Infinite
limitless
dead
supply of
Heimerdingers.
Heimerdingers to explode.
But to be fair, this leads to the funniest scene in the season.
Well-
this leads to a bizarre scene.
They did
I think,
not-
is,
they did not
the
think
very
about this.
Yeah, I think
I
we'll
don't-
run
you
through it
just describe
first, and
Yeah,
then we'll
go
go
through
through
it.
piece by piece. Okay, so like, she pulls the pin, the grenade goes, then it rewinds, and Echo is like, "Wait, I want to talk to you." And then she blows herself up again. He says, "I just want to talk to you, pal." Oh, Jinx. like actual Looney Tunes level, sort of like, whoops, I said the wrong thing, and then she blows up again. And then he rewinds. She says, "You're too late, Echo." Blows up again, and he says, "Oh, always a dance with you. I think I'm just gonna sit here a minute, catch my breath, see if I can talk an old friend out of blowing us up." Blows up again, and then she eventually tries to fucking jump off just to kill herself that way, and he rewinds her again, and then he does he gives her the quote about sometimes you can't make something or this. I just hate it so much. My brain just scrambled all the words. It's like it's so already annoyed.
What does he think that means to her here?
He said, just to be clear, he said it's never too late to build something new, someone worth building it for. That's what stops her from killing herself.
I find it baffling that one of the main characters of the show killing herself turned into like a comedic bit.
Yeah.
What a fucking insane choice.
That is baffling to me. Like, I think they want it to be funny because it's hilarious, but like I think they wanted it to be.
It's the
I don't
timing.
get it.
The timing,
Yeah.
I think, is what does
This
it.
is unironically something I could see them doing with like Homer and Bart. Like Bart needs to stop Homer from killing himself over and over again.
It's again another fucking issue they created for themselves.
Joke,
Yeah.
or like a Family Guy joke, not
can't
something for like the finale of
Jinx,
a dramatic story.
There's so many people find so much meaning in Jinx's journey as a person who suffers with mental illness thanks to so much childhood trauma. You can't make a joke of her killing herself. It's like, what are you thinking?
A little bit rude.
Yeah, and I don't even like Jinx anymore.
No. Well, we were like half laughing at the funny and half laughing at the shock of them deciding to do this. It is
yeah.
You're just like, wow, what a risky... Like, you have to be a particularly talented writer to be able to nail this, like, dark humor-wise,
Yes, this is one of the balancing of comedy and drama is difficult under normal circumstances.
Yeah.
Let alone when you're dealing with a circumstance like this, which is the incredibly dark culmination of the storyline of one of your main characters, to turn it into, like, a comedic bit where Echo's like, oh shit, what am I meant to say here to make you not kill yourself? Like, what? I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't know what they were thinking.
Yeah,
ugh. I saw it said that it's a very emotionally effective scene, and that there is a moment that shows even now, even in this very moment, that Jinx is willing to take care of people as she often does. By noticing Echo is here, she decides to jump instead of pull the pin because she knows then that she wouldn't hurt him when trying to kill herself. It was, again, another viral tweet. And I was like, she notices him several times before blowing up several times.
She blows him up 3 times.
You just didn't watch the fucking scene, apparently.
It's him specifically saying, talk her out of blowing us both up, that makes her decide, you know what, maybe I won't blow him up as well.
Yeah. It's so funny. She totally blew him up several times. What do you think she thinks the range on a fucking gemstone grenade is only going to be a meter?
Speaking of, he's in like trouble with the amount of damage he took from point blank explosions that many times. But
oh yeah, because the damage like transfers over. Like he's like charged and everything.
Also, like what Echo says here shouldn't mean anything to her, because if she does have feelings for him, then this would further incentivize her to kill herself, so as to not hurt him.
I don't.
And
go ahead.
Well, and her having feelings for Echo has basically come out of nowhere, and it entirely relies upon the episode 7 alternate version
which she wasn't
of these
around
characters,
for.
which she wasn't there for, which means that these two characters do not have a relationship. The last time they spoke to each other was on the bridge in episode 7.
They exchanged a tender moment before Jinx decided to kill them both.
Yes.
Yeah. Like
you're hitting on why I hate this. Like it's
Echo
so
is being assassinated as a character.
Well, it's also just so obvious what the people who wrote this think that is so childish about the nature of. Remember, this came up with Multiverse of Madness. Like, I love you in every universe. Like, shut the fuck up. Respect the fact that. Jesus,
it's in infinite time. Like, you need to understand that people are shaped by their circumstances and their environment to a degree that if you have infinite universes, you're going to have a wide array of different outcomes for given everybody.
It's weirdly essentialist, isn't it? To be like, you know what, Jinx? Even if you're a psychopathic murderer, I know that there's the good version of you in there every single time, and you could always come back. All I need to do is appeal to you with a quote. Bullshit. This girl is well beyond your reach. She wouldn't care a fuck all about what you have to say.
The super fucking childish notion that the reasons for events taking place are not then further subconnected to reasons themselves for those events to have taken place. As if, like, there are not causal chains within these things that are, like, not... You can't just, like, remove one link and substitute something else in.
I am so disappointed and annoyed that we got so close to Jinx killing herself. And Echo ruined it.
So close.
And he ruined it by establishing something so fucking dumb that would never work. And of course you'd be like, who can reach her then, Mauler? I'd be like, probably Vi is going to be the only person. It's like, well,
Probably
why isn't
Vi.
she in this scene? Too busy
Oh, I don't know.
fucking. She's got the horny. Sorry.
Icky.
Not at all interested in exploring the limitations of Echo's time travel, which is what makes it interesting in the first place, but then we completely changed how the device works, so it's not even interesting along that axis anymore. So
Good job. You made time travel boring and uninteresting.
Wow.
Wasn't it always like that?
funny because the specific ways they've changed
No.
it create basically all of the problems with this scene, because it requires Echo to be close by, because 4 seconds is not a very long time.
No.
It requires there to be very little time between each of his attempts, such that it plays out in a much more comedic
Well,
manner.
remember the
because it's
place.
happening so quickly.
Remember where they are. He would have had to
Yeah.
been able to call out to her before he got to her. And he just didn't.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
It's just so
Or
crap.
are they implying he he just appeared here because he teleported out this place?
No. There's no
From the other
fucking
thing.
way that he was
Yeah, I'm
lucky
just-
enough to teleport onto this spot from the other universe.
Yeah. That would be even more insane.
Even
I'm
if
just
he
wondering
had-
if they want us to believe that.
Yeah, even if he had, do you imagine the like incoherent nature of his mind and processing the situation? Just being like, here I am, and Jinx is holding a grenade, and he's like, wait, don't kill yourself. You know what I mean? It's like there's no way you could rationalize that situation that fast. And that actually gets
Yeah.
onto another point of confusion here. Was Echo's first stop once he came back to go and get Jinx? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's
What?
'cause
That's how-
the
that's how
only
much he loved
reason to
her
come here
alternate
is to find
version.
Jinx. That's the only like there are a variety of places he could go where there are many different people that he could potentially encounter, but here it's just Jinx. This is
He
her
would
underground
probably-
lair.
And
He
Well,
would
yeah.
probably go to the
Does
last
this
drop
mean-
and just seize it
Oh,
aflame.
fire, yeah.
does this mean he knows where Jinx lives all this time,
Well,
by the way?
I guess he
So
learned it
that's
from the other
actually-
universe now. So.
Yeah.
That's-
I guess so, yeah.
And then
That's the
assume
one
she would
detail
also live
that I
here.
like.
And he happened to be right.
Yeah. And got there
Because
just in
remember,
time.
there is an infinite amount of worlds where Jinx does not live there.
Mm-hmm.
No, there isn't.
No,
That's-
she lives there
in
every time.
universe, she lives
All right,
there,
well, fair
yeah.
enough.
Lives there every
All right.
single time.
Oh, right.
I just
Well,
thought of
there you
another
go.
problem. So the reason why the
Oh,
reason why he's
here we
here is
go.
because Heimerdinger Frankenstein a time machine together in like an hour. Or not a time machine, sorry, a dimension traveling machine to zap him back to his dimension. How does he know that this is his original dimension?
Whatever.
He
Yes.
can't. Donga, how do you? There's an
Whatever.
infinite number of dimensions. How do you calibrate it to go to one specific one? How do you make it?
You
Oh,
just
he set it
science
to
it.
go
Science.
back. He set
Where's-
it to just
Where
go
the fuck
go
is
back.
your degree?
Science, bitch.
Where's your degree in science, Mr.
Yeah.
Time Dimension
I don't
Man?
see you sciencing.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I
look
just-
at me. I know how it
Yeah.
all works.
He typed in the words "take him back to his original place," and then
They typed in HOME, enter.
yeah,
And
as
then
simple as
machine
that.
created a little thumbs up emoji and did it.
I know what you mean. I got you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I do just find it funny though that Echo doesn't even consider that he might be in the wrong place. It's like, yep, this looks about right. Jinx
No,
is
you-
It would
killing
be
herself.
interesting if he instantly came back to a dimension and it was the correct one because of the calibrations or whatever. But he like goes up to people and he starts asking questions like, "Quick, I need to know who's in
What
charge.
year?
What's going on?
Who's
What are these
president?"
people? What's that? Who's president?" And they're like, "Richard Nixon.
What?
It's its 12th
Albert
term."
Wesker.
No, Echo
Albert
shows up.
Wesker.
Echo shows
The
up in the
planet's been
Undercity.
saturated globally.
Well, you just
Oh no.
you'd think his first priority would be, "Holy shit, what happened to my sanctuary? Are they okay?"
Yeah.
But no, he needed to go
Absolutely.
find Jinx and tell her, "Oh boy, Jinx, I fell in love with you in the other universe. It was so great. I love you."
I really hope the Fireflies don't just like links Jinx all of a sudden. That would be weird.
I wonder what the Firelights are up to these days. And then he sees his second hand, like his right hand, standing next to Savika, just like having a coffee together.
Yeah,
What,
it's like, oh, hey Echo, you're
What did
back. That's crazy.
You know,
what did I miss?
what's funny
Just
too is
imagining.
I actually find it dishonest that it would be a like philosophical point of his to her that would make her. I think it would actually be better if he just said, "I've got a time traveling device right now. Here it is." I just figured that she'd be like, "What?" They'd be like, "Yep," and he could probably show her the little things inside it and say, "You made this with me." You know, like that would actually. I could see that making her maybe pause, just be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" As opposed to, sometimes life gives you lemons, and you just gotta make that lemonade, Jinx. That's what I think.
I like the idea now of Echo gets zapped back to this dimension. But what would have happened if he got zapped back to the rock? I'm not even going to think about that one. Yeah, he gets zapped back to this dimension, and he finds like the first person in Zorn to be like, what's going on? Like, am I in the right place? He's like, well, Ambessa, that Noxian who arrived, she's teaming up with a robot god to attack Piltover. He's like, well, this is clearly the wrong dimension. I better leave.
You must have taken a wrong turn around Albuquerque.
Oh,
where,
that's
where am I going?
Zigged when he should have zagged.
There is a shot of the monkeys, but like I said, I was saying explicit mention of creating it with her because there's a lot of reasons why there could be monkeys there. I'm just saying. But I still don't buy it anyway. He's not the person to pull her out of this, but they couldn't get Vi to do it because she's fucking. It's really stupid. And
Echo was just shy of ready to kill her personally.
It's also so inefficient because the writers clearly decided that they needed to do this at the beginning of episode 9. So then they wrote an entire episode or it doesn't justify it, but that they think justifies this moment.
I need to believe it. He was like just shy of being willing to personally kill her in like demonstrably brutal fashion. That would not have been a clean death for Jinx. That would have been like, yeah, that would have been extremely painful, and it probably would have taken a while.
you would have had Jinx
Yes.
paste by the end of it.
Yes. And now he comes back with very little, if no, intermediary experience with Jinx after that point, other than she blew up the council, and now he's saving her from suicide.
It's because
Yeah,
Echo and the
but-
writers think that this is the same Jinx.
Well,
Like,
he's
we did
got the retarded perspective that he can reach her for sure. He knows now because of the girl in the other universe.
What if we did a cool thing with the time travel where he arrives just a little bit too late, and there's no amount of rewinding that'll like get him there in time?
And what if we were more honest that the happy powder is an impossibility for this Jinx because of the life she has lived? Oh, what could have been?
Recognition that it probably still hurts for Echo to see Jinx like commit suicide ostensibly, but he'd also understand from his perspective and his lived experience of the world, that's a good outcome. She's not going to do any more harm or like tarnish his memory of her anymore.
We've got so many more seasons of Jinx being in these shows. They're never going to kill her.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not.
And to be clear, because this is just true, and you only learn it by just watching the episode and seeing the main reference for this that started as a conversation and realization, then you're like, oh, of course, yeah. So when Echo and Jinx turn back up in this episode, they have exchanged their symbols. Jinx has got Echo symbols on her, and Echo's got Jinx symbols on him, meaning that they fucking graffitied each other before going to... We'll cover that when we get there.
Ew.
But the point I want to make here is that means that they had a big reconciliation, and we're supposed to buy, because of certain lines of dialogue from Jinx to Vi later, that Echo actually told Jinx about the powder he met in the other universe and his whole adventure over there, and possibly what Heimerdinger did. So we're skipping all references to everything there. We're skipping all the conversations, all the reactions to all that information, and we're not going to see anyone talk about any of it or learn about it or react to it in any way, shape, or form. We can only even confirm that maybe Jinx knew about it, but that she would have been told off screen, and we don't see any reactions or reconciliation of the information at all. That's certainly a choice.
Not the one I would have made, I think it's fair to say.
Just the lists, the extensive list of missed opportunities, things that could have been done, things you could have, managed to put together for this story.
You could make like 5 seasons out of all of the narrative drama that's been left on the table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, and, for the sake of having Echo be a surprise announcement, as part of like the war thing that they're building up here as well, like the damage that is done both in terms of cutting out opportunities and making things happen that wouldn't. We have to imagine the timeline is incredibly tight because otherwise Echo would, of course, go to Piltover and tell them his plans and how he's rallying people and he's going to help them. But he doesn't do that, meaning he must not have had the time. But simultaneously, there's the time for Jinx to build a fucking airship and spray paint it with a bunch of bullshit. The show sucks in terms of like trying to, because this is a thing that's really common for a lot of finales. Really cool to surprise the shit out of the audience with different things that happen in the middle of a fight, right? You have the second winds, or oh no, here come more bad guys. I'd say Pelennor Fields is like a really obvious example of this, where the stakes keep altering and the sense of who's winning keeps altering. It's a surprising and moving battle. You can't you can't just do that automatically. It takes a lot of prep work, and so we're about to get into the war, and they're gonna do so much fucking cheating that like it's unreal in terms of trying to create a sense of surprise and tension, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
It reminds
Also,
me
yes.
of the battle in Rebel Moon, which just Zack Snyder knew that you needed to have, like, it needed to go up and down and up and down and have an ebb and flow of tension because that's what you do in the battle scenes, but forgot to justify any of it. So the end result is that the armies that are fighting look like idiots because they didn't deploy their forces in a sensible manner. Yeah.
So anyway, Jace says, I need you and the Enforcers to buy me as much time as you can so I can shut down the Hex Gates. It's our only chance. Thank you for providing that one line that makes him the cosmic retard that he is.
Jace, why have you not done that already?
To do that? Yeah.
Not only why has he not done it, why aren't they doing it right now? Why aren't they doing it right now with multiple people? Why aren't they doing it such that it cannot be turned back on?
Yeah, take out all of the hex crystal things, destroy them, sabotage what's left.
Or you know what? Just fucking get everybody. Like you go like before we set up for war, everyone take a thing, take one of them fuel thing, whatever they are. Just take them with you. Fucking toss it into the water, fart on it, flush it down the toilet, do whatever you want. We just need to get them gone immediately, and you could get that done. That could be done, but no, we're not going to do that, and that's going to cause the end of the world. So it happens.
Good plan. Also, there's like 4 people in this meeting, this war room meeting, and there's something I'm going to mention now, because apparently Piltover has no actual military force. They only have enforcers.
Nope,
there's
no military.
There's no actual military, which is fucking insane.
There's no authority of the military. There's
only like council. There's no generals.
We don't even have fucking Clockwork Lady's not even here.
Those are champions, you see.
Well, the enforcers
only the
are
enforcers.
the military.
There's you would expect there to be like any military generals of some sort or whatever. Or I would expect them to have like tanks of some sorts or walkers, because city
Piltover,
of
scientists,
scientists of crazy
engineers.
machines. They toss fucking boxes of metal or whatever they box.
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get there, but it's just I'm just baffled still.
Well, yeah, this is going to be a long conversation, actually, considering the whole, because we're about to just cut into it, which is also cheating as far as I'm concerned. But something more petty I want to highlight that I think is hilarious. They have their Piltover structure in miniature form. I'm fine with that. That probably existed anyway. But Mel moves a piece onto the board,
I was going to bring this up.
The ball.
Why do you have
Oh,
that?
And it's the Victor Ball. They made a Victor Ball piece in order for everyone to understand the
She's just got
Victor
a little
Ball.
tennis ball, got a
What?
tin of spray paint.
What the fuck is
Glued
going?
it to a
What? How do
base.
they know there's gonna be a Victor Ball? That's gonna be
Like my new Warhammer model, it's the Victor Ball.
Everyone knows about the Victor Ball.
so-
Don't act like you don't know about the Victor Ball.
So we're supposed
We
to
all know about
believe
the Victor Ball.
that Mel, when visiting, was told by everyone there, like, yeah, we've got a Victor Ball and we're going to drag it all the way up to Piltover and crack it open. You really don't want us to get our Victor Ball up to the main gate. People like, okie dokie.
Why would they not have their Victor Ball pre-cracked and just have him arrive?
Mel should
on
not
end?
know
Ambessa.
anything about the Victor Ball. Why the fuck did Ambessa let her know about the Victor Ball?
She's an empath.
She was handed a pamphlet about like the Victor Ball and you.
There's the VHS that she played.
Can you imagine explaining this to the team as well? It's like, we got to stop the Victor Ball. And you'd be like, are you okay?
The what?
Like,
You talk
what's-
to the enforcers and they're like, sorry, the what? The who?
That feels like it really should be a game mode in like maybe not League of
Stop
Legends,
the
but something
Victor
like Overwatch. Yeah, stop the Victor
Yes,
Ball, where you've got like the
like
escort
Griff
missions.
Ball or something.
Yeah.
A side mode.
Well,
the Victor
or
Ball
like-
game mode.
the,
It's like a Rocket League type game mode.
asking that question then prompts another one. How did Mel get out of Ambessa's camp? Why would you let her leave?
I just walked.
Maybe
It was
don't.
off screen.
It's,
Go
the
to
funny thing
the
is,
enemy now.
they're at war now. Why would she let her leave? Just no, actually, we're not gonna. Especially because you're a mage now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not. Maybe you can't let your friends know about the
Help
Victor Ball,
people,
Maybe
yeah.
you stay here.
and maybe you
Yeah.
don't make a
You've
fuss about
walked
it,
a
and we
long
won't have to be
way, I
aggressive.
think.
I don't know. Well, there you go. I guess
That's a good point. Actually, hold
Maybe
on.
you could have a scene there of Mel essentially trying to call her bluff because Ambessa supposedly prizes family over everything.
Okay, we could talk about that now if you want. The Victor Ball isn't a misdirect, though. It actually has a horrifying monster in it that's going to kill everybody.
Mm,
Unless, of course, it was empty and the Warwick's arrival just happened to coincide with the Victor Ball cracking open.
I think that it would probably make more sense to wait until it happens because unless I'm misremembering the scene, Warwick has nothing to do with the Victor Ball.
Well, but Warwick arrives once they crack open the Victor Ball, though. I thought that was like, because like Ambess is like when it cracks open, as though this now reveals our playing card that we wanted to. What I'm trying to get at is it changes nothing to care or not to care about the Victor Ball, because we were just waiting for them to have Warwick and Victor arrive anyway, which apparently synced with the cracking of the Victor Ball. So, you know what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't. It changed nothing about the actual fight in terms of. I don't know why everyone cares about the Victor Ball, because I didn't understand the Victor Ball.
Yeah, the reason why we accept the Victor Ball as being like key to this whole battle is because Mel presents it that they have to stop the Victor Ball.
Oh, well, we haven't actually talked about the tactics of considering the Victor Ball. We can do that now if you want, because I was going to say that if Mel brought this information to the team, I would be like, what is it made of? What does it do? Can we actually destroy it? What is going to happen if we don't? What's in there? What's going on? You know what I mean? And they have no answers to any of these questions.
Well, yeah, the only thing that they know is that, no, Jace strongly believes, because Victor essentially told him, that Victor is going to try and get to the anomaly underneath the hex gates. Mel has just essentially told them that Victor's in a ball, which means that their battle plan is stop the ball from getting to the anomaly. Do we want to leave it there or reveal what happens? Because again, there's a twist.
I mean, we've mostly said it anyway. I don't think it'll matter too much because there's so many things to discuss. It's going to be crazy. The broad play of the whole thing is, as Victor said, get him to the hex gate. Now, the primary issue with that for me is that he could just go there. It doesn't seem like anything is going to stop him. He's like all powerful in his current form. Obviously, post the whatever happened in the last episode. Next time we see him, he's like he's a god.
He looks like the new skin.
But he says that Jace's forces would be enough to stop him. I don't know that that's true.
Okay. Yeah,
I don't know why he thought that would be the case.
Maybe if they just shoot him a whole bunch,
remember,
it'll cause a lot of damage.
he can like fly. All he needs to do is like fly around and down and under it, and just I don't see any. I mean, he sneaks in anyway, right?
Yeah, Victor just kind of shows up during the fight because so what happens is that like everyone, including the audience, is meant to believe during the battle that Victor is inside the Victor Ball because Mel just presented the Victor Ball and said we have to stop the
It's
Victor
called
Ball.
the Victor Ball.
There's so many problems.
It turns out during the fight that once they blow up the Victor Ball, it's like, oh no, he wasn't in there. We've been tricked. And it turns out Victor was elsewhere in the battle. So I think the point that was being made by whoever it was in chat who mentioned it was that if Victor is not inside the Victor Ball, why was Mel fed that information? And if Mel was fed that information, why is neither she nor anyone else suspicious of it?
Well, that's where I was going to say was where the conversation would evolve too. Because once we I was just trying to talk about Mel getting it and being allowed to leave. If we're supposed to believe that is such that she can convince them to focus on the Victor Ball to subvert everybody, then yeah, that would come down to again talking about the tactics of what even the fuck this is. But you're right. If it was intended to let her go, then she should be suspicious of that, obviously.
Yeah, and again, because it happened off screen, we're not supposed to.
Because I was
consider
obviously
it, but
treating it as like a dumb move from Ambessa on the writer's part, but if it was intended, then it would be dumb on Mel's part. The fault lies with somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. Like what I think that we're supposed to take from this is that Ambessa, for some reason, hinted that there was going to be a Victor Ball, or accidentally said, by the way, don't pay no attention to the giant Victor Ball. Anyway, off you go.
Yeah.
You know, that kind of thing. And then Mel comes back and says, guys, there's a Victor Ball.
Well, yeah, if we're supposed to believe
that a Victor Ball behind that curtain? No.
I don't see why they wouldn't have included that scene as well. If Ambessa said the Victor Ball, well, no, I don't know what the fuck they would call it. She said we're gonna be launching Victor
Cocoon.
I just realized, the whole fucking reason they can't say it is because it would cause so many other problems. If she started describing their battle plan, Mel would have so many questions. Because again, it'd just be like the whole, why are you working for a space cosmic god person? Why would you can't get that through that scene of her describing the Victor Ball and the plans to boost him to mind control everybody without it sounding insane, I think. Like, and even if she then described all of that to Mel and said, I sure hope you don't tell the counselors any of this. Anyway, see you around. It
would be difficult for me if you told them that. Boy, that would be that would foil my plans if you told them that.
Yeah, and if she said something like, you know what, you can tell your friends about this plan because that won't even stop it, it would again be like, eh. But the thing is, even if all of that went that way and Mel was stupid enough to not think that there was any subversion happening, they don't account for anything with the Hex Gaze. Jace is on his own.
No.
He's just there on his own.
Yep.
It's not like by doing this, all the people that were defending the Hex Gates were moved over to a different place. And if that wouldn't even be smart on Caitlyn's part, why would you do that?
So, like, if that conversation is a conversation that we are meant to believe happened off screen, then it hideously damages Mel, and it also damages Ambessa, because why would Ambessa think that Mel would take the bait?
It's
because she doesn't think that Mel is an idiot.
It's gonna be really hard to go through all the different ways this
war
is stupid. Because the next thing, I guess we could talk about, because like I said, I think if Warwick isn't in the Victor Ball and there's just nothing in the Victor Ball, then he does arrive once it's cracked, and it's just like he should just be the first thing they send in. He's immune to all damage.
I don't know why the mannequin people weren't the first line anyway.
They're Ambessa would want
very
that.
fucking powerful.
Yeah,
Ambessa would want
soldiers, as she even described them.
Well, and we know how powerful they are. Ambessa maybe not, but like she could be convinced. Yeah,
well, that would be if she didn't know how powerful they were, and she still wanted to have them all made without knowing. Then that's just would be stupid on her part.
The plot
Victor
requires
could sell
that
her
Ambessa thinks that they're
easily, though.
strong. Yeah.
Hey, Victor, one of these things, or hey, Ambessa, one of these things almost soloed Jace and Mel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should probably be
The
something
only
they bring
reason
up.
they won was
now.
like by accident.
It's I mean, it's like what you mentioned, Mauler, about like comparing it to the Lord of the Rings. It's that they wait for that to happen, and then it becomes a low point after a high point.
Yeah.
Yay, we got Victor. Oh no, all the robots are here. Like, does that strategy make any sense? Don't think so.
I don't think so. Like I said, Warwick should have been just sent in to fucking ravage the entire set of defenses. He's,
I mean,
remarkably immune to damage.
All of these mannequin Warwick people probably should have been running like guerrilla operations over the course of the entire preceding night.
I don't know why they wouldn't be, unless they weren't
I've-
ready yet.
I forgot that they knock over the Victor ball on the.
Yeah.
it's so stupid.
Caitlin's just like, yeah, we'd better stop it.
Well, we're gonna
Yes,
get that
we
Victor
had. In
ball.
fact, we had better, Caitlin. Yes, we had better stop it. Otherwise,
A
we will all
Victor
be dead.
in
Yeah.
a ball? I don't think so.
Like, correct me
Not
if
on
I'm
my
wrong, but
watch.
the robot version of Warwick is by far the strongest thing that has appeared in Arcane.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong.
Nothing
Can he
stop
fly?
it other than
Well, barely
No.
anything could stop.
he jumps
Warwick.
like crazy, but he can't fly.
Because
as
there's
far
that
as I'm
moment where
aware.
he appears to. Is it Vi? And it looks
Vi.
like he's.
Yeah,
Is it just like a huge jump he's done?
I thought that was a
Yeah.
huge jump.
that is such a funny shot.
Yeah, well, you know what? We'll get there. It's fine. We should return to going chronological because this is going to take fucking ages. So much goes wrong so quickly. They're very proud of themselves because they start describing the war and it intercuts with the war happening, and it's their way of getting right into it fast because we have unreal amounts of things to do in this episode. There is no time for anything, so it's like war's happening. Shut up. Here we go. Blast you right in, and Vi is carrying a wounded soldier across a bridge while things are exploding and people are getting killed. And it is such a... I have this moment every once in a while with media where, like, I didn't consent to this. We have not done enough work yet. Like, you can't have your fight scene. I need more information. But, you know, it's too late. Whatever. The broad thing... I mean, yeah, you can talk about this almost immediately. They have one significant turret set up that uses Hexgate technology to transport cargo directly into targets. Obviously, a normal writer's choice in terms of how you can weaponize the technology of the Hexgates. I completely understand that.
Launch a big piece of mass at something; it will fuck it up.
Now,
So-
the problem
Not
is
one of them that you have.
the launching power of a Hexgate seems to be essentially the speed of light. It's so incredibly fast. If you can launch almost anything at the speed of light at any given target, it will destroy it.
You cannot
yeah.
lose.
You've won. And yet, the fight begins showing
These-
us that they're losing significantly.
I mean, it was a real it was a real thing in the real world. I think they even bring it up in Call of Duty Ghosts, to the point where I think America had to have a treaty with the Soviets in the Cold War that we wouldn't drop things on each other from like space installations, because if you take a metal rod in space and you just drop it, just a metal rod, and drop it from space, it will land with insane kinetic force and just cause incredible damage down below. So
Kurzgesagt made videos, right, talking about interstellar war and the idea of what if you just launched a really small thing really, really
Yeah,
fast.
yeah.
And it's like, yeah, no, it could destroy a planet. You know?
yeah, it's basically it's the Last Jedi nonsense in space. If you can launch something that quick, it doesn't have to be explosive. It doesn't
And
really have
this-
to be anything other than a thing. It will be unstoppable at that speed.
It's the principle behind a railgun is you project you fire a projectile at hypervelocity, and it's a tiny little thing, but it'll do immense damage to whatever it hits.
To be absolutely clear, this is what I meant by cheating. Once you establish that that's their weaponry, which I think makes sense, it's over. Noxus don't stand a chance. Especially if they're arriving by fucking boats. They're
I want to
dead.
know-
Oh yeah, the to be clear,
Why did they decide to do an amphibious landing? Those are
because
really
Noxus are
difficult.
retarded. They are
Amphibious
extremely
landings
difficult.
are
It was
really,
like-
really hard.
They're
Yeah.
infamously difficult. Yes.
It's this, or they cross the bridge, I guess, is what they want us to understand. But like the bridge seems easier at this point.
Well, I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the major point being, we get shown them using this railgun against the ships, and they hit them like a cannonball.
And it's like, well, shit, why didn't you hit them way sooner before they even
Well,
had the capacity
it's not even
to
that.
drop
No.
anybody off?
The point the show is making is they have been hitting them. It doesn't do much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
When I
right.
say cannonball, I'm being literal. It's like a pirate ship
Yeah,
shooting
it's
them with a
like a
cannonball. It
cannonball,
does barely
yeah.
anything. Which, not to
Rather
say
than
the
just
pirates
carry-
were able to damage
Oh.
ships with that, but that these ships are advanced enough and armored enough such that cannonball's not going to do much. But this is not a fucking cannonball. This is
No.
quite different. Embarrassingly different, to the point of I already completely don't believe that this is possible, and you cheated to get us here. You're liars. You had to make stupid
was-
things happen.
You remember the place Jace and Silco meet in season 1?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the guns lining
Yeah,
the
there's
walls?
tons of cannons up there. Normal ass
Not anymore.
cannons.
So in the real world, the British back in the 1880s. They built what was called the Armstrong 100-ton gun. Lindy Beige did a video on this. This was back in the 19th century. People actually had this. It could shoot over the horizon. It could hit things before you could even see them. So there's just no way. This kind of technology would make a frontal assault just pointless. If you just compare it to the real world examples that we have.
But like it's so annoying because you have the writing tools to sort of work around this. You have the mannequin people who they
Sabotage.
are acrobatic, basically silent. Yeah, they could be excellent saboteurs and sappers.
Yeah, you could
But
definitely
they're
argue.
saved for the third wave.
No,
Instead
yeah,
of, let's
it's so
park our
bad.
ships right in front of the big mega death gun, so it could just instantly it'll just shoot each.
But
one
luckily
of
for
them
us,
before.
Oh, this
they
is
get
so
even
much
close.
worse than I thought. I thought these cannons, I remembered them facing like land. They're facing
no.
the water.
No, they're facing the water. Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, these would be so easy to have ready to fire on
Well,
wherever
dude,
the hell Ambessa came from.
If the hyper mega death cannon barely does a scratch to these ships, these cannons would be useless as well. It just turns out the ships are made of adamantium, even more stronger than that. It's the right being
tech ain't shit, I guess.
It's just crap. Yeah, like you can't convince us. I guess so much worse, but like it's already such a bad start because the writers acknowledge the Hexgate technology being weaponized. Like good, and then they say, yeah, but it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, we're just gonna start in the middle of the battle where apparently it wasn't used a single time.
They're just
The
writing it
moment
so the
these boats
Piltover
are in
loses.
view,
That's the
they're
only
getting
goal.
shelled at hypervelocity,
Basically.
and they've probably all sunk before they reach Piltover shores or like docks.
Absolutely. Before they
it's not
cross the
like they're
horizon,
able to-
they would have been destroyed.
Yeah, and they're not in a position where they can use air support to like before Normandy, like the Air Force was like bombing the shit out of the defenses.
Yes.
Like it was
For
combined.
days.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, no, like amphibious landings are difficult. Like
They are very difficult.
I'd rather be crossing the bridge.
I would rather be crossing the bridge myself.
And
Well,
you could
I
have
would also-
written around that to force them into this situation. Maybe you have Piltover blow the bridge. You could do some symbolic stuff.
You're so
with that
right
if you
though
want.
about like you should make it such that Piltover believe they're winning. There's like maybe one ship they destroy it easily with a hex gate, and they're like, "Is that really all that they have? Is that it?" And then eerie music, bit of confusion. What's happening here? And just they've gotten all of the creepy androids through back ways into all through, and they start like slitting the throats of loads of different guards
And
that are on
they
different
go
positions.
while they do it. They make the sound
And
of them running around.
It would
loud.
fuck everything up, and then the Noxians attack on the front through the bridge, and they're distracted and split up. And despite the superior technology, all the sabotaging is actually like you can definitely write this fight.
All of our supply lines are fucked. Like we can't get ammunition to people's rifles anymore. So like you could write rifles.
Oh, we don't care
properly at
about
that
ammunition in this show.
Like, at
that
that
would
point,
be
you could have a rifle that's like actually dangerous as it should be to a person in metal armor, but sorry, we can't actually get ammunition to you anymore because there's mannequins killing everyone who tries.
The thing is, they call this a war, but what I'm seeing in this episode is a battle at best.
A big stupid battle.
It's a big stupid battle. We don't see really war things happening, as you pointed out. It's like
a battle is a war thing.
No, it's just that.
I mean, like with like different front lines happening. We're all like focused on this singular thing. Like we could have done the bridge. We could have done the water. Why ever they do this, we can make something up for that. There's like this is like a whole fucking city, country, whatever. There's all kinds of things that's happening. Like if they're only coming from one side, it's like
they can't handle one battle.
It's,
Don't.
I know.
It's unfortunate,
but
I feel like
what I'm trying to say is this feels incredibly small.
Yes.
To be called a war. War is basically what I'm trying to say.
It's because it happens so quickly as well. We don't get the sense that there's this looming, foreboding battle about to happen.
Yeah.
Like Helm's Deep or something along those lines.
I was about
like,
to bring up
there's gonna
Helm's
be this
Deep
battle.
because I feel like Helm's Deep may have ruined battles in movies. Not
Yes.
because,
So fucking good.
We come back to
bad.
Helm's Deep every time. It's so fucking
it's
good.
so good. But like, I think that so many things they believe like, well, what makes a battle epic is when you have two forces run at each other. Basically, you have two big armies charge at each other and clash into each other like in a full frontal assault. I feel like so many movies and TV shows since. I mean, fuck, right? Like Infinity War, the Wakanda portion of the battle is stupid. It's just, yeah, let's run at each other. Endgame, yeah, let's just charge headlong into each other. Hell, even that Narnia movie, right? They just charge headlong into each other into an open field.
Yeah, gotta love the
It's
charging.
like so many. It's because it's really epic and cool, and it is. But like, why would you do that? Like, why would you just run at each other in a big empty field? Like,
because
The
it's
big,
adrenaline
stupid-
boosting. The whole audience goes, yeah!
especially when you have ranged weapons. Because in a medieval setting, it's like, okay, sure, but like the Piltover's got guns, and the Noxians have like crossbows.
Okay,
Why
well,
do you
I was
run-
gonna say it next, but yeah, there's particularly a shot, and I think when we were watching this was where I was like, I'm so fucking done already. You can see this shot here. All the enforcers, through carefully crafted holes in their armored shield things, they're shooting rifles at the Noxians. And can you see all those bolts going past? Because yes, the crossbows, they are firing crossbows back. And you might say to yourself, like, yeah, maybe, you know, this, I could maybe just like, no, the Piltover lose. Outright just fucking lose this fight.
Again,
Hey,
they
like
just-
at least in Avatar, they actually lost on the ground because
Yeah.
they were firing.
They make them different over in Noxus. I'm telling you, like, have you seen those shields they're carrying? Those are fully made of metal. How fucking thick are they? How do they carry those
Yeah,
things?
How heavy are
Mhm.
they? Exactly.
They have an army of Lorises who just carry shields for the front line.
It's so,
Well, I have things to
Shields
say,
thick
but
enough to stop bullets,
it's so
which is like
fucking
plausible. You
upsetting.
could do that, I
I
guess.
can't wait
It's
until we
just
get to
like,
Loris.
There's so
Have
much
things
here
to
that
say.
like makes sense about how the world is arranged. Like, yeah, the rifles, the cannons, the need for like an amphibious approach that would make invading Piltover sound like a hell of a lot of trouble, right?
It's
Maybe it
all
would
lies.
disincentivize
Like,
certain factions from actually doing that.
the enforcers
And
would be
now that we
on
have-
raised ground,
Yeah.
and they would be fucking shooting the shit. There would be a mincemeat down there for the Noxians.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, again,
they don't
it's
stand a
like,
chance.
it would be like it's the difference in the technology is so important. Like the technology
it
essentially
was one
like
of the
determines
most
who's going to
important
win
things
this.
ever. Yeah.
Like again, I'm pretty sure Kurzgesagt made the point, but like Napoleon wouldn't have done very well against World War One like artillery, even though
No.
it's
You
just the
think?
way that it
Yeah.
works. Like you just even if you are incredibly skilled, like if the technology gap is enormous, that's very difficult to overcome. And in this case, it's like, yeah, they've got like the guns alone, but the fact that they have the hex gates that can
They are-
blast at like the speed of light.
They're
right
BB
into the
guns in this
ships.
whole sequence.
Yeah.
You barely
Yes,
ever.
they are.
I don't even know how many times
I
you actually see
guess.
someone get shot and take like an impact from it. The rifles come across as completely fucking useless in this whole sequence. But what I was going
Yeah.
to say on that note, they keep cutting to Shieldman loading and firing the big Hexgate weapon, and he's like, reload! Oh my god, it's so desperate. There's never a significant consequence of this
No.
machine. There's one technically, which is the Victor ball getting blown open, but what I'm saying is like they never show us like, oh yes, like every single shot counts, you're destroying one ship per actual load, like we need to get everyone working on the turret is the most important thing to keep functioning, which is another way, by the way, to create a really tension-filled battle that we've got to do everything to protect and ensure that turret can keep firing because it's the only thing that's going to keep us safe. But we don't do that either. In fact, it's
Good.
actually
Funny you
remarkably exposed.
Yeah, it's
A
funny
way
you
to
mentioned
do
the
this
shield.
correctly. You go ahead.
No, I'm going to somewhere else. Go ahead.
So one place where this is done really well is actually the Halo novels, because in the Halo novels, a lot of importance is placed on how in space battles the only thing that can effectively get through the shields and damage or destroy a big Covenant capital ship are these massive Mac guns, which are these big fuck off sized rail guns that humans have, and they're very, very precious. They're incredibly important, difficult to build, expensive, limited supply, slow to fire, and so a lot of the logistics of the battles as presented in these novels is around the Mac cannon as that, well, we have to keep it operating. There are times between the shots that we can fire it, and it builds up really well this sense of tension because it establishes what the stakes are and how much effort goes into protecting these specific weapons that are very clearly, like, they spell out what they're able to do, what they can do.
I feel like another thing you can do with this
hex cannon thing is it is clearly not designed to be weaponized, right? This is a jury-rigged thing that has
Yeah.
been weaponized in a time of like crisis. I don't see any particular good apparatus for aiming it. I imagine
No.
aiming this thing would be really fucking hard. So that could
Does he
quite
look
eas-
through? Is he looking through something? Is there some sort of a display or scope or
I
something?
don't believe there's a
As far as I can
display.
tell, he is just like blind firing, as in like
So what does
his
this
own
thing
eyes.
do?
Well, what do you mean? What does this thing do?
Well, if there's no way to if there's clearly a seat on the side of this device that launches the things, but if there's no way to aim it,
It just
then
has
what
one
is it?
button on it.
As
It has a
Theo
button.
said, well, he's still kind of blind firing. Well,
think-
meaning he can aim
think-
vaguely toward where he's going, but I don't think he has any way to accurately aim it. If you look at
Yeah.
him there,
For-
it doesn't look like he's looking through a scope or anything.
From what it seems like, it's just the people turning it are just cranking, and then all he does is press a button and say, "Bah!"
Maybe I'm wrong, but I think Rags
So
was
what does this
inquiring into like, yeah, the
what does
device's
it
original
normally
function.
do? The
Oh, well,
normal function. If you can't aim it, then what is it?
I think, well, on the note of it being jury rigged, I don't think this is a brand new device as of probably yesterday. Like it's how it was aimed for the actual transport of ships. I have no idea.
So that's even worse because if they made it for this purpose and it doesn't have an aiming device on it, that's
Yeah.
insanely
it's very
stupid.
retarded.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is mind-numbingly stupid that we would build this incredibly powerful cannon. It has no sights, just aim by vibes, bro.
I mean, all it
Especially while
needs is a
using
little
the
force.
periscope.
Well, and you know what, Rags? He hits all the targets. They just don't do anything. They keep showing us that they hit the ships. It doesn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
The best place to have a clear line of sight as to where your like firing trajectory will be is directly left of the thing that you're shooting with. You know,
Obviously.
that will not
problem
cause
is
any
that
issues.
when you're looking out, and a lot of this actually happens a lot with flat earthers, the people who still think the world is flat, is they think that the horizon rises to eye level. Because if you look out at the horizon, if you go to like the ocean or something, you are actually looking above the horizon if you look straight forward. But that's not quite how eyes necessarily work. It's really difficult to look at like if you're standing in a building, like a really tall building, and you're looking across the street or at a distant building, can you pick out without counting which of the floors in that distant building is the floor that you are on? It's very, very difficult. It's not quite intuitive necessarily. So him being able to aim that just by like, oh, it'll probably go over there, it's just not happening. There's no way.
Yeah.
I had a question if we're ready to move on, because I had a question about something we've already
Sure.
touched on.
Go
I
ahead.
wanted to talk about Loris here real quick.
Go for it.
Wait a minute. Is there more
Ooh.
than one cannon?
As far as I'm aware, no.
Well, who the fuck is this?
I thought there was only one.
That doesn't look like Loris to me.
Hold on, I have a.
Is there another? I thought there was just the one. Do they have more
That
than
does
one? I hope
not
they
look
have more
like
than one.
Loris.
Do you ever see
If
on a
they have
wide
more
shot
than
more than
one-
one?
This is
If they have more than
627,
one and it
by
still
the way.
doesn't do anything,
This is before Loris gets replaced.
Mm-hmm. I guess there's two.
They must either there are two cannons or they used a shot from
Hmm.
earlier by accident.
if they have two and they're this ineffective, that's just like even
It
worse.
was even more
This
embarrassing.
is the
yeah.
only
that should make them
implication of a
extra
second
dominant.
one. Which
Someone in chat
It's-
says apparently there's a shot where you see several.
I'm just looking now.
It's, I would need to check, but
Oh,
I mean that would
God.
just make it more embarrassing.
Please no, like, oh, because I was gonna give them the credit that they wouldn't have had enough time to build many of these, and that they do look very custom, haphazardly built. Though there is a question of would they not have been interested in making these ever before? Because
Piltover surely got a lot of
You'd
power
think.
to build things.
So, Loris, you know how he's been introduced as this big, strong guy that can use a shield and is probably really useful on the ground with
Yeah,
his
they put
strong,
him on the
big arms
turret.
and the shield. Why the fuck is he on the turret?
Maybe he's really good at
Okay.
shooting turrets as well.
Because this is a video game and the player characters get all of like the big roles, you know.
Here,
Also,
you
look at
drop
this
the
shot.
bombs. Here, you aim the artillery. You drive the tanks. You fly the
Yeah.
plane.
If you
You
look at
can do
this
all
shot,
those
that
things.
might be a different turret, and they show
Mhm.
cannons attacking it, and I don't know if that's supposed to imply that that's them having knocked one out with their ship cannons, which immediately, if we're supposed to buy that Loris's one is the only one left at a certain point in the story, why the fuck didn't they shoot cannons at it from their ships?
Yeah.
If they can shoot out every other one. I don't
Yeah,
know
well,
anymore.
how do we get to this point?
Ah, it's
There's
such a-
also
badly
I guess
designed
this
war.
one's
Everyone's
already
dumb,
been
and I
done,
hate
but
it.
like Ambessa just has 5 battleships that she rocked up to Piltover with.
That was
The thing
that
that
was
the
going to be
show
my
benefits
question. Where did they
from
come from?
is that they haven't given us enough information of how Noxus works at all. Like your questions are fair once they get the Noxus show, and then they have to account for it then. But for now, they can do whatever the fuck. We have seen them rip and tear through several character histories, so it's not a surprise that they'll potentially do that with Noxus and how that works.
Oh,
But
yes.
have fun with that in future, I suppose.
Yeah, but yeah, you would
Um,
expect he has like a big moment with his shield where he protects people and
You'd
stuff,
think.
but that doesn't happen.
Good thing.
No, his team in his Discord call, they all just said he has to be on the gun this time.
You have to play support this round.
I don't want to be on the gun. I want to have the shield. You always have the shield, Loris.
I want to have the shield.
You
The
have to
shield
do the
isn't
gun
good for
this
this
time.
mission.
There's this
Just see
really
just see Braun in the background, just running away
Just-
with a shield.
Quickly, Mola, I wanted to ask, like, where did this Noxian navy, these ships, come from? Obviously, Noxus, presumably, they haven't just been here the whole time, have they?
Presumably
So-
they have been here the
I
whole
got
time.
nothing for you on that
Or
one.
nearby.
Yeah, that's what something I was
Because if-
wondering as well when I
But
first watched. Like, wait,
Ambessa
they-
arrived on an airship, not a ship. So,
She has
That-
those two.
She has airships and ships.
but
Well,
have we
if they
seen
if they
them?
were not here before, that would be worse.
yeah, that's
Sure,
Because
yeah.
then she would have to request them. They'd have to be approved. That would take
Exactly,
time. That
yeah.
would give them a bigger window.
Mhm.
But also,
Hey, I
wasn't she
need-
attacked by the magic person on a ship? On a water ship? Isn't that where the magic person attacked her?
She also was
I
training Caitlyn on a
don't
ship.
believe so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That
Just
was
the
definitely on
idea
a ship,
of
yeah.
Ambessa putting that request in, like, hey, I need 5 battleships over at Piltover. Okay, what for?
Yeah,
What
just
do
the,
you-
the notion of do not
exercises?
ask me why. And he's like, okay, why? I feel
Why
the
can't I
need.
ask you why?
Okay, so hypothetically, if I were to be invading Piltover,
And destroying all of it. Just
Yeah.
maybe. And I've actively encouraged my enemies to sabotage the hex gates entirely themselves, let alone me doing damage to them. Would that be a problem? It should be fine.
like, well, if that were true, that probably would be a problem. Yeah.
It's so I was going to say we have actually an incredibly emotional moment here that I think affected everybody quite deeply. Vi tries to save someone, and they're getting a helmet off, and she notices they have blue hair, and she's like, oh, geez. You know, she takes a moment, like, oh my god, is that? And then
God, it's a liberal.
and,
Kill
the,
him.
and the helmet comes off, and it's good. It's good.
Oh
it's
no, not
Oh,
the
it's okay
yogurt.
then.
Good.
It's
And,
not
and,
gonna tell
and
Gromp.
Oh no.
I hate to report this to everybody. Gert dies. That's it.
No.
Oh no, not
No.
Gert.
So yeah, Gert. I don't know what. I guess she was shot or something with an arrow, but there you go.
Something
Gert's out.
happened.
Gromp
Before the
will
battle
be
Died of
started.
devastated.
cringe.
So
Understandable. I
goodbye,
get it.
Gert. Really appreciated your contributions this season.
Remember
Stuff.
that time where you were working in a bar in an alternative universe?
Oh, that was great.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Yeah, and Echo is gonna talk, or not Echo. Oh, who's the
Milo?
Milo
yeah.
was gonna
Milo,
talk to him, and then it was
Milo.
like it was like the commercial where, whoa, oh fuck, what was it? Oh, I can't believe it! It's the shaving commercial where the guy is stopping the other guy from talking to the
Oh,
woman.
Gillette, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
Gillette
well,
is like
yeah.
a Gillette commercial in the alternate universe where Milo wanted to talk to her. The other guy was like,
Now. Let's talk about this image here.
what year is it?
Spartans, what is
So-
your profession?
Ambessa decides, in the middle of what is essentially walking into no man's land, I can lift up my arm and I'll be fine. That's what I'll do.
Well, she
Shield
is
walls
obviously.
are cringe. Helmets, cringe.
yeah,
Armor on my arms, cringe.
all of those
She
riflemen,
puts
they
the
see
arm
her
in armor.
and they all think,
Wait, armor on your arms is a good idea, to be clear. That's good.
Yeah. hmm
she needs a bit more, I'd say, than that, you know? Like, a lot more. Like, actually, what the fuck are you doing, Ambessa? Kind of more. This is a bad
She
idea,
has a
Ambessa.
face
You're gonna
thingy.
get shot.
The real
Right?
version of this is she walks out here and just gets riddled with bullets and she's dead.
Oh, it's Ambessa. Shoot her.
So, now I'd like to look at another image.
What about this image interests you, Mola?
What the fuck is going on? Like, what?
But
It's
Mola,
an
she's a
army of people
champion
with
in League of
rifles.
Legends.
You're dead. Ambessa is dead. There's nothing like
No,
what?
she hits him with her chains.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
think-
she got him.
Do you
Her
think she's
battle
in a
chains.
good position to like oversee the battle and its progression here, like standing at the front of it?
The show loves her at this point, by the way. Which okay, fine, but whole wall of enforcers with rifles, and she's just fucking with them. It's like, yeah, I can do whatever I want to you. There's nothing you can do. That's satisfying. And yeah, just that Piltover are just losing significantly. But they show us Caitlyn is here. Where the fuck have you been this whole time? What the hell? Like,
You've been waiting for Ambassador.
You've got a hex tech rifle.
I was hiding.
She was doing sticky stuff with Maddie.
No. Sticky stuff.
Can't do the sticky stuff. There's a battle for Piltover.
No more sticky
We
stuff.
need help.
So
I can understand the idea of wanting to preserve your cover, but
how would this been the first time they would have seen Ambassador? She should have been firing her fucking
Maybe
ages
because they're
ago.
really
Did
retarded.
Victor make her a ball?
Oh.
Oh no, not the Ambassador ball.
she probably should have been shooting her on board the ships.
Yes.
Probably.
And she's the main source of sniper damage with range and just efficiency. She should have. You can't just have her not be in the entire war until Ambassador makes a retarded move. That's just
Not how
insane.
you
Or
win.
can you?
Not how you win.
Org.
Well, you know, we don't need to talk about Saving Private Ryan. I don't know how we've managed to avoid it up to this point, but it's going to have to come up now. Caitlyn shoots Ambessa with the railgun, sniper, hex tech, whatever the fuck, and it's blocked by the rune thing she has on her arm. Just outright, like, well, actually, curiously, not outright. She blocks the major impact, but it does pass by the runes into her face, and it like slices her. Which, you know, it's like, what?
So if you go frame by frame, because I was really confused by what happened, I didn't understand why she was suddenly bulletproof. If you play it frame by frame, the shot hits her, and then she raises her arm and shields it, which means that the bullet must have gone through. Which means that it means that she isn't completely because if she was completely bulletproof because of those magic Rictus runes, then I can understand her walking up to a bunch of people with rifles and saying, "Come at me, bro." But that doesn't appear to be the case.
No, she's definitely not. The bullet goes through and it hits her face. Yeah, it gives her
The conclusion I'm left to is that there is no bullet. I think this thing is not firing a bullet. It's just firing an energy something.
Well, it has to be a projectile of some kind, right?
Well, yeah,
Why?
What's causing this line here? Or is that just energy, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, then she's
Like
fucking
heat or light
lucky
or
that
something.
it just
Yes.
missed her. And it
Because,
also misses again and again.
Those things on her arm, they're a League of Legends reference to an item in the video game that specifically blocks magic damage. They're like a specific anti-magic thingamajiggy.
That's why it blocks Caitlyn's attacks.
Yeah, because it's coming from a hex tech rifle, and hex tech is magic.
Ah,
So
AP
where-
Caitlyn.
Yeah.
I believe she does.
But also just how very fortuitous that Caitlyn decided
Mage
to...
Caitlyn.
Also,
Mage
what you're
then.
saying there, Theo, is that regular bullets, those would work fine.
Yeah, regular
right?
bullets would be fine.
Oh yeah, that
Yeah.
makes it even less believable. She's
The
whatever.
rune
Fuck it.
things would
Well,
Man,
block
if only there
regular
would be
bullets.
hundreds of normal bullets flying around here, she would be dead.
It was also just
Yeah.
funny
No,
the
she-
notion
she
that if
blocked
Caitlyn had a
Lucy.
regular rifle, she would have killed her.
yeah.
If Caitlyn had a normal ass rifle, she wins right here.
Fuck's sake, if
Just gets out the Dragunov and just fucking shoots her in the face.
if Rictus wasn't dead, then Rictus, because she got these runes from
yep.
from
Yeah.
Rictus. Rictus
Yeah.
has been carrying them around his halberd for the entire season. The only reason why Ambessa now has them is because Rictus is dead, which means if he didn't die, then Ambessa would be dead here.
If Singed had turned him into Dr. Rictus Doe, then she would, because he'd still have him. He'd still be on him. We missed out twice, but oh well. That's how this season works. Anyway, yeah, she fires a bunch of times, and those fucking runes block it every time, which is insane. And then they show this cannon realize where Caitlyn is, and it's the way it's shot just completely reminds me, it's like, are they evoking Saving Private Ryan? I guess so. And they even do the thing where they cut, like you see it and it cuts and just the building blows up in the background. And it's like, oh, I guess Caitlyn's dead.
Yep.
All right.
Well, bye, Caitlyn.
Or when
She also had a Canic Rukin.
Well, that's the thing. They just cut to it later. She's fine. It's like, What?
So what was the point of this?
What?
Explosive proof Caitlyn. It's just, you know.
I'm not even
ongoing theme.
remotely kidding. Like, it's a complete surprise to Maddie. It's too late for her. She's Caitlyn's spotter, so GG. Like, you're dead. How the fuck did they survive that? And I think that the
It's
writers would just be
extra
like, whatever, they moved away. It's fine. Like,
Yeah.
but how?
It's-
You just showed us they had no chance.
This is going to be extra awkward when we get to a scene later on.
May
when
as
we
well address it
learn
now if you
about
want.
Maddie.
We've kind of dropped the hint already, but I don't think it
Oh, yeah,
ruins
it's-
anything to just say it now.
Okay, yeah, because Maddie is a big old spy, betrayed them at some point, and
Yes, and I've
I
seen
assume
the argument made
go ahead.
that this
Okay.
makes sense because Maddie knew that the Hextech rifle would not be able to penetrate the runes. That's why
I love the idea that Maddie was like, okay, Caitlyn, you have to be
okay.
on the left-hand side of the battlefield.
So it's funny. I wasn't even
You
going
gotta be
that
over
way.
this way.
I wasn't even going for that. I was going for that they just fucking shot at them, even though they know Maddie is there. So I guess they also don't care
guess
about Maddie.
They might not have known she was there, and they might not care.
Know that he is Caitlyn's spotter.
I
But
think
yeah,
it's
you're
funnier that
obviously
she
right.
didn't stop
She should've-
Caitlyn from
should've
attacking
stopped
Ambessa.
Caitlyn, yeah.
Yeah, the issue is, I think, more with Maddie because we have no idea what she knows, and we don't ever really learn what she knows. Could she have possibly known that Caitlyn's gun isn't going to work against Ambessa? I don't think so. Which means that she should have been like, "Holy shit, Caitlyn's about to kill Ambessa."
Yeah, and she would knock her out. Just hit,
Well, there's
so
so many things, like even just by the nature of their positions, it would be very easy for her to take Caitlyn out of action whenever she wanted.
So not only what should happen here is Maddie hits her with the butt of whatever gun she has in the back of the head. She ties her up, puts her in the corner of the room, takes her rifle, and starts shooting friendlies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what would happen, but we can't do that.
Alternatively, they could have a sex. They could do a sex.
Another one.
Well, they could do that, and then you have Maddie shoot Loris.
Yeah,
You know?
that could actually. These are things you could do to make this make more sense, but we don't do that here. That's an annoying
Yeah, that's
thing.
just silly.
Wait, you want Maddie to shoot Loris while they're sexing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
That
Caitlyn
would be
goo.
hilarious.
Caitlyn, look over there! Bang.
And then they start unloading the Victor ball.
No.
And it just feels so odd because it's like one shot from the turret and it's out, which is actually true from the show's perspective. It's not actually something they don't deal with. They actually allow that to be true, but unfortunately they just don't get that chance because the turret gets interrupted. All different kinds of things are happening, the loading and blah blah blah. But it's so weird that all of this is focused around the Victor ball. I mean, we've gone over all of it. I just what an interesting way to have. They probably storyboarded this out as like it's all about the Victor ball.
It's all about the balls.
And also a bigger shimmer monster than we have ever fucking seen. I don't know, Singed has been up to all kinds of things apparently.
He's
just
guy. He just did a science and
Trying to
it's like,
earn that
this time
paycheck,
a bigger
alright?
Shimmer monster came out and he was like, oh.
Hey,
I was
Singe,
so
can you do a
confused.
signs on that guy? Yeah, sure. No worries.
I thought that this was Warwick the
Yeah.
first time I watched this scene. Because he's the only thing of
God.
similar size.
Could you fucking
Yeah,
imagine if that
just
was the fate of
Bigger Warwick.
Warwick is
Well, it's
a
almost-
fat butcher now. That's what
It's
he's-
almost that bad because, like, the last thing that we saw from Warwick in the previous episode was that Singed was plugging him into a bunch of Victor-related stuff. So I thought, well, okay, maybe that's where he's going. But no, his fate is worse.
Well, I don't know if this is better or worse if he was this, but anyway, we got so like the whole fight now focuses around that. All the different people involved are all interested in the Victor Ball, and they make it feel like if we don't destroy the Victor Ball, then it's all over. Even though, of course, what I was thinking about was the Victor Ball getting up the steps is just nothing compared to how far it would need to go through the capital, getting down to the hex gates, and they've obviously sabotaged not only all the transports to get there, or they've at least prepared it with explosives, because that's what you would obviously do, but getting to the hex gate won't matter because Jace would obviously have deactivated it and sabotaged it at this point. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, they wouldn't leave those there for you to use.
Exactly, but
obviously
there's also like, there's just like the door to the turret room is like there's shimmer monsters trying to break in. And it just feels odd because I guess when did this happen? How did this happen? They got all the way up to the turret. You don't understand? Like I hate to keep referencing Helm's Deep, but it's not really about Helm's Deep. It's more about just understanding this map this world? How did everything move around? And what's the difference between showing me something that's happened versus something that's happened completely randomly that has nothing to do with anything? It's like I can't tell. Everything is just sort of happening. They show the next shipment thing is loading up, right, to take out the Victor Ball, but they burst through the doors. They shoot Shieldman.
No.
Meaning we can't knock out the Victor
No.
Ball. But like, I was like, okay.
Okay, throw him out of his seat and just put somebody else there. They could press buttons.
Well, it's
Not
just
like
like he
him.
was so shittily
like him.
protected. If they had just had any kind of basic shield for Shieldman, could maybe
Imagine
Shieldman have his own shield? He could have
You
put
could put up like a
God.
card. You could put up a cardboard cutout in the way just so they can't see him.
Literally,
and
yes.
immediately shoot him.
I was getting so lost. I was just like, what are the stakes here anymore? Where is everybody heading? What's going on? Because
Those sorts of.
I didn't
those
even
sorts
know
of
that
questions-
shooting the Victor Ball would stop Victor. I didn't believe that.
No, I don't know why you would think that's necessarily the case, but like, the big stupid battle like this, it started to reek of like active decay in stories to me. If you know what I mean. Like,
No one cares about fighting. Combat in general has taken a massive shit in terms of quality.
And whenever you've sort of reached this point of the obviously evil, faceless Gribblies versus literally everyone we know,
Yeah.
the narrative has run out.
They can
of
do anything they
like,
want.
The
Yeah.
narrative's
Yeah.
been dead for a long time, and it's now just started smelling bad. You know.
Just what, Mola, how far into episode 9 are we in minutes?
10 minutes.
Jesus
10 minutes.
Christ.
So, for anyone wondering, 10 minutes into episode 9 of season 1 is In the Pursuit of Great, We Failed to Do Good.
Oh my god.
And
oh my god.
I was just struck by, because I mean, I felt this when I was watching episode 8, but also in episode 9. I didn't fucking care. I was like, I've watched it multiple times now, but like the first time I was looking at my phone, I was pausing it and talking on Discord. It was like, I just don't
It's the
compare
big
that to
stupid
season 1.
battle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
understand
I was
occasionally
so-
we get something like Pelennor Fields, or pick your reference from Lord of the Rings, and they're pretty much exclusively maybe Watchers on the Wall as well. But
Yeah.
so often the big stupid battle it's just the death knell of storytelling, because storytelling is no longer what the work is interested in at that point. It's interested in
People
a big
are-
old spectacle.
Yeah, people are not interested. Storytellers are not interested, and unfortunately, I guess a lot of viewers are not interested in the combination of good tactics, intelligent character actions, and how you use that to facilitate a dramatic battle. As if actual battles aren't dramatic and full of tension or something.
And tactics, and
Bizarre.
understanding, and intelligence. I mean, you can have mistakes, of course, and you can have moments where like big mistakes are made, but you usually build as to why that would happen.
Yeah.
Instead of presenting it as though it's intelligent when it's not.
This episode, really more than any of the others, just feels like the writers are playing with their toys.
Gave up.
There's just story
Um,
beats in real fights, like in the Battle of Hastings. Rumor starting to spread that William was like killed, and then he has to, lift the faceplate of his helmet and turn around and like make sure that everyone knows that he's still alive to rally morale and whatnot.
His nano suit helmet disappears so that we can see William's face because he's the protagonist, and they know that it's him.
Something to think about too. A really important weapon for this battle would probably be Jace's hammer gun, but it's too busy just doing nothing with him while he does a thing that anyone could do.
His cannon would just take out chunks of Noxian soldiers.
This is what I mean about like
tried to
it's
no-sell
all
it.
so shit that none of it was thought through. The job that he's doing with the hex core failsafe, whatever it is, should have been done before this war started.
Yep.
But oh well, that's where Jace is, and he's gonna have his own set of scenes that are gonna be just brilliant soon enough. But
Right.
yeah, Shieldman is dead, and it's such a funny moment because you're just like, that was it. That was the story for him. How much fucking screen time did he have for us to all be like, who even were you?
His name was said once.
Loris. I remember it because it's not memorable. Trust me.
Yeah.
Well, and then
Yeah,
they have this. See, they
interesting
have this moment
comparison.
of the pianist is like, "Oh, it's I gotta stand up. I gotta get in there," And I'm just saying, like, I don't care, show. I don't care at all. Why would I?
Why? It's him. It's the it's him.
Yeah,
He's
him.
our favorite.
It's Jin. Yeah.
It's not Jin. Jin
Oh
is
my
The
God,
guy from Piano.
the Piano Man.
Pianoist.
Piano Man. P-Man. Sticky
No.
P-Man. No, I'm gonna stop now.
Thank you, Peen.
Jin's another character whose
Sticky penis
whose lore has
man.
been left in limbo by Arcane because his technology is made from reverse engineered hex
It's-
tech from Piltover.
It's so crazy how season 1 went from like, oh, it's so cool how they'll enrich the lore, to season 2 is like, who are they gonna hunt and kill next? Like, don't.
How did we
Please.
get here?
I don't know.
Stay away from Volibear, I swear to
we
God.
were. It's so unfair. We weren't meant for this timeline. This is not like the road we
We're in the
were
wrong
on.
universe.
Meant.
Yeah.
So,
man.
we cut to now a new attack plan. We got Maddie and Caitlin leading a team of enforcers to do a gas on the ground type assault.
Ooh,
To
guessing.
be absolutely
They're
clear,
experienced in that.
they've got
They're
their
good at that.
most damaging and experienced sharpshooter, who also happens to be the commander, doing a gas assault on the floor, ground floor, whatever. They're very clever, I would say.
Yeah.
There's
By-
not
by the
obviously
way,
way better
the-
places for her to be right now.
Yeah. Also, by the way, the Victor Ball is just going in here without any resistance. The
Yeah,
way
well,
this looks
all
like
the forces are
right
dead.
now is that
All dead.
everybody died except these 8 people, or how many they are.
Yep.
It's like, what kind of war are we fighting here? Where is everyone? what's going on? It's
And I have
Jova.
no idea what the battle looks like in terms of like the general battlefield or the forces involved. It's awful all over.
Yeah, I got no fucking clue.
I just can't like
It's awful.
get over the fact she's one of the most
don't
she's the
like
most
it.
powerful weapon beyond that stupid turret, and she's doing gas bombing. Like
Look,
why aren't you in a really
she really loves that gas, man.
Yeah.
Vi is just easily defeated by the Shimagoons, and she doesn't get killed. They capture her.
Well, that's okay.
I feel
Why
like they
not?
didn't
Well,
even bother
okay.
trying to explain that one. They do several moves that would easily kill her if they actually hit her, but then they just don't. And they hit her in such a way that it claws her into the ground such that she's trapped. Like, it's just like, of course you didn't kill her. Of course. That would be crazy. And then you're like, but we gotta get her captured. Like, oh, okay. Well, just do that. It's fine. Who cares?
You can have her.
Yeah, so the plan is to gas all the troops around the area, run in and plant a bomb on the Victor Ball to blow it up and to win the overall fight. That's the goal. Again, putting Caitlyn on this mission. Could you at least put her in an elevated position, please? But she obviously is what Theo was mentioning earlier. It's like she's a main character, so she's gonna have to be the one that almost directly does this thing.
Yeah, she has to
Yep.
be in close quarters and use her
Well-
sniper rifle that way.
You say that, but there's actually another main character who he's been in the show
Yeah,
a whole
we'll
bunch.
get there. So some dude with the bomb is crawling, and he can't quite get there, and he gets killed. And so
Isn't it
Fishman
Oh, no,
picks
Fishman's
up
the
the
second one.
bomb because that guy dropped it after killing Guy. And I don't know if you guys remember this. The guy he kills, as he's like falling, rips off Fishman's mask. And so
Yeah.
he's like, "Oh shit! Now I can't breathe." And like everybody who's fucking seeing this shit's like, "Pick it back up, you idiot!"
Pick it back up.
He's
the
dead.
first thing you do is instantly grab that mask. It's right there on the ground.
Yeah.
Just you need to pick that up and immediately put it back
Fucking
on.
hell.
You'd think that just reflexively that would be what you do.
But no, you can tell what the writers are up to. They're like, "Oh, look at that! Now he hasn't got a mask, so it's going to be even harder." You're like, "Well, yeah. If he doesn't put it
Well,
back
yeah,
on,
it will be harder without the mask. Yes, the mask would make things easier.
Wait, if he's a fish man, why does he need a mask?
because it
Is he
affects
a
fish
fish
people
man?
too."
Okay.
As far as I know, all of the races seem to need oxygen in the air, and they can't breathe poisonous fumes.
There's another thing that gets like shit everywhere. Caitlin's doing sharpshooting while kickboxing while in a gas field, and I just find it kind of lame that she's just so fucking good at
It's
everything.
stupid.
She's inhumanly good.
I don't.
I'll
I've
give
never.
her the sniping thing. I'll give her the sniper thing.
I never liked having characters that are good at all the combat scenarios.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, come on. This takes away from everybody having their own sort of speciality, the work they put toward a particular thing. And yes,
It's also just throwing away drama you can take from. It's like, oh shit, I'm like forced to be in this scenario I'm not really
I
that
have
great
to-
in.
Yeah, I need to instantly get out of this scenario.
Yeah.
and find a way to get to like higher ground. I need to not be surrounded by enemies in melee
Like I
combat.
said, she should
need
be
to
in
get
high
to where I can
ground.
use my equipment best.
She should not be.
Yeah,
She's got a fucking long ass sniper rifle, and she's using it in close quarters combat. It's like, is this Call of Duty now? And
Why
I say
doesn't she have
that
a
I say
fucking
that
handgun? What's her sidearm?
regrettably about Call of Duty, of course.
The only one in this fucking show that has a sidearm is Jinx.
Yeah. Which
And
is
the only
weird
reason she's
because
using that is because it's her fucking
pistols are more
E.
difficult to make than rifles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They already had her using it because they didn't know what else to give her that could be a casual use of it. Even though that's the slow move, right? She fires it to, if I'm remembering correctly, because her minigun is the thing she uses all the time in the game.
Yeah.
So
He
yeah,
uses
it's the best they could do. But you're right, she is the only one.
Yeah.
Anyway, the bomb fails to go off because a nail gets caught in the gears.
Dude, on my
Why is
first
there
watch,
a nail here?
see, on my first watch, I was really confused. Like, really, this is what you do? Like, why? Obviously, on a rewatch, I understood what happened, but still, that's weird. I feel like
You
would
understood
check,
what
but-
did happen? A nail spawned out of nowhere. Just like,
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
I was
why
like,
is there
really,
a nail in it?
This happens.
Were they
somehow?
nailing something?
Yeah.
why is there a nail
Did
there?
a carpenter get attacked by the Noxians? What happened? How come there's just a nail here?
Well,
Just
I
hanging
think
out?
well, it was Maddie, obviously.
So Maddie put a nail in
She's
there.
stuck
Nobody
in-
else
Yeah.
saw this or did anything about it, and it's.
Yeah.
I mean that's
yeah,
just
all
unfortunate.
I-
Yeah, that's how it goes, I guess.
Sneaky, man.
It depends, I guess, on the design of this thing, if this is even viewable overtly or not.
I know because Maddie gets it out of the bag and gives it to people, so I guess she
Man.
just put a nail in there to sabotage
It
it.
would have been really unfortunate if she didn't get her hands on it.
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
if
exactly.
if she just couldn't do it without people seeing, or she wasn't the one with the bomb,
No.
Like, is it in the
or
inner
if someone noticed or
mechanics?
it fell off.
Because at that point, I'd be curious how
It's
she
in-
actually got a nail in there.
Wait, hold on. Why is she sabotaging the Victor Ball if Victor's not in the Victor Ball?
I don't
spy
know.
stuff,
I
don't
guess
worry
it doesn't
about it.
matter either way, right? But like simultaneously, it is a bomb, so I don't know. It's whatever, man. But yes, the bomb fails to go off, but obviously it doesn't really matter that it doesn't anyway, because
Mhm.
blowing up the Victor Ball wouldn't have meant anything. Maddie hits Caitlin in the back of the head, and
You slut.
we're done with Act 1
Sloot?
of this
The
episode, I
episode. Ah,
guess.
damn it.
Sloot?
Salute.
I heard about you having sex with that psycho.
That's the reason why she betrayed. She was actually on Caitlin's side until
No
the
one's
previous
cutting
episode.
So
me.
Caitlyn cheated on her.
Anyway, Bessa arrives, and we're having our
Anyway.
"we lost" moment, but all the main characters are still alive because, of course, they are.
Of course they
Mhm.
are.
They
But
have
we're
names.
somehow lost.
They have names. And
Man, if this would be season 1, we might have lost some people in a heroic fashion in the battle or something, you know. But no.
Loris.
yeah, Blue Shieldman. We got this awesome reveal where nobody could tell this was Maddie until she
case we
took the
didn't.
mask off.
That stupid ass haircut.
Anyway,
How does that stay
Dun,
on her
dun.
face? Forget about it. Don't worry about it.
so she passes the super rifle to Ambassador, and she dismantles the whole thing, which I guess is symbolic of her hatred of magic. But she wanted Hextech.
She
didn't
wanted
she?
Hextech.
All right,
This
I
is-
guess she's
Yeah,
just.
she
I thought she
wanted.
just did it because she wanted to disarm the enemy's weapon,
But
and
it's
that's just the thing that she did.
Amazing.
Which makes problems. Well, yeah, it makes problems because how do you know how to do this? You've
That's
never
actually
seen
a
this
fair
rifle
point
before.
as well.
Yeah.
It is one of a kind. She doesn't even like look at it as she does it. She expertly disassembles this one of a kind, unique rifle that the world has never seen before. And I'm like, no.
What she
surely-
should probably do is
No.
pass this off to someone and say, "Give this to Singed."
Yeah, see
Oh,
what
yeah.
he can do with it.
Give
Or,
it to Singe, make him put some Victor juice on it. I want to see what happens.
Come back to Singed and he's got like 50 of them, like lined up on racks.
like, how do you do that? He just lifts a plug up, and he's like, "I put this in there." And
Like with the-
I don't know. Caitlin kind of grabs the gun from Maddie and hits her with the butt of it and goes to attack Ambassador and then gets stabbed My
Oh,
God.
no.
But don't
Damn it.
fret, anyone. It means nothing.
Nothing.
The stab
that's
wound will
good.
not be returning in
It's
Avengers.
non-lethal. It's
No,
non-lethal.
it will be returning to help Caitlyn.
It's like
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
you're
run
right,
here.
my
This is
bad.
what's
Don't
so
worry about
fucking
that
stupid about
terrible
this.
stab wound.
Yeah, the stab won't be affecting Caitlyn negatively. It will, however, affect her positively later. Don't you worry.
Those old positive stab wounds, you know the ones.
I love
So-
being stabbed.
We're at the part that's incredibly funny.
Oh yeah, I think actually this is
one's
the.
been doing
I think
the
this
rounds.
is actually
let
more.
us also
I think this is more funny
remind
than the
everybody
Echo one.
why. I think it's funnier too. This, however, just to remind everybody, the reason that they had to make Madeline evil and a traitor is so that you wouldn't feel bad about Caitlyn cheating on her. That's the reason why. That is the reason.
The only
This was,
reason.
as far as that is the reason. It was never established or set up. There was no weird anything that had anything to do with anything. That is the reason why. So the shipping, at least in their mind, is protected. Even though Caitlyn did cheat on her, this is so you don't feel bad about it.
Oh,
Now,
good. I feel
if
better
everyone
now.
can-
That's good. That's great.
Pull the stream up because this is very
Oh,
amusing.
I need to see
Uh,
this.
Mhm,
I've seen this so many
mhm.
times.
So-
it
Too
never
good.
gets old.
Maddie wants to shoot Caitlyn in the neck, which is a bit fucking rude for an
Strange.
execution.
It's strange. It feels very
whatever.
spiteful. Pretty spiteful.
Just so that everyone understands what's happening here, we have Mel from behind these closed doors, by the
Yep.
way, we'll get to that in a second, I suppose, has cast a spell, a remote defensive shield around Maddie specifically, such that when she fires that bullet, it deflects to the, well, I guess Maddie's left. Why?
Why would that be the
Can you
way
see
it
that?
works?
Like that's the first
That's-
bounce.
I
The
don't
second
think that's how
bounce
physics work.
goes behind, like to there. Like all right, then down here, and then up right in her fucking in her forehead.
I choose to interpret this as
Same.
Mel taking multiple attempts to get like the angle right. She kept missing Maddie. It's like, wait, fuck, no, over there. Hold on.
Like what the hell?
Yeah, it's so funny.
What?
So
I don't
it's
even like.
Bizarre.
What?
So Mel put a shield around Maddie, and then
It
And
looks like
was
a sphere,
It was
yeah.
positioned perfectly
Yeah.
so that it would ricochet
Yeah.
into her brain.
which it isn't actually.
Well,
it
that
should
first
just go back
bounce,
immediately.
it should
The
bounce
first
right back
bounce
into the
is
fucking
cheating.
rifle
Yeah,
or into
exactly.
Maddie.
Yeah.
And you could kill her that
Full
way, but no,
bounce into the ground.
we bounced it.
Yeah, it depends on
just-
the angle. Yeah, it's very
Yeah, it depends on-
strange.
It's very
If you
unlikely that it would
just-
bounce back the fuck up.
It would probably bounce down if.
Yeah, it would
look
probably
at-
bounce
if
down.
she had that rifle, it would
would
hit the
bounce down.
side and it would bounce like back but downward. It like hit her in the
Mm.
leg
Yeah.
Yeah,
because she's a sphere and you're aiming downward
But
from
instead it-
above near the top of the
It
sphere.
bounced
this is way
in
funnier, to
absolutely
be fair.
bizarre fucking directions until it hit her right in the forehead. It's like, okay. Sure, show. That's how that works. And,
Where's Mel been this whole time then?
Well, Mel must have only just when I say shown up, she hasn't even shown up yet because she's still behind the door.
yeah.
Well-
She had perfect timing to be able to do this, but also about 10 seconds previously, Ambessa stabbed Caitlyn, which
Yep.
means that if
She
Mel
could've just
was
killed her.
there,
Imagine-
she would-
well, just imagine if she decided to just keep going, like
That's
just
a
multiple
it's such a good
times.
point.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
Mel has a hero entrance here, and they have
Mhm.
gotten to the point where they're fucking obnoxious with Mel. She's not doing well, show. She's doing very badly. She hasn't helped anybody up to this point. And for some reason, you had her only helping when Maddie shot her, but not when her mum stabbed her. I don't understand the logic.
Yeah.
And then why would you have her do it where she can't see anything? We know that she can't do that. How is she shielding people without seeing anything?
Why can't she? Why can't you just do this now anyway?
Also,
Did she have her training montage off screen or
She
something?
practiced while she was walking back to Piltover.
Yeah.
It's
she
such
just
a-
figured it out.
The show thinks
Wait,
she's so
is it-
badass for this.
Yeah.
I mean,
The show-
is it possible if we saw the effects of the shield, why doesn't she just like shield people to death? Like open the shield halfway through them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's
that
that.
work?
There's the sheer amount of people who've died to projectiles in this sequence that she has not helped is
Yeah.
crazy.
No, but Caitlyn's a named character with a face, so she gets to live.
Yeah.
Like the reason why Mel hasn't been around is entirely a meta reason from the writers, is that they didn't want to show us Mel doing a bunch of cool stuff with her shield
Correct.
to protect people,
Yeah.
so that way they could pull it out halfway through the battle and be like, oh snap, here we go.
This is a,
Yeah,
this
that's
is
right. Now she's
this
here.
is the Rohirrim
Which damages
arriving. You
them.
see, it's like, oh
Yeah,
wow, that's
exactly.
crazy! What a surprise! And you're like,
It's
you
like,
didn't
you
earn
mean
this
it
at
right,
all.
she was here the whole
Yeah.
time.
There's also
But the weird part is also, I think earlier she tells to Clockwork Lady or something. It's like, you stay here, and then she leaves, and this is when she comes back. What was
She was walking
what
the
was her
whole
plan?
time.
She was
Yeah,
just
she was
walking
on her
through the
way.
fucking Piltover.
Oh, it's
There's
so
a further
bad.
issue with how Mel is presented in this that the show is clearly not ready to acknowledge or try and tackle, which is, so Hex Tech is so fucking bad and world destroying because of the Arcane, and the Arcane is what it is, which is really, really dangerous. Mel is a bona fide mage, like straight up. These people are like
Yep.
the causes of all of the big dangerous, like horrible magic related problems in Runeterra's past, but she's like portrayed like unanimously positively.
Isn't she so fucking cool and amazing?
In the show,
'cause she's
Stanley, I
not-
think so.
I feel like this isn't very cool and amazing if Hex Tech is this destructive. How about, the people wielding the magic just straight up? They don't need an intermediary, like, mechanical device. They just are magic. Aren't
Also
they
in
more
season
dangerous,
one,
vastly?
In season 1, she wasn't just a entirely benevolent good person that would absolutely, like Mel would totally know how to wield that power, and she would absolutely do it for the right thing. In season 1, that was very much not the case. Like she was a good person, but there was an extra layer of she was willing to do bad things for good reasons.
Mhm.
Whereas, like here, it seems to be, like you say, suggesting that, well, she's not going to blow up the world because she's Mel. She wouldn't do that. Like, it's not quite how that works.
Well, even if she had no intention to blow up the world, the way magic works in this setting is that she very well could do a lot of fucking damage just by not knowing well enough how her powers work.
Yeah.
I guess she met Tom Bombadil on the way back to Piltover.
I guess so.
She got her Gand
Oh, shut
up
up.
her ass.
We could be spared of that for at least. They still haven't confirmed the work of season 3 yet. What's
Oh,
that?
I saw
That's
that they
wild.
have.
Oh, they have? Is that brand new
I think-
information, or because that?
Well, apparently Payne and McKay have said they have confirmed that season 3 is happening.
Oh no.
That doesn't. It's not
Has
the
it-
same as Amazon saying that it's been green lit.
I was about to say, has it
But,
entered production? Still not, I'm assuming. Because
I'm going to have a look.
didn't season 2 enter
That's
production
crazy.
really soon after season 1 wrapped up? As in, like,
I
was
believe so,
premiered?
yes.
So, yeah, this is definitely something's wrong.
Oh yeah, the fact that we haven't
So-
heard it, the fact that this is even a discussion that's happening at this point for the most expensive show ever made, not good. Not
So-
good news.
1 day ago, the showrunners confirmed that Rings of Power will return for a 3rd season. That isn't the same as Amazon greenlighting it,
Yeah.
but the
Mhm.
showrunners seem to think that it will have a 3rd season.
Well, maybe it'll be 3 years from now, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. They're crossing their fingers and waiting.
So, then we get more indulgence from the show, loving Jinx as a character. She arrives on her
Oh, this is
airship.
cringe.
She
Oh, on her-
launches the
with her-
firelights off of it,
She's
and we
got
see
that.
an army
She
from
got that
Zorn
iconic hood on.
arriving
The Firelights would love to work with
from
Jinx.
the bridge.
Yeah,
So many
they love-
things.
They sure love Jinx.
What a catastrophe of, like,
Yeah.
this has not been earned whatsoever. This is fucking insane. The amount of issues to go through, you almost have to do it by character. Because, I mean, if we start with the simpler stuff, Savika crossing the bridge with her army of Zornites, like, so she wasn't convinced until Echo came back and gave her, presumably, a speech. What did he tell her?
I don't know.
What did he say?
Whatever he said, I'm sure she had no lines.
Hey, if
Okay.
you help us, I get rid of this shit arm you have.
Would've been-
I'll build you a time traveling.
Oh,
arm.
you're Silco's right hand man. Oh, we
Like, you-
really hated Silco.
You guys get too
We
that this
really
is
hated
the best we've
Silco.
got for the conclusion of the Zorn Piltover like storyline. It's the Zorn are
Yeah.
here to save Piltover.
Yeah.
Also,
Which, by the
then-
way, they charge in and it looks like they lose immediately.
Well, they
Well,
have
but also,
lesser weapons than Piltover do. What are they going to do against the fucking army that just stomped Piltover?
I think there's
I don't
one
know.
guy with a pistol or something. I don't know.
couldn't this easily be interpreted as Zorn waited for a whole bunch of people from Piltover to die so that when they win, they'd have like more forces?
So
Or
this
they're
is
in
the
league
thing.
with,
Let us
like,
let us
out
cast
the-
our memories
out-
back
Knox
to an excellent episode of Batwoman, where she was in
That's all of them.
a big old tower, skyscraper, whatever, in a party. And unfortunately, I think this is, I want to say it's like episode 3 or something, maybe 2.
I think it was 3 or 4, maybe.
And something horrible happens. Some people are taking over. People are getting guns. Everything's horrible. We need Batwoman to save us. And you'd expect the episode would be about how she's there as Kate Kane, and she doesn't give up her identity. But simultaneously, people need help. So obviously, as the hero she is,
more important.
she decides to take the time to go down the entire skyscraper, head over to Wayne Industries, get down into the Batcave, get the suit refurbished and sorted out such that it'll match her, and then head back over to the skyscraper.
Oh, she gets the hair. Yeah, that's how she gets the hair on the.
And then start saving people, which was remarkable in terms of like, holy shit, that's horrible. Like that you spent so much time making yourself look the way that you think you need to look to save people before saving people. Why do you think I'm bringing this up?
Man,
why ever are you bringing this up, Mahler? I can't imagine why.
Time to paint everything, you know, get
These
all the paint
stupid fucking writers love all of this aesthetic for Jinx. Look how punk she is. This is so fucking cool.
Oh wow,
so awesome.
But like that took time. Like,
all of this, she had to fucking sew a costume. What are you doing? We've got a war. And the fact is, you can't argue like, oh, well, it's all right. It worked out timing-wise. Like, no, it didn't. Loads of people are dead.
No,
it looks like all the
I was so curious as to the context of that getup when it was in the promotional material. Suffice it to say, I'm not entirely...
Look at the balloon. Look at all this graffiti. It takes time to do all of that. What the fuck are you doing?
It would have taken a day.
This was important? You needed this? You can't come in and save everybody unless they know it's you, Jinx, with your Jinx aesthetic, and all the Firelights would wait for this. They would wait. They would wait for Jinx to do all of this. They'd be like, yeah, okay, hang on, gotta do. Maybe she got all of them to do it.
Would go faster.
Yeah, they didn't have better things to do, like prepping weaponry, armor, tools, and technology, warnings, trying to get as much help as possible. No, we gotta paint your balloon.
Maybe she was waiting on them to get organized, and this is what she did in the meantime.
Also need to paint Echo, and he needs to paint me, I guess.
Well, and the thing is, like I said, it's one of the more celebrated things.
Jinx
People love
my
this.
Firelight friends in the first season. Echo would be very.
He killed one of them right in front of me. She just
that's right. Yep, killed her.
Well, we don't care about their history in this universe because they had a nice history in a different universe.
Shot my friend right in front of my face. You know,
Also,
bygones be bygones.
On the topic of Jinx, she was convinced off screen not only to not kill herself, but also to join the fight.
Yep,
that's a pretty big decision. Off screen.
And she's got the fucking balloon airship thing. Where the hell did this come from?
I'm not sure, but I think what they want us to understand is that this is like
base, right?
her base. She
how the hell
a balloon to it and lifted
how
it
the
off.
fuck did she get it out of there?
What?
I don't.
That makes even less sense than having an airship.
It's like Jabba's palace coming to save K-Vaz.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't she set that on fire too?
No, she didn't. No.
But the idea that
fucking set the last drop on fire, but not your stupid fucking base.
Oh, you know, that actually pans out because when she set it on fire, it created a hole in the ceiling that she could fly out of.
Fuck yeah, you're right. Damn.
Yeah, so that's pretty clever actually. That
that's so smart.
At a time, yeah. That's
good.
They don't call her a genius engineer for nothing.
My home was always an airship. Shut up. It was definitely that.
This was in case I ever needed to get the hell out of Dodge real fast, you know?
I do like
I needed to
how
ever
the
walk away, so to speak.
Yeah.
I like how the air balloon is not only is it a gigantic, slow-moving target, and the Noxian ships have artillery cannons.
Oh my god!
But it also announced its arrival with very loud techno music.
They should have seen it coming. They obviously got warnings from Jinx. One shot, like you just said, from any of their cannons, and this thing is fucked.
Yep.
Yeah, and then you start flying away, you know, like uncontrollably.
Hey, it's an air balloon. Like one fucking crossbow would bring that down if you landed in it.
If gravity allows the arrow that high, but yeah.
And I mean,
well,
if
they're Noxian crossbows.
Then that's going to be, you know, as well. Yeah, it's just a pretty cringe is what this is.
Indeed.
Such a nightmare of bad writing. It's not fair.
People want Rex to read the lyrics.
I'll fetch them.
They're in Spanish.
Oh,
No, that won't stop me. You fool! You think that'll stop me?
Wait, no, hold on. If they're
Yeah,
in
not-
Spanish, then
There's
Google
subtitles,
Translate
though.
them. That'll be better.
Well, there's also subtitles that are in English on the episode I've got.
Oh,
so,
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I understand, they are in Spanish.
One sec. I shall discover the truth of this.
Yeah.
Talk about whatever you want, I guess.
Boy, I really don't think that those propellers are spinning fast enough to keep that ship aloft.
No.
Just something I couldn't not think about.
I'm sure the hot air balloon has it covered.
Oh, to be fair, some of it's in Spanish, but some of it isn't. And unfortunately, all I've got in the source that I'm using is speaks in Spanish, is the Spanish part. So, I'll just give you the English parts.
That's so rude. Come on, give them
Makes
actual subtitles.
Vague Spanish noises.
All right.
Spanish noises.
Here, this is Jinx's battle anthem.
Yes.
You are not alone. Look at my shadow,
Uh-huh.
right behind you like a ghost.
Ooh.
If we should die, our legend is our rare flow. Taking those shots, make the big throws bespoke. Tell them straight, 'cause turn them all to stone.
All right.
Cinema.
Awesome.
I don't know if it's better or worse that you say that the song originally is Spanish, because that
sounds badly
Better.
translated already.
sounds, yeah.
This sounds just as bad as all of the other English things that all English songs that we've been reading so far.
You know how like in God of War Ragnarok, you get really hyped up when Kratos blows the horn, and then all of the,
How dare
all
you
of the
compare
gates
it?
open,
Like,
and
why
then
would
you right? No, just look alright. And then Kratos, it's epic
Fringy.
and amazing,
Wait.
and Kratos lead. Yeah.
I don't know if-
I'm in the process of playing Ragnarok. If you could avoid spoilers, I would
Okay.
appreciate it.
Okay, so the non-spoiler thing is that God of War Ragnarok recognizes that it would be a little bit antithetical to like an anti-war theme to have like the war part be presented as like fun and awesome rather than the tragedy that
What
it
an
is.
excellent point.
Um,
We've already had so
this-
many people die, but this is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's
Dear
really
friend
awkward to be
across
like,
the
oh,
river."
woohoo, yeah, look at how hype it is, and all the look, oh man, and there's all these bright colors, and it's really like this is meant to be this story is meant to be about like war and the cycle of violence, and it seems really, really odd to have like upbeat hype music for what is the continuation of the war.
Yep.
Yeah.
See,
Really
here's the problem with
bizarre.
your analysis. The problem is that war is fucking awesome. All right, war is really fucking cool.
I mean, he got you there, Frankie.
So
I gotta
actually,
say.
this
Yeah,
checks
when there's
out.
hoverboards, and all that. Yeah, and also like all of these, we don't care about the Noxians. They don't have faces, so
No,
who
listen,
cares?
No.
when we
I'm
invaded
sorry, but-
France and killed Hitler at his dining room table, that was so fucking cool. All right,
I can't believe they used
They were-
hoverboards for that. That was crazy.
The Noxians.
that's how we got in so quick. We swooped in.
Yeah,
The
swooped right
SAS
in.
is one of their first missions.
Yeah, they waited.
Those,
They
those
painted their
crazy
aircraft.
British and their wacky inventions. I'm telling you, man.
Oh, someone just said it's not a war documentary. Bro, how did you miss the part where it was established
Oh,
this
no,
is
he gotcha.
the
It's not
show.
a
It's the
documentary.
show's opinion that war is bad. Does anyone remember
Sorry.
the first fucking
Yeah.
scene of the
To be fair.
season?
Hello.
Hello.
A war documentary either.
I just find it amusing.
Actually,
Like,
war is
you know what?
fucking cool.
Saving Private
Arcane
Ryan is not a war.
2024.
Saving Private Ryan's not a war documentary; it's a film. So, like, if they were playing epic rock music at Omaha Beach, that would be very like, who gives a shit?
That's
I don't
one of
know,
the
man.
reasons
Like,
why
it's a little bit fucking stupid thing to say.
I just-
I think.
True.
I really don't like the this is on topic. It might sound like it's not, but the rework that they've done to the Howling Abyss map on League of Legends, where it's now the Bridge of Progress. So they've changed the commentators, and it really it fits in with what the general vibes of this scene is. That it's awesome, kill each other, which doesn't work at all with what Arcane used to be. They've changed the announcers so that they're like insulting each other and going, "Woo, kill that Pilty!" And it's like, what do you mean? Is that the message you're supposed to get from Arcane?
Well,
and the
I-
and the
First scene
background
of the
music.
entire show was the aftermath of a battle and how horrifying it is.
Well, it feels like maybe this might be a relevant time to talk about something that I think we've sort of mentioned a few times up to this point. That what are we meant to conclude about breaking the cycle of violence based on all of this? Like, just hope that a bigger enemy
Have a
from
good
the outside
soundtrack.
comes
Maybe
along and unites them
wait
against
on
you,
that
or-
because the show
Yeah.
has a fucking insane answer by the time we get to the
right.
end.
Yes, that's true. That's
Maybe
true.
rather
We
than
can
like
talk
a circle
about
of violence, it's a spiral of violence. That's what
that
we need.
later. Sorry,
Well,
at random. It sounded
yeah.
like you had a bit more to say there.
Oh, well, the last thing I was going to say is on the topic of the first episode of Arcane is I'm one of those weirdos who occasionally plays League of Legends, period, but also plays it with the music on. And the music for the new map, the Bridge of Progress map, is a redo of the Dear Friend Across the River song.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's like a big, like epic orchestral version, but it has the same melody. And I fucking hate that because you're like, you compare like the emotional impact that melody has in season 1 from like the first scene through to episode 7 when Jinx is just humming it. She's completely changed and she just casually executes someone on the floor. Compare that to this like, woo, it's party time, everyone kill each other in League of Legends, yay, and you're just listening to the same tune. It feels like a complete bastardization. Yeah, I'm trying to think of an example of that being done elsewhere and having it be equally bad, but I can't even come up with a hypothetical.
I don't want to stick on this necessarily for too long, but I think that's a big failing of the music in the second season as well. Is first off, it really, really likes "Dear Friend Across the River." The second season,
of course it does.
It is very interested in it as a musical
It's
motif.
jealous it can't have a song of its own.
That's
that
exactly
fucking
what
good.
I was about to say. Is that season 2 it fails to establish or like work with or develop any of its musical motifs it had going on. Like we had motifs for Hextech, we had Dear Friend Across the River, we had a lot of musical ideas going on in the first season. It was a really, really interesting and strong score, but they haven't actually like developed any of the ideas present in it. The only tracks I really remember are the ones that are reused, being Dear Friend Across the River in its many, many, many permutations, and that one time in episode 6 where they play the track from Vanda's Last Stand in season 1 episode 3.
Yeah.
Why don't
I don't
we
remember any of the other like score tracks, which is really crazy.
Well, why don't we actually try and be fair and have Rags treat Dear Friend Across the River the same way he's treated the other songs and see if we get a different
Absolutely.
result.
Equal treatment.
Those are the lyrics.
All right. Dear friend across the river, my hands are cold and bare. Dear friend across the river, I'll take what you can spare. I ask of you a penny, my fortune it will be. I ask you without envy. We raise no mighty towers. Our homes are built of stone. So come across the river and find the world below.
Now, we don't need to break it down, but I fucking love that song for how short it is and how
It's fucking-
effective it is.
Oh yes.
It's coherent for starters.
Mm-hmm.
It's not drooling for a squeaky.
Or oinking for some poison.
Imagine if your lyrics meant something. Isn't that cool? Did
Ew,
you know that they
gross.
just can?
I love, like, I ask of you a penny, my fortune it will be. It's like, oh, there's so much to
Yep.
think about. It's that I always loved that opening scene in Arcane, and it's just like the reason that my mind keeps going back to it, I think, is the damage that keeps getting fucking done with more and more of this season as it keeps going.
Yeah, like how did we get from that opening scene to Jinx arriving on a giant hot air balloon to I don't even know what she's trying to do, but yeah, how did we get from that to this? Because getting from that to the final sequences of season 1, you can follow it. You can expect that might be where the story might go. When you have like all the stuff with Silco, because it's very based on the trauma of this particular character, and it is very character driven. This is schlock. Is that a word to describe it?
Call it that.
Schlock is
That's like a compliment
enjoyable.
almost to this, yeah.
Yeah, schlock. I wouldn't say so. I think schlock has some enjoyable quality to it.
Yeah, schlock has
Like
positive
Batman and
connotations, I
Robin
guess.
is schlock.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I enjoy it. I want to see it. It brings me happiness. It waters my crops. But this This is misery, and I hate it, and it's destruction of things that I love. And it thinks it's more than it is. It's trying to be more. It's just no.
I also feel
This
like
doesn't even get the privilege of being called schlock.
I kind of don't want to get on the show's case too much about having songs in French and in Spanish within the universe, but it does get a little bit weird when in one of the insert songs they have lyrics in an in-universe language. Ashes and Blood from episode 3. The child choir are chanting in Shariman, which is a language from within the universe. And I don't know, that makes the choice to use then real-world languages that are not English a bit stranger.
That's
Yeah, like Chinese
really
as
cool.
well.
I feel like it passed
Yeah,
through less
yeah.
people. It passed through less, like, boxes have to be ticked about production and quality control. Because, like, Dear Friend Across the River as well, it always came across to me as something of a tune in the universe that would likely just be something that they sing to each other that's got a lot of meaning if you want to know what it is, but it's also just a song as like a bedtime thing or a kind of a cultural tune sort of thing. Like, it fits right in. I have no issue with it, but obviously ones that mention America or something, I'm going to be like, okay.
America is canonical in the League of Legends universe. Just accept it. Our
Good for
supremacy
him.
is such that we exist out there somewhere on, I guess, Runeterra is the planet or whatever. We're out there. We're out there, baby. Watch out.
Going for the oil. What?
So, I mean, if we want to keep going, you see Savika and her army of random Zordites that are equipped with maybe a Molotov or a wrench here and there.
Yeah, they just die.
Oh,
They just
yeah.
get annihilated instantly.
Rushing
Noxus-
into Noxians. It's the funniest
Highlight-
shit.
These Noxians are a
Highlight-
professional army. A professional army will usually fare pretty well against a militia, I
Yeah.
think.
It's absolutely unreal. They show us that result.
1776, baby.
They show a bunch of rabble screaming randomly, and they run into the shield wall with spears of Noxians, and they want to try and convince us they have even a chance. You
There's
must
not
be
even
joking.
like a strategy to it. It's
Get
just
us out of the show. We
we
don't
ran
want
at the
to do
spear
that.
wall. We ran at the spear wall.
It's insane. It's so embarrassing.
How
Stop
you do
it.
it? Shut up.
Highlight of the episode, though, is that Jericho is there.
Yeah.
Nice one,
Yeah.
Jericho.
Well, listen. Of course he would be there. Because remember him?
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah.
I want it known.
I mean, yeah,
You
he's
know?
my favorite.
one little
This-
smack and
I remember him.
This is the Shimmer
He
Troll.
could take on
Right here, big
could
fat
take on
Shimmer
Medusa.
Troll, and there was a concern of the kind of power level we're dealing with a creature like this. Echo hits him in his head with his wrench once, and then someone else
Oh,
hits him
yeah.
in the back of the head once, and he's dead.
Wow, he
That's good.
sucks.
Rip.
okay. Took care of that.
Wait,
I guess
so
that that troll was more of like a glass cannon and they got the first hit. So
Yeah,
you know.
its head is a weak point.
Well,
So a gun would
I
have
mean,
worked then,
I just
right?
feel like I just feel like Piltover might have a guy with a gun that could have killed him a bit earlier than now, but I guess not. Victor
Gun's
Ball,
no match
baby.
for a wrench.
Maybe he was at 1 HP because he had taken so many shots to the head already. That's probably
Yeah.
what it was.
Yeah, it's like when you hand the
He's
jar
like
to
one of the
someone else
bosses
and they
in
open it and you're
Destiny.
like, I loosened it for you.
He's like one of the bosses. He's just got a big health bar, and then when you hit it enough, it's like,
Just-
yep, that's the last
That's
one.
that. Done.
I mean, if we're gonna be honest, you only have one hit point that really matters.
yeah. Now we get what I think is the most explicit evidence of there being deleted scenes. Jinx's balloon arrives where the turret is. Of course, they need to get the turret back online because that's so useful. Gotta stop the
What
Victor
if they
Ball.
just shot it right at her?
And this is the shot. We cut to Vi and her team are like surrendering with the Noxian soldiers with her. It's like, this is not what you showed us last time we saw her. She was captured. Now she's free again, and she's with a team that are starting to give up. It's like,
Oh yeah.
what happened? You didn't show us what happened.
Was she with the people that were captured in the middle of the plaza or wherever they were?
No, she was in
She was
this
up by
room,
Shieldman.
but this room
Oh,
had been
okay, right, right.
defeated. Shieldman was shot, Piano Man was captured, and so was Vi. She was on the floor, and they had her by the neck. She was done.
Okay, so now we're because this is back in the room, right?
Yeah.
Now this scene. Okay, yeah, then yeah, okay.
So she
anyway.
can't. This can't be happening. Like
Yeah,
this,
it's
not
it's
possible.
cooked.
But then Jinx appears with her brand new hyper minigun How did she get that? And it's like she built it in 5 minutes. Shut up.
Because the minigun was called Pow Pow, which is what Vi called her, and I don't know where I'm going with this.
All right.
I'm sure someone made some sort of connection out of it.
I don't think they did either.
Oh, you know.
But yeah, they clear out the room pretty quick, and everyone we're back on, and maybe there's a moment here where the piano guy has to move Shieldman's body, and I was so like, throw him off, go on, throw him off the fucking platform. Just be like, sorry, man, we got more things to do. It would have been so funny.
Well, that would have been something. That would have been something that could have been done in a very like somber tone.
Oh, totally.
If they were actually taking this shit seriously. The fact that it's like your body's in the way, I have to move you.
Well, yeah, it's exactly. It can be the in the heat of battle, the kinds of decisions that people would make essentially about their fallen comrades are going to be a bit different than what they would do if they weren't, in imminent danger, right? Like the idea of almost like using somebody who's been killed as like a shield to protect yourself from like shrapnel or something, for instance,
or something. Yeah.
Like again, it's grim, but we're having fun here.
Lives
like
are...
this is
like this is fun. Rather than being the horrific circumstances meant to be in this story that's meant to be a commentary on the cycle of violence and war.
It should be mentioned too that Savika has a goober arm still. She never got that
Yeah,
upgraded.
no, she loves that goober arm. We're having fun
Even though a spear went through the damn thing like several episodes.
That was Rictus's spear. That should have destroyed it.
Rictus would have collected that arm and put it on his wall. It was a trophy.
No, he wouldn't. He would never fucking put that in his house. It's disgusting.
Keep it outside.
Rictus would never do that. Take it back.
Remember the scene on the bridge when Marcus, when he got killed, and how he doesn't have an arm, and like he doesn't get to his last
doesn't get to
words
finish the
broken.
line. Yeah.
He doesn't.
Which was thematically relevant to his whole character.
Yeah.
Remember that guy we covered who said Marcus was a bad character?
That made me mad.
Just you remember that scene where Marcus was there with I can't remember exactly what Silco was saying, but basically like saying, like, oh yeah, no, I know you imagine being a hero and doing something heroic, and then just him fucking screaming as he pulls the pin out of the grenade, and then
that's a fantasy. Yeah,
I don't think it's
a fantasy he can never quite live up to.
Exactly.
I don't think it's controversial to say that at this point, taking season 2 into account, Marcus is the best character in Arcane.
Well, Marcus's story ended in a way. Part of the reason why I bring it up is because we'll talk about it a little bit more, but something that a lot of stories, films, and TV shows don't like to do that I wish more of them did was unceremonious deaths, where the death is like
tragic or like unfinished almost. Because Marcus' story is in a way unfinished.
Yeah,
like
which
there
is
was
kind
more.
of the point.
That wanted to be accomplished. He wanted to do more, but him dying there makes sense based on everything that happened, and it's part of the tragedy of his character and what he chose and why he chose it, and that ultimately his last thoughts were of the person that he was kind of doing all of this for, or certainly believed he was, and in a way he was. And that's what makes him a simple but excellent character.
What did he want? What did he want his daughter to know? What were those words actually going to be?
Oh, remember, by the way,
you never get to know.
He shot, or he couldn't shoot Caitlyn because he was racist. He couldn't bring himself to shoot.
Oh god.
Tribalistic bigotry was the term.
I guess the point being that typically the kinds of deaths that you'll see in a story is a character slowly dies while getting to finish their last words, or they go out in a massive blaze of glory. These are the kind of things that you see frequently. What you see infrequently is like a main character suddenly dying at a strange point in the film. Like,
remember
it's
Andor?
one of the things Andor's
at the heist at the beginning of the heist. That one guy who was like a part of the whole plan the whole time. He had a role in everything, and really close to the beginning, right after things go off, he gets shot, and that's it.
That's it, yeah.
He gets shot by
it's
people.
Funny. Someone's saying like Joel in The Last of Us 2. That's actually a different, because that's cruel.
That's cruelty. And it makes
no country for old men.
Yeah, like
also the underlying factor that it makes fucking sense. Joel's death made no fucking sense at all. Like,
no, exactly. But
the narrative bent over backwards to get him in that room. So
the nature of it is, Quentin Tarantino. One of the things that I enjoy about his films is that characters can just suddenly die in ways that are like not I suppose what you would call like narratively
Cinematic.
satisfying or cinematic, yeah. It'll just be like, oh, you're done. Like you're just gone, and that's the end. The story doesn't recognize or afford you any greater significance than any number of the other characters that you could interact with. Interact with in the story compared to
Yeah.
like, well, we're
Your
gonna do
enemies
slow
don't care about
motion.
your story. The people who
Yeah.
want to kill you don't care about your narrative
No Country
importance.
for
They
Old
don't
Men,
care about you.
same
Yeah.
deal. You know that Josh Brolin's character is essentially, if you could say that anybody is the protagonist of the story, he is that, and he dies off screen to guys that you kind of forgot about as being like relevant to the plot because
In a
you're so much more
context that
focused
you-
on Anton.
You may have missed that the circumstances for his death were created in the first place.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I suppose the only reason I bring it up now is because Arcane definitely has more. It definitely has those moments of what you could like. Silco's death is probably much more. You would describe it as much more like normal and conventional in a sense. That
yeah.
like, yeah, he dies, but he gets to say his
Yeah, he
last
gets shot,
words.
bleeds out.
Everything
Yeah.
slows down, and the characters are
complete.
And
able to
it's
absorb
near
what's
the end of the
happening.
finale
Yeah.
of the first season. That was
Exactly.
appropriately
Yeah. But
timed.
you had Marcus, you had Clagger and Milo.
Oh, God,
these
yeah.
sorts of characters that had very
Vanda.
Hey,
quick.
You had
Yeah,
Vanda.
Vanda
There
as
we
well.
go. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mhm.
His isn't, and it was one of the things that I respected about the show was a willingness to do something that
Kill children. Agreed.
Hey, look, all right.
But yes, though, like seriously,
Like, actually,
But yes, though.
Said yes.
It's just the
I mean,
willingness
well,
the
to
child Jace kills straight up. Like,
yeah, that's another one.
Yeah.
It's crazy in retrospect that the main worry I think a lot of us had about season 2 was would it be able to have the teeth of episode 3 of season 1? Like that was it was like we all assumed it'll be good, but how good will it be? And then
And the definitive, conclusive answer to that is it has no teeth. The teeth are gone. It is
Yeah.
toothless from How to Train Your Dragon.
Yeah.
He got no
Yeah.
teeth. except he's not a cool dragon. It's
I just
a
remembered-
crap
Yeah,
show.
Nicole Dragon.
Episode 3, obviously it kills off Vanda, Clagger, and Milo, but it also kills off Grayson and Benzo. Very
Yeah.
Yeah,
unceremonious.
Grayson. Yeah,
Yeah.
the
Just like that,
Shimmer
they
the
just
first
die.
Shimmer
Right,
Monster
yeah.
guy kills her.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
again, the reason why it's something that, especially when done well, I appreciate is because a thing that really annoys me in stories is when essentially because they are a main character in universe, they are given like a greater level of significance. I don't like it. I prefer it when stories don't do that.
Part of what
When
makes
they're
Marcus
more balanced.
such part of what makes Marcus like fairly impressive to me in that capacity is how they made an unsatisfying death narratively satisfying with regards to the
Yeah.
characters' like thematic through lines.
Mhm.
It's kind of really well engineered that you reach a point where a character like they die not even finishing their last words, doing something related essentially to another story. And that's the perfect end for how this character should have ended in terms of like
Yeah.
maximum narrative satisfaction from what's going on in their story.
It's
And
gutsy.
with Marcus, he doesn't actually, because the whole problem with Marcus, or the whole problem that Marcus has at that point in time is, do I kill Caitlyn, someone who I know is innocent, to protect my daughter? And he's struggling, is he actually going to do it or is he not? And then he is killed before he can make a decision. He doesn't commit either way.
Yes.
They almost
Yeah,
did
it's
this
good
with
shit.
Chalice Mercer in the Dead Space remake. I don't think they quite nailed it, but they almost got there with him.
It's I wonder how much of it stems from writers being like too attached to the characters that they create to where like they don't want to essentially take them where they need them to be. And it's Hill House feels like the very clear example of that the ending was there is an ending that you've set up, but you like your characters too much to subject them to it, so you change it, and in a sense you compromise it.
Yeah.
You do a disservice to your characters because it's not about whether or not they get a happy ending necessarily. It's about whether or not they get the ending that you essentially facilitated for them.
I
And
think
part of that
another
for
Just
me
let them down the road if
is
you're not willing to go down it,
I think another problem with this is probably also that the general audience is much more accepts more like the happy ending kind of deals, right? They're like,
Yes.
oh no, that's my favorite character. Why did he
I think I
die?
generally
Well,
do.
I mean, hell,
I don't-
No
they can't
Country
all
for
be
Old
happy.
Men, like No Country for Old Men's
Yeah.
ending is contentious.
Yeah.
There are plenty of people who don't like it, which feels like it's indicative of. Whereas there's probably nobody in the world who dislikes Tony's. Yeah, I mean, obviously it makes you sad, but like in terms of from a writing standpoint, like people appreciate that, and that's a
Yeah.
much more conventional demise. Not to say that it's, I mean, obviously Endgame's fucking riddled with problems, but like that is fine. But it's more so that like that is much more reliably going to get you positive results, whereas doing things that are more unconventional and unceremonious, yeah, you might get. I'm saying this for no reason at all. It's not because there are any demises that are going to be coming along throughout this episode that are incredibly dramatic, slow motion, afford the characters all the time they need to absorb their circumstances. It's just a thought I had that has
Yeah.
nothing to do with any direction that we're going with this story.
What
Yeah. Oop. Yeah.
oh
Go
boy.
ahead.
No, I'm
Oh
just
boy.
thinking of how like I typically do like happy endings.
I
I
mean,
do
yeah, of
prefer them.
course.
I like when endings are happy and cathartic, but I don't want them all to be like that. You need to have tragedies, you need to have sad tales, you need to have bittersweet things. You need to have the endings that you need to have the Bly Manors, and you need to have the what would it get the whales. You need to have those kinds of stories. I
Yeah.
don't want them all to be the same. And
I mean,
The
if
suppose
you're not
Departed,
it's all
prepared to
about
commit to
the
what you've established, don't start it. Don't
yeah.
do that.
It's all about the mood you're setting, and the mood of season 1 was incredibly tragic, and shit is gonna go down in a certain direction. And then we have this techno music blaring while every one of these enforcers is already dead. And
well,
then
yeah,
you
what a
yeah.
change of tone compared to the season 1 finale.
Yeah,
Well, we've
it's
been slaughtering
insane.
people without giving a shit about it. I mean, like when Warwick was in the prison and he killed
Yeah.
all of those enforcers and implied to kill a lot of other people, no one cared. No one mentioned it. That
And
should
the
have been something
tone-
that weighed deeply on people's minds, particularly Caitlyn's. But she's like Psycho Skinwalker Caitlyn now. She's not actual Caitlyn.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
fuck it.
and
It
at the
doesn't matter.
time when that scene was going on, again, the tone of the scene was completely wrong. It was fuck yeah, this is awesome heavy metal, when it should have been this is horrifying for every
It's the
character
awful
involved.
monstrous. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, Bloodborne music, right? That was what was thrown out there, and it feels like that would be apt.
Absolutely, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It's a bit awkward to think about like the direction, because by the time that you're like halfway through the season, I think it's pretty hell, even earlier than that, you know that we're leading towards, at the very worst, a bittersweet ending compared to like anything that's
Certainly
approaching
for a
being
number of
tragic.
characters. Yeah,
Yeah.
like definitely. People will die, there will be tragedy, but from the tragedy will spring a better world. Lessons will be learned, memories will
Mhm.
be made. It will be the bad thing that creates a better future.
Yeah,
So
compared to the idea of it just being a bad outcome in total, like just an outright loss, right? Or like the good guys lose, or the world has changed forever in a way that's for the negative. But like you can already tell that that's not the case. But it's just, I don't know, man. I liked when it was a tragedy. Now
Yeah.
it's a comedy.
Yep.
It
we
is.
have been having a lot of fun in a way, I guess that's true. Not the kind of fun I wish to have,
Mm-mm.
but we got our Rictus and Smeech jokes. We got our Ambessa
Yeah.
memes. So
That's
it wasn't
true.
a total loss, I guess. But we're not even done yet. Who knows what happens next? Well, I mean, we do, but
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the episode, so
they're saving the best for last. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, let's go.
There's all a purpose to this. This isn't all an accident. It's not that they just seem to swap writers and get their themes confused, and all of the skill apparently evaporated into the ether.
There
But
might be
this is all leading
some
to something.
answers on that front, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah, we'll get to
Oh
that
my
in
goodness.
time. In time,
You
we
say
will.
that.
I wouldn't call it
Oh.
answers, actually. I'd just call it miserable, horrifying
Explanations?
realizations.
Explanations.
Explanations.
Mhm.
It's not an excuse, it's an explanation.
I mean, we
Um,
had the one quote last stream. It's like they just didn't have
for
anything to
sweetie.
say to each other anymore. It's
Oh.
will they work together or not? And you're just like,
Oh,
holy
man.
fucking shit! What is wrong with you?
What is wrong with you, man, that everyone thought was responsible for Arcane Season 1? Oh. I don't like to think of it. Anyway, Jinx, miniguns, the whole lot of people up there, and that frees up by... They even have this shot, it's such a, like, where the minigun is clearly just slicing through all kinds of Noxians. So you might think to yourself, like, oh shit, is that going to work on Ambessa? Well, luckily for her, some guy, like, falls on her and is a shield from the minigun blast, so Don't worry about it. She's fine.
If the lever action rounds from the well,
X-Tech
actually, I guess it
rifle?
depends on what kind of minigun. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows what's going on in this mad?
No, it makes
mad
sense
world.
because her runes defend her against magical shit, so that rifle can't do anything. But the minigun's non-magical, even though it probably would be magical, right? Would that
I
one
have
have?
no clue. The minigun's a.
Would
it's
that
a
have hex tech
mystery.
in it? The
It's
minigun?
whatever they wanted it to be.
It has
Well,
a
she
hex
wouldn't be able to
crystal
do
in
it.
it.
Right?
Oh well, then
The
Might have the crystal,
original
but it wouldn't
minigun
be-
did not, but I don't know if this bigger one does. I don't think
she
it
What would be
has
more-
a gemstone, right? Where's she put it? It probably is in
She
there.
absolutely
It
has
was
the
in her
gemstone.
pistol.
Hmm?
No, because hold on, because she must have multiple because she also had one in her bomb that she tried to kill herself with at the start.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
So whether she ended up putting that in there, I mean, honestly, she's Jinx. She knows how to weaponize them or how to use the gemstones. If she is capable of building a minigun in a day, I don't see why she wouldn't make a hex tech minigun.
But there are also no visual signifiers for it being a hex tech device. So
No, I mean it looks different to the first one, but different doesn't mean hex tech. So yeah, I don't know.
With hex tech devices, they've been fairly clear about showing us what is and is not a hex tech device thus far, at
Yeah.
least.
Yeah,
So
So-
far, yeah.
There's a very funny moment where some enforcers, including fishmen, are running away. One of them gets shot, killed, and then by an arrow. And then another shot comes in, another arrow to fishmen, but it gets blocked by Mel. And then the fisherman looks at her, and she looks at him and nods, like, "Yeah, I got you, buddy." And it's like, I guess you didn't have that other guy.
Wish you had my friend.
Yeah.
Wish you had my friend.
Sorry, I was a bit slow on that one. My
Like,
bad.
it's
Sorry,
such
yeah,
a
I'm-
whoops.
I'm doing the best I can. I really am. I'm doing the best I can. It's tough to concentrate. I'm like, okay, all right. I'm glad you were able to do that for me.
I forgot that earlier, by the way.
Something I'll
So-
think
so
about for a long time, though. Something I'll think
Civica
about.
still has a flumpy arm, right?
Yeah.
With the slots and everything.
Yeah.
Mhm, yeah.
Wouldn't you like just use that here when there's like so many enemies? Maybe you get like the crazy fire breath and just kill like 20 of
No,
them in a
because
row.
it might kill all of your own people. It's like random. You might
That's
get
fine.
you might get the roulette wheel that spins self-destruct.
Kills
Oh,
her
damn
whole
it.
lobby. This moment
Because
here.
remember, the justification was that she wanted to fuck Civica up with the
Mhm.
randomness. So some people think that.
There's a moment here where a bunch of Noxians are going to kill Mel. And I'm very serious about this. One of them comes in to strike her with a spear halberd potentially thing, and she just saves herself in time. Did Ambessa give the order to kill Bell?
Maybe they've
Maybe a
decided,
soldier
like,
just gave a random combatant on the field and is like,
There's four
"I'm
of
gonna
them.
Get you, person."
they would have to know who Mel is. They're not attacking Mel unless they've been ordered to kill. Not in that way, at least.
Oh, I don't know. Would random soldiers know what the daughter of their commander looks like?
The
Well,
thing is
she's
that she's an important political figure.
Yes,
so
if
it
well,
goes
Mel
beyond that.
Mel is an important political figure in Piltover, but also Ambessa isn't just their commander. She is also, we're led to believe, an important political figure in Noxus, and Mel is her daughter. So I think it would be unreasonable to say that the soldiers don't know who Mel is.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was nuts. Like they almost killed her, and it's just like, oh shit, Mel might have just been killed by a random soul. I think Ambessa would have been upset about that. I assume so, right? Ambessa doesn't want Mel dead under any circumstances. I think.
Mhm.
No, I
don't
guess we're
think
done with that.
So
Okay.
No, yeah, Ambessa's whole deal is that, like, family, I will burn the world down if it saves my family.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So there is no circumstance in which she would want, even if she fails or is going to succeed and burn down Piltover, she will not kill Mel. I don't believe that at all, no.
Something even funnier happens. The piano man is trying to set up the shipment thing to fire at Victor Ball, and a Shimmer mutant, Noxian, tries to push it back.
How did you get here? Why are you doing this?
And why
I mean,
aren't you
listen,
just
when you-
killing the
when you-
guy? Just kill him. What are you
Yeah.
doing?
turn into a shimmer monster, your intelligence goes down by 12.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Alright.
minus 12 intelligence,
Minus
plus
12
20 strength.
intelligence. Yeah, plus 20 strength and agility. It's a trade-off.
What the fuck? Like, why would you even...
He's trying his hardest though to save the Victor Ball. Like,
He's
listen,
just
glad
God.
He's
someone's
role
trying
playing the
around
minus
here.
intelligence. He's role playing it. It'd be
Glad
bad
someone
role
around here
play if he
gives a
didn't.
shit.
You can tell they think this is so much fun because his corpse or whatever was left of him after Vi did that gets caught into the machine, and he's going to get fired at the Victor Ball along with the
Well,
cargo.
It feels like they made
Isn't
him,
that
they made
so
him,
cool?
It's so funny.
They made him a mutated one so you wouldn't feel as bad because if it was
So
like
I guess
a
we do
real
have a
one,
scope.
That had a scope. I don't think the
Yeah.
other one did.
Yeah,
it
hang
was
No,
like
on.
your-
So
It's
it's a
the same one.
screen.
That is a scope.
Yeah.
It's a screen on the
Oh, he
actual
does.
console then that does this.
All
So
right.
you
better.
can't trust this, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's not what we saw earlier. I'm grabbing a screenshot.
Well, I mean, because this thing is like off to the left of the of
Yeah.
where the thing
If-
will
I'm
actually.
I'm
just
sure
fire.
it's
clear,
zeroed
if-
correctly.
If
Maybe,
it
maybe.
is literally just facing forward, then you will just be like, okay, I'll just shoot an inch to the left of the thing that I'm going to want to hit. It's
Well, and
gonna
the
be
screen
fine.
might account for that with their technology. Wait, hang
Yeah,
on.
exactly.
This is-
Maybe if you're not trained, the parallax might.
I
be
don't know
more
if they have
confusing, but
that good optics, but who knows?
if they can do these things, they absolutely have that. Vi's rifle would have that. All the rifle scopes would have that.
Yeah, true.
I would just set it to where the scope just faces perfectly forward, and you could it's just like an inch to the right of that is where the big, massive, huge shipping container is going to hit. So don't
Okay,
even worry about it.
So
Wait.
According to the image that Random just shared, that means this is an actual video screen. This is not a scope.
Unless Loris is just blind firing for fun.
No,
The only
because
other thing I
this-
can think of is that there's some contraption with mirrors, and that circle above his head is a giant mirror, and it's kind of functioning like a periscope. That's the
imagining-
only other explanation.
Did we get a front profile of this thing?
The piano guy sitting on.
Yeah,
Let me have a look. I don't think so, but I will.
I
have a
don't
look
think we
now.
do, but
So how does this work?
You sit there, you can't see shit, and you press go.
It'll hit something.
What's up with the magnifying glass above his head?
That
that's
was
for
I was
when it
thinking
gets
that was
really hot
potentially a
and it
mirror.
like
That's
focuses
yeah.
the
That's
sun
so
on
that when
you.
the sun's out, it like brights you like an ant. It encourages you to shoot as quickly as
Well,
possible. So
I
you
actually
can go
think
home.
that is one of several. There's one for there's 8 of them around the whole circle. I think of those.
Yeah.
So that's what the guy sitting in it can see, supposedly.
But where's it seeing from?
So
Like the weird circle on the front? Is
circle,
that the
yeah,
thing?
that connects to the circle on the front of the thing, and Loris just has it closed because he's a G. I don't
He's
know.
tall enough. He's tall enough to see over
He's
the
a
top.
G.
Maybe
Is
that's
that
possible?
is that all we've got for this? I guess. Yeah, he's just you know what? He's that good.
He's got big cojones.
Just doesn't give a fuck.
He found his true calling in life, and well, then he died.
I'm quite good at this whole artillery gun thing.
the shield.
guys.
I give it to my child, Braun.
I gave up the shield. I changed my specs. I respect into a cannoneer.
Sorry, chat. Sorry, was a G.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've got a front profile here, and I mean that answers the question.
Now
So
he's capital G gone.
that is the front profile as this guy gets into it, and that circle is, I mean, it's either closed or you can't see through it. So I don't see another explanation.
I guess yeah. The console is linked to some kind of a scope because there's no ocular device on the front of it, so it's got to be linked to something else. Do they have like that kind of
But
digital
why
technology?
did they make it like that? Why didn't they just?
It
Just
can't
have
be
like a-
digital because
why
they
did
don't. Piltover doesn't have like
Yeah.
computers, right? That would require.
No,
a
I'm talking about the
computer.
writers.
like
Why
that.
did they choose to have that covered instead of show?
Why
some
not
kinda-
just get a real one and model your thing in the show off the real one? Because the real one's built for purpose. There's a reason why it is a certain way. And they have these things, like I think cannons do have a lot of them at least. If you need to do direct fire, there is something along the barrel or there's something. There's plenty of real life examples of this. Cannons and tanks and all kinds of shit.
Well, all right.
And plus, in the planning stage for the animation, you think that you would really, really want to spend a lot of time before you pass it over to the animators to actually do all the animating, that you'd want to have something animating that's really good. You want to really make sure that you got a great thing that you're going to spend all this money and effort and time to create.
No.
I guess not. Whatever. They just sit down and sometimes there's a scope, sometimes there isn't. Fuck it.
Well, the Victor Ball has been defeated.
Yay!
Yay!
Level
Excellent
up.
We
job.
defeated the Victor rework. Let's go.
Mm.
Yay.
Shit.
We won't
But-
be seeing it anytime soon. Oh, wait.
You know, it's kind of funny too. Showing the Victor ball empty when it cracks open doesn't prove anything. Victor might have just escaped. You know, like it jumped out right now. You can't make anything of that actually.
Or they liquefied him and it worked.
I just mean
Yes.
seeing the Victor ball
Liquid Victor.
as is doesn't it's like they all realize what they need to for the story, which is that's Victor wasn't in there. But it's like, well, what if he's left already? What if it cracked it open and he sprinted away? You don't know. You have no idea what's happening. Nobody does. Who knows what the fuck is going on with this ball? What if he'd climbed out of the ball? I assume he has to get out of the ball at some point anyway, right? As part of the plan.
There's like, is there a hinge in the back? Like
Yeah,
a
does it
little
have a door? I guess.
A little escape.
Trojan Victor ball.
door?
Can the Victor ball self crack? Can he?
Built over Fuet.
But it's like everyone's like, aha, so he wasn't in there. It was like, I don't know. There was a lot of smoke. He could be anywhere. I don't know that would have killed him. Does anyone know anything about what Victor God is like?
He's weird.
Don't all answer at once.
I know, right?
He's a wacky guy, that's for sure.
He got the wacky
He
tobacco.
doesn't understand evolution. That's what I've learned.
So we go to the failsafe, and new Victor has broken in because that's where he actually is. And I guess he didn't alert anyone in any way of anything. They had no security up to this very door.
Nope.
Good job,
I mean,
guys.
this place has never been secured ever, so I'm not that surprised.
I mean, yeah, it's just everyone's retarded constantly. Sure, we'll go with that.
I mean,
Sweet.
Salo went in here and just grabbed shit all the time.
That was another problem, true.
I'm gonna give a shit.
I just
about
imagine
him,
he
though.
passes the cleaner every time, and every time someone just goes there, just some guy just sweeping the floors.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, Salo, all right?
Don't you worry, the door is wide open. You can get right in there. I don't need a key. And he's like, no, but you know what? You can have the keys anyway, just in case, you know.
I have been
Do you
paid
like my
in 2
leg
months.
crack?
You keep coming back. What's in there? Yeah, he says, despite the circumstances, Jace, I am pleased to see you. And then Jace says, there must still be some part of you in there. It's like, what? Are we doing that now?
You
You
shot
tried
him
to
in.
kill him last time.
You shot him through the chest already. I think we're done with
We're
this.
past that, man. We're
Well,
past that.
and we didn't even have the conversation at any point about. You don't even
Yeah.
know what I believe. You haven't asked. you don't know. You don't know nothing. And then he says, "I am more than I ever was."
And I am all
Oh,
the
yeah.
Sith.
I'm all the
Yeah.
victors.
I see someone's got some wonderful speech and Richter's
Oh, boy.
art.
Yes.
See it on my
Give it to
phone.
me.
It's just
Inject
really
it into my eyeballs.
No, not in the eyeball.
pure
Yes,
in the eyeballs.
that's what's most pure. Yes.
Is I'm gonna have to do the way Discord is so stupid. It's like, do you want to share this image on Discord? Yes. All right. You have a choice of sending it to Fringy, Metal, and several other people, but not the
What?
channel you are currently in.
Wait, you not just copy paste it into the
No,
message
because it's
bar at the
fucking
bottom?
stupid. It'll take a while to explain why it works
Really?
this way, but yeah, it's so annoying. But I'd rather not
I've
waste
never
time.
had that happen for me.
Just trust me. But
I-
Fringy,
I
if you can
believe you.
post
Is it-
it.
Is it an EFAP
That would be an
memes?
unusual
Okay.
way.
No, well, I send it to Fringy. If he can post it in our group, then I can put it up.
Yeah, hold on.
Does it detect your streaming? Is that why?
I don't think that would make sense. It gives you a bunch of suggested channels you can send the file to that relate to Discord, and all of them are individual conversations. None of them are the group I am currently in, which seems super stupid, but there we go.
Thank you, my Tim. Please stop
It's so
touching me.
sweet.
Yeah.
Please stop touching me.
They would have made billions, and they just didn't. They just chose
They would have
not
made
to.
billions. They would have made billions
With a B.
with a big old B, a capital B.
Poor Rictus.
Yeah,
These nuts.
I think we did. Have we decided that it was Singed was the winner for this act?
Yes.
I think it's
Yeah.
gotta be.
And the overall, yeah,
The overall
employee of
winner
the
of
month.
season
of
winner
the
as well.
season. Yeah.
Yeah,
Rictus would have been competition had he lived, but he They didn't let him.
I don't know, man. Singe just he gets out like
he
a
died doing
bandit.
what he loved.
If Rick just got another 3 episodes, Theo, he could have done some great things. I don't know. I'm just saying. Imagine.
Singe just
Can he
mean-
plug things in and solve cold
He
fusion?
could have dragged
Yeah, I
that
didn't think
Victor
so.
ball in and thrown it at them, and it would have been great.
I'm going to
Singe-
break away from the team here and say that I'm going to say Rictus over Singed, I think.
There's something. I think I'm with Random. I'm gonna go with Rictus. I think that Rictus dying in
Ooh.
combat.
No,
I think
Singe
Rictus dying in
sweep.
combat is.
Thing is,
I think that's something
Singe
that he would
win.
really, really want. I think that there's a lot of, especially in his culture and what he does. I think it's what he knew what would happen eventually, and he gave it his all, and I think there's something to that.
No, I mean, I
Yeah.
agree with your rationale. I mean, that's why he's the best of Act 2. But Singed wins, which I feel is that's what pushes him over the edge. He is the
He does.
only true winner of the season.
The thing is, with Singed, like for me with Singed, there are at least 2 big things in his story where I'm just like, but why would you ever do that? Whereas with Rictus, there's nothing like that. He's so simple and he's so direct that I can't think of any problems with his character.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can attribute the stuff with Singed to 4D chess, because I mean, he ultimately gets what he wants in the end.
Mhm.
It all works out.
Ooh, I don't know.
Sure.
Him being, if it's not owed to him, does he get the credit for it?
What
Well,
do you
He reaps
mean?
the rewards.
Well,
Yeah,
like
in
if
terms
the
of-
writers inject information into Singed's brain so that way he can win, that doesn't speak to the character as a whole.
That's a fair point. But it might just be because he's so big brain that he could see all of these possibilities before him.
It possibly, I guess, yeah. I don't know. I feel like Rictus is the safer choice, and Smeech, of course, we can't forget him.
Singe, look, Singe
Smeech got killed by the
cloud.
cloud arm. It's not fair.
He became aware that he
It
was
is
in
not
something
fair.
poorly written, and he realized he needed to do something to catalyze his involvement in the plot so he could win. And he was like, maybe I'll just go for a walk and see what happens. Oh, there's a rally in a public location full of all of the Zornite dissidents. Maybe I'll hang around. See
Maybe
what
there's
happens.
some useful juices I can capture here.
Yes. Think of all the juices.
So many juices.
Didn't
Oh,
Smeech basically got turned into juice, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did get a little bit pulped.
It's
It was
implied.
rather rude.
We never saw a body.
That
Smeech
means
is
he
fine.
made it out
Smeech
alive.
is fine. Smeech is gonna make
Smeech
it fine.
is ironically unaccounted for at this moment. We don't know what happened. To
And
Smeech.
lightning could strike Rictus's grave and bring him back to life. You don't know.
That's true. He's standing
Rictus
upright,
will be
so he's like a
returning as
lightning rod,
Scion.
just underground.
Yeah.
Mola chat says do a poll.
Well, we'll do it at the end because we gotta make the whole plot
Good.
That's
clear.
Yeah.
true.
Point.
Yeah.
Um,
Singe still has stuff.
he
He still
does.
has stuff.
I'm still Team Cream, by the way.
that's,
Just
that's, all right.
bring it right there.
That's fine.
Fair.
So Victor's army launches, and for some reason, this is the first time we see them here. Like, there's some kind of retarded painting. What is this? Why are they like this?
It's very, very funny.
What's going on?
Oh, what? I never
They
noticed
just
that
felt
those
like
fuckers
it.
are just standing there.
What did you think
That's
this
so
was
stupid.
then?
No, I only ever noticed.
This is unrelated to anything. This is just a shot that's weird. I don't know.
think it's well because like Metal. The first time I saw this, I didn't realize what I was looking at, and then I rewound it and was like, wait, where did they come? Because I think it's because you just don't expect that to be a frame in this TV show. Like,
No,
why
you
would they
not
be doing
expect
that?
that.
Yeah,
I don't get it. I don't, like, so where were they? They weren't in the ball, right?
they can't have been in the ball because the ball was empty.
The
Well,
ball- I
maybe
mean,
they left the ball.
I was gonna.
There's
This
a
is what I
chance.
mean.
There would be-
They
there'd be
have
hits.
super
There'd be
speed. Why
hits
does
in the
everyone
ball.
assume that the ball breaks open, the smoke clears, and it's empty means there was nothing in the ball? That's not what that means. That means there could have been something
There
in the
would be
ball that
bits of
left the
them
ball.
laying around if
Like,
they were. Well, if they were in the ball and it got blowed up or hit by something, then
Rags,
there'd
it
be
was hit
bits
by
of
the
them
turret that
around.
does 0 damage. It's fine.
I'll be
Except
honest,
I think
I
the
Okay, well, in
ball.
that case, it's just enough to crack the ball.
Exactly.
I don't think you're
Fine
fitting.
otherwise.
I don't think you're fitting a lobotomy Warwick and a bunch of lobotomites inside that Victor ball. I don't think it's big enough.
Lobotomites.
Well, you're probably right there. But what if they were all inside Warwick?
Oh, he just pooped them out. Does a little-
He leapt out of the ball. Then he was like, like for ages coughing them all up. It's gonna be great.
That's That's why he looks so unimpressed. For anytime we see this lobotomy Warwick for the rest of the episode, because that's, I mean, spoiler alert. I guess that's all he looks like now. That's all he is.
By the way,
his face is just so fucking funny.
If this show said they all climbed out of the ball, nobody would be thinking, wow, that's a really bad move on the writer's part. That's unusual for them to have written something so silly. Yeah, that would never happen. But yeah, they sort of like jump scares start grabbing people and assimilating them into the hive mind, and you can only assume that Ambassador is okay with this.
Yeah, so this I hate this because again it just speaks to Ambessa's strategizing, because like her getting Victor to turn all of her soldiers into zombie robots, that's retarded, but fine. And then she decided afterwards, you know what, instead of using my evolved soldiers, I'm going to use normal soldiers so that they all die first, which means at the end of the battle, if she and Victor win, her army is going to be weaker than it would otherwise have been. And she has no reason to believe that the robot zombies are going to choose her over Victor, which means that she is an idiot.
Well,
and the show wants us to believe that she's a great strategist, a military leader, but
dude, a
awful.
deal has been made here. Clearly, hey Victor, when you start mind controlling everybody, I'm going to have my men put up a bunch of flags, and that means you're not allowed to come and get us in the flags. Okay, that's the safe zone. You can have everything else. That seems to be what's happening here.
I thought that's a thing, but I don't think it actually is.
It's got to be. Well, how else do you explain the fact that like this is cordoned off as a result of the mind control starting to happen, and that the Victor bots don't get anywhere near this area? They stay away from it.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because later you can just use them anyway.
Well, so
It just does it
that was
anyway.
going to be my criticism. Is Ambess
Yeah.
has lost her fucking mind if she thinks that Victor's just going to not do anything to you guys indefinitely.
Yeah, I think you're right, because that would make sense, but it again just damages Ambessa further, because that means that she previously discussed with Victor the fact that her army is no longer going to be loyal to her. It's going to be loyal to Victor instead. Yeah.
It was never loyal to her. It was always loyal to Victor. I don't know why she was okay with that. It's like, well, Victor will do what she'll say. It's like, will he? Why would he?
He's God Tor.
Yeah, and then you have Mel being like, look at the price of your ambition. And you're just sitting there like, fucking shut up. Yeah, oh yeah, she says you've sacrificed everything. Rictus, Kino, the city I built for our family. And you're like, we need to slow right down.
Hold up.
First of all, Rictus, he was killed by a crazy wolfman person. I don't even, like, do any of you understand why Rictus died, other than the audience? Really? Like, I don't think so. And then Kino, we never actually got anything on exactly how that went down. Other than she said she did it to protect you, which you've apparently decided to ignore. And then the city I built for our family. Somebody's changing their mind about what they, you know, like you definitely were not aiming to hand it over to the Madonnas with what you were doing with Pilto, but I guess you're just gonna claim it now.
You built.
That's another curious line there. I know someone who helped build this city. I don't know if anyone in the season remembers his name anymore. He's disappeared.
It's a pretty small fella who cast a big shadow.
But we don't talk about him anymore.
No.
Go away.
The only thing I can think for that is that maybe Mel is saying what she thinks her mother wants her to hear, but that only works if, like, Ambessa could believe it. And I don't see why Ambessa would ever believe that, because
she says right back, if you did that for the family, then you wouldn't have fought me. And then Mel says you're no Madonna. And it's like, that's a silly loophole. Like, I'm not allowed it because you don't count me as family anymore. Fine.
Also, I really don't like what they've done with Mel, because like her whole deal in season 1 was that she chose by the end not to be a Madada, and she rejected what like her family name was, what it meant, what it stood for. In season 2, instead, she has embraced the fact that she's a mage because she has magic blood. So she's been told that actually you have this other lineage, and she's just like, yes, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't find anything compelling about Mel. She feels very hyper protected by the writers, and that she gets to just like she thinks a lot of herself, which I'm not going to say is out of character completely with the season 1 version of her, but I feel like they've forgotten what made her compelling, and ripped her from a lot of the relationships that were interesting in season 1 as well. Yeah, and then Ambessa says, "You remember your," and she's cut off by Caitlyn hitting her. I don't know why she manages to catch her off guard with that, and she says, "Shut up and fight," which is
That's what that feels indicative to every time we have a conversation. It starts to get a little bit interesting. It's like, shut up.
I'll tell you
fight
what,
is
Mel.
happening,
I
or
completely
something.
agree with you that so many battles take place in this season that are so unjustified and completely roll over characters having meaningful moments with each other. If only we could snap that in a little comment and just remember it for later. Gonna come up when we talk about some meta things.
We shall do so.
Anyway, Caitlyn being like, "Let us fight," Ambessa, as she limps toward her. I was legit like, "You are joking. Like, there's no fucking way." And so they begin their melee fight. Caitlyn and Ambessa.
Caitlyn's dead in 2 seconds.
Yes.
Especially considering she got stabbed earlier.
She's exhausted,
Like, she
injured,
would've
off her game, completely like
Even if she wasn't
demoralized.
injured, she would've
Yeah,
got her arm kicked.
an uninjured Caitlyn would just get fucking rolled. An injured Caitlyn, like, I don't know.
I think the aspect they're trying to go for though is that this is like a top versus a, I don't know, fucking support plus jungler. Like that's injured.
It's supposed to be like the bot lane duo, you know. Like,
I mean,
you've got your
the problem
AD carry and support.
The
you
problem
know?
for me is like what AD carry support is going to be able to survive a direct like impact with a top that like you'd need like fully fed, and then you'd need the like an invincibility, and maybe but even then it's like if it was like any kind of game reference, but of course you don't need any of that. This is just bullshit on its own because we know these characters.
I just think it's silly in general that she even agrees to fight them both. She was already about to execute Caitlyn earlier. She should be just like, hey soldiers, fucking kill them, throw some spears.
Maybe I could buy like it's a pride thing of you guys think you can beat me, but I don't know. The main issue for me is just how long Caitlyn stays alive.
Oh yeah, she should be fucked anyway.
Yeah, the way that you should run this fight is that Ambessa absolutely destroys Caitlyn, but Caitlyn survives entirely because of Mel. That's the only way for this to make sense.
They try to sort of put across that that's the only way that this fight even remotely continues, but I think it was a huge mistake having Caitlyn injured. She should she gets kicked in the wound. Also, yeah, like the first spear throw, I love that Mel blocks it with her magic and it bounces into a Noxian. He just dies. It's like, oh shit, well, out you go. But yeah, I don't know. We got to. This is what everything was leading to: Ambessa versus Caitlyn and Mel. That's something we were all waiting for.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted.
That's what I thought was going to happen when we got to the end of season 1. Caitlyn and Ambessa in fisticuffs.
How do we get here?
No, fuck it. Caitlyn and Ambessa and Mel, who is now
That's
a wizard,
right.
in fisticuffs.
Yep.
Like,
I'm not a wizard. Listen here, Hagrid, you fat oaf.
You
I'm
fat
not a
oaf.
fucking wizard. Yes, you are.
You get a want, you get an owl. Deal with it.
You twat.
Do your shitty spells. That video is amazing. Everyone should see it.
Piece of history right there.
Every Christmas.
You're a wizard, for fuck's sake, listen to me! You listen here, Hagrid, I don't give a bloody fuck what you think!
I'll put my fucking dick in the owl.
I'll set your beard on fire!
Anyway.
Anyway, back to misery.
Not for me. I'm out of time. I gotta go.
Oh, damn.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
thanks for joining us.
That's true. We haven't gone
hanging
6
out.
hours. Yeah.
Appreciate it, and we'll see you in the future, Mr. Das. Thanks so much.
Yeah. See you later.
See you later.
Bye. Bye.
Yes.
That was a parting gift for me.
Piano guy gets mind controlled, and we get the army is like flooming around and doing things with people, and it's all very scary. What's going to happen next? And Warwick reveals himself to Vi.
You gotta show him. Come on.
Oh, you gotta wait.
I hate it.
Be patient.
Yep.
It just looks so ridiculous, the pose that he's doing in slow motion and his
What were
stupid
they
fucking
thinking?
face.
Look
What were
at
they
that.
thinking?
What? Look at that.
Even
He's
Vi
not a
is
dog.
like, ugh, that design. What have you
Gross.
done?
I'm just not a fan. I'm
So-
just gonna. I don't know. It looks really bad.
So you really did
It's like
do a
the
super
worst of
jump,
both
huh?
worlds.
That wasn't
I
flying?
think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Super
they're
juice.
putting this skin in the video game, kind of. And they have the audacity to call it Vander Warwick.
Oh.
Bad.
Oh,
Vander.
But he's not Vander. That's the
Yeah,
point.
He's
this
not.
is
Yeah,
this is
he's not
about as
Vander.
far from
Anymore.
Vander as he could possibly be. What do you mean?
Oh, why is everything so bad?
Yeah, this is Victor Warwick.
Vickwick.
I mean, to be
Yeah.
100% clear, I had no fucking clue what I was supposed to think had happened here. Why does he
I
look
think
like
we're meant to
this?
conclude- I don't know why he looks that way, but his mind is gone.
Yeah,
They've-
it's like
they
this
showed that
weird
very
mishmash of I don't know, Victor juice and Singe juice and his own juice. It's just sticky juice everywhere, and
I
then
thought-
many
turn to
Someone in
gold.
chat imagining him saying, "Smell my armpits."
It'd be even better now if he said powder.
He's like, no, I'm Vi actually.
Why doesn't he look like a dog?
Violet.
Because
Well,
this
he's
Well,
is
because
way
if he looked
cooler.
like a dog, then you wouldn't be able to sympathize with him.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
think that he's
that-
Vander.
If he looked
that's
like a
odd. I
dog,
feel
you would.
like-
It would be
Yeah,
the
I feel like
reverse.
people would actually disproportionately sympathize.
I would
if he
mega
was a dog.
sympathize with him if he looked like a
Yeah.
dog.
If he looked like a dog, I'd be like, "Oh, geez, the poor doggo. He
Oh
doesn't
no!
want
Look what they
this."
done to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway-
It's actually funny that they would give him a human face when making him look like a dog would make him more sympathetic.
Yeah. But yeah, they should all lose now. This is like Warwick on steroids, basically
Yeah.
invincible. They're all dead.
Well,
It's
as was
over.
mentioned, yeah, possibly the
Steroids.
strongest entity that's ever existed in this universe. He's
Yeah.
Honestly, even without this Victor Warwick abomination, even without that, everyone has just lost. They're all fucked.
Yeah.
These the speed of these robots, you've lost, and they can incapacitate you by just touching you.
to protect Vi. Jinx unloads the minigun on Warwick, and all the bullets just bounce off him. He's immune. Which, wow, what will it take to defeat him? Who knows? Because we'll have to find out. Who could say? And yeah, he has Jinx dead to rights, but of course can't do anything to her because the plot is like, hang
Not
on,
allowed.
you need to wait.
Vi and
Because she's
Echo
Jinx.
share a nod, and this is the closest they will come to interacting
Yep.
this entire season.
Unfucking
This is-
Just
real.
been like, who are you? Who's
This
this
is
guy?
Vi's Vi's realization that Jinx did not murder Echo in season
Yep.
1.
Yeah,
They have a little nod, and then
Just a nod.
bye. That's it.
and this yeah, Warwick is fucking sniffing Jinx. Basically, he's just like, I can
Yeah, we're
kill
doing
you,
it again.
but I'm not
Smells like
allowed to.
bitch in
So we're
here.
just gonna have to wait until someone arrives that saves you. That's all I can do.
It would entail rewatching the season, which I don't want to do, but I almost want to go through and find out just how many fucking times villains are just nice to our protagonists.
It's insane. Yeah, the plot armor has been pathetic. You'd
Pretty
think
much
the
in every
writers
scene, then.
wouldn't make the mistake so often, but they do. And yeah,
All the time.
I feel like it's at least
Frustrating.
once an episode.
it's a lot. Yeah.
Man, it feels like
Possible.
it feels. Oh, she should have been dead so long ago.
Ambessa and the fight continues, and Ambessa's just fucking rocking Caitlyn, but for some reason none of it's putting her down for good. She just keeps on going. In a way, you could argue it's like, so this is how the fight should go, right? And it's like, it's all very
Caitlyn's presence seems superfluous. Caitlyn is there for like thematic
She-
reasons. This is where they think that they've built the character too. But this fight should have been Mel and her mother using magic against more conventional fighting style.
I agree
But
with
they
that.
just added yeah.
Caitlyn, like she's taking constant significant damage, but like it's not stopping this twig. She keeps getting back up.
Caitlyn
You
is
know?
Yeah.
tiny, yeah, and Ambessa is a tank, and there's just no way you should be
Like,
standing after that.
A
And it
kick
also,
from Ambessa kills Caitlyn.
Yeah, this
Like, no
it
joke.
just shouldn't. This shouldn't even be happening. Like she should just be dead. For
I
every
also
Ambessa
don't like
kicks her in
knife
the head
slashing.
and she survives it.
That's what I'm
enough
saying.
with the
like,
knife slashing. Video games, quit doing it. Movies, shows, quit doing it. Quit knife slashing. Quit swinging around your knife. Stab. Knives are for stabbing.
Mhm.
Stabbing many times quickly.
Stab, stab, stab,
None
stab,
of
stab,
this,
stab. Prison
yeah.
style.
swing.
Anyway,
Stop
that's
it.
continuing. Warwick grabs Vi and starts to Victor her, or for like mind control, whatever.
That's a sentence you can only say in this context.
And like it's happening in such a way that's like, what happens now? What do we even do? How do you even stop that? He's like immune to everything. Is it just over? Have we lost? And why wasn't he doing that to Jinx? And the genius that Echo is, this is quite possibly the stupidest thing he does in the whole season, and this is saying something.
Ooh,
He crashes
hefty competition.
all of them with the ship into a clock tower just directly.
Oh yeah, he does that.
And you might be thinking to yourself like, well, what's stupid about that? He's going to save Vi from Warwick. It's like, oh, I don't know. It's just, is it worth saving her by killing everyone?
Sure.
Like it's the thing that struck me was not only the impact, but the high likelihood that all of them are just going to fall and die.
Bounce off. It'll probably just like hit it and bounce off and come
Well,
back.
that yeah, we don't get that, Rags.
The big balloon is like a bouncy ball. If you swing it against something, it'll probably just go boing and
it
bounce straight off.
explodes into it, and they all make it just fine. But obviously, this could have been a catastrophic decision that killed everybody except Warwick.
Yeah. That's exactly what could have happened.
Yeah, like what? You think that'll kill him? Look at him,
He would just be confused. He'd be like, "Why did you do that?"
Like the smoke goes away, and he just stands there looking around, like,
What?
And then Victor's like, "What happened?" He goes, "I don't know. They just killed themselves." I guess.
I guess we
crazy.
won.
Yeah, I guess we won.
I'll have to give them to Singed before I can gloriously evolve them.
Why didn't Echo draw back time to undo Warwick grabbing Vi?
He noticed it 5 seconds too late.
You should be more perceptive. He should be as perceptive as being able to sense someone committing suicide, and when he travels to a different dimension and getting to them before they can do so.
That was oddly specific.
Might happen. Might have happened.
What an odd thing to say.
And then a random Heimerdinger exploded somewhere in the multiverse.
Not again.
We'll be getting that payoff soon enough, actually.
He's eating dinner with his family. He just
Every time he draws it back, a Heimerdinger explodes.
How did this happen? Oh no.
So Victor says, "It is the answer you and I pursued all our lives, an end to cruelty, an end to justice, all of us, our own authors, to an unbroken saga of progress to the benefit of all." So this, I guess, is the writers finally trying to reveal something of a coherent motivation that is kind of just boring AI gone wrong.
Yeah, it's so lame.
So boring.
I heard this and I was like, really? That's all what we're doing? Oh, if we're all one being, we're not gonna have war and eternal peace. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, that's right. If nobody has the capacity to make choices, everything will be great.
That's
Yeah.
it. We did it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That feels like something that basically nobody could believe.
Well, and why wasn't this discussed ever between you two in the many scenes that we've had? Why did you wait until now? And it's like, well, because we're at the climax now, so we don't have to deal with it. You're like, right.
Okay.
Chase
Well,
wouldn't
there you
talk to
go.
me
Fair
before, you
enough.
see. Every time I tried, he just shot a cannon at me.
And it's infinitely fucking amusing that Victor is in the room when Jace finally finishes deactivating like, it's like, this took you this fucking long.
It's even funnier what happens right after he's done.
Is there no better way the creator of this fucking thing could figure out how to depower and sabotage it? Are you kidding?
Yeah. Actually, so this is the room that's meant to be a failsafe, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why the fuck is this also the room where you turn off the hex gates? I don't think that makes any mechanical sense, does it?
Oh,
Well, I guess
no.
if it is a failsafe, that's what makes it a failsafe, is that this is the place where you could turn it off, right?
Well, the reason why he's
it's a
disabling the hex gates is
overload.
because this is where the anomaly is.
Yeah, well, there's that, but there's also, like, the machine itself is just designed to take the brunt of an overload or a surge of power or whatever going wrong with the hex gates. That's the notion of it as a failsafe. But you're asking why then would the ability for the hex gates to even be used in the first place be powered here?
Yeah.
I mean,
why can you power it off here? And why is there not a button to just turn it off? Why do you have to get them
Well, that's what I
out
was asking.
all
Why
one
aren't
by
there
one?
easier
Yeah.
ways to sabotage the hex
Yeah,
gates?
exactly.
Yeah, normally a failsafe is like it's a breaker that's designed to break. It's a switch that's meant to be pulled. It's the shutdown button on the nuclear reactor. Press the fucking shutdown button. It's quick and easy to do. That's kind of the point of a failsafe, oftentimes. Yeah.
disabling the hex gates is a means to an end because Victor isn't there to get to the hex gates. He's there to get to the anomaly, the wild rune thing that is it. I don't know why it's there at the bottom of the hex gates, but Jace believes that if he switches off the hex gates, then Victor will no longer be able to access the anomaly. I don't know why, but that's what he's doing.
Well, it seems to be true too, as well, because he has to repower it to get what he wants. Right?
Yes, yeah.
Wouldn't Victor just build one though? Because he's Victor.
Well,
and he has all the notes and all this stuff.
I don't really know
that
why
could
he
just
needs
use?
this, but he does. Whatever. This is just how it's working out. We've gone over all the different ways this fell the fuck apart, but here we are.
Yeah, I think it's that if he can get to this anomaly thing, then he can tap into its power and use it to mind control everyone across Runeterra at the same time, like immediately. I think that's what he's
Sure.
trying to do. I don't know why that would work that way, but I think that's what he's trying to do.
Well, yeah, it's just obviously the many ways Jace has failed to prevent him from doing this plan has been embarrassing.
Also, again, it's insane that Jace didn't try to contact any other country in Runeterra or whatever. It's like, hey, by the way, the world is ending over here. Can we get some help?
There are
Well, it's funny,
how bad
he
is
could
it?
contact-
Zon is coming to our defense.
He could contact
shit, that is
Ambessa's
bad.
boss and be like,
Yeah.
"Why are you letting her do this?"
Yeah.
There are so many other forces in Runeterra that would be just right around the corner the moment something like this starts to happen. Again,
Yeah.
Rise just crops up immediately, puts an end to it. God forbid an aspect shows up. Bard shows up. I don't know, like
Yeah.
Aurelian Soul.
yeah, if he feels like
Just
it.
throws some planets around. Huh?
So
God,
Jay
I hate playing
says,
against Aurelian Soul. Hey, go ahead.
Jay says people deserve to choose their own fates, and then Victor says choice is false. It's how we clothe and forgive the baser instincts that spur us to division, death, war, prejudice, energy spent only to consume itself. But we can be of one mind, united. So it's just what we talked about. Yeah, I'm 100% into the
Boring.
Alright,
boring.
Okay, I guess.
Boring.
Whatever.
never have a choice. You can't have bad things happen. Woohoo!
Bad things
And-
never
and
happen
you're-
incidentally.
making all the choices. So how does he square that away?
Was
How does he
also
reconcile that he's making choices right now?
well, as long as one mind makes the choice, then there's no conflict with another mind, so that works out just fine. It'll be great. But I also love that all Jace has got is people deserve to choose their own fates.
This feels
Okay.
like, where did this come from?
I
Kind
feel
of
like
energy.
a better thing is like, you do understand that you are robbing people of their existence, right?
Yeah,
Like they can't even.
there's a
exist.
conversation
They
to be
don't have
had.
the
They're not going to
capacity
have it though.
Like what? It's just so like boring to me. Oh yeah, see, I figured out the solution to conflict. No more factions. That sounds like.
Well, how many stories have
Fallout.
done this? It's
Nothing.
insane. How many
Well,
villains
Fallout
have had
did
this
it earlier
fucking
this year.
boring conclusion?
Yeah,
Most of them
there'll
are
be no war
robots
if
as
there are
well.
no factions. Well,
Yeah.
except for Fallout.
No one can
Well, I
figure
said
out
most.
anything
Not
else
where-
for
Not where I
robots to do.
envisioned us to be
How does it
after
make you
season
guys
1.
feel, by the way, that the only two shows that are viably going to win the best adaptation at the Game Awards is this and Fallout? When when
Ugh.
Knuckles is probably the best one. I haven't seen it, but it's probably
God.
the best one.
It's got to be better than these.
Yeah, it probably is. It's probably fine, but it's got to be either Arcane or Fallout.
Oh,
I don't know how
What
they
would you
managed to
pick?
make
Of
Victor
what?
uninteresting.
Well, I guess we can ask in a bit, but
Real work
Yeah,
of
it's
narrative
already
finesse
good.
to make Victor
Yeah.
boring.
yeah.
Mhm. No, it's incredible. It feels like we've said it before, but we are well beyond any of Victor's story in season 1. Which it's not the
Yeah.
same person anymore.
this is not
Yeah.
where it was going.
So,
It's just not where I saw us being.
If I may-
yeah.
let me present the state of the leverage between Ambessa and Caitlyn. Now, it looks to me as though Ambessa is... Like, Caitlin's using 2 arms to stop the knife, while Ambessa's only using the one, while the other one is just happily having a little hand on Caitlin's arm for some reason. Why?
Okay.
Because if she were
I don't
using
know.
both arms, that knife would go straight through, because there's no fucking way Caitlyn could put up with this. And, you know, I've not gotten to what happens next, but I'm just saying, this is the start of it, and it's like, so she's dead. But, like, if it's 1v2, then perhaps she's got enough power to stop it, but... whatever. Why is Ambessa just doing nothing with one arm? I hate it when they do this
I
shit.
feel like Ambessa still wins with one arm. Look
Probably.
at her arm.
She's
Yeah.
a
Yeah, her arm
monster
is about
compared to
thick-
Her
Caitlyn.
arms are the
Caitlyn.
size of Caitlyn.
She's a chongo. She's so strong.
And then Mel, in all of her genius, puts a shield over Caitlyn, but wraps it such that the knife's already through. You fool.
Yeah.
If
Well,
only
that-
Mel hadn't been shown earlier to be incredibly precise with her shields.
Even went blind. Like, so,
Yeah.
what the fuck? But okay, yeah, I guess that's happening. And then the show wants to convince us that there's a choice to be made here. And I need to be very specific, because this happens in a split second. Caitlyn decides the thing that's protecting Ambessa so significantly is those runes. Now, if she can grab the knife that is currently in her stomach and then take it out and slash the straps that keep the runes on Ambessa's arm, and then take those runes off, that takes her defense away, which means Mel can attack her with the Black Rose necklace, which they must have planned at some
They
point.
didn't have time to. They didn't have time to talk. She can't know that.
Well, then I don't really understand why Caitlyn thought
And
this
would
would
she
give her
know
the
about
win.
The only thing I can think of is that if she figures out here, because you get the visual that the Rictus runes are helping Ambessa combat Mel's magic. So therefore, if she didn't have them, Mel might be more effective. I think that makes sense, but I don't think there's any way Caitlyn can know about the Black Rose necklace or what Mel intends to do with it.
The thing is that if we pretend for a second there is no Black Rose element, I don't see why Ambessa wouldn't be able to still deal with Mel. But like without the runes. But
it depends on the nature of the magic, right? Because if she's going to get, she could like cage her and like force field her into one place. She could block her. She could, slap her with a shield or restrain her. There's any number of things she could do with it.
Well, what else?
Given
Sorry,
what we
what I was
saw her
trying
do
to
with the other options.
say with the knife here is that this shield. I don't think it's the runes that make the shield ineffective here. I think it's just Ambessa's raw strength. Remember, Victor was able to push through a shield with just his hand. Like, I don't know how good Mel's magic even
Victor
is.
special though.
I think that this has been explained very poorly, but surprise, surprise. But given that the runes are lighting up, I think we are meant to read from this that the runes are combating the magic, and that is what is letting Ambessa push through it.
I would buy that
Victor
when
was able to just
they connect, but there's a portion of time where they're not even touching the shield, like, and not lighting up, and there's still the same thing's happening. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
that's I do. I think that's why it's poorly explained, because the other side of it with Victor is that the reason why he can just like touch it and be totally fine, be like, oh, cool, a shield, is because he has become a being of the arcane, or however we want to phrase it. Which is also what Mel is using. She's using arcane magic to do her force fields, and the Rictus rune things are meant to negate that. So actually, yeah, why their plan never involved. I wonder what would happen if Victor would have put those runes on.
well, so I
That would
mean,
be interesting.
I would have thought Mel should just be pushing it back to save it from, and because like wrapping the shield is not working. Mel's point of view, right, is what is she doing? Because Caitlyn deciding to do this is a crazy, wacky, risky decision that's based on an assumption. Mel, on the other hand, is just, I don't know. She's just why didn't you use your powers for better use? But
Mel
whatever.
should just be blasting Ambessa back away from Caitlyn.
Yeah.
But I don't think that the fight scene has yet shown us that the runes prevent or negate the effectiveness of her attacks. Because if she knows that isn't going to work because of the runes, then maybe this makes sense. But I don't think that we've seen that.
In any
unless
case,
I guess she knows. Unless she knows what the runes are, I guess. Yeah. Again, none of it's explained.
Well, it's an interesting interaction too. Like a defensive shield is getting absorbed by runes that are defensive. What I'm getting at, of course, is that if they were on the same side, Mel would not be able to use this magic to protect her mum, because her runes would absorb the shield and make it weak. Which feels like an odd interaction,
Because it's anti-magic and it's a magic shield, I guess, is the way it works.
I mean, one could make the argument. Maybe it has League of Legends rules. It'll synchronize with people on your team, but it won't with enemies. There you go.
Maybe.
It knows, yeah, it's magic,
Anyway, Caitlin decides to let the knife in to take out her eye in order to then be able to draw the dagger out of her stomach to chop off the straps to drag them off. Basically making the decision, I'll lose my eye, but I'll get rid of your runes. And my question is, why can't Caitlin just move her head slightly to the right?
Because of because you have a neck. Yeah, you could move your head left, right, forward, back. You could rotate. Oh man, the neck
She's
is
wearing
so
an
great.
invisible Batman costume that doesn't let her
Oh
move her
damn!
neck. Yeah,
If only it was one of the newer ones.
yeah, but it's one of the old ones, so
Move your head away
then-
from the knife.
I want to be clear. Look at the straps on this woman's arm. That's a tough
Just,
one to do one swipe to cut all of them off.
You'd have to go all the way down the arm.
You
Yeah.
better
And it
have a
has to be
sharp
firm
knife.
enough and press down firm enough to cut every single one
At
without
that
Ambessa
point,
drawing your hand back.
At that point, you basically got to chop her arm off. Let's be honest. She will have
Might
strapped
as
those
well,
things
yeah.
on tight because she knows how important they are.
Yeah, unless
Imagine
Caitlin
Ambessa
hit
with,
the
original Civica
the
arm.
knotted part, the only part that keeps it actually on, and then just tears the whole thing off with pure force. But like I said, it happened. You saw the frames that happens in. We're talking like 0.2 seconds. She gets that thing off. Sure. Good job. That was excellent. That's just what we needed to do. And,
Makes sense to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But Ambassador's like, "Mwahaha! I have defeated you. You fought well, child." Like the usual. That she's like, "Wait a minute, you have my runes," and then Caitlin says, "Now," which makes me think like she's definitely not aware of the necklace thing, right? And then it's like, what if she is aware of it? Would they have? Would they?
She can't be.
Well, they could have talked about it in the meeting, right?
Sure.
Yes, I guess they could have, but they can't have possibly planned to have a 1v or
Well, that's what I was
2v1
going to say.
showdown
Is like,
against Ambessa,
could you
yeah.
imagine if she
Just in
said, "By
case
the
we
way,
do have a
yeah,
duel."
by the
Why-
way," I need
Yeah,
to say
why
this
on
to everyone
earth?
here,
Duel
just in case.
Ambessa.
Why?
Well, the fact that she says it that way makes me think that Mel must have said to her, "If ever we get into a 2v1 with Ambessa, you need to get her runes off her arm so that I can throw this necklace on her."
You got it.
And Caitlin just nods, like, "Yes, I understand."
Little
I mean,
thumbs,
sure.
little thumbs up.
I'll keep that in mind.
mhm.
Maybe I feel like it would still work if it was like, now, blow her away with like magical bullshit or whatever it is that you do, because I don't entirely understand it. Like, I think that still works, but yes, the idea that she previously discussed, like, okay, Caitlin of all people, I'm going to explain to you that I have this magic necklace that will transport my mother into the Phantom Zone.
Which happens, and I'm going to
Yep.
summarize it first because there's so many questions. She transports, she touches the necklace and it activates the Black Rose people. They capture Ambessa. She seems to be in the same place that they end up when they get killed, covered in chains. They zap her with weird energy, and she's like, "Your daughter is special." And then before we can really understand what's happening, Mel enters the Phantom Zone and
Yeah.
destroys the Black Rose lady and releases her
yeah.
mum. And then
Yes.
Ambessa dies.
Hell,
I
yeah.
would love to know how Mel figured out how to do that.
Where do we even begin in terms of like what the fuck was all of that? What was Mel's? Did Mel know that this was going to play out this way?
We are expected to believe, I think, that Mel accepted the mission and the necklace from Black Rose Lady, knowing that she could trick her by giving her Ambessa, and then she would jump in and surprise her and kill her.
How does she know she can do any of that?
I don't have an answer for that, unfortunately, but I think that's what the writers want us to think.
They call her a sly girl because she did this. How did you know you could do this?
Like,
Because why wouldn't it just be? First of all, how are you walking into the Phantom Zone? How did you even do that? Like, what
Just gotta
spell are you
listen.
casting?
you
She's
just gotta
been there
believe in
before,
yourself,
She
man.
knows the address.
She's a mage.
Something about her gold magic trademark lets her just go into
Do
the Phantom
anything.
Zone, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it's like, why would you think you can defeat the people who had you captured and deliberately, like, wanted you... They've been controlling you this whole time, and they told you themselves that they'd have you killed already if that's what they wanted. Like, she's that confident, I guess, that she can take them on, and she's right. Good for her.
How the fuck
Yeah,
did you
but
know that
have you
necklace
considered-
didn't have assurances built in, shall we say?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But have you considered that Jace told her that she can't be controlled by anyone?
Oh.
And that's enough.
He did say that,
He
yeah.
did say
Yeah.
that.
See? Yeah, you're
He
all
meant
stupid
magic.
now, huh?
He did mean magically. Magically,
Yeah,
you
he
cannot
meant
be
this.
controlled
He
by magic.
actually-
You're immune to magic.
The scene cut off is deleted scene where he says, if the Black Rose even try to do anything to you, you can fuck them up.
Yeah, they deleted Jay's iconic line, you can't be
Yes.
controlled by magic.
This is iconic line.
Also, like it's pretty clearly set up that like in order for Mel to do this, she needs to, or the Rictus runes need to be out of play because otherwise it won't work because they negate magic. So why didn't Black Rose Lady abduct Ambessa at any point prior to
Don't
Rictus
know.
flying?
Don't know at all. Especially funny considering they can abduct Mel, who is a mage in dormancy that actually has automatic defenses that prevent the Black Rose from being able to perform certain things on her. Meanwhile, her mother does not. But they couldn't abduct her, but they could abduct Mel. And yes, of course, the answer would be, well, because she has the runes, and so she's only gotten them as of last episode. Actually, no, sorry, this episode.
This episode.
Again, unless we're expected to believe that that was the reason why Rictus had them, but and that was why Rictus like always stayed near Ambessa to be as like a protection ward against evil bullshit going on. But if that's
why
the
wouldn't
case,
she have
surely,
them?
exactly, surely she would have some as well, or
Well,
instead
they would
like
expect her to have it, and that would impact.
That's
how
just
you
what they
feel
would
about it.
expect. You can't do
That's
that.
what they'd expect.
You're playing into their
They
head.
want you to think.
Don't know how any of this works, and what's really even more annoying is that Mel would ever have trusted anything from the Black Rose people. Ever. No way. Tossing
He does know that they're
stupid
called
device.
the Black Rose, right? Like even that's like an evil name.
she must have
No,
heard of
the
them,
good
I think.
organization isn't called the Black Rose.
Wasn't she just exhausted from the fight with Ambessa, and now she can take on a fully charged hyper mage?
Yes.
Yeah, she got better.
I guess this Black Rose shadow mage just ain't shit.
Yeah, she's like a low rank. She's shit. She's their little
Yeah.
torturer.
They sent a fucking scrub to deal with the world-ending scenario.
And then, of course, like, why did Ambessa die?
The
they
half-completed brain
Yeah,
twiddly
that's right.
process.
Yeah,
Okay.
they
They
sucked
lobotomized
up
her.
her brain juices or something.
But
He
but
sucked
it
her
was a
brain
sufficient
juice.
amount-
They sucked his
it was
brains out.
Enough brain juice was left though, so that she could again have a more ceremonious demise where she can get her last words out and, you know,
But of
sorta
course.
just absorb the moment.
Oh,
I just find it funny. Yeah, a sufficient amount of her brain goo got sucked out, and now that's it for her. That's a mortal wound.
Yeah.
Having too much of your brain goo sucked out of your head.
I mean,
Alright.
those last words though. If we,
By the way,
I have
when they kidnapped them into the Phantom Zone or whatever, that entailed teleporting them across the fucking country. Lucky that wasn't the case this time.
Yeah. They're just fucking gone.
Imagine Mel tries to execute her sick plan, and the Phantom Zone is just over there. It's all the way over on the other side of the continent. It's
She
like,
starts
oh,
walking. You're like, where you going? She's like, gonna go rescue my mum. All right, then, yeah.
I'll be back in 2 months.
It's not very good.
What? How dare
Could
you?
be better. Could be better.
Could be better, yeah.
There could be some tweaks. Needs a bit of tweakage.
Ambessa tells...
I was really kind of looking forwards to. Well, you go ahead and do the Ambessa thing. and
She,
then we'll
she,
get
she
into it.
says, you are the wolf. And it's like, oh, let's see, because she said you gotta be the wolf and the fox. You gotta... Yeah.
Yeah,
They
such a
fuck-
good payoff.
they fucked it up though, because like the fox wolf metaphor in season 1 wasn't presented as binary. It was that like Mel, you are a fox, but you need to learn to be the fox and the wolf.
That's fine. She's saying you are now the wolf on top of already having been the fox. See, that's great.
You're
You
also
said
a-
you are now,
I want to
you
know
are the
what
wolf of
about
Wall
what she
Street,
did
is what she said.
represents the wolf.
I think there's also a little bit of beaver in there now.
Yeah, what she did represents the fox.
Well,
Yeah, that
so
was
here's
being cunning
trickery and
manipulative.
deceit.
Yeah.
like Mel did not intend for Ambessa to die as a result of this, correct?
No, I
So
don't think so.
So again,
I
just
no.
confirmation of her being a fucking moron, that she would even risk this if she absolutely did not want this to happen. She couldn't possibly understand what was it. Like, the Black Rose killed her mum within a few seconds of having access to her. Why wasn't that entertained by Mel? Why didn't she think that was something that could happen? And then if the answer is like, well, she just wanted to defeat her mum in general, and this was the only way to do it, and it required her to become a wolf, you'd be like, well, I mean, she lost the runes. Could she not, like, trap her in a bubble like was mentioned? Is that not possible?
I think
she has the power to take on the Black Rose Mage, but she does not have the power to defeat a strong black woman. Is that the case?
No
Is she
one
too
has
powerful?
the power to take on a strong black woman.
I mean, Ambassador at this point is just a strong woman. She's not got anything else.
she has no magic.
So you'd
with
think
her.
that Mel
She
could
doesn't have
dominate
reckless-
her as a mage, as opposed to dominating a way more experienced mage.
That's what I say.
I think that the writers think that Mel thinks that in order to kill Ambessa, she needs to trick LeBlanc.
Why?
I don't know.
It's so funny. It doesn't matter what we talk about. As soon as we get like a little answer, the next question is always, "But why?" And it's like, I don't know.
But why?
Yeah,
Every answer leads to more questions.
I mean, it fills the hole of explaining, like, okay, but why did Mel do that? But it doesn't explain why she would think that. So yeah, she behaves as if that is the case. I just don't know why she thinks that that's the case.
Well, we move on.
Ow. Yeah.
Vi has survived the crash.
Damn
She's
it.
good to
Yay.
go. Same
Good
for
job.
Jinx. She has survived the
Ah,
crash.
fuck.
Unfortunately,
Incredible.
Echo is knocked out for now. He's not allowed to be a part of this part of the story. He can come
Dude,
back
this
later.
this scene actually kind of
Bye.
pisses me off. Just this one frame. Like you see Echo buried beneath the rubble, and then you see Vi just sprinting right fucking past him. It's like, let me check on my murderous sister. It's like,
Yeah, they go out of their way to
Like,
show
what
that
the
Vi
fuck,
doesn't give a
dude?
shit about Echo.
I fucking
He
hate that
doesn't
shot
remember
so
who he
much.
is. Who's
Like,
this
he-
guy? I don't know. Some. Well,
Like he could be
Some
dead,
guy.
and she's like, let me look at the sister.
he's a
She's still
Time
moving.
Lord.
Like, what the fuck,
Shimmer
man?
creature sister that can't even fucking be hurt by anything anyway.
It's not like they're very good friends that thought the one was dead before.
She didn't
but,
see
yeah, it's
him,
fine.
okay? It's fine.
No, fuck this show.
She didn't look for him either because she doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
And she says, looks like you shouldn't have come back, which is a weird fucking thing to say considering everything that's happened and the situation they're in. I would happily rank this as more Marvel humor. They do not understand the tone of the scene or the nature of these characters, but that's fine. We're well into that at this point. So
Echo
yeah.
dying in the background.
Looks like you shouldn't have come back. And then she says,
What she's basically saying there is, oh boy, sis, you should have killed yourself.
and she says, still don't get it, huh, sis? I'm always with you, even when we're worlds apart. And apparently that's confirmation that Echo would have told Jinx everything about the other universe. I don't... Whatever. I don't really care. It doesn't matter. They didn't show us any of it.
When did they fit? That was this.
They took all the time in the world. That's why everybody died without Zorn's help. They were busy telling stories. There is quite a funny moment here where they realize that Vanda's just staring at them. And
He was just looking at them.
I'm not
Just
sure
like,
what we're
"You
supposed to
You guys
understand.
done?
Like, what we get
Well,
from
then-
it.
Well, then Vander looks over to them and he says, "Echo." Because he doesn't remember him
Is he
either.
okay?
Is Echo okay?
Did you guys
Do
even
you
care
give a
about him?
shit about him? Aren't you friends?
I like that guy.
Aren't you like? Don't you like each other?
Guess
Are you not invested in his well-being?
So anyway,
Why
yeah,
do I cry so?
The image here made me think this is the Vander equivalent of Peepothetic, I think it is.
Yeah.
Which it seems like I wasn't crazy for thinking that.
No, absolutely not.
Just so
It's
clear,
such a funny
chat,
reaction
this
in the
is that's
face.
Peepothetic, so. The idea of like, I don't like you two. You've caused me a lot of struggle.
You're annoying.
I don't like you.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and it's like, Dad? Which at this point, you're like, really?
He's like
Still
7
doing
steps
this.
away
Shut
from
up.
being your dad. Stop it.
He's looking at them the way a cat owner looks at the cat that just fucking threw up on the carpet. You know?
I'm gonna have to
Or the
spray
way
you
the
with
cat looks
water
at
now.
everything.
Also, how would you describe this movement we see here? You like
Teleports,
This is
right?
well, I was gonna say teleport or hyper super duper speed.
This is known as the
It's
art of
super.
Shunpo. This is the flash step. You know?
Shunpo.
That's gotta be super speed, right? Rather than teleport.
Yeah,
is-
he's mega.
He goes whoop. The way he sinks down like a diglet.
I mean, it
Which
would have been
means that
better if he
somewhere
just used
along the
Flash.
way he turned his body.
But anyway, yeah, they start having a battle, which I was just like, not possible, not happening.
Warwick's just gonna fucking smash them
he's-
instantly.
He has
Yeah.
the speed of the speediest speed ever. I can't do anything against him.
And they're still trying to do this, like, yeah, but Shimmer for Jinx. Like, no, it doesn't matter in this scene. She's done. They're both done. They should be dead. Very dead. Super dead.
I
This
am
is like Warwick on steroids.
hearing rather concerning noises. It's been very windy in Wales lately. I need to go and inspect, make sure nothing's broken. You guys take care of the stream, okay? I'll be back.
Oh my god.
Sure
It's been-
thing.
Yeah, I
Windy in
mean,
Wales. Jeez.
I'm
Windy
pretty much
Wales.
in the middle of the
Windy.
country, and it's windy as fuck here. Whereas
Yeah, it's been very stormy over here on the,
It's
the east of
even-
the country as well.
It's
Yeah.
it's also windy in Germany actually.
What is
so
what is going on in Europe?
we're
I
gonna
don't
we're
know.
gonna
The
we're gonna
wind.
come visit you guys soon with the whole continent.
Oh my
We'll fly
god.
right over.
they have
Well,
to put
over
out
here
like
it's
weather
been a
warnings.
lovely day, so I don't
I
know.
mean, it's a sunny day over here too. So yeah. God damn. What is actually happening that it's windy across several countries?
I don't know. Like
Storm
Like a-
Darag,
Oh, so
DA
okay, so a big old storm.
Storm Darag.
Darragh. I didn't know.
I don't know how they call the storm here this time around, but I know probably like Frank or something like that.
I see.
Hans.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I guess it's different over here because opposite side of the world. It's just wow.
Oh,
I mean, it's
that would
probably
be a
not the
big
same
storm.
everywhere.
It would be a big storm if it was hitting you at the same time as us.
Yeah,
Be s-
I mean, my God, yeah, that'd be a
Some
storm
day after tomorrow shit.
Well, the day after tomorrow was all in the northern hemisphere, right? It was
True. Yes. Yeah.
the big storm systems in the north. So we'd be totally. I don't know why that was the case in that film, but I don't know that much of that film makes sense.
No.
There were just tornadoes in LA just because
Man,
they
I
wanted a
haven't-
set piece with tornadoes in LA.
That might be a fun one to rewatch. I haven't seen that
Yeah,
since that
I
came
like
out.
that movie. It's terrible, but
Yeah, I
I
rewatched
enjoy
it. I rewatched it when I was in New York, and just because obviously it's like a big disaster movie. I also rewatched the Godzilla movie, the Roland Emmerich one, because
Um,
both of those movies is just a bunch of CGI bullshit destroying famous buildings in New York. So
yeah.
it was
Well,
quite funny to see them in real life afterwards.
I remember because I've brought it up before. 2012 annoyed me in ways that The Day After Tomorrow didn't. So that's like a film that I can enjoy, whereas 2012 makes me angry a lot of the time. It's Gordon.
Ray, did
I'll
you-
never get over Gordon.
Did you ever see Moonfall? Have you seen that
Oh,
yet?
I didn't
Moonfall
see
is so
Moonfall.
good.
No, I haven't
Moonfall's
seen Moonfall.
amazing. You have
That
to see
movie is
Moonfall.
fun. Yeah.
It's the most
no.
movie to ever film. Boy, let me
Yeah.
tell you.
No, I mean, I mean, Roland Emmerich is he is a strange filmmaker. I mean, Armageddon is pretty man. That commentary with Ben Affleck, like
That was
talking
Michael
about the
Bay.
plot holes. Oh wait, no, yeah, sorry. What am I thinking of? My
Oh,
brain
Independence Day.
totally-
Independence Day.
Yeah, Independence. I don't know why I connected that with Independence Day. I mean, I like Independence Day. That's
I like it too.
I like
yeah.
that. That's probably the film. Well, The Patriot is probably his best film, which is kind of an interesting one.
I didn't realize that was Roland Emmerich.
Maybe true.
Yes. Roland Emmerich did make The
'Cause
Patriot.
I
but,
quite like
yeah.
The Patriot. I really like it.
It's historical accuracy. It does not exist in that film, but you know, as an actual story, it's yeah. I mean, but probably Independence Day is the one that I like the most that he's made. Probably. That's an entertaining film. And I'm pretty sure it's the film that he made,
is.
probably like among the disaster films, the one that had like the least problems. Because the longer they went on, the dumber they got.
Yeah.
Like the worse that they became. And the more illogical it all was. It was just like, oh yeah, I guess there'll be like big, again, tornadoes in LA because that would be a set piece. Oh, we got a big like storm surge in New York, and then
Storm
like
surge.
what was it that that the storm system was pulling air from like outer space, like down into
Wait,
Earth, so
air? Sorry, air from outer space.
I
What
can't
part of
remember what
that
it
did you not did you not approve of? Do you not
Like,
approve
I
of
mean,
the air from
that was
outer
what-
space
Yeah,
being
but that was
pulled
what
down?
happened in the movie. You remember? It was like pulling. I can't remember if it was pulling something from outer space and then pulling it, and that was why everything froze. You remember how like
I
right
think
at
it
the
was
end of the
it,
film,
it was
the
like the top of the very top of the atmosphere. It was sucking up this
and then it
super
froze
cold air,
everything. But closing
and
the
it would
door
like make these
stopped
little
it.
tunnels. Yeah, there'd be like a vortex that would suck all of the cold air from the atmosphere down to the bottom of the atmosphere to us. And
Yeah,
it would just
but
be terrible.
I just found it
and
funny that it would
miserable.
pull it in and it froze everything. But when they closed the doors, it stopped it.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, just close the doors. That'll stop the ice from getting in.
And then
Like,
the bit in the film
Power
where
of man.
the cold chases them down a hallway.
that's right, because yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it you see it coming like from the top down to the bottom, but then when they get into the library, it like chases them like a movie monster, and they close the doors. And their solution to making sure that the fire doesn't go out is just throw books onto it, which I'm pretty sure like I don't think that would work necessarily, right? Like you can't just like
That's
drench
I
a
can
fire.
I can
with
imagine
water.
Roland Emmerich does not have great respect for reading as a concept.
No, I mean, I guess not, but yeah. But then 2012 came along, and Gordon, the hero of the story, saved them several times with his ability to fly, and then he gets crushed by some gears, and everybody moves on. Nobody cares. He gets the worst death, and he was the greatest guy in the story, and then they just forget about him and erase his existence, even
Oh,
though
well.
none of them would be alive if it wasn't for him. That always bugged me. It's one of those things, where you watch a movie and it's like, man, what happened there just feels so unfair,
wasn't
and you
fair,
don't
yeah.
even recognize it.
Mm-hmm. Hello, I'm back.
Are you
Hi.
okay?
Oh, you didn't blow away.
Yeah, are you all right?
Yes, I am fine. It was a window. Might be in some trouble. It just that I've closed it out. It's just I just left it slightly open, so it got blasted wide open. But then I also spotted in my garden. I think my shed might be in trouble, but I'll have to find out.
Oh no!
It's hard to see because it's pitch black, so I guess we'll have to see tomorrow morning.
Wait, do you need to go out there and like nail it down or something? Tie some ropes over it and then just
Go and nail it down,
okay.
Mahler. Go nail
to the
that shed
ground.
down.
Do I need to bring my tools when I'm coming over in 2
Um,
weeks?
I'm gonna let God
He's
sort
that
out that
German
shed
engineering.
until the morning.
How windy is it?
Very.
I was. What kind of speeds are we talking here? For wind?
I don't have a speed. I got a warning on my
slow it down,
phone from
Mark.
the government.
Oh my god!
About
According,
wind.
I mean, Fringy, I don't know how bad it is exactly where Mauler is, but apparently we're talking 90-mile-an-hour winds for this storm.
Ooh, that's
Holy shit.
that's pretty fast. It's not as fast as it can possibly get, I suppose, but still.
Might have to vertically bury that shed. Gonna just
Man.
be on it, give it on
Because it's the
as
hero.
yeah. It tried to survive, but who knows if it will. Anyway, like I said, they fight. It's great because Warwick immediately grabs Vi and should probably tear her limb from limb, but doesn't
Obviously.
because
Oh,
why
well,
would
never mind.
that happen?
Holy shit!
Because then the fight would be
Yeah.
over, and what should happen would happen.
But yeah, I think there's like 3 or 4 instances where Warwick just stops and looks menacingly or something.
Blarg, he growls.
Yes, well, the writers are really clever, see, because he's got Vi, and then Jinx is shooting at him, and they show him be angry at that. He's like, hey, you shouldn't be shooting me.
You
And so
stop
then
that.
he drops Vi and heads toward Jinx, which frees Vi from his grasp. It's very cleverly done.
Oh, yeah, that's smart.
Because, of course, the bullets don't even do anything to him. So, like,
Imagine how awkward it would have been if Vander he just like snapped her neck and then tossed
Yeah.
her into the hole and then went after Jinx. That'd be really awkward.
and
Why
so
did he drop her? Why would he do that?
I don't know. He's a Dumbo,
hate her.
but yeah, gravity goes off, and so they're all floating around, and everyone's trying to escape each other to different degrees of success. Man, until this fight sort of just settles with Warwick grabbing them both, and that's that. Jace is like anime levels chasing Victor through this tunnel with his hammer, charging him through while Victor's like lasering him, and it's just all very like some people found this epic. I was just like, God damn it, let it end. This is so bad.
Why is Jace flying? I know Victor fine, but why is Jace flying?
We're in zero G.
Yeah, for some zero G. Yeah.
So they can all fly because
It's
they just
mid-
need.
yeah, this is look at how cool this
We're
is.
0G because Loris is dead.
But what triggered this was God damn it.
That was a really good one.
But it was Victor that triggered this, or was it that they switched off the hex core or something?
I guess
Yeah, Victor grabbed the
reawakening it?
anomaly, and
Yeah.
then things happened, and now it's zero G.
Right. Okay.
Victor wants to laser the ceiling so he can blast through it, and he does it in such a way that if Jace hadn't moved his head, he'd be dead.
Yeah.
It's so weird to me. I was like, wait, were you okay with just Jace dying? I thought you were not okay
He
with
just
that.
knew he'd move his head, I guess.
Okay.
He just knew.
Because he...
Sometimes you just know.
Sure. So Victor activates his final move, his ulti or whatever, and the tendrils like
I
appear
genuinely
and...
thought you were going to say final solution.
I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, what is this is for the whole world? And so they all go after everybody. And I was asked this on a stream. Why don't they go after Echo? And there are two answers to this question. One, he is unconscious when they begin. Thus, the tendrils don't recognize him as active. So he's lucky as fuck. Or two, because he went to a different dimension briefly, and thus he's no longer detectable by Victor.
That's
He
what
went
I was.
Man, that's a really good
dimension?
explanation. I never even considered that. Of course.
Why would they have said why? Why?
Because people are
No.
desperate to explain how this totally makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's actually one of the things I was like, is this maybe why? I have nothing to back this up with, but that's the only thing I can come up with. It's just because it's those three. But yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's just convenient.
Mm-hmm.
Very convenient.
I mean,
Also, by the way, when we go to zero G, they make the sounds go away a little bit, like we're in space and there's no air, and I found that a bit
there's still
distracting.
air. That's right. There's still air that would
Yeah,
propagate
so I don't
sound.
know.
If there's no gravity, you can't hear. Everyone knows this. That's why there's no
Oh.
air. That's why there's no sound in space because there's no gravity.
Oh, okay.
This is science.
See, I trust Rex because Rex is a science. So
I
there
am
we
a
go.
science.
Rex is a science.
the supporting evidence would be that Jace is not hit with it either, and he's also someone who visited a different dimension. That's what people would say is the argument.
Mhm.
They've got alternate dimension residue on them, thus Victor cannot see them.
That's so hard to get off of you. That's really annoying.
Yeah, it's like blood. It's so hard to wash off.
Yeah.
Seems
You
like
gotta throw
bullshit
it
to
in
me.
there, and you gotta get the.
It's also incredibly convenient because if it worked and Echo was hit with that, that's GG, it's over.
Yep.
But of course,
Yep.
we can't have that happen. That would be bad. So then Victor personally mind bloomps Jace. Gives him the old hand-on-head treatment, which puts him
He
into
gives
the
Jay's head.
space world. Hand-on-head, that's very different.
Oh.
He says, this is what you see? This conflict, this senseless waste. I know their minds, Jace. They want better lives, but emotion clashes with reason. Humanity's self-corrupting contradiction. It's that
what's
simple.
funny?
There's reason
Okay.
that would give you, access to better things, but there's your emotions that make it so that you don't get them.
Yeah.
Boring.
It's funny, like the whole.
Why do you think
the whole
this?
season? The whole season, I was like, oh man, I wish they would talk more. At this point, it was like, just please stop talking. I just stop it. Please stop.
It's just so boring. I've heard this so many times in so many different pieces of media before, and it's never more interesting than this because nobody wants to actually explore why this might be the perspective.
Well, there's some out there that go a little further. This one is not one of them. I can't even begin. They wouldn't even have the time if they wanted to explore this topic, and that's not what Arcane has been about. So it's hard to use
have, like-
prior events to
Yeah.
score meaning here. You can't.
didn't
It
you
feels
didn't
weird
need
to have these
this.
random conversations on like determinism and free will and like collective
Mm.
consciousness of all people on the planet. Like, where did this? It just seems like it came out of
Yeah.
nowhere. None of this was established or set up.
Because like in season 1, this was like, oh, we have these two factions that are at odds. There's these characters that represent these factions with very strong beliefs that we follow character-wise and what they do in the world and what they believe in, blah, blah, blah. And now all of a sudden it's like, dimensions, time travel, fate, blah. It's like, what? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing Marvel bullshit? That sucks. It's just, I
The
hate
thing with
it.
these two was always essentially like the nature of progress.
Yeah.
I don't know that we needed to take it to here. I don't know why we
No,
did.
I don't think that was a good idea, honestly, especially with the amount of time that you would need to afford to. Because I mean, it's something that's kind of noticeable about this episode is like, right, so now that we're done with the Piltover, Zorn, Noxus stuff, now we got to transition over to the Victor storyline.
Yeah.
You know, it's like these two totally
Yeah.
divorced conflicts.
Um,
And it's like, well, one's over, so now we're in a position where we can move on to the next one.
This image, by the way, is this not supposed to be that this is where it would have ended if not for Echo, because this is what it looks like in the other universe?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yes.
Pretty much.
That's pretty interesting. That means that, you know, Victor just didn't take the time to even have a look at those memories that Jace has right now. What he needs is for Echo to throw a time machine at him to allow that to happen. To understand more. Don't worry about it. We'll talk about it in a second. I'm just making sure we're all tracking exactly what kind of story they're trying to tell,
Oh yeah,
including
I gotcha, man.
the idea that like order would be reason and chaos is emotion, and together they create conflict, and that is self-destructive. So all we need is a hive mind to prevent any conflict, and Victor is gonna bring us that solution. Woohoo! Happy days, we've done it. And then so Jace is still trying, I guess. He says, and this is supposed to relate to this point, right? He says, you've always wanted to cure what you thought were weaknesses, like your leg, your disease, but you were never broken, Victor. There's beauty in imperfections. They made you who you are, an inseparable piece of everything. I admired that about you. What does that have to do with anything Victor's talking about?
Can we
that-
talk about how, like, I guess this is going to be a bit of a hot button word, how fucking privileged of a perspective that is to
We can do
express
that.
to Victor?
I just want to be clear
Okay,
before we
I'll
delve into
back
it.
off for
What did
now.
that have to do with what Victor said?
I think
I
he's
guess it's
potentially trying to make him reach his humanity or remember who he was, which
The
again is
idea
just,
that individuality and, like, yeah, the singular aspects of a given person are really cool, actually.
he's
mean,
he's
you
pointing
wouldn't.
out the value of Victor as an individual previously, as the individual that he used to be, to steer him away from this hive mind stuff, I guess.
I don't understand why. So, like, arguing that in what are seen as imperfections are worth whatever. Like wouldn't perfections also be worth it then? Like, why wouldn't the argument start with? What I'm trying to say is, like, why are you trying to tell someone who's saying that separated wills cause conflict that Victor's leg was never an imperfection or something? You know what I mean? I feel like that's way off the way we should be.
It doesn't work because Victor's perspective here, I don't want to call him Victor, but Victor's perspective here is that imperfections are bad and should be fixed. And Jace's response is, yeah, but you had some and they were cool.
I don't even know that that's what Victor said. He was saying that, like, there's conflict in individual wills. We need to combine them all.
I think he's saying that conflict is an imperfection. Conflict is an imperfection that can be fixed by doing the glorious evolution.
Well, it seems to me like Jace's response is a line written for the old Victor, almost, who was very physically focused on improving mankind in a very physical sense because of the imperfections of flesh.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
Rather than
Like,
for this Victor, who is
the notion that the ultimate cure to human conflict is going to be to just unite us all in terms of any given decision. To respond to that with, you never should have seen your disease or your leg as an imperfection, I feel like it's just completely off the mark. It doesn't regard even close to what Victor was getting at.
Yeah.
But anyway, if we treat it as though it is, and go into what Theo was just talking about there, real easy for a guy who is hyper conventionally handsome and healthy and privileged in terms of the benefits he's
Yeah.
had in his life, both career and the power he's had in the council and everything, to say to a terminally ill, crippled man that his elements aren't really imperfections; they're actually beautiful.
I wish
Like-
I was ugly like you then.
Yeah, it's just like, really, dude. Okay.
Also, like this wasn't just that like Victor, couldn't walk and he was a bit sick. No, he had turbo cancer and he was going to die.
Yes.
Yep.
But the
Yeah,
fact
but
that he
who
was
knows
going to
what's
die
going
is what
on?
made him beautiful.
It's just
Like,
like
All of
he
his
was
dreams-
unlucky enough to be born in the wrong place at the wrong time, and then that made him ill, like
it was
terminally
going to
ill.
cut short everything he wanted to do with his life. Everything.
Yeah, like helping people.
Yeah, all the shit he
like,
wanted to accomplish.
hmm
also,
it-
we're highlighting from chat, Jace hurt his leg and then he fixed it. That was an imperfection.
Why do you do that?
Well, I think the thing is that what you do have is something that is somewhat complicated, which is like the reality is that like a lot of what we do as human beings is essentially try to solve problems.
Yeah.
Like a lot of what you could describe as being human history is just solving an array of problems, and that the longer time's gone on, the more we've been able to solve more complex problems. Right? Like agriculture, it's like, how do we solve the problem of food insecurity? Medicine, like how do we solve problems of
Health
people
insecurity.
falling ill? How do we like buildings and architecture and engineering, and like as human beings, we it's kind of almost like baked into us to like solve problems. So when you say like, well, there's beauty and imperfections, it's like, okay, but how do you reconcile that with the fact that you live in a world that is the product of people looking at those imperfections and going, no, we can do better than that, and then solving those problems and creating technology and civilization and all of these things? That's where it starts to get complicated, right? Finding like a line to straddle between contentedness and like actually kind of doing what we do, which is like working on projects to try and improve our lives. If it was like, oh, there's beauty and imperfections, it's like nice, but like, okay, that's not useful though. That's like a useless observation. Now what? Like,
He described them as an inseparable piece of everything, like that would make the man he admired, right? So it's like, agreed that the like cancer aids made they're a part of what made Victor who he currently is and everything. But why the fuck would you ever argue that means they shouldn't be separated? The
Yeah,
thing that is
exactly.
killing him shouldn't be separated from him. Surely it's what made him the man you admire, the need and the desire to defeat the thing that's killing him. Isn't that the man you desire?
Yeah.
And how can you can't have that both ways. You can't be proud of the man who wanted to separate himself from the turboaids and then simultaneously say, nah, you can keep it though.
Yeah, calling like if you have a big nose like that, you can call that an imperfection. But again, turbo AIDS, turbo cancer, it's going to kill you. Calling that an imperfection, that's not an imperfection. That's
well, yeah,
that's
because if you want to talk about the idea of like what does perfection even mean? Is that something that's even attainable? Is our view on imperfections a matter of perspective? That's one thing, but yeah, like dying of an illness, that's just like just a problem.
Shouldn't
That's like
it be
something that you want to solve?
there shouldn't be any beauty in the specific disease ravaging a body until you suffer and die. There should be the beauty in the human spirit that denies the disease or fights to the
Exactly,
last
yes.
breath. That's what
Yeah.
we should be focusing on.
But and then maybe because really like the argument is you don't want to be going so far in like the pursuit of solving these problems that you essentially rob people of their humanity. It's like, all right, now we're in a position where it's like, okay, shit, bit of a problem here, Victor. You've taken things a little bit too far. But the thing is that Victor doing this has nothing to do with him being like ill. Like this is a totally different thing.
Yeah,
It's
we've
like you
gone
said,
way past that. That's not at all like in
It's
consideration.
like about the broader nature of humanity and the idea of conflict being like an inevitable aspect of people disagreeing with each other, leading different lives, forming different values, almost necessarily means that people will disagree with each other, and that they might disagree with each other so much that they're willing to fight each other over it. That has nothing to do with whether or not like you have whether you're ill. Like it's like totally unrelated.
Yeah, what Jace should have said is that, like, Victor, we set out to improve people's lives. You were right to want to fix your leg. You were right to want to fix your turbo aids. But this is wrong. This is too far, and then explained why Victor has gone too far.
Yeah, you've gone so far. You're fixing the concept of like we don't even have humans after this. It's gone.
Yes. You've taken it to like the most extreme, to where there is no longer the idea of improving lives is like, well, you've deleted the concept of a life now, so the question no longer means anything.
You don't want to be like a world without sin, you know? Like what is that?
It reminds me
like
the hypothetical paperclip maximizer experiment, where it was a guy creates an AI to and he tells it like make as many paperclips as possible, but because he hasn't programmed in common sense, and it's not really possible to do that, the paperclip maximizer says, okay, well, humans might turn me off, which will then limit my ability to make paperclips, so I'm going to exterminate humanity. Like that's basically what Victor is doing here.
Well, and that's why it's boring. It's like I guess that's possible, but really, all this intelligence, and that's what you conclude, you shitty robot.
It's like you moron. This is so boring.
Yeah.
So dull.
So Echo wakes up and he's gonna save the day.
Who?
Who's that?
Well, I mean, I
thought Echo wasn't in this season.
I think he dies immediately.
Yeah.
He goes really fast, face first, into a hand that's like steel.
Oh yeah.
He just dies.
He gets clotheslined the fuck out of him.
No, he's fine.
No, he's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you'll be alright.
That would just kill you.
Why didn't you go up?
But
there's
it's
lots of space you can go use.
Well, what's funny too is he luckily is able to grab the Z drive and pull it, but the damage done to him at that point, with the way it works in this, is permanent, right? Like he keeps the damage.
For him, yes. For him.
No, he procced Zanya's right there.
Well, it's too late. He's already taken the hit, Mel.
No, shut up.
Too bad.
Video games.
But they show him. This was the scene to show off the Z drive as they've built it mechanically here. They show him do like one cool thing with it, and then he gets captured, and that's that.
Yeah.
I was really surprised. I was like, wouldn't this be the scene?
Very unfortunate.
There's a couple of movies that do this. For some reason, the one that comes to my mind is Next. Do any of you guys watch Next?
Is that the wait? Is that the is that Nicolas Cage? Is he in that?
Yes. It's a man with, I think, the power to go back, I want to say like 20 seconds at maximum. That's just a power he has. And I can't remember exactly what the plot line is, but there's a scene where he needs to find like a bomb or something important, and they show him go into a warehouse, and then like he splits into, you know, like 100 versions of himself, going to visually represent what he was able to do
every time he goes through. Okay.
I don't know why we didn't do something like that here. Why didn't we do something cool with the army of robots versus Echo and his Z drive, where he has to
time traveler, man. Yeah,
you have to
literally a sequence like that is what the fucking character was built off of. That was his first trailer. Like, I don't get it.
They waste it, and then the thing we see is he's getting slowly goomed, and he keeps reversing time, but it's too late because he didn't do it fast enough. It's like, okay, so now what? And this is where you get betrayed as a viewer. They established to us very specific. You know what this reminds me of? Fucking Snyder Cut.
What is this from?
Like, you cannot do this mechanic further than X. If you do, it'll blow up Heimerdinger.
Some universe is going to lose its Heimerdinger.
But then the show is like, oh man, if only, but he's going to have to, and here he goes doing it, and it works. And you're like, oh.
Oh, okay.
All right then.
But it renders the Z drive unstable. Yeah.
Oh.
That will surely be a problem.
Which will lead to him saving the day because he fucking, I didn't know what the hell was happening here. He overdrives the Z drive, escapes the robots, and then the Z drive's about to like explode, and he throws it at Victor, and that actually saves the world.
Did he know it was going to do that?
I have no clue why any of this is happening.
So, if somebody would like to explain to me how in any way this is intuitive, I would
all
love to
I
hear.
was all I could think of is because this anomaly is from somewhere else that fucks with his anomaly, and then his mask breaks.
What?
There you go.
All right. Oh yeah.
It's like dividing by zero. It's like,
Just like that.
That's the best I had. There you go. Do with that what you will. Because I have no fucking clue. he just does a thing and throws the thing at him, and then he's like, "Oh no, this thing should not be," and
Well,
then he dies.
that line just confused me because, like, Victor says, like, that device cannot be,
Yeah.
implying that this is like seeing the face of an angel. Like, it completely fundamentally changes his understanding of reality. That thing took Echo and Donga tinkering for a bit.
Yep.
Like, Victor could make
A
one.
montage.
Like,
Yeah,
In
that
fact,
could
we
have
make
been
this thing easy
that could
if
have
he
been
got the time.
centuries for all we know. I'm sure of it.
I mean, I guess it must have something to do with the fact that it's an anomaly from an alternate dimension.
Oh,
but
sure, but I don't even know why. It really does feel like it's just plot juice has now made this happen, and we're like, okay,
Oh, more juice.
Yes. Yeah. They haven't explained it at all. They haven't even implied anything. It's just, it's
No.
different, so it works.
Just take your plot juice.
drink it.
I mean, because what they could have done is they could have had, like, Echo just rides up to Victor and gives him a hug, and the same thing happens. It's like, well, Echo came from the other dimension, so who knows how it works? Like,
Yeah, this is where we start really being like, what? So Victor says, I thought I wanted I thought that I wanted to give magic to the world. Now all I want is my partner back. Sorry, is what Jace says. And then Victor says, why do you persist after everything I've done? And then Jace says, because I promised you. And it's like, hang on. When did this vibe shift happen, Mister Kill him at all costs?
Remember when you shot a chest through his hole? A hole through his chest.
I don't understand
late,
it.
okay.
Like, he's like, I was never gonna give up on you, buddy. And it's like, you have. This whole episode and the prior ones, you've given up on him. Why are you changing your mind all of a sudden? What the fuck happened, Jace?
Without a word, you shot him with
Yeah.
the mercury cannon.
Yeah.
What's going on? I legit got confused by this because Victor's like, why would you just give up on me? And then he's just like, I'll never give up on you. It's like, yeah, you did.
Why would Victor say that?
I
What
don't
does
know.
Victor
Well,
mean by
because
that?
now Victor's humanity is back, apparently, is what has happened, because the Z drive anomaly counter anomaly broke open his mask, which reveals his humanness. It all makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, I'm following.
And
100%.
when Jay says, because I promised you, he hugs him, and it just tanks him with memories of the Apocalypse planet, where he met old Victor, who basically said, yeah,
Not
it all
Rise,
went
old
wrong.
Victor.
Yeah, not Rise. This all was a bad thing, so don't do it. And then Victor's like, wow, that's really compelling. I'm gonna not do it now.
You're gonna not do it now.
When it's like, why
Yeah,
the fuck
start
didn't you
with
tell
that.
him this the whole time? What the hell?
It's so funny. If we would have had a single conversation between those two in their current state, nothing of this would have happened.
You cannot make the whole conflict of the 2 seasons come down to they just didn't talk to each other when they had a chance to the whole
Yep.
time. That was it. What an interesting way to conclude this.
Really
We raise
epic and
all of
cool.
these ideas, then don't explore them, and then we have no interest in providing any kind of an answer unless we're left to conclude, yeah, everything Jace said was just right.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Also, where was this passion for Victor when you let him wander off in Act 1?
That abysmally short scene. One of the many conversations that should have happened, but we didn't see, or it didn't even exist. This is even worse. It's not even an implied conversation that we missed. It just didn't exist. It didn't happen. When they
Yep.
should have so much to talk about.
You know, he just cares about Victor more than anyone, dude. But simultaneously was like, see you, bro. You just woke up from like a
Bye.
cosmic coma, and I'm just gonna sit here. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So,
It's really good.
what we're supposed to grasp, I assume, is old Victor decides I must go back in time and save young Jace and provide him the rune, because that will cause a series of events that will eventually lead to Jace making the right decision in terms of stopping old version of me from, or older or younger, whatever, from destroy. Am I right about that? Is that what happened?
So yeah, so the idea is, you are the only way for this to be stopped, even though that's not true because we have unlimited choices to do this at all. And
So,
it's kind of weird because it seems like he's giving a different rune to every Jace that he visited.
Like
so I
he's
don't know
trying
if that,
multiple things as if
I think so, yeah.
yeah, like he needs to find the correct rune, But all he had to do is like anything else that he could do with his time travel powers, because that's how you can do lots of
Someone in
things
chat
with his
mentioned it. I've seen
superpowers.
this discussed. It's the acceleration rune, which is the one that was needed to inspire and cause the Z drive to work the way that it did, and thus allow this to happen, which is flimsy as fuck.
Yeah.
And if you have the power to just be like, oh, so that rune is the one I need to provide you.
Go back in time now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back in time and sort that out, and it'll be great. And it's like, you could go back in time.
But the time machine is impossible. That can't exist. But I could just do that.
That thing can't be.
I mean, if you can go back in time, why didn't you just go back in time and stop yourself from doing this? The classic time travel story that wouldn't cause any problems, I'm sure.
I think I've made a couple of notes. I'm just trying to understand what's actually happened. So what I think, so Jace promised a future version of Victor that he would stop all of the magical bullshit that he would go on to do, which means that chronologically, Jace gets saved by Victor, which then directly leads to the creation of Hex Tech and the Hex Core, and I guess Jinx's attack on the Council, and everything that Victor would then do after being combined with the Hex Core. Jace would then eventually manage to convince Victor that the Glorious Evolution is a bad idea, after experiencing a future that never actually happens in an alternate dimension, and after being convinced by Jace to stop lobotomizing everyone, Victor goes back in time through unexplained means and saves Jace so that the cycle can begin again.
He's also got to cause Echo to go to the other universe, right?
Yeah.
He must have sent him there, and then
all of that seems so incredibly convoluted for a man who can travel through time and just stop himself from doing this.
Exactly.
And he can travel through dimensions demonstrably because he was there in the alternate.
Certainly, if he can move it, why not just move your younger self to a different dimension? Just fucking kill him if he's going to kill the whole universe.
Yes.
Also, if the whole idea of like the different dimension versions of the arcane goo canceling each other out and restoring Victor's humanity, that doesn't work if Victor is an arcane being and can travel through different dimensions. If the arcane dimension, if we want to call it that we see it like is on the screen right now, if that is tied to one plane of reality, it's not separate from multiple universes, if you see what I'm saying. There's multiple arcanes.
Yeah, I got you.
So if there's multiple arcanes and he can travel to all of them, then there's no reason why they should cancel each other out. Why would that be the case?
And then another thing, he tried all these different runes. Did he try not runes?
Maybe no runes at all.
Did he try not saving Jace?
I don't see how we couldn't possibly conclude that cancels it out. What is Victor going to do without Jace?
Die.
And what is Victor going to do without a Jace that was inspired to research this shit? I just don't
if Jace dies on that mountain, then the events of Arcane don't happen.
Pretty much.
Yes.
Which would mean that Victor doesn't try and take over the world with brainwashing.
About 1 billion solutions for this fucking god person that they couldn't figure out. And this is what they concluded is just it's just awkward to watch.
It's the same old shit with these sort of setups of like this is the only way, and absolutely not. This is absolutely not the only way.
I could just sit here and think casually for a few moments of an alternative way to do it, and I'm just a guy on a couch watching a show. You're the writers.
You need to give Victor some big nerves and restrictions in general, so we can even remotely approach a thing where could be the only choice or one of the only choices, but you just given him omnipotent god powers where he can do everything, and then you tell me, no, Jace is a core being, you're the only one who can do anything. So yeah, awesome.
So you've got like in amongst the multiple dimensions of bullshit in I guess both meanings of the word, you've got a Terminator style paradox, like recursive loop cause and effect thing, because future Victor explains to Jace that the Glorious Evolution is a bad idea because he learned from Jace that the Glorious Evolution is a bad idea, who learned from Victor, and then it just goes and goes and goes and goes. But then that is just complicated into like ridiculous bullshit because of the multiple dimensions and because Victor couldn't come up with a better way to make this happen. I don't think it works at all.
Well, how much put a percentage on it in terms of yes, no? Do you think this was always the plan from season 1? With
I highly doubt that
somewhere
they did
close to
percentage.
Yeah.
Like,
There's
like-
no way that they
Um,
wrote season 1 as they did and had in the back of their minds that Jace knew that Victor saved him on the mountain.
Well,
There's no
because
way.
maybe
they
like
changed this guy's
20
design, by the way.
I was gonna say that's something
Um,
I've noticed is I feel like he's different than he was in
He
the
had runic tattoos down his hands.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like 20% tops, and it just got muddled, but it's probably far less. If you think about
The-
what concepts they wanted to have, let's say, okay, like the wild rune Hextech destroys the world. They would probably, that seems like they were kind of setting up maybe with what if Heimerdinger was more involved in the story and with great progress and caution thrown to the wind, bad stuff can happen. So that's probably something that they were gonna play around with. Jinx becoming a hero, maybe if they had way more seasons, but not in its current iteration. Like Basil kinds of ideas that are at the little nuggets in the middle. Maybe some of them.
Wait, someone just
but-
said there's leaked
I was-
concept art for season 1 and the mage has Ryze's face and beard. Is that true?
Yeah, that is true.
Oof.
While the guy was being made, he had Ryze's general like beard structure and whatnot.
Oofy,
it was
oofy,
not
oofy.
Victor. Granted, that's work in progress stuff, but still speaks to intention.
It does a little bit. So Jace grabs the rune from his celestial arm and hands it to Cosmic Space Victor and says, "We
Like
must
he knows
complete
it's
this
a-
together."
Like he knows that's a thing he can do.
I like what? And Jace is like, "You must go," and then he's like, "No, I'll stay." And then they both get vaporized.
Yep.
Rip.
The
They got
acceleration
Heimerdingered.
rune goes through the
I don't-
arcane or
I don't-
something, and
Yeah. Can
I-
anyone
I-
explain to me what they did?
What?
they
Okay, we
they
can
did some
cut straight to the fact that not even the writers know exactly what happened here.
Nope.
I got
what?
the best I can do. So old Victor gives young Jace this little gem, knowing that it would be the key to stopping him in the future, which is his past. This was some insanely powerful magical artifact that Victor, by the time he's old, would have been able to stop him, which is the reason why he gives it to Jace. And then in the future that hadn't happened yet, he tells Jace to use the gem to stop. Yeah.
The point is they hug
Random
and
stop.
vaporize.
Stop! It hurts.
They hug
The point
and
is
they
they hug and
vaporize.
vaporize.
They hug and vaporize.
I think my favorite part of this is sort of just when you're trying to track it in any way, shape, or form, you realize that
They get sucked into the thing. And
I was-
I saw that
I was
frame
gonna
too.
say I
yes.
can't like it's just funny. I'll get a better thing for a chat now. Hang on, it's just
That's the end of Jace's story. He gets turned into a ghoul and sucked into a gem.
to watch this happen frame by frame, right? So this is what's happening in the real world. We were seeing like the space version, where the fuck that was. And then this is just like, it's like what? Why did what? Like what?
Oh my
If this
god.
was a still image that you showed us like a year or two ago, we'd be like, "What is this? What are you
What?
talking about?
What the fuck is
Who
this?
made
going on?
this?
What is
Get
this?
out of my house!"
Whose story is this? Why would they write it like this? But here we go. Woohoo! The world has been freed from Victor. He's been defeated. That's
We did
excellent.
it, Morty. We killed
I
God.
guess.
But
The
we've
very
got
evil bad man. Yeah.
we got other stories to wrap up here. We got Warwick, Vi, Jinx. They're all released, and the gravity kicks back in, so they all fall. But luckily, they all fall in such a way that they are definitely not hurt. Well, other than Vi gets an armor hurt. Could you imagine if they fell in such a way that killed them, which is totally reasonable? That'd be crazy.
Well, they also not only do they survive, but they also fall in exactly the right locations to prompt maximum drama.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay.
Good stuff.
I love drama.
So like Vi is doing the regular like, oh my god, Dad, and Jinx is like, no, it's not Dad though, because he tried to kill us a lot. Which
Sound
Dad
familiar?
doesn't do that.
Hasn't Being your
unless
dad for
sometimes
the
he
last
does.
16 episodes.
This is a family member, but they stopped being my family member because they tried to kill me a lot.
Wait
So
a
then
second.
Warwick wakes up and just tries to kill Vi, and for no reason manages to miss excessively over and over and over and over and over again. And then
How the fuck's he even wake up?
Yeah, why is he awake when all of
I
the other?
don't
like-
know. He's
I don't know.
separate. He's different.
Victor droids.
That's the Victor juice in him.
He's built different.
Well, no, because the others all like dissolved. Why
Yeah,
is
but
he?
he's got half a singed in there. Okay.
Yeah.
He's full of singed goo.
Yeah,
You
now
get
he's
the
a singed.
Oh yeah, I
Rick.
meant singed juice, not the Victor juice. Sorry.
Yeah, he's fine.
We have so
Really.
much juice today. I mix them up. All right. I'm sorry. Some of
Look,
them are sticky
a big
too. I don't
Arcane
even know what's
smoothie,
going on
yeah.
anymore.
She
Arcane
look,
smoothie.
she's holding his head, and then it cuts to her holding Vanda's head in season 1 because parallels.
Parallels.
How do you make me feel like you've stolen something from yourself? How have you done this? How have you done this?
So yeah, Warwick's all mad, and then Jinx Shimmer like flashes into him and pushes him off the platform. Very, very scary. Vi grabs Jinx's arm while Warwick grabs Jinx's leg, and so oh gosh, we're in that sort of situation. Then he wraps his other arm around her belly. There's no way that he's letting go now. Sealed.
Yeah.
Definitely got her growling. And so Jinx is like, well, rip, and pulls out the gemstone of the gauntlet, which kills her and Warwick. ...
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
As
totally.
always with you, sis. Which is kind of just like, okay. I feel nothing at this point, you know? Like, nothing has been earned. I just don't...
Yeah.
And of course, it's in slow motion.
Yep.
It's in super duper
always in
slow
slow
motion,
motion.
so that you can hang on the moment for longer. Because if you played it in real time, it wouldn't be as. It would just be kind of awkward, really. Like if it was played out in real time. You know?
And she goes in for a nice hug with Warwick as they fall. It's very sweet.
Like,
And he
this is
claws
what
her
I'm
eyes
talking
out.
about when it comes to the nature of like it being unceremonious. You know, look at how ceremonious this is, and it's not even a real one because she's alive.
It's the scene of Vander and Powder hanging out with each other.
Oh wow!
And there's Vi as
Someone
well.
is telling me to sing the lyrics. Is there a song? Do they play a song here?
This is the same
looks
song
like
from
it, yeah.
Jinx's Suicide, I believe.
Oh, so we've done it already.
okay.
We're fine. Thank goodness.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
all right.
yeah, there's lyrics. Maybe Death is like falling asleep. Yeah, yeah,
Blah,
yeah.
blah, blah.
Okay.
Well, so Jinx has got her gemstone grenade ready, and she explodes. Look at her go.
Yes. Die,
Um,
Skinwalker.
but well, so first of all, the standard, I guess, thing of this is that does kill Warwick, which I don't
It
know.
doesn't.
I don't know why it would.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's just like, I guess it's up to the writers, because I don't think so, but whatever. At this point, who can say?
Like the Warwick before this was exploded or shot by 3 gemstones. This is a
Magic
grenade with
shit,
1.
Yeah.
Well,
And this one is Warwick on steroids. It already tanked a rocket in the same episode a couple
Honestly,
of months ago.
if Jace like twatted Warwick with his hammer, and that killed him, I still would have a hard time accepting that because of what we've seen, especially this version of Warwick.
Mm-hmm.
it's the case, so shut up.
Okay, fine.
Warwick's dead
Damn.
now.
But no.
However, there is this shot here. Can you see we got Jinx is using her flash to escape the explosion.
Yeah.
Yay,
So-
hooray.
Woo.
She doesn't explode, and we'll get to that. Talk
She
more
doesn't
about
want
it
to
in a
die
moment.
anymore.
So she tricks Warwick into believing that they'll both die together, but at the last second of the suicide pact, she nopes out of there.
Last thing she hears
The
is,
art of the
"Hey,
deal."
powder,
Powder.
powder."
Oh man.
So we're wrapping up now. Caitlin says the agony of every sacrifice, the exultation of every triumph is more than one should bear. We, whose decisions led us here, will carry them forever. Our only consolation, that with every loss we found some good, some light worth gaining, worth fighting for. Which I found to be a really weird speech to give when you just saved the entire world. Like, you just saved it from body-snatching robots. Why wouldn't you hail this as the most glorious, like... You know, like, Lord of the Rings. What is it? He says, "Hail the glorious dead," doesn't he?
Yep.
That
Oh,
kind
the
of...
Victorious Dead.
Victorious dead. That kind of vibe, I would have thought would be appropriate here. Like, we just stopped the end of the world. Holy fuck, let's celebrate who died, blah, blah, blah. But they're playing it as though it's more... Like, this feels more appropriate to what Season 1's point was about war and the stakes of that season. been like, this is the sad reality of just how many people have been lost, and the senselessness, the violence. But it's like, well, but we just defeated a machine god that was trying to take over the entire world. That was insane.
Yeah.
We are actually
kinda did a
incredibly
really
lucky that
good
we're
thing.
alive. You see what I'm like? What I'm saying is that the way that they've cranked the stakes has eclipsed what Arcane was even about.
Yeah. By the way, look at because you just stopped in that shot. Every one of these pieces of paper is apparently a person that died, as from what I'm gathering.
Right.
So-
Dude, that's
When did they
huge.
all die?
Well, that's
Where?
a lot of fucking death.
That's a lot of fucking people.
Oh, it was a big battle. And maybe
It
it's
was
the
a
maybe
really
it's the
small
Noxians
battle.
too. It was a really big battle. It was huge. So many people died.
Well, I can explain this actually.
Bowls full of people.
If, say, for example, me and Rags were there, we would both write in for Rictus. So
That's true. Yeah.
there would be multiples,
those
and
are
that
all
means
for Rictus.
I was about to say everyone here would have written in for Rictus. So
Oh, okay. Yeah.
that would cover most of those actually.
The battle was over in an afternoon. This was like a little skirmish.
Do you guys think that Echo wrote down Heimerdinger's name and put it in the
No,
bucket?
he doesn't even.
Absolutely not.
Dude,
No.
I think Echo
He
would
doesn't even
outright
know he
say,
vaporized.
"Yeah, he'd be
That
He
like,
doesn't know he
fluffy
vaporized.
yellow
He thinks
guy.
he's living a happy life in another multiverse.
He thinks from time
No one
to
else
time
writes
about
his
that
name down
fluffy yellow
because-
guy who helped him build the Z drive.
yeah, he'd be
He's
like, oh, that
"Who was
rat,
that?"
I remember him."
No one talks
I remember
about
Twitch, my good
Heimerdinger.
friend Twitch.
Yeah.
Echo's just going to take credit for creating the Z drive himself. It's like, no, I
Like,
didn't work with anyone else.
Just to be
totally
clear,
me.
what I'm trying to say is I feel like the
a solo
tone would be way more
montage.
positive because instead of focusing on how many people you'd lost, you'd be like, we saved everyone.
Unambiguously.
Yeah, like 99.9% of the world is now safe thanks to us. Yes, people died, which sucks, and good God, their sacrifice will never be forgotten. But it's just, Caitlyn treats this as though this was a fucking disaster when it's like, you understand what happened? How close we came to oblivion?
Mhm.
Worldwide, it was insane. I don't know, but we've got no time. It's like minutes left for them to wrap up the entire 2 seasons. They've just, which is not even impossible, but it is for these guys.
That's wild. 2 minutes. Holy shit. Is
Well,
that really how long it is?
Yeah, well, Caitlyn then says, though we are doomed to revisit the error of our ways and spark ever more conflicts, our story isn't over. Which, again, like I said, this feels more like season 1 ideas. Do you know what you just told as a story?
So far away.
Yeah. Did you
moved
know?
so far away from that?
What
like,
happened?
you're not
How-
making real observations about the cycle of violence at this point. You're like, you
This
went
sounds like a thing
crazy
you
in a different
say.
direction.
Yes.
How would you raise the stakes from this point? I mean,
multiple universes that have to
Ooh,
be saved.
oh,
much
Victor from a
more
different
planet.
universe comes in with a team of Victors, and they're all going to Victor.
but Victor already has access to the multiverse, so he could.
No, the
He could already do
multiverse,
more.
multiverse. It's a whole other thing. It's more
He
stuff.
went
mul-
back in time and closed the loop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
that's
great.
what he did.
Absolutely.
That's what happened.
Well, and when she says,
is
like,
what he
at the
did.
end of that, our story isn't over, it's like,
Ugh.
maybe it should be. Just
It
let's,
should've
let's,
been.
let's
I guess
rest
it
there.
really
yeah.
isn't, huh?
Come on now. Also, yeah, Jace's mum is putting a note on the thing, so I guess that's more confirmation. She's like, I guess, yeah, Jace has just disappeared from the universe, and everyone thinks he's dead.
A lot of
Pian-
people have disappeared from the
Well,
universe.
Yeah, we're
and
going to
people
talk.
just don't
We'll first
know.
talk about what they do have here, and then we'll talk at the end about all the things they fucking missed out on. So, because I was going to say, Piano Man made it. They show that we got Piano
Oh,
Man.
thank
Good
God.
cheer for Piano Man.
Good thing Jin
Let's
is
go,
alive.
Piano Man.
Echo burns one for Jinx, presumably, because that's the person that he cares about the most.
Yeah,
Of
because we had
course.
this incredible story that we told between those two. Yeah.
Makes complete fucking sense. Definitely. And the shot that's considered like the most meaningful by many people who watch this season is the one where he was sitting with her in the other universe, but now he's alone. Which
God,
to
fuck
me,
off.
it
Fuck
just
right off.
I hate how much it's like look at what he sacrificed. Like, no, stop it. It wasn't his. He was.
How did they not give us a shot where he's hanging out with Vi and they finally
I know.
His friend?
normal talk? Like he's in,
Why would he hang out with his
all of
friend?
his
not
sanctuary
even with
people.
his friends in the sanctuary people. This oh
I
I'm
just
thinking about that
realized-
one girl I met for a week. or whatever.
They've actually simplified Echo to his whole life is about a girl that's not even in his fucking universe.
yeah. It's
I just
fucking nuts.
Because he
realized
stole
what
someone's
Echo
body.
what Echo did is what Victor was doing. He snatched someone else's body and drove it without their consent.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Victor was doing.
It's so unfair. Echo had like a whole character in season 1. He would have
Yeah.
had less screen time in season 1 than season 2, right?
Yeah.
I checked.
I don't think
Again, let
so.
me double check it.
I'd be curious to know if it was close.
Echo, he has
I would guess he had more
29.
in one.
He has 29 minutes in season 1. He has 39 minutes in season 2.
It's
It
so
seems
fucking
so
weird.
wow. It seems like
Damn.
it's so much more in the first season.
But again, 26 minutes of that is in episode 7.
Of
If you take that
course.
out, Echo in season
Yeah, but that's
2
the thing.
has
You don't
14
take that
minutes.
out because that's all characterization for Echo, but it's just
Well,
fucking
exactly,
wasted.
yeah.
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 Womp womp.
Echo's entire
indeed.
deal is just like trying to be one of the only people as like a positive force for change in Zorn, like
Mhm.
helping out his community and like fostering like all sorts of goodwill and whatnot. And they decided that the best move for him this season is to just eliminate him from Zorn for the entire
Yeah,
season.
remove him from his people and his organization and Vi and
All of the
really
stuff he
everyone
was
else.
trying to build
Isolate
and
him
do.
completely.
And
But at
all
least
in the
he's
name
with
of his
Heimerdinger.
all in the name of his insipid fucking time travel device, which they're not interested in exploring at all, because the other thing from, I guess, Echo's prior characterization from the game and whatnot, he takes his time travel thing very, very seriously, and it defines a lot of his principles and how he approaches the world, and how he uses that power. But here it's just, it's a cool new toy he got. And the
Then he
main
throws it at a
centerpiece-
robot.
Yeah, then he
and
throws it at a
it
robot
saves
and
the
it's gone.
universe, I guess.
And the main centerpiece of his entire interaction in this whole fucking season is him getting the cool wish fulfillment scenario where he has everything he could ever want, and it's all great and perfect. But it has nothing to do with the actual life he was leading.
The one that he would care about. They don't treat him and I've talked about this before, but I guess now is the conclusion of it all. When I say several, I'm talking like fucking 100 of these, like 100,000 like tweets talking about how Echo is one of the greatest heroes in basically fiction because he got everything he could ever want and he gave it all up to save people that he already had. Like this mental gymnastics of trying to argue that he gave up more than anyone has ever given up when all of it was stolen, and it's not even people that he actually cares about. These are not his people. They are different people. It doesn't matter if it was an accident or not, right? In terms of him having essentially stealing it. To keep it would be stealing it at that point, especially knowing, which for some reason is not something they discuss, but we all know exactly why they avoid it. The stealing of literal person's life. They can't exist while you do. Heimerdinger didn't work at all to get them out of there. Like you could argue that's at least somewhat in character that they managed to maintain. That Echo wanted to get back to his world. He said it, and it's almost interesting to think about. He said we got to go back to our people. Our people need us, or something like that, right? Like Heimerdinger was just like, what? Like that's an alien concept to him.
Yeah.
But Echo understood that, but he doesn't seem to understand much further, and a significant portion of the audience don't understand it either. Which is why this image to me is like hyper insulting. Like look at this, summarizing Echo as the boy who never got to be with the girl he loved. And it's like, what insane
Cringe.
nonsense is this? That's not at all what this character was. You've taken so much from him, it's insane. He should be outright celebrating with all the people that survived in the sanctuary, while simultaneously you can see the mural in the background of all the people that they lost. That kind of thing, you know?
Celebrating the health of the tree and what it represents for
They
the
didn't
future
even
of his
fucking
community.
Address
talk
the
about the
tree.
goo tree.
They gave
Tree's
them
gone.
the
The goo tree
Tree's
is
gone.
unaddressed.
They don't care.
Well, that would be a cliffhanger for season 3 if there was going to be one, to show the tree, pan up, show the tree, and then there's still some goo on the tree. What does it mean? I
No.
guess is oh my goodness. Or
Get
you
the
have
goo off
Echo
my tree.
in his sanctuary. He's with the tree. He's having a drink. He's alone. He's looking at the pictures of the tree. He's happy, but what he's lost really means a lot to him. So he just shows you could show the different ways that different characters sort of reflect on all of this insanity that's occurred.
Savika's on the
Oh, wow.
council.
Which is hilarious.
What does she? Well, wait. What does she say?
Ron from Game of Thrones.
Oh, no, she says nothing. She's just here.
She's there.
Well,
I was,
And the
oh,
people
sorry.
So that means that her
I was
last-
confused by the question. I thought you'd understood at this point. Savika doesn't talk. She's not.
Oh, I just thought that
Is-
so if you would have told me years ago that season 2 ends with Savika being on the council, like the Piltover Council, I'd be like, oh, that's
Interesting.
interesting. I can't
Yeah.
wait to see how that plays out and what moves her into that position and what political situations kind of unfold over the season. That will be fascinating to see how she ends up being on the council, the person who was Silco's right-hand man, arguably the leader of Zon now. That's interesting.
We were
Ex-
expected to believe at the start of season 2 that Savika was so unwilling to work with people from Piltover that she was unwilling to turn Jinx, who she hated, over to them.
This is just not what we're seeing here is just an impossible image, especially with how they've shown the story
And
so far.
Even
Does she have the
if it
flint
were
arm
possible,
as she sits down?
even if it were possible, what we are looking at here, the writers need to understand what's going to happen because she gets glared at by multiple of the Piltover counselors, right? So here's how this is going to go. Savika is going to try to do literally anything, and everyone else in the room is going to disagree with her, say no, and she is going to have no power on this council.
She will leave. She will have no interest in being a part of this bullshit. She'll go back to Zorn
Yep.
and she'll take care of her people.
Yep.
She'd be like, she's not stupid, but at the same time, she recognize. Well, you want to see what she does. What is okay? This is my position. What can I do? If I stay on the council, I can listen to everything they say and voice my concerns. If they veto everything, then I'll say, well, if you're not going to take any of my stuff into consideration, you want things to go back to the way they were. I'm here so that we don't have to do that. What is their response to that? How do the other people deal? This is like the political element that was completely absent from season 2 that I personally was really interested in learning about and seeing. How does this all play out in a post-Silco Piltover Zon world?
You know what's even crazier to think about is this is the conclusory scene for the Zorn Piltover conflict. This is your scene, people who are interested in
As
that.
if they think they've accomplished anything.
It's insane.
We're friends now.
It is. I want to see them constructing this in the storyboards and seeing them like tell each other this works.
What is it? We did it, Patrick. We saved the town.
It's absolutely nuts. You haven't addressed fuck all. And if it was ever to happen that they opened up a slot on the council for a Zornite, and then they offered it to Savika, because you know why they chose Savika. There's no one fucking left. They have no characters. They can't do anything. So they're like, oh, we got to put someone they'll recognize. We can't just put, you know... they should have put the guy, what's his name? The cook. He should have been
Oh,
here.
Jericho.
Jericho, yeah. But
He's just sitting there all jolly.
even if they suggested Savika be the one, Savika would send someone in her place. She's too busy sorting out Zorn. She wouldn't give a fuck to come all the way up here to listen to them talk completely, like, you know, naively about the state of any particular political issue. And especially when she's going to get outvoted like crazy.
Yeah, so she will have no power on this council. She can't accomplish fucking anything. At best, she gets to speak up, and then everyone here who is from Piltover and hates her says, "Shut the fuck up, Savika."
Well, if that's true, how did she even get a spot on the council at all?
I'm
Who the
assuming
fuck knows?
we don't get to find out. We don't get to know that. We don't get
guess
to
that's
see that.
true.
None of that. Shut up. Like, you don't deserve it. You're not allowed. She's just here now. And this solves the problem. You see, it shows progress. Piltover and Zorn, they're doing great. They don't even confirm if Zorn is sovereign. They don't even give us that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it
You're right,
was,
we don't
then
know.
Savika, they wouldn't, she'd have her own council in Zorn, right? She wouldn't be part of the Piltover Council if they'd given it sovereignty.
Yeah,
I don't-
Maybe they've got some arrangement
I'm
of like.
fine with the idea that a Zornite is
aligned
on this
states,
council
or-
as part of a weird... Like, that could eventually happen. That's a thing that might... But there's an interesting story to show us of
That's
just how
something you earn.
useless and almost only for diplomacy that position is, but that's what the story would be, right? Like, they don't have any power, but the
sorry.
position actually does prompt some level of peace or smoothness in terms of
It's
different
an olive
conflicts that could
branch.
rise up. Yeah, like, it's something. And the idea of them being a weak tool that does nothing, that's an interesting story in of itself. Like, what does that person end up doing? And do they get corrupted? And what does that mean for the people who... The multiple season story that we're never going to get. Anyway,
No, you get side eyes. The season is over. Fuck you.
why don't we see what's happening with the different fella? the lad who won it all.
Let's Singed sweep, baby.
The winner of season 2.
He's
Dude,
unlocked daughter in robot form.
He fucking
How the fuck did he pull that off?
No
What did he plug
idea.
into
Victor
what?
Juice and Warwick
Yeah,
Juice
so
plugging.
yeah,
in.
yeah, basically that he plugged everyone into each other and then it resurrected his daughter.
And that's also frustrating because that means the entire visual design and aesthetic of the mannequin people and how they move is now just transparently a means to get us to Oriana.
Yes, it is
That's
now
it.
not something Singed did. It's Oriana is the way that she is because of Victor and his creepy mind suck robots. I guess.
How much of Oriana's even in there? Are we saving that for next time trademark?
Sure.
Surely,
I think it's funny
nothing-
though. Singe, like right before the war happened, he just put like, okay, I gotta put some juice in this guy, some shimmer
Juice
here.
and then he pocketed some of the
Alright.
juice, and
Yeah.
Abbess was
And
like,
he's like,
"What are you doing
"Okay,
now?"
I'm
And he's
done.
like, "I'll be right back. Go to the toilet. I'll be right back."
I need to. I left my stove on. I'll be right back. And then everybody died.
And she's like, "Hello, father." And then he's
Hey.
like, "You wouldn't believe what I did to get
Hey, hang
you like
on,
Man,
this."
the day I just had.
Where's the ball?
It'll come later.
Oh, the Oriana ball.
Yeah, the
Come later.
ball. Where is it? It's like vital.
No,
It's very important.
Shut
I
up.
promise.
She'll get a bull later.
Singed actually
alright.
took the remnants of the Victor ball, and he's gonna make one out of that.
Oh, thank goodness. For a second there, I was a little worried, but we're all right.
I don't understand how Singe's daughter can have anything of his daughter in there. Because she was dead, as was Vanda, and then he turned them into something else, and it didn't have any of Warwick didn't have any of Vanda's consciousness in there until Victor started doing his magical bullshit, which
She's different.
suggests,
She's a robot. He saved the whole brain. It's all in there.
But Singe didn't talk to. Singe didn't get Victor to help with this.
No,
He
he
just
didn't
did it
either.
on his own.
Yep. Not good. Whatever Singe needed to do, that's what he did.
He put the plugs in the right places, and he's got his daughter back.
Looks like Swain is inspecting Jace's hammer. Don't know what's going to come of that. It's very difficult to give a shit.
Yeah.
The
He
best part
looks-
is from commentary stuff. I don't think that's even Swain. That's the demon before Swain even like makes a deal with it. Just
Oh, okay.
demons just hanging out.
I don't know what that means, but I believe
Sure.
you.
I like demons.
Mel is contemplating, I guess, being the new head of the Madada family. Like I give a fuck. That'll come up in.
I don't even know what that
Nox's show, I
means. I don't know what
guess.
the implications are.
She
I don't know
already
what she
rejected
thinks of
it.
that.
She
She
won
rejected it in
glorious
season
battle
1.
against Ambessa.
What about her and
also
Jace?
no,
are they
she-
finished? Are they through?
She
I mean,
doesn't.
Jace
She
is
doesn't know who
basically
Jace
dead.
is. She literally
Yep.
has no idea. Who even is Jace? What did you say? Jaime Jace? What was that? I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Look, there's
Jace told
ships.
her she won't be protected.
Look, there's Nox.
Yeah.
The Noxian ships are coming.
Whoa.
They're up to something. Maybe they're coming to be
Or
like,
they
what
go-
the fuck happened?
Wait,
What's going on?
is
Or
this the
they go-
Nox?
Or
I
maybe
thought
they're
this
going.
was. Yeah, I thought this was Mel leaving with
Oh.
with the Noxians.
Oh, it could be. I guess the
assumed
ships
so,
did.
too.
They made it through the
Yeah.
whole war. Huh?
Possible, but the fucking
Mel is
evil
leaving
Swain
Piltover?
bird falls in with them.
I don't know
So I
if
guess
they're
that
coming
means
or
Mel's
going.
leaving Piltover.
Whatever. We're so close. No.
So Mel leaves Piltover, gets no closure on where Jace is. Is he alive? What's going on? What about her relationship with him?
Did
It's
they have
all
some kind of
just-
connection or something? Those two.
Isn't this such shit?
Yes.
Yes.
Like this is awful. All of that stuff. And
J-
it's just
pause.
like a cascade
We're one
of
scene
bullshit.
from the end, okay, and then we can do all of that sort of conversation. We're right on the precipice. So Caitlin is looking at her Kierman files, and she hilariously looks at the place where Jinx fell and spots that there are little tunnels. And the point of this is to be like, you see, Jinx could have escaped. You know, Jinx, the one that can travel at the speed of fucking light anyway. She could escape through those little tunnels. It's like, yeah, I guess. I don't give a fuck. But
These
unfortunately,
can get away with it, basically.
no, this is so much worse. So like the trying to give any information to the audience of how it's possible that Jinx could get away with this without anyone seeing is completely. We could have figured that ourselves. Like I said, she can move at the speed of light. Who cares? Caitlyn seeing this, and we're supposed to gather that Caitlyn realizes that Jinx has done this, and she's smirking. She's like,
why would you fucking smirk?
Clever.
Why would you fucking smirk about that?
We need to point at the neon sign again.
Jinx,
maybe she can
from
kill my dad
Caitlyn's
later.
perspective, is a violent, chaotic, psychopath asshole who killed her mum and destroyed everything. The additional information, right, of dying to save her sister, quote unquote, and possibly like delay, all the shit that happened at the end of that fight. I need like the writers to understand. Do you know what would happen? Like a person who kills your parent, who then does something good for someone else and does broad, confusing, chaotic things. Like, oh, I like them now. No.
Well, and whatever Caitlyn knows about the events would be from Vi's perspective, and she knows that Vi is
corrupted
biased.
as fuck with Jinx love. So, yeah, and we've had several instances of those two having a really rocky relationship anyway. So it should, I think, instead, like she should never forget what's happened between her and the mother and the countless other victims. And I think she should probably have like a determined, frustrated face here, if anything. Like she didn't even sacrifice herself.
My mother's a murderer.
Yeah, she's escaped, and that's that, I suppose. Wonderful. Also, yeah, if you wanted to discuss the going from converting people who were willing to unwilling, like I said, I think that the writers want us to think that it was the conversation
he got
and fight.
Corrupted more over time.
No, it's the fight with Victor. Sorry, Jace.
Yeah,
that's where he changes his mind on that.
Oh, okay.
It was it was. Remember, he's a super smart person, and he comes across the first person who disagrees with him, and then he's like, "I guess it won't just be the willing, huh?" Because he's really smart. He thought everyone would be willing, I guess. He's like, you know what? That's crazy. I don't know how to solve the problem of people not being willing.
People were willing in Zon, but now that I've come to a nice place, people don't want it. Interesting. I could only sell my merchandise to drug addicts and paupers. Interesting.
Darn it.
Jace, why are you fighting me? Why are you trying to stop the glorious evolution? Have I not explained it properly? I'm going to lobotomize you.
Have I not shown you I don't know what evolution is enough?
Yeah, and then she says, "You still in this fight, Violet?" And then she says back, "I'm the dirt under your nails, Cupcake. Nothing's gonna clean me out." Which, I mean, aside from different meaning you could draw from it, I'm just so funny that the writers would have Vi refer to herself as dirt by the end of the season.
So about those like ongoing class tensions.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh god, what an inappropriate fucking final line.
Let's look at the state of the Zon Piltover relationship as has been developed in this season. You had people from Piltover get a foreign military to assist them in the subjugation of Zonites for how long? Was it months?
It was months, yes. It took them months to gain control of the Undercity.
For months. And now, like, that's a thing that happened that is going to be on people's minds. The Zonites are probably not going to be very happy with that. Oh, we got Savika on the council. I don't even know what that means. and Jinx is gone, so I guess she's dead. I guess she died in the battle, and we helped Piltover, I guess. And now the Zonite or the Noxians are gone. What a weird political situation is happening. This is bizarre.
And the final shot of the show is an airship leaving, and you're supposed to make the connection. Oh boy, Jinx is on that airship because she said she always wanted to be in one. Wowee. She made it, and then it goes and says the end because the show ran out of time.
Yay! The mass murdering terrorist made it.
I'm so glad.
Which
with her iconic code,
got away with it.
Yeah, so that's the show. Now,
why did you do this to me?
I wanted to wait until that moment before we discussed what Silco said to her, for specifically the reason that this is Jinx's conclusion, and all I can gather, since it's the end, the show's fucking conclusion, that the end to the cycle of violence is for you to walk away. Which, if you broaden that out, I actually do kind of like. There's an interesting angle to it with how Vander is treated in, or rather, what is portrayed in the first scene of the first season. He technically drops his gauntlets, chooses to stop, engaging on his end with the violent side of the war, and instead chooses to raise the next generation to take somewhat responsibility and accountability, you could say, for the state of this having continued. He is walking away from the fight and instead focusing on things that matter more, like raising the next generation, like I said, or protecting people, supporting people. No more am I going to be defined by just killing or something. I gotcha. That makes some sense. Sure, 100% you can describe it as walking away if you want to. There's loads of other angles, and those are things you can talk about. I'm just saying, love it, sure, 100%. Now, to then reflect that and say, Jinx as a character, what is her version of that? What does she need to do? It's like she needs to leave the whole of Piltover and Zorn, abandoning any sense of responsibility or accountability for any of the actions she's taken, doing nothing to make the place better. Because what? She's just so toxic of a person that the cycle of violence will continue to exist by her just being there. And then, of course, like, there's a problem for her character. You think that overrides her interest in just seeing that people she loves are okay? There's just no hope for her. She can't actually recover from that, even though she's clearly... Like, remember Act 2? She was almost normal.
Yeah.
She's almost completely readjusted thanks to some other random girl entering her life. Not family. Like, that actually, like, brought her back from the brink or anything, and not some distinctive and difficult event that she went through. Instead, they pretend that she can be almost healed by some Randy, and then that Randy dies, and now she's unfixable. Thus, the only response, the only solution to the end of the violence is to send her away. It's like, what kind of fucking message is that? The cycle of violence is over once you abandon those you love and don't account for all of the damage you did.
And then if you were to pair that with the broader, because the cycle of violence as a message is not tethered just to like Jinx or Vi, it's like for the world. And the only conclusion to draw is, if you're caught in the cycle of violence, hope a bigger outside enemy comes so that you can be united against them.
Yeah.
Because that's what solved Piltover and Zorn's problems. A bigger enemy from the outside coming along to threaten them. And so I was like, well, shit, let's work together. It's like, okay, just count on a big bad enemy coming from outside, and then that'll stop this cycle of violence. All of your grievances...
We just blame some other. That seems like a pretty bad message. Just blame an other. Find an other to blame.
Yeah.
I know that, like, the what Silco says when he appears to her in that, like, dream, that's not actually Silco. That is her imagination, but I think we're meant to at least accept
we are absolutely
that
meant to buy that the show's opinion is what Jinx does at the end is the right thing. That's the right move.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Sure. What I was going to say is that I don't believe that those words and that sentiment would ever come out of Silco's mouth from season 1.
And I don't believe that if any of the writers had someone who murdered their family, they would still have the same message to tell us about walking away.
Someone just said having an adopted child is a pretty life-changing event. Try it sometime. What does that have to do with anything?
I don't recall
Did you
us
see
saying
how
otherwise.
Jinx treated that child? Did you see that?
Wait. Hang on. Wait. So, but that's if that's enough to change her, why would her family not do anything to change her? That was my whole point. I didn't say it's impossible for an adopted child to change your view on life. Why the fuck would you think I think that? My point is that Jinx isn't affected by anything other than Grogu.
The thing for me is, like, even if we were to accept that, we saw the lived experience of their relationship. It wasn't good for either of them. The show thought it was good. It's not good. That shit would
ended in catastrophe.
awful for both
The whole
of them.
point is that it's a retarded, shallow, childish view of how things work. It'd be like, Grogu, the adopted family, can make a difference to her emotionally, even if she's only known her for 10 minutes, but her actual family can't.
She retreated into her cave to speak with Grogu only. It was just the two of them, alone, isolated from the world and all connections with it.
It was such a dysfunctional relationship as well, because, like, it's not even... Because she was kind of treating her as if she was the sister she never had. Grogu probably viewed it as if it's like, oh, wow, you can replace my parents, that I guess she's an orphan, they don't exist. But then Grogu's behavior for the whole thing was like, I just want to be you. Like, that's not healthy at all.
And in terms of, again, cycle of violence and like, oh, walk away. Like, what are we to conclude? That you break the cycle of violence by not participating in society? That's not useful. That's not useful to anybody.
I'm afraid I'm
I
going
mean,
to have to participate in society.
well, I think you know, as Mola was talking about with Vander, Vander's a more interesting one because he makes the choice to walk away, but he still has to participate in society, and that brings him into conflict with Silco. He chose to walk
he's
away.
walking
but
away from
don't...
the war. He's walking towards making the world a better place. The world that he has done his share of damage to by facilitating his end of the war. That he clearly changes it. Like the Vander we see in Act 1 is trying to work with the equivalent of Vander on the Piltover side being Grayson, right? Like the whole idea is both of them are very aware of how bad things can get, and so they have to compromise and negotiate all the time. They're like the realists who've actually lived through how bad it can get. Meanwhile, the next generation and certain members like Silco have different ideas and different passions and different solutions, and the cycle begins again, even though the efforts have been made by the people who know the cycle is indefinitely going to continue, their efforts to stop it. Like, it's just so funny how Season 1 kind of has it all nailed shut, tight. It doesn't actually need any more story, because the point has been made so thoroughly, expertly, and clear. But Season 2 has like added a whole bunch of shit on that's either confused or contradicted what Season 1 was all about. I don't understand.
In pursuit of an easy answer.
Jinx should be in jail.
Yeah.
At the least.
Yeah,
like it's just crazy that like, oh, well, if we put enough distance between the bad thing that she did and the ending, hopefully you'll have forgotten what it was that she actually did and the impact that it had on people. Yeah, like you can't, like, I just want walking away like that.
Escaping
I'd almost be
justice and
curious,
walking
like,
away.
why do you? Because again, I'm pretty sure we talked about this. I don't think it was the last one, the one before that. Like, there are many stories that deal with like the notion of revenge and revenge bad, right? And it feels like you have to deal with the reality that like no matter how many times you tell that story, you're never gonna stop that like people like you can tell a story like. How do you account? Like, how does your answer account for this shit happens over and over and over again, right? That the cycle of violence, in a sense, is persistent as an aspect of the world, and how much of that is tethered to people's perceptions and views on justice and the idea of making things right or making the world a better place as they see it, and how that may differ from how other people see it. Again, it's the reason why Season 1 is so worthwhile, is because it doesn't provide an easy answer to what the solution of these problems are, and then it ends with tragedy, compared to here where it feels like, no, we got to pull it back to like a happy ending where all of the characters learn you stop the cycle of violence with this easy action, like as if it were that easy.
That water.
So, like,
Hey, Defrosted Robot in chat said walking away didn't work for Simba. And I'm like, true.
No, exactly.
Well,
that's right. Simba was obliged to return to Pride Rock to solve the problem, to resolve the situation,
does not feel
to bring balance to the kingdom.
Thought through at all from the writers that all Jinx needed to do was just abandon everything. And you start to encounter problems. It's like, is the notion then from the show that there was no repairing the relationship between her and Vi? There's no version of this that ends up that sisters can be supportive and caring about each other and learn to make the world a better place together. So it's like, no, Jinx has to go. Yeah, you know what? They agree with Jinx. She needs to leave. She's too toxic.
So she basically
Everyone
nukes
else
the
wants to
city and
walk
then
away.
leaves.
Well,
everyone will think that she
withdraws from
escaped.
society. I mean, pretty much. I mean,
you have
there's a whole
her
bunch of
understand what she did wrong and why, while simultaneously trying to explain exactly any valid reasoning behind any of the horrible actions she took, but represent like properly saying like, I fucked up, I really did, and I don't know that there's any way back, but I'd like to try. I'd like to invent things that help people. I'd like to help fix this world. I'd like to serve my time according to any close to any kind of retribution here that should be done, any kind of balancing the sheet in any way. I want to help people. That would obviously be the... And how isn't that breaking the cycle? She's not taking revenge, she's not causing violence, she's not pissing people off. She's using all of her explosive potential for good.
To make amends, exactly. No, just leave. Just don't participate in the world.
I mean, honestly, Jace should have just walked away. He shouldn't have tried to stop Victor,
If Jace had walked away when he was a kid, none of this would have happened. just walk away.
It
into
really
the
is just
blizzard.
a matter of putting enough distance. If there was a scene in every episode of, I don't know, like the husbands and wives or the children of the enforcers that Jinx killed in episode 4, if every scene opened with, I don't know, one of the husbands has become like an alcoholic or something, or just like somebody's just crippling depression, like if you show the effect of Jinx's consequences on these people, it gets really awkward. Like, you can't have this ending
then
if
show
you
her
don't
happy on the deck of
address-
that airship.
Yeah, exactly. Then cuts it. Yeah, exactly. Like, a lot of it is that you just have to put distance between Jinx and what she did. Because if you don't do that, then it's going to be really uncomfortable.
The idea of that strikes at something that, speaks to the nature of the cycle of violence. You think about that, all of the misery Jinx has caused and the people's current experiences of that misery, and then juxtaposed against Jinx dancing away all happy on her airship. It doesn't seem fair, does it?
No, exactly.
I mean, she got away with it.
Well, and
People will feel
I cynically assume
that's where the cycle comes from in many ways. People feel unjustly treated, and they want to right the world somehow.
Jinx is marketing and social media gold, so I just imagine she's going to get tossed into another one of these shows, and that's that.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. She's one of the faces of League, and I dread the idea that she shows up in any of the stuff they're working on next.
But who
gonna
cares? I'm not
happen for
watching
sure.
it. Like, I don't care.
Definitely
anymore.
gonna
Like, I'm
happen.
done with it.
There's going to be
I
something in
know
like the
it's-
Noxus show where it's like,
Well,
oh
that's-
no, someone's in prison. Well,
if
I know
she's gonna
who. I
be-
know someone who can help bust them out.
Oh yeah, if she's
Yeah.
a sludgy tarnishing over anything else that happens, it'll just
Mm.
be
Well,
it'll be
if-
maddening. I don't know if I can do it.
Let's say she was tossed into another show that had good writers, and they saw this show and they were like, all right, we need to actually like start repairing her and have her try to make up for the damage she did in Piltover in this new world now that we have her, whatever part of the world it is. It would be like, it doesn't really... Arcane's done. It's completed. That season is what it is now. This is the idea, this is the story. Like, what have you done? Because, aside from all the disastrous elements of Jinx and what we talked about with Zorn and Piltover, we don't actually have an acknowledgement or even the potential for the acknowledgement that Jace died to work with Victor to stop the end of the world. Like, that's not something anyone's going to know about or care about.
That's like a dead end, a closed loop.
Caitlyn didn't mourn her surrogate, essentially brother, right? Because they weren't actual family, they weren't blood, but they were pretty close, her and Jace.
Yep. At worst, pretty good friends.
I think I have something for this later, actually, that relates to that. Because there's a counter to that, but then there's a counter to the counter, right? We'll get to it. We've already been over Echo, didn't tell anybody about Heimerdinger. That's just a fucking disaster. I can't believe that.
For Heimerdinger.
Absolutely insane.
Bullshit.
It's difficult to properly... I'll put this up for now as well, because that's a screen time post. I assume that's relatively accurate.
Yeah.
So it's just the absolute disservice has been done to so many different characters. Can you see Grogu's position in this list? Like,
Jesus fucking Christ. What a fucking waste of space and time.
Those are very similar to the numbers that I came out with, so that does look accurate.
The little gremlin is like the gatekeeper to the top
Heimerdinger's-
5.
yeah.
18 minutes of Heimerdinger, and it was like it feels like 5.
Oh, it was pathetic.
I think that's
Look,
something that
Almost
it goes to
spiteful
show that
minutes.
Look at
it's why Echo feels like he's more present in the first season than the second. It's like Heimerdinger feels like he got 2 minutes, not 18. He just wasn't around. He wasn't here. It's because he wasn't around when he should have been. And what we did get was so terrible and not like him. It feels
And
like he was just absent.
Giving so much screen time to Caitlyn. Like, I don't know,
that-
guys.
And Jinx,
So
look at
much
that
of the
Jinx
season
timer.
went to those 3.
Mm.
The Jinx one is obviously not going to be as surprising as one like Grogu, but at the same time, damn, Jinx, we had an assumption they might have killed her in Act 1 if they had balls, but never mind.
Yeah.
Never
That was
mind
foolish.
indeed.
And yeah, there'll be more shows, but who cares? Like, who gives a shit?
Well, and because Rags was going toward it as well, but that final scene being like, will Mel become a Madada? What will she do with her power? Blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, you had her fall in love with Jason season 1. You don't even remember.
Yeah.
Idiots. And it's to the point where you're like, did they forget? Have they just forgotten? Because you can put that in there. It's possible to have her mourn Jace and also have that little shot as well. But oh well. Never mind. And it's funny, yeah, you can look at this listing of people, their faces, and be like, Tavika, you poor character. Holy shit.
Yeah.
What did they do to you?
Well, not a lot.
Mhm.
Give her a flumpy arm and hang out.
It
with
What a
kids.
disaster!
It serves to put into perspective like the efficiency with which certain characters were annihilated. Heimerdinger got 18 minutes, and like I said, it felt like 5. Some of the most spiteful 5 minutes that you ever did feel, though.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I can, I'm going to read out to you first of all the defense of Caitlyn's flip when she bumps into Vi.
Which one?
When she betrays Ambassador.
Yeah,
I wonder if it's the
Oh,
one that
that one,
I've
okay.
seen
it's
online.
got 10k likes. This has on good old Twitter. So
It
when
even
Vi
count as a-
told, Hmm?
No, I was just gonna say, does it even count as a flip if she's just in constant rotation?
Why not? Because when Vi told Caitlyn she was trying to save her dad, there was no way in hell that Caitlyn would have continued with Ambessa's plan. Losing her mother is what set her on this path. So taking away Vi's lost parental figure is something she would never do, and you can see that in her eyes.
That's the one I've seen too. Yeah, fucking.
So
I hadn't
funny.
heard this one.
Mystery.
Sorry.
Oh, where I really never heard this was in the show.
Yeah.
Also,
Mhm.
Caitlyn thinks that Vi's parents are dead.
She's. What do you think happened? She said he's a wolf man.
No,
That
she
a
didn't-
mad
it doesn't say
scientist
that.
resurrected. So I'm suggesting that if this conversation actually fucking took
Oh
place,
yeah. Gotcha.
how could it possibly resemble anything close to rationality? And then it'd be like,
Yeah.
oh man, that's great that you're working so hard to save your parent with your sister who killed my mum. Remember
Good luck
that?
with that.
And then Vi's
hunt
like,
the
you know, she
monster.
didn't know your mum was in there. It wasn't, just say it. Just keep that in mind, okay?
Yeah, it wasn't personal.
Wouldn't have changed
It
anything, though.
wasn't like personal.
She's not sorry though.
I'm not sorry though. And this one's relatively much longer than the previous, so you can stop me whenever you want. So
Stop.
I know
Turn
we
it
would
off.
eventually reach a point where masses of people would misinterpret Arcane, but I never imagined it would be this bad. Yes, I absolutely agree that Season 2 was rushed, especially Act 3, and it is undeniable that the series would have benefited from at least one more episode, if not an entire act. However, the current discourse about the show is so superficial that it's impossible to have a conversation about anything deeper than a mere synopsis of the characters and the story. So many of you expected this series to hold your hand and dumb everything down so you can understand it, but when it wasn't the case, you all started rioting and calling the characters vague, the plot bad, and the ships underdeveloped. Ugh. Ships are
The use of the
underdeveloped.
term ships
The
in
ships
that.
are underdeveloped.
What is a developed ship? What?
The amount of people who value
Mel and
spoken
Jay, sort of.
text more than the actions of characters is worrying. And more worrying than that is the amount of those who interpret the said actions so superficially. I can't believe it needs to be explained that it wasn't Vi's death that led to the good timeline, but the lack of hex tech. The result would have been the same if either of them had died. It wasn't about Vi, but about the child that died because of the dangerous technology, and that therefore that technology must not be used. Didn't people die anyway in that explosion originally?
Heavily implied.
Mhm.
The line
A
from
building collapsed. What do you think?
Yeah, Grayson tells Vander that we don't know if
And-
anyone died, but people were hurt.
You wouldn't need someone to die to know it's incredibly destructive. That was kind of the idea. It's incredibly... Victor and Jace do it against the ban from the council / the academy, right?
Yes.
What the fuck is this talking about? The hex
Yeah,
tech was
so-
still there. It was still findable. The notes were still there. It makes no fucking sense. The hex tech was still... It's a meme to say that Vi dying creates world peace because
about to say,
it's so
pretty sure
badly
it was
written that that's how it comes across. Good God. The fact that Heimerdinger was there, as people are mentioning in chat, it doesn't make sense. It had to be Vi's death. That's what did it. Everyone hated that child, and it united them in peace, knowing she was dead. That must have been it. Call me unbiased and unfair, but the moment I hear you don't like Vi, I will assume you didn't understand the show.
Oh, that's a good conversation starter.
Hmm.
Also, the whole
Well,
discourse around
yeah, let me
Kate
know how
Vi
you know.
scene in episode 8 is giving brain smooth. No, Vi didn't choose Caitlyn over Jinx. Quite the opposite. No, Caitlyn didn't plan all of it to fuck Vi. No, Vi didn't do it because she felt forced or because she's a horny animal who doesn't care about her sister. I mean...
That's what happened.
Could have
That's
fooled
what
me.
happened.
Could've fooled me.
Where's here comes
Big
like
L for women.
the counter. Here we go.
Yeah,
Right.
And they continue. No, them fucking in a cell is not about the class difference, but about the fact that Vi felt an insane rush of emotions after realizing that Kate would let go of her revenge and help Jinx escape, all for her. It's like the line, nobody remembers it. Caitlyn was already talking about the fact she didn't even know if she wanted Jinx in a cell. That's what
Thanks
she
for
said
letting
to her.
your mother's murderer escape.
I know, and then it's not
God, that makes me so hot for you.
it's not a good thing to let Jinx run free. She's a fucking psycho.
Yep.
And she says,
And she went on to try and kill herself. It
Yes.
wasn't speculative. It
by
happened.
after burning down the last drop. Look at that friendly attitude she's got.
Rude, by the way.
They continue. Yes, I do agree that it would have been nice. Would be nice if all for her. I don't think this is matching up very well, but I'll continue. I do agree that it would have been nice if we got a longer conversation between Vi and Caitlyn. It would feel great to hear Caitlyn apologize, but I'll always value actions over words. Her talking to Jinx, recognizing that she's just as bad as her. Caitlyn realized she's no better than Jinx, I guess.
I mean, she did gas people, but that's still a stretch.
I mean, you could contextualize that way better than anything. Jinx is chaotic and kills the shit out of people without even realize what she's doing, compared to at least Caitlyn gassing Zorn is more defensible than fucking Vi doing it. But anyway, recognizing that she's just as bad as her and choosing to trust Vi that her sister can change, thus letting Jinx escape, will always mean more than any verbal apology, and I'll die on that hill.
Okay.
You died.
The hill was taken. I'm sorry.
The
There were
hill's
many
gone.
casualties.
Also, it was Jinx's decision to let go and walk
there's
away.
more. Fuck.
It was not about Vi trying to get to Vanda, but about Jinx being tired of everything. Even if that fight didn't happen, the result would be the same. Jinx would leave because she knows that Vi couldn't do that. She knew that the two of them couldn't have a normal life together. And that Vi would never give up on her. Jinx didn't die because Vi pushed her or failed her, but because she loved her too much. Whether you believe that she's dead or that she escaped, it's her decision either way. I agree that too much happened too quickly, but stop confusing your stupidity and inability to read between the lines with the quality of the series. Arcane may be flawed, but it's brilliant.
I always love these smug soyjack people who say you just didn't understand. You see, you didn't get it, and then they will just reiterate to you like the most basic idea that the writer wanted you to think.
Yeah,
they'll buy it.
I'm reminded of that one guy we covered.
It's the smug mask with the crying face beneath it.
Oh, Grimugli.
Grimugli.
It's like what the scene's really about, and then he just recites Roy Batty's little speech.
Like actual dialogue, one-to-one citation. And you're like, see, I noticed the subtext. You're like, wow.
I had noticed what they said.
That's just
explicitly in the scene.
Good for you. So, the next thing, because we got a little adventure we're doing here.
No more adventures.
I need an adventure.
I need an adult.
Everyone, enter the watch together.
Why are you doing this to me? It's fucking 4 a.m. Mutely. Why?
Yeah, it's pretty late, but let's go on an adventure. Why not?
It won't be that long, but it is an adventure.
I need to stop agreeing to these.
Specific. I think I know what you're going for.
This is the channel Not So Average Fangirl, and she has a Arcane Season 2, Episode 4 watch party with Amanda Overton and Katie Townsend, who are involved with the good old creation of Arcane Season 2. And they're asked a question that I think we are going to want to know the answer to. Maybe quite curious. I'm going to hit play.
Okay, well, actually, you know what? This question's perfect to kind of follow up with that. From Clouds and Gears, what was a typical day like writing for Arcane? Does the writer's room go from 9 to 5, 5 days a week? What's that like?
So I think it's so many different experiences writing the show. We did have a writer's room. We did work 10 to 6 or 5 days a week in season 1. That was much more kind of like what we did. We broke the episodes, we broke the whole season, we wrote the episodes that way, and we kind of passed them off to Fortiche, and then Christian and Alex kind of supervised the animatics and things, and
we can continue, but already.
Yeah.
Can
you can hear what's coming. You know?
I hear the setup. I'm waiting for the punchline.
In season one, we did all these things. Yeah, it's like,
now,
why did you
I also
stop doing those things?
Christian Link was given quite a bit of credit for the reason Arcane is as good as it is, and she just said it went to him once all the writers had done all of the work. Like he did the supervision.
Yeah. This person, Amanda Overton, should get a lot of that credit from my understanding, at least from the outside. From what I've seen of her talking about season 1, it seems as though she has a pretty rigorous understanding of what made that season of television very good. Seems,
but
from the
yes,
outside.
Let's see what else she says.
Produce the show. And then in the second season, we also did a writer's room that started off similarly. And then
what? What is gonna what happened?
And then
COVID happened and sort of derailed all of that. And then we ended up working.
And not in the 21st century where you can get into calls with people and exchange notes and everything.
Yeah,
I feel like that's a gap that you can pretty
they do right
easily
now.
overcome. Like we're doing right now. You can screen share. You can have
Mhm.
Google Docs or whatever to share notes. You could still present things with storyboards. So that's
Rex,
not
are you
an
suggesting
excuse.
that shouldn't necessarily have gone in the way of anything?
Yes.
Kind of.
I agree with you. But let's see what she says.
Then COVID happened and sort of derailed all of that. And then we ended up working from home. The team kind of shrunk down.
Wait,
why?
What?
Shrunk down?
What?
Why did the team shrink?
What?
What does this have to do? If anything, COVID should have given you even more stuff because everyone was watching more. The big tech boom, the big entertainment boom that happened online because of COVID.
Was like half of the writers' room 95-year-old
Did
people
they
who
die
died
from COVID?
Did they die? Oh god! Well,
I can't wait to write the next season of television. Shavika's
Oh,
gonna be
no,
a really
my
prominent girl. Oh my heart! Oh no!
Oh, there it goes.
no,
I
can't breathe.
Oh, make sure Heimerdinger gets at least half an hour.
No, Heimerdinger's my favorite.
Oh no, Heimerdinger.
To me, Alex, and Christian, and the
It shrunk to me, Alex, and Christian.
3?
Oh my
only
God.
so she's the
to
only
be
writer
clear-
because the other two were not writers.
Oh, well, no, I was about to say what the fuck does that mean? Like if he was down to 3 and one of them at least was described, or was both of them described as supervising prior season.
Yeah.
So now they've been promoted to writing
one
a
worker
significant amount of it.
Yeah.
2 people lording over the one writer.
Well, but Jonas, so like if we had X amount, it got shrunk to 3, and 2 of those 3 weren't even the ones that were responsible for the bulk of the writing of the first season. How the fuck did you guys make that decision?
That's crazy.
That's insane.
the team
In
over
the
in
membrane.
France, Fortiche, and we had a lot of Zoom
The
calls
French.
early in the morning, which is great for me.
That's pretty much it. But yeah, there are lots of Zoom calls. It's crazy. Like the story there's some through line, and then she just throws it like this. The team got shrunk. It's like why? Why did you get rid of people that made season 1 what it was?
What?
You pay them double and say, please don't leave.
When you catch that lightning on a bottle, I don't know why you change anything. Of course, I don't know the inner workings of the business,
Yeah.
I guess, but
Yeah.
it just seems like such a strange decision to change anything about how you are operating after how, like, unprecedentedly well it went.
I would
Did
say
a rival studio steal them? Like, what went on?
as quick as that is, I feel like that like answers everything. Unfortunately, what we just heard sucks.
It
But
sheds
Yeah,
quite a lot of light.
how unfortunate, because Arcane deserved better. But before we talk about the more conclusion of the whole thing, there's just a couple more things. This is Arcane Afterglow Act 3. It's just something Netflix released, and I guess you have Christian Link, a few other people, some of the voice actors. They're all just talking about the season. And this gets said, and we're going to have to be careful here because this is probably copyrighted, so we might do some pausing, and I'll put a cover up just in case.
And cannot, but here we are. Sorry, or you're welcome. To me, the Jace Victor ending was really, to a certain degree, it feels unresolved.
So
You don't say.
think?
I don't even know if it's resolved.
The Jace Victor ending feels unresolved. Obviously, pausing him just to be safe, but we'll continue.
To a certain degree, it feels unresolved. Even though there is like an understanding for them in the end, but I just always feel like more should be said and they should experience more together, but we're not given that time, which I would say that's the most difficult one for me.
Did you catch that? You almost said we weren't given the time
Yeah.
Jesus. So you just casually admitted that like one of the stories didn't even have a proper ending, and it was the guys like Jason Victor had a shit ton of time.
Yeah,
compared to some of the characters. And what's funny is I was kind of citing this earlier with the whole like, don't even try to make sense of the ending. The fucking writers don't even know exactly what the ending was.
Yeah, they had so much time, but then while still having like this, what was like 6-month time gap or whatever, where we switch their perspectives, and when they actually meet each other again, they don't really talk to each other properly. It's,
What do they think an audience member is supposed to take from what they saw of that ending? Do they have any idea what an audience member is supposed to think upon seeing that? Like,
well, some of the people online took away that they're hella gay because they touched their foreheads or something.
I guess they did do
those
that.
people are perverts.
Well, I just I don't even know what meaning I have to draw. Well, whatever. Also, there's this section of it as well.
We finish this together.
Just gonna pause for the safety.
But what about Jason Victor, though? What's going on with them?
What happened to Jason Victor? All right, Christian, give us the answer.
Are they all right?
They're all right now. I would say they have, unfortunately, disintegrated.
They have unfortunately disintegrated. Did they know that's what would happen when they did that?
Victor must have known. Jace, surely not.
Well, I don't even. The fact that it just seems so. What the fuck was their story?
Well, it ends with them getting sucked into a black hole.
They disintegrated.
They decide that they will face the consequences of Victor's glorious evolution together. That is unfortunately their end as well.
That's their end.
Okay.
Oh,
thanks for
very
clearing all that
insightful.
up.
Thank you.
great.
Okay.
I feel really glad that that's the result of the entirety of their story, is that they disintegrate together.
Does it not make you want to just like sit them down in a chair and talk to them about the season?
I thought you said I'd torture them.
Well, yeah, and torture them about the season, you know?
Those two faces, I don't know the names, but the guy on the left and the girl in the middle, like their faces is just like, oh god, what are we doing? Like, what did you do to our characters? Like,
well, so what you learn even just from that is, man, that Christian guy, he shouldn't speak. But
are you saying
Christian Link is a one-man argument against like the great man theory of media creation, you know?
The great retard theory.
So there's a post
it only
on
takes
Reddit.
one great retard to set us back generations.
Artwork from below.
There's a post on Reddit that says, co-creator Christian Link just said in the Arcane Afterglow that Jace Victor ending feels unresolved to him and they were not given the time. And then he himself posts on that thread saying, some theories here are a bit too far out there. No, we didn't ask Fortiche to produce an hour-and-a-half final episode. It was quite the opposite. Our scripts are always shorter than what Fortiche ends up promising in the storyboard phase. We want to let them get inspired and roam free so we can then reel it in while also allowing for the magical moments to find themselves. So already that's just bad news. The idea being that Fortiche want to do more and that they're like, nah, don't worry about it. Like, yeah.
Let the music videos do the work.
Well, the fact is, like, ain't nobody blaming the animators for this, you know?
Nope,
he says, it's a tight collaborative creative collaboration, not some sort of, all right, vendor company, do your work, achieve the impossible, but do it quickly. I consider many of the people at Fortiche to be some of my closest friends. I find it disappointing that people would suggest these things. I guess, like, you know, people are theorizing how the fuck this season ended up the way that it was. And he says, no, we didn't get corporate greed or pressure or anything like that. However, yes, there are constraints, both in time and budget. That's part of our job as creatives, to work within those constraints. Constraints are normal, and they were always generous, and I always had final say on anything creative, but they do exist, and they always existed during Season 1. So, just the him saying I had final say on anything creative is like, I don't think you want to take responsibility right now for every creative decision. Avoid it. He says, it would have been great to have more time to work on the second season, or extra time to add to the episodes, but we didn't have it, for a number of reasons. Budget being one, we have been extremely lucky to get these absolutely insane budgets from Riot to produce Arcane, and we all feel incredibly lucky. Nobody else gets these types of budgets. Please don't forget that. Again, not helping. Not helping the case at all.
I had the most money, so we fucked it
well,
up.
it's just you were in a position where you had a greater abundance of money and time than is typical for a television show.
And you did this.
Can you imagine if some amount less of that money went to insert tracks? Perhaps.
He continues, time being the other constraint. There's a release window that a massive amount of people work towards, not just at Fortiche, but also at Riot on different games, at Netflix, brand partners, even key talent that works on the show that we simply put is getting tired, cranking away at this incredibly long season and project over multiple years. Don't forget that at the end of the day, this is just a collective of human beings, of people. I would assume that there is no other TV show that has taken as long as Arcane to produce 2 seasons without any pauses. Arcane is unrivaled in sheer scope of high-fidelity animation. I don't want to use any of these things as an excuse, but yeah, this work demands a lot on a human level. Our Season 2 is amazing. We've made you feel more than you've ever felt when watching animated characters.
Okay, you need to chill. You should not feel comfortable saying things like that.
Even if you believe it's true, you just
even
keep
if you
that
believe
to
it's
yourself,
true,
man.
you should keep it to yourself. Like
you just maybe don't mention that.
You do realize that you're putting yourself above everybody else when you say something.
You're
like
putting
that,
yourself
right?
above Wally there. You need to calm the fuck
yourself
down.
You need to
above,
calm the fuck down.
You're putting yourself above a wide array of excellent media that is better than this season.
We're just better than The Last Wish. We're just better
even
than
if you were
Wally.
talking about season 1, you probably shouldn't say things like this.
It is.
It's
It is a remarkably arrogant statement. We've made you feel more than you've
very-
ever felt watching animated characters.
We've made you feel.
Why
Misery,
that animated
despair,
character specifically? Why just say that?
disappointment.
Animated characters specifically. That's a weird. Why? Why would you single that out?
He
Is the implication
continues.
that like animation is a
Oh
medium
no.
that
It's
yields
not-
Well, you know how
story
real people you can't feel anything for.
It's not perfect. You don't take these kinds of hefty swings and expect that everything wraps up perfectly with a neat bow tie. It grows and evolves in its own way and it becomes what it becomes. Has any TV series ever successfully stuck the landing with this many main characters, time travel, supernatural abilities, technological inventions, fantasy world stakes, high concepts, complex relationships, and global
Say
expectations? I actually don't know. Would be quite curious to know if folks can think of any so I can study them.
Whose fault is that?
Yeah, so
Whose fault is that?
there's several
your own
things in
creative
this
work.
list that you could very easily have opted out of.
So
Nobody,
he needs to
you
stop
wrote
talking
it.
immediately.
You picked the multiverse.
This is the man
You
that's
chose
vastly
this.
responsible for things in Arcane Season 2, and it's starting to make sense. And you're like, oh no.
He's basically saying, you don't understand, guys. I tried to do something that was really, really difficult, so don't blame me if it's not as good as you thought it was going to be. Like,
He's doing the discourse equivalent of like picking at a scab. Like
Ugh,
you're not
yeah.
you're really not helping.
I just find it funny. Like, yeah, has any other story managed to nail all these elements that I chose to put in my story?
Well, and the implication is, has they ever nailed it as well as I've nailed it? And you're like, what?
Yeah.
What the hell?
You
The
need
worst
to
part is
chill.
the answer might still be probably.
I mean, season 1 does a
If you
better
look
job
hard
than
enough.
season 2. It doesn't have
Oh,
as
yeah.
many crazy variables as season 2 did. But it
Yeah.
and also it'd be like there are other stories that have taken on a whole bunch of lofty concepts and done a better job of trying to funnel them into a cohesive finale.
everything
Certainly.
everywhere all at once. Take
I
that
was
as an
literally
example.
about to say that.
pretty-
Complex
that's pretty
relationships,
crazy.
multiverse, you know,
Mhm.
all that
Mhm.
stuff.
So, he didn't shut up. And
Oh.
he,
He's been
unfortunately,
busy.
he has a Twitter account. And someone shared a clip of him basically saying that he was kind of out of the loop on the whole Caitlyn Vi relationship thing. Even in season 1, he was kind of like, what? And everything, which got him in some serious trouble with the shippers and some league people. It's whatever.
Oh no, not the shippers.
So someone called Katie says, listen, He may not have entered the project wanting Kate Vi to be a couple, but I'm certain everyone else did. He's just kind of stupid, dare I say. Now, you can just leave that alone. You can just
Random
see
Twitter
that
user.
and be
Yeah.
like, it had like 10
Probably.
likes, by the way, when he decided to respond to it.
Oh, he
You
looked
are
for that
under
kind of shit.
no
he was
obligation
searching.
Is he out here
responds
searching his
to
name?
Twitter
or-
random.
It's just
Oh,
like, dude,
boy.
you were the showrunner of a multi-million-dollar.
Wait,
like,
Friggy, you haven't seen what he's probably really reasonable. He said, or maybe, don't expect creatives to just blindly follow the audience's demands and instead allow them to develop their own vision and ideas. Had I followed your approach, all you'd have gotten is fight porn for 17-year-old boys who go 0-11 on Yasuo.
Oh god, that's
It's Yasuo.
Character in League.
that's a League of Legends
Yasuo,
character.
he's the edgy samurai guy.
Yeah.
He's
Like-
infamous
like, what
for
is
either
this?
going 11-0 or 0-11. But
What the fuck is this,
Why
bro?
would you say this?
And you know what's crazy? The amount of times that we just, in this season breakdown, talked about bad, unnecessary battles happening for no good reason when meaningful conversations should be happening. And here he is being like, if I followed your approach, all we'd get is fight porn for 17-year-olds. Like, what are you
the
talking
person
about?
he's
A
replying
really
to-
contemplative, like, art piece. Dude, I don't want to hear what Victor said in this season ever again, because it's the same shit everyone else has been saying on these sorts of subjects ad infinitum since people discovered the concept of free will.
It's also worth remembering that the person that he's replying to is saying that he doesn't know season 1 as well as like the original poster does and the fans do.
Even
But,
prior to season 1, the community shippers like Caitlyn and Vi, like, 'cause isn't there something prior to Arcane for them or whatever? I'm not as familiar with the lore.
I don't know.
Not as such.
Okay,
but
well,
there was plenty of shipping.
What I was trying.
Either way-
obviously, the point was you didn't have to fucking reply to her anyway. It didn't matter. Like, it was so irrelevant. It goes on though, unless you wanted to add to that.
I was going to say, like, given the context of that reply, like, it's important to remember that season 1, the climax of season 1 is 4 people sat in a room together. The climax of season 2 is that they fight God.
A battle
and
of
they win
everyone
because
ever.
they threw time at him.
You can always tell when a story's gone to shit when it boils down to literally everyone versus the source of literally everyone's problems.
Yeah, and like the original poster sounded like a bit of an idiot, but like maybe Christian Link shouldn't reply and call his fans idiots.
What a great point you just made about him not replying anymore because she replied to his reply. She said,
"Oh no.
Wait, genuine question. Where did the porn angle come from? I'm so confused by this tweet. What approach are you talking about that I presented in my tweet? All I was saying is I was shocked because other writers have implied Kate Vi was always in the picture." And he responds. Which he shouldn't, but he continues to. And this one is particularly Reddit. It begins.
Oh god.
Katie, my sweet, you did
Oh,
not
fuck
express your
off.
shock.
No.
You called me dumb. Be real. But I forgive you. My point is we must follow our own vision and not just listen to what audience wants, because the League audience is mostly dudes who just want to see fights.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So he's saying that the target audience for season 1 of Arcane, which I think we would all agree is excellent, was idiots who wanted to see people punching each other.
Steal his phone, take away his
Take
phone
away
and
his
his
phone
keyboard.
now.
Don't they have social media managers for that to tell
That-
them don't do that?
That
Do not
sheds
do
so
this."
much light on how season 2 went, because season 2 seems to have been made for and by people who liked season 1 for the wrong reasons.
Why
It's
would
so condescending.
This idiot, man? And why would, like, just stop replying to... So this thread, people realize, holy shit, he actually responds, and so people start asking him questions, and for some reason he decides to respond to some of them. So a user says, Christian, I've noticed a considerable amount of discontent surrounding Vi's character arc in the second season on the past few days. Many argue she's no longer possessing the prominence we witnessed in season 1. I completely agree. Vi is barely a character that decides things for herself. She's just pinballed around. It's terrible. What happened to her? Explain to us, Christian. He replies, I've read that criticism. It is true that Season 2 had other characters occupy more screen time. As writers, we were interested in these characters. I don't know what else to say.
Uh-huh.
So if you would please consult the screen time graph.
So we didn't care about Heimerdinger, Savika, Echo, not really Mel. We didn't care about Singed, I guess. These characters.
Not
I mean,
caring
the
about a character
Heimerdinger
doesn't mean that you can't.
You can
you're not
abandon
obliged to
them.
actually try and write those characters
Have you-
well.
You should not be on Twitter saying, "Yeah, we just didn't really give a shit
I was
about
gonna say,
those. We
when-
like moved on to other guys."
When has it ever been
Heimerdinger
advisable
is
for
so
someone to say
season
this?
one.
Ever about their own work? Like, I just, the character you cared about, I didn't really. And then you start to dig in. You're like, so you didn't really have any concept of the relationship between Caitlyn and Vi, and Vi is like the main character of season 1, and you didn't care about her, apparently, enough to write her a story in season 2. It's like, how much were you involved with season 1, bro? Like, this is starting to get confusing.
Yet she still ate a shitload more screen time than many other characters. She's the third highest.
A lot of it was spent crying, whining.
There's that one all-timer tweet about Vi's like fight record and whatnot.
Oh, I think that's actually in here. We'll get to it.
Okay, good.
I wonder if they shared this perspective with any of the voice actors, like Haley Steinfeld coming in, like, yeah, sorry, don't really care much about your character. Anyway, here's your lines. Like, I imagine that'd be an awkward sort of conversation.
So someone then responds to him, is it fair to assume that the writers responsible for Vi's incredible development in Season 1 are no longer part of the Arcane team? Because that's certainly how it feels. I've never seen a main character be so overlooked and reduced to irrelevance. Which I agree with, completely. It's weird to... It doesn't make... Season 1 and 2 just don't cooperate. They don't exist together
They're
at all.
not friends.
No. And he responds, it's exactly the same people. I think your words are not exactly fair nor accurate, but I'd understand the point you're making.
Cool, okay.
But it's not the same people. The team got shrunk.
Yeah,
know it's
apparently
not.
it got shrunk. So
That's not true. Like, we know it's not true, bud.
Liar.
it's lies.
So, another person has some more things to add to this. They say, however, I do feel that Vi might have been the most affected by this, perhaps. Despite having substantial screen time, we didn't witness many moments of profound individual conflict with her as we did with Jinx or Caitlyn or Victor or Jace, for example. And he says in response, Vi accepting the badge had some real inner conflict. Vi confronting Caitlyn in Season 2, Episode 3 had some real inner conflict. Vi breaking Jinx out had some real inner conflict. Vi not being able to leave Vanda behind had some real inner conflict. At least to me, shrug.
Oh my
If you say so, man.
Yeah, it was just to you. Yeah.
No, but
Jesus.
seriously,
Like,
though,
what
take
the
away his keyboard. Someone
That guy
What the
fucking-
fuck? Who talks about their story this way? What the hell?
A lot of what
She
he was
put on that
talking
badge
about
instantly. Yeah.
is things that happened off screen. She made these decisions off screen, and we don't understand why.
Yeah, accepting the
He just
badge is
shows
not
up with
something
an
we
enforcer
saw.
uniform.
Yeah, that's true.
She just shows up with a cringe squad, and they go and gas Zonites for a while.
You put something
It's
out there and people
weird.
start registering disagreements with it or like objections to how it proceeds. Someone's like, well, I liked it. Like, okay, what am I supposed to do with
But
that?
also, what are you doing as represented? Like, Riot need to talk to him, because if this person says,
Yeah.
I feel like we didn't get as many emotional opportunities with Vi compared to other characters, what do you think? The response is not, well, you know what? This scene was good. This scene was good.
Yeah.
This scene was good, at least to me.
That's just your opinion.
What you're
bro.
supposed to do, which I'm now like starting to think, oh, I guess there really are like way worse. It can be way worse than some of the stuff we end up seeing. But like the diplomatic answer of, I'm sorry you felt that way, but we really did try to create a story for Vi that really did sort of bring forward a lot of what we'd built in Season 1. We felt a lot of the bigger points to hit on would be her relationship with Caitlyn and how that evolves, her role as a sort of diplomat between Zorn and Piltover developing, mainly because she's the only one that can fill that role. Obviously, taking the badge was a huge moment of conflict, and that's I'm only addressing even Act 1. But I understand maybe that a lot of people want certain things for their favorites, or certain paths they expect them to take. And we did everything we could, but ultimately we can't serve every character in every way that everyone would enjoy. And I'm sorry if you felt that she was underserved, something like that.
Thank you for watching the show.
Yeah, please
and
subscribe to
then,
Netflix and watch Arcane Season 2, all that stuff. But no, doing this is like, are you crazy? Like, why would you ever say this? And then
he's being so defensive to where it feels it's coming across as if he knows that Season 2 is not as good as Season 1, but he doesn't understand why, which is why he's being this defensive.
He's got a real chip on his shoulder about it. You can never see that much.
He can clearly tell that this is not being received like season 1 is being received.
No, and he's probably annoyed
already,
about that.
and it's
Yeah.
souring very
Go up on
quickly.
stage, get your game award for best adaptation, like, and then just move on to the next show. Like, you're winning. Like, in terms of,
Well,
in terms
You
of
just
the
gotta
game
stay quiet.
Count
All you need to
Fumbula
do is
then
get off
says
Twitter.
in response to this, to be honest, the way that the way they were explored felt shallow and cursory for most of the season. She felt like a plot device for other characters. And his response was, cool.
And it's not really cool. You kind of ruined this character.
What
I
the
liked in the first
fuck?
season. But,
Again,
all right.
like-
Okay.
Why did you even bother?
What do you gain from saying that?
Christian,
You should have
why?
just left and pretended you didn't see it.
It's just, I like it because it's the smug expression taped over the crying.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, cool.
I think it was all over when he said, "Katie, my sweet," at the beginning of that. Was like,
Yeah.
oh, dude.
That was typed with like frothing anger at the fingertips, you know?
It's as if you could just imagine him as like raging while he's actually playing League of Legends. It's like the
I just
stereotypical like
fucking
rage.
hate how nothing is capitalized or punctuated either. Jesus
Just don't worry,
Christ.
Rags.
It's like,
He's only in charge of the writing of season 2.
like it's actually like you people. It's just so it takes longer for me to type like a gremlin because I have to deprogram my brain to not type properly. Ugh, I hate it.
So sometime later, he was then asked about the whole. Sorry, I should mention this pissed off all Arcane fans, as you can imagine, ones who liked and disliked the season, and it put into question everything about his sort of contributions and talent, to the point where
because
he's
up to this point he was viewed as being like
kind
the
of
lead
God.
creative voice, the person ultimately responsible for Arcane season 1.
That was my understanding. Yeah, prior to speaking to Moeller about it, it was I thought that he was responsible for season 1 being as good as it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that didn't work out for him because it's the hype of season 1 generated this sense that he's like undefeated and amazing, as you could see from that Reddit post where he just said like, "Has anyone achieved what I have?" sort of thing. And all of those comments that have just flowed out of this ego-driven idiot has now like tanked his relationship such that an article was released that was titled "Arcane co-creator vows we will learn from it after fan frustrations of Netflix show's rushed final season," regarding Christian Link, who says he understands and respects Arcane's fans' complaints over its rushed second season, and he admits some of the issues are a symptom of the show's 2-season format.
Clearly doesn't respect.
2
Oh,
seasons.
really?
You could have made another season 1. Season 2 didn't have to have this grand, massive multiverse visiting time travel story. It should have just been like season 1, but what happens next with this political situation and these characters? Not we're gonna introduce the Black Rose stuff, and we're gonna do this big Zon thing, and we're gonna die, and Victor turns into Space Jesus and all this stuff.
Time travel,
no.
multidimensional.
Stop it. Stop. You spent a whole fucking episode on the time travel bullshit, the multiverse thing.
Link's comments come in the wake of numerous fan complaints about one of the best Netflix show's sophomore outings. A major criticism among viewers has been the season's pacing and narrative structure. Quote, "I understand them," Link told me when asked if he accepted those criticisms. "I also respect that people feel that way." Quote, "We're making this for an audience of people, not just ourselves. It's hard. On one side, the vast majority of people seem to like it the way that it is, which is great. There are also some people saying it's rushed and there's too much going on. And I understand that." See, the way that he talks is infinitely frustrating. Like, well, man, everyone loved it, but there's some people who didn't, I guess.
I respect them, even though.
Don't they know that I made them feel more than any animated thing that ever made anyone feel ever?
Under the smug Wojak, yeah.
But it gets even better, he says. There's also a flip side to that opinion. There's been a good amount of fans asking, why isn't Camille, who's part of Piltover, in the story? Or why isn't Blitzcrank in there? Or where's Twitch? Like, where do we include them? Or where are going to be the other LoL champions? There's an economy to animation, and it's always nice to have more time, but this is the time we had. That's that. Like, in response to where all the characters ever wanted adapted, he's just like, well, that's that.
You have to understand you are now like writing the new canon, as it were, or whatever. You kind of have an obligation to these characters because otherwise, as you now have done, you just leave them in limbo.
Yep.
Well,
Camille can't
presumably,
exist. Camille has a hex tech heart.
yeah, presumably with the League lore, they're either going to have to say that characters like Camille have like jumped over from an alternate universe where Hextech still exists, or alternatively, they're going to have to completely rewrite her story. Same with Blitzcrank, right?
Random, my
Blitzcrank,
sweet.
yeah.
They will happily destroy anything if what we've seen so far. What they did to Victor is just the beginning.
Basically, half of everything in Piltover just can't exist anymore because Piltover's identity was entirely caught up in Hextech, more or less. Hextech was the Piltover thing.
Oh, we can make it the whole world's thing. Don't worry, it'll be fun. We'll put
What about
anybody
Renata
everywhere.
Glask? Are there even Chem
Well-
Barons anymore? Do those exist?
What'll actually happen is they'll introduce a new show with a bunch of new characters from a new region, and then they'll do it, and then they'll have a second season where a few more of them arrive, and then eventually it'll be like, have you forgotten yet about the Piltover ones we forgot? Because we're not doing that. Hopefully you can now start complaining about the Zorn ones the Noxus ones we've missed, and then the Ionia ones we've missed, and the Demacia ones we've missed. It'll just go on forever and ever and ever. Oh, we're going to the Void. Here's Vel'Koz. And that's that. Moving on. You're like, whoa. And they're like, that's it. We did it.
You can have one Cho'Gath as a treat.
Yeah. He said, for people who tuned in to watch Season 2 having loved Season 1, I can see how they could have been disappointed because there's a specific pace and a specific way we did things in Season 1. Yeah, we changed it for Season 2. We wanted to do things differently in Season 2, so I understand and I respect, and I'd like to learn from that.
No.
It's different. It's just different. They just did it differently.
It was so good.
Okay, you did it worse.
Let's go back to the way you did it before. How about that?
And yeah, let's go back to the other way and do it better again next time. All right,
this
great.
was a fun experiment, but for reals now. Let's.
Yeah,
oh
I'm
boy.
afraid this fun experiment has tanked the second half of the story you were trying to tell, so it's a bit of a shame, but
What
you
a
live and you
shame.
learn.
Christian, my sweet.
Everyone should say that to him
Yeah.
whenever talking to him about anything. So, I'm going to share some viral tweets that don't seem very positive about Arcane. This has 95,000 likes, and it is the scene where Heimerdinger's doing his song, and the tweet says, "This scene pissed me off because why are you showing me 14-year-old dead Vi while Heimerdinger is singing in my ear?"
Like I said, Heimerdinger gets more lines in his fucking song than he does dialogue in the episodes.
Oh god, it's so stupid. Next we have yes. So you've got the original tweet. I think this is the one you were referencing, right? Theo.
Yeah.
Looking at Vi's resume now that Arcane is over. 8 fights lost, 1 victorious. 11% win rate, 14 crying scenes, 0 lives saved in 15 attempts. The timeline where she dies is the only peaceful one. Most screen time yet, not even a top 5 character.
Brutal.
And then, so that's funny, but then someone quote tweeted that with 83k likes saying, "As a Vi fan, this tweet is going to haunt me. I wake up sweating and shaking because I hear 8 fights lost, 1 victory, 11% win rate, 14 crying scenes in my dreams." It's like, this was funny, and then it gradually became like, what the fuck did they do? Which has been the process for a lot of things related to Arcane Season 2. Like, it starts with memes, and then it gradually becomes like criticism. This is something I think we may have mentioned at some point, but it's worth bringing up. There's 42,000 likes regarding... Remember when they introduced the idea of the laser arm in Season 1?
The Hex Claw.
Nice
The
and
Hex
early.
Claw.
Yeah. Something that Victor fans like, okay, cool, I see, yeah. And then they just went, the way they teased his mechanical arm in game just to throw it away, oh my. And the thing is, they throw it away only to randomly throw it back in temporarily.
Yeah.
It comes back in its final form, and it's just there. And you're like, why is it just there? It's just, he just has his arm.
It's a floopy arm.
It's amazing to me
I hope
because...
you're a side sleeper.
season 1 was clearly like, there you go, we set it all up for you. Then season 2 is like, no, we're not interested. And right at the end, they're like, it'd be
Lol.
cool if you had a laser arm. It's like, what?
It was even
what are
in
you
the
doing?
visual design of the thing with how it was much more like utilitarian function over form than Jace's more gilded Atlas gauntlet.
Oh well.
Actually, he's the Herald of the Arcane. He's the magic man now.
So then we got 93k likes post. That is about the moment where Jinx frees Grogu from the prison. And the tweet says, I seriously can't believe we got this extremely soft scene like this that shows Jinx's healing just to literally kill the kid for no reason in the next act and reverse Jinx's progress. I thought this was so interesting. It's like, oh shit. Even the people who like Grogu, they're like, what the hell did you do?
Why did you waste our time?
Just keep digging a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Then you got this tweet with 56k likes that just says, I don't like the message that Vi and Jinx could never coexist and be happy at the same time. And, I mean, it's kind of something we did discuss as part of it, but you got to be careful with your ending to the story. You basically say, like, the correct thing is for Vi and Jinx to not be together.
Yeah.
And really, I don't even think you've come close to justifying that, because I think there's a version of that that could work. But, like, it's over. Does Jinx plan to make things shit for everybody now that the war is over and that there's an attempt at peace for Zorn and Piltover? Or is she just going... Is that just who she is? She's just a broken person who makes everything worse for everybody. Like I said, maybe you'd have some credence for that if not for Act 2, where you clearly show that she's fine. She's well-adjusted, she's chilling out, she's got someone she loves, and she's not hurting anybody. Why'd you show us all that with someone she cares less for than her sister if you're trying to end the story by saying it's not possible for her to do anything but leave because she's a chaotic element that just brings pain to everybody? Like I said, gotta be careful. Now, this one... less liked, but it's still really relevant with how we were discussing things related to relationships. This starts... I need to explain this one. You got a tweet saying the way they both grieve their siblings regarding Vi and Caitlyn at the end of the season, and loads of the replies started to fill up with, what are you talking about? Like, Vi, sure, but Caitlyn? Caitlyn doesn't have a sibling. And then the quote tweet of that is, seeing people in the replies and quote tweets saying they forgot Jace and Caitlyn were even close shows how much the writers flubbed their friendship. Like, Jace was the person she trusted the most. Like, yep. They fucked it up so much that people don't even know what they're referring to as, like, Caitlyn's potential sibling. Isn't that crazy?
It is wild. People don't even know what... It felt the one scene where they like actually talk for just a moment was symbolic more than anything.
Yeah. And then we've got so yeah, the damage of season 2, the second season was big, and it's already had an effect because I just read that Vi's story is not intrinsically linked to the fight of Zorn. Mind you, this is the character we're talking about.
Jeez.
And look at these quotes. They got plenty
wild.
while we're down here scrapping together coins. You think anyone topside's going hungry? I grew up knowing I'm less than them and that my place is down here. I want Powder to have more than that, and I'm willing to fight for it. Yeah, the quote he says, they ruined Vi's morals and character for the sake of a ship, and I'm not afraid to say it. Like, ooh. People getting mad, realizing some stuff here.
It has not been, the show has not been out long. It has not been out long.
Well,
and it's not going to get more positive as time goes on.
No.
It's like The Last Jedi.
Well, it's funny to me. The far more egregious thing was the gassing of Zorn. There's plenty of things you can pick, but I just can't fucking believe that happened. Crazy. But yes, this was once the character. She is completely gone in season 2.
Yeah.
Out of here.
Gassing Zorn and slamming Caitlyn, those two have got to be the most vibrating moments. Given the context, obviously, I can accept her slamming Caitlyn.
When you said most vibrating
I
moments, I was like, wait, what?
I didn't say vibrating, vibrating.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Vibrating.
Vibrating moments.
I suppose it's just a matter of whether or not you consider her becoming an enforcer and her gassing the Zonites to be one thing or two separate things.
I mean, it's
It's
just
two separate decisions.
It's a
because-
combination.
They're
blow.
linked, but yeah, they're
Yeah,
different, so.
Well, I mean, the question is, if Caitlyn had said, "I need you to put on this bag. We're going to go and gas your home," that would have made her less likely to put the badge on. So yeah, we have to treat them as two separate things.
Yeah, and then there was enough discussion of so the ship that you'd see everywhere if you know anything about Arcane season 2 discussions is for some reason Jace and Victor. Everyone was talking about, oh, they're definitely gay, big old gay, and that's great. They shipped them, that's wonderful. Then some people were talking about how they were shipping Silco and Vander.
Oh, fuck off!
And it was like,
Free?
wait,
Yeah.
what?
I mean,
What?
everyone will get shipped together. That's just what people do.
And
That's
then
It's the nature of the beast.
It's the way of the shipper.
Then
Nature of the
there's
beast.
Milo and Clagger.
Yeah,
Because of that one little
you see,
glance.
You see, they
Okay.
shared a scene.
Well,
No,
Oh,
This
is it the
Flagger
it's the-
kind
it's-
of looks at
it's-
Milo.
I'm go-
in
I'm
this
go-
way
this
that
is-
lingers
this is
on
where
it
I'm going with
It's
this.
probably the Eldverse
I-
scene where they have this little.
of course it
bug
is.
or
The
whatever.
point
Yeah.
that's being made here is not actually that people ship, because we already knew that. It's that, and I think I find myself agreeing with this tweet, even though it's probably a shippy person. I don't know. But they've got images of those events, and they say, something's telling me that the Arcane writers don't actually know what brotherly love looks like.
I can't
because-
load this tweet.
They're not... Oh, do you have to do the...
Can you screenshot it for me?
It just doesn't.
The
Wait,
images?
does
Yeah.
VX do
Yeah,
it?
it just
or-
won't.
No,
Oh.
it says this page doesn't exist.
Oh, okay,
Try
I
searching
gotcha.
for something else.
Oh, is it maybe deleted? I will
Maybe it got-
screenshot it before it disappears, if that's the case. One moment.
The second link leads me to a Japanese website of Twitter.
What? Okay. So, what they're highlighting here, and I kind of buy it, is I think that we were talking about the whole the writer that wanted them to fuck and stuff. I actually do. When we were watching the alternate dimension episode when Clagger looks at Milo in that scene, I had like I don't know what I said, but I remember being like, wait, what? What are you?
Yeah,
What are you
that's
doing?
like you're trying to imply that that's weird.
Yeah, and the thing is, if someone told me like, no, I'm saying that they have like a brotherly love, I'd be like, oh, that's not what that looks like.
No, that's not what brotherly. You've not had a brother ever. You don't know what that is.
And look at that image of Vander and Silco. It's like, yeah, that's
just two bros being bros, man.
we're just broing, bro.
Listen to the pickaxes don't touch.
And to be clear, I'm not interested in the ships of any of these three. However, I kind of agree with the point that they're not exactly portraying these relationships as friendship exclusively. They're not doing a good job of that. And it might be because the writers are not capable of that, I guess. They don't know how. They only know how to make it seem romantic. Or maybe they're playing into shippers. That's also the theory.
I mean,
this before with people who were like, "Oh, look, see, they do it with the Frodo and Sam thing." Pops up every once in a while, and people have to be reminded that not all love is romantic. Like, people can be really good friends.
It could be that they just played into this because they knew that it would get traction on social media.
Oh, dude, I just refreshed this thing and it's gone. So we got to see a tweet. That's lost media right there. It doesn't exist anymore.
No.
Not only is that lost media, that's lost media of a tweet with 83,000 likes at that time.
Yeah.
Damn.
Crazy.
Probably
so
because
it's fucking Jover, man.
in
Probably just 'cause-
conclusion, disaster through and through, both
absolute catastrophe
in the story and, as far as I'm concerned, in the meta. I was not happy to see all of that from Christian Link, nor to find out what they did to the writing team, nor to see all of these different, like, what's being celebrated about the season broadly is the ships. That's like the most that I see. It's not actually about the characters or the character journeys.
What actually annoys me as well, because he always talking about it's like, yeah, we didn't get more time. I wish we had more time. Apparently, they've already been working on another show for a year now.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, wow. So you just wasted, not even wasted, you just put resources that you clearly needed into this other show and
It's
just
also
completely fucked over season 2 of this.
It's really frustrating to hear because you heard the writers say over and over and over again every time they were asked, the plan was always 2 seasons, the plan was always 2 seasons, the plan was always 2 seasons, repeatedly.
And now it's, well, we didn't have enough time to do what we wanted to do. I can't believe we have one of the most influential people of the project saying, "Yeah, you know, the conclusion to the Jace and Victor storylines didn't really have." Don't really have closure there. Don't really know what's exactly happening. Would have been nice to have more time. Oh well, yeah.
Disintegrated. Sorry.
And then you're like, what about Vi? Oh well, he only admitted that he didn't really care about it. Like, okay.
I mean,
What?
You got the Vi Jinx story and you've got the Jace Victor story. Those are the two main stories of Arcane.
Yes.
I guess
And
they
one of
really
them-
liked Caitlyn to the point where they fucking put her through every arc known to man in an instant. Like, it's just, there we go. She's evil, good, evil, good, evil, good.
Really dumb, really stupid. God.
And then those are the ones they cared about. Everyone else got fucked.
Well, yeah, at least they didn't get vaporized and sent to an alternate dimension before that.
It's so fucking suitable that Heimerdinger's on the bottom of this list. Because that's how it feels watching the show.
You might as well just put Heimerdinger, I guess. Like, that's his name.
Just a question mark after it.
Not even a name. He doesn't get a name. It's just this guy, whoever that is. Some dude.
Poor Donger, dude.
Oh, let's take a look at this.
So those are my numbers. Blue is season 1, red is season 2. So you can kind of visualize where they dedicated their time for certain characters. That's not every character, but it's every character.
Hey, Gert's
Yeah,
got
Isha
0
was
for
way
season
better.
1. What's that about?
Damn.
Isha was way better in season 1.
Man,
Loris is in the middle. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, he has loads. He has more than Grayson. Look
dude,
how
he's
far down the
almost
list
got the
Grayson
same as
is.
Warwick. What the fuck? The hell?
That's insane.
What is wrong with you
Loris
people?
does almost have as much as Warwick.
Look how high up Vander is. And
Yeah.
Silco. What the fuck, Silco?
Yeah, and I just noticed that, like, if you look at Victor, so
Oh wait,
much
that's
of
both
his...
both seasons. Sorry, I'm retarded.
Yeah,
It's fine.
this is both seasons, yeah.
Yeah, I'm tired.
If you look at Victor, like, what, 60-70% of his screen time was in season 1? And then Caitlyn, it's the opposite. They loaded her a lot more in season 2.
Oh yeah, she was
So-
the favorite for this season for some reason.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's
Man, Silco still being so high up, even that he was even being so little in season 2. That's man. I
yeah,
miss Silco.
A couple of people in chat are asking, this does not include the alternate timeline versions of characters. So all of episode 7,
They're different
basically.
people, yeah.
Yeah, because again, they're different people. We learn nothing new about Vander by seeing an alternate reality version of Vander. So I didn't count it. And yeah, Isha's really high as well. So Isha nearly has as much time as Donga does in both seasons combined.
I hate her.
Oh my god!
Dude.
Holy shit!
Oh my god.
Holy fuck!
We could have killed her and had double Heimerdinger time. Like what?
We could have double dingered.
That's what we
Double
call it. The
donger.
double
Yeah.
Heimerdinger time.
Double
Double
donger
donger.
time.
We could have a double donger.
Well, I mean, what is there to say?
What an absolute catastrophe!
Fucking awful.
This was the
Hell,
worst.
What an
Calamitously bad.
unbelievable.
I've seen the
travesty
sentiment.
to
It could
the
always have been
concept of human
worse,
expression.
and I'm like, we.
It is fairly close to
Technically-
as bad as it could have been. It is
I
fairly
really,
close.
Not by a lot.
I agree. I totally agree. It is pretty close to being about as bad as it could have been. Like, it's a disaster. It's not like, oh, we know it's disappointing. It's got some flaws, but overall, it's still like a good season of television. It's terrible.
The only way it could have been worse is if the animation team somehow failed, but I guess
Yeah.
that probably was never going to happen.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
superficially, I still think that it is not as good as season 1. Obviously, like animation, voice acting, music, all the rest of it. Like, I think that the animation is the only bit that is definitely as good as, if not better than season 1. But that's icing on the cake. That's not a replacement for a story.
Oh.
It has no story to attach to elevate both of them, so you just don't have opportunities to really praise or talk about it.
I suppose now we can ask the chat the question, but I was wondering how I'm supposed to word it. Is it who's the MVP of season.
Season 2 MVP, yeah, and then Singed and
Most valuable
Rictus.
player
And Rictus.
versus.
Does
Well, I'll
Smeech
put
get
I'll
to be
put
in the
Smeech
list?
in as well, right?
So, yeah, Smeech
Yeah.
needs to be in there because
Yes.
In fact,
there's no one else
can
is
Smeech just gotta be in there.
Is the season.
Smeech.
we could put 4. Who would be a possible 4th option, just so
Who
people
would be
have their
the
options.
4th?
I thought there's only 3 though.
I don't know that anyone else would
Rictus,
even
Smeech,
qualify.
Singed.
3.
No, I'm just looking now.
Jericho.
Shieldman, maybe. There's no way he's going to win.
No,
I don't think he's got a chance.
No.
Well, there's
No,
no one
let's
else.
Yeah, there
What
is no one else.
about
Gert.
Fishman.
No, Gert died.
It would just be a meme answer if you put
Yeah.
anyone
Fishman.
else in there.
Yeah.
It'd be like the cat lady or something, some meme answer, yeah.
The guy with the keys. What's his name?
with the
Marcuson.
He-Man.
Hector? Is it Hector?
What about the Victor Ball?
Harold. That's his name.
Vince. Universe. People keep saying Marcus. Why would Marcus? He's not alive.
Ooh.
He wasn't
Well,
alive.
hey, yeah.
Piano Man. Yeah, okay.
Enzo.
Okay. Vote away, and remember, be careful with your vote because this becomes objectively the truth throughout the universe.
Oh my god.
So, like, be careful.
You wield a
guys.
lot of power here, chat.
Yeah. You guys should get your votes in too.
Team Rictus.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I've sent my vote.
Singed sweep.
The only
baby.
real winner.
I'm Team Rictus.
I'm
I'm
Team
actually-
Cream.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
thinking
to
I might
tempt
be-
people to vote your way, what does it mean to be the MVP of the season, you know?
I'm just saying that. I'm just saying what my vote is.
You are the.
And if people don't
Well-
agree, that's okay. I think that Cinched is a very fair answer. I just I think it's Rictus.
Singed is a good answer, but the problem with Singed is that he's not Rictus.
He does a few things that are a bit
He's not big and muscular.
You have to.
and base.
Hey, if this
Yeah,
doesn't
that-
work
his
as an
face
argument,
beard.
think of all the joy that we've got from Rictus memes and Smeech memes. We haven't really got much
Memes.
joy from Singed
Meme.
memes.
I've got a lot of joy out of Singed stumbling around, plugging things into other things, and just sciencing his way up the science ladder.
I'm doing science. Hey, Singe, can you
He
fix this
won
guy? Of
total
course.
victory on all fronts. Like
Yeah.
everything he could have wanted.
He just went home at some point. It's like, yep, that's done.
Collected a fat paycheck from Ambessa, like after she died, I guess. Like whoever host Superior was like, yeah, you owe me like 900 gold, by the way.
Noxus, where's my severance package?
Went
Just looks out his
home,
window in the morning. He's
rebuilt his
like, did
daughter.
the world end? Are we good?
Did what? Should we go? Oh.
Good.
If not, I'm going to work.
Phones up, built over. Like, Victor? And they're like, no. And he's like, oh, okay, no problem. Wrong number.
Very well.
Cool.
Well,
Walks around outside, no rallies, no police state.
Interesting.
maybe
I think.
that is the recovery, a Singed series. It's just him plugging things into stuff.
Just roaming around.
Every now and then Oriana's there, but it's mostly just he just walks around and plugs. You can make a video game out of this, like like Doodle God and stuff from back in the day. You just have to find different things to plug into things and
Scribble
find the right
knots and-
combinations.
That would be cool. Well, we'll let that run while the absolute conclusion is just we were enormous, passionate hyper fans of Arcane Season 1 and still are.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
Season 2 worked its ass off to kill every last piece of passion one would have for the efforts made in that first season. It's an embarrassing failure, and saying that it's badly paced really is problem 76 in the list. I still agree that it's a problem. It's just that, good lord, they fucked up almost everything. I think it's safe to say we had about 15 individual things to compliment throughout the season of our coverage. And I'm
Maybe,
talking
yeah.
down to individual lines.
That might be generous.
Like lines, yeah, I was just saying like lines here and there, the occasional visual.
Yeah, like, don't misunderstand that. That is a shockingly low amount of things to praise in something that's being considered mixed to good to great. We did not think it was those. Thought it was pretty bad. But hey, the first, what was it, 5 minutes? Pretty solid.
It's the best
Good
five. It's the
5 minutes.
best part of the show. Was the first 5 minutes. That seems to be, unironically, just the truth.
Yeah, and Bessa had a couple of good scenes.
There was a line or two that I was like,
Yeah.
oh, that's a
Yeah.
line I like.
Oh, that's,
Occasionally they
I
did
like
a
that.
slight writing.
Yeah.
Slight.
Yeah.
When,
Like,
when they
oh.
were feeling daring, they'd be like, hey, we might write by here. Well, anything anyone wants to say before I hit the end poll?
No, I'm tired.
Victus 2024.
Yeah, Rictus 2024.
You won't catch me making any confident statements on the quality of anything anymore because, you know, I
No.
feel like this had no reason to be bad.
Andor season 2.
Yeah.
That's gonna be good, right, guys?
No,
I think it
I
will
sure
be.
hope so, but yeah,
It
I mean
might
that's
be.
the thing. I gotta hope for it because yeah, it's
I-
this show is like I don't care what comes. Like I don't give a shit about any of these upcoming League of Legends shows. It's like done. My investment in it is dead.
Mhm.
It's
Yep.
it's crazy.
They've made me afraid of being invested.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
I
really
I guess
guess it's
I'll let you know if they make anything else worth a damn. I don't
Mm.
find it enormously likely.
I
But
believe you, among a couple of other people, were the reason we even watched season 1. So
yeah, I remember.
I now
messaged
blame you
about
for
it.
season 2.
Well, I'd prefer if you didn't.
Don't worry,
want this
I
on
don't.
my
I blame
shoulders.
Christian Link. It's fine.
Cool.
Oh,
Boy, oh
what a
boy.
journey. Yeah, I mean, well, I'll hit end. It looks to be the result is Singed has taken the gold. There he goes,
Nice.
running.
Yeah. All right.
I
Fair
stand
enough,
by
fair
the
enough.
frustration, by the way. Not a single reference to you shouldn't chase Singed. That seems like the most obvious thing
Yeah.
that they didn't put in.
You'll have to. Does he leave behind like a goop trail or a fire
Yes.
trail or something?
Yeah.
And it poisons
He
you.
leaves-
And the meme is that people always think they can chase him successfully, and they almost never do. It always turns
Yeah.
out badly. But when
it's
you
really funny
As an
coming
Infernus
from-
player in Deadlock, people underestimate the flame dash. All right, they'll just be like, "No, I can. He's weak. He ran away and he's weak. I'll follow his flame dash. I'll take some damage, but I'll be fine. I'll get him. Oh
If-
God, it hurts. Dear God, whose idea was this?"
If you take a look at
please
show
kill me,
Vi-
please
if you
kill
take a look
me.
at show Singed and you want to play him in the game, you're in for a probably unpleasant surprise in terms of the character you're loading into play because he's a goofy mad scientist man. He's a tank and he makes his living by running around with a poison trail and throwing people over his head.
He's very strong.
I was about to say, like,
he
if you were like, what would he be? What role? You're like support or I guess mage? You're like, no, tank.
Yeah.
You're like, what? Why would he be a
He's got a
tank?
giant. He's got a giant.
Like he has a
shield,
gas
you see.
tank or what?
Yeah,
Like,
he has
what?
like a
He's
big-
got a huge bottle strapped to his back and a giant shield on one arm.
Yeah. He's a big tank.
One of
He
his
can-
moves is he grabs someone and throws them over his head to land behind him.
Rags, this is what he looks like in the game.
Okay.
And his voice, all of his lines are just.
Oh, you're
funny.
Oh shit!
Yeah, look at him go.
What a weird guy.
What a weird guy.
I
What
think
a
the first
weird
time
dude.
I watched season 1, I actually didn't realize that was Singed because it
A
was
lot
just
of
so
people
different.
didn't. A lot of people thought that Silco was Singed, I remember.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Mhm. But no more.
Well, it's probably time we wrap up. But before we do, Metal, what are you up to, sir? What can people be excited about that's coming up in the future days and years and months and weeks and
all
time?
kinds of things. Well, last night we did my 10,000K sub celebration strumble. with some
10,000K? Holy shit!
Yeah,
Congratulations,
my
my dude.
I kid my 10K.
Damn.
It's the metal
We should
sweep.
hang out more,
I'm tired.
buddy, old pal.
Leave him alone.
My
damn
very
it.
best friend. My very best friend, Metal.
Yeah, that's on the main channel. You can watch that. It was great fun. All the massives were there. It was good
fun.
shit.
It was fun.
We would get some Gartic phone in there, a bit chammed up. Good stuff. Good stuff. Tomorrow we're gonna do. Mark and I are gonna do a forge. Just a chill one. We're gonna talk about Major Pain from 1995.
Major Pain.
Major Pain.
Yeah. Japan.
Major Pain.
Major
Made in
Pain.
Japan. Yeah.
Japan.
But yeah, that's a little cheesy 90s movie. Pretty fun tisms.
Hell yeah.
Monday I will be playing some Imbiamba Jomes, a game Rooney. We're gonna check that out. And then the rest of the week, I'm just going to be preparing forges for when I'm over at the Longman. And that's going to be a little arc where we're going to do the Batman and 2 forges on the Penguin. So you have that to look forward to. And I think that's all I have for now. So yeah, go check that out.
Well, thank you very much for sticking through this whole adventure with me.
Absolutely.
Random, what about you, my good man?
Nothing really as an update since last time. I'm working hard on my final autopsy for Rings of Power Season 2. And yeah, then after that, there is going to be an Arcane Season 2 video, which things are gonna get messy. It's probably just gonna be one video. It's probably gonna be quite long, and it's probably gonna be quite painful.
You gonna look into more Christian Link comments?
I might. It depends on. Yeah, I might. I don't know.
Oh boy.
But,
well, yeah.
yeah.
Exciting things to come, and that'll be some therapeutic watching, I'd imagine, when that video gets
hopefully
finished up. Yeah, well, and thank you, of course, for joining us as well. Theo,
Yes,
what are
thank you.
you up to?
Similar, not much to update from last time. I'm just cracking away at writing some stuff to hopefully make into some videos at some point. I'm hoping to have at least one script done by the end of the year, hopefully more. Sifu's probably going to be on the agenda because I don't think people realize quite how good that game is.
Sifu is awesome.
People think it's good, but they don't realize how good, you know?
Because they're bad in video games.
And other than that, I mean, part of it is unironically a lot of people are really bad at video games. I'm sorry, like they don't play games right. But yeah, probably nothing in the near future. Working on it.
Well, and thank you, of course, for offering your perspective upon this entire calamitous adventure. And thank you, of course, to Das Bullshit, who I think was on. He missed 1.5 or something. He was on loads of it, given his time, his precious time, and his perspective. And Nutsa, who unfortunately couldn't make it to these last 2, but I'm sure we'll have her back for different things. She appreciated the comments about being missed on the last one, lad. She did enjoy her time talking about Arcane, and I don't think it's a spoiler to say she was not fucking happy with the episodes that she was unable to talk about on this stream. But we appreciate everybody who spent the time, of course. And before we go, Rags, Fringy, is there anything you guys want to mention?
Still kind of working on something. Should have a video out soon, and then I need to do a stream on Gollum after that. Not exactly sure when I'll be finished. But I will. But it'll be out, and that'll be that. So there you go.
I'm just working, just working away.
Working. I guess I'll mention that next week will be not a live stream, but a EFAP Movies, Gladiator. And then the week after that, we've decided we will try to warn people ahead of time about these kinds of EFAPs because it makes more sense to tell everybody to watch the film we're going to break down. Last time, it was The Thing. This time, on the 21st, what are we going to break down, Fringy?
We're going to be breaking down best Christmas movie ever made, Die Hard.
Ooh.
Is A Nightmare Before Christmas a Christmas movie?
I think so, yeah.
Die Hard, I think, is still my favorite Christmas movie.
Are you suggesting that Nightmare Before Christmas is better than Die Hard?
I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that.
I'm fine with anybody picking either of those two. I like them both a lot.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
I think I am. Yeah, I think so. But I don't feel like strongly about it because they're both really good. So, but I think so.
All right,
Okay,
then. There we go.
Yeah, Die Hard. Yeah, it's going to be good memes.
And that's all I'll say about the rest of that month. But you guys could probably expect some other things will happen. Maybe around
a Christmas surprise.
Who could say? Who could know? Nobody knows.
Yeah, no.
Nobody knows. Also, it's worth mentioning, Skeleton Crew is releasing. We're not sure what we're doing with that just yet because we don't know how much we care about it. All right, so we'll let you know. But it seems like the whole world is fine with its existence. If anybody was curious about our perspective,
I mean,
we
yeah,
are
pretty
also
much.
fine
It's
with its
like,
existence.
Yeah, it's fine. It's
Fine
okay.
with its existence.
That
That's
is the
all right.
review. Fine with its existence.
Which I mean puts it leagues ahead of like most Disney Star Wars.
Yes.
Well, everything except for Andor.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Good lord.
There's still it doesn't change anything about the great gulf of Star Wars quality.
Well, that's that. Other than I've streamed the first part of Indiana Jones game. It's been fun, kind of screwing around with it and exploring it, but like it's not, I guess, the worst thing ever in terms of the story's boring. It's not like terribly. It's not like Dial of Destiny. Like some people have asked if the story was as bad as that, and I was like, you have to understand, it would have to be fucking remarkable to get as bad or worse than Dial of Destiny, and it's so far much more conventional, just not very. There's no spice to it. There's nothing interesting about the way people speak or interact with how the story develops, and then the mechanics are pretty embarrassing, very janky. But hey, I've only streamed it like 4 hours. It could get better, right, guys? Right?
Sure.
I mean, I guess it could, right?
There you go.
Remember when
Okay.
video games used to like being video games? I
No.
remember.
Mm-mm.
I heard
Oh, no one else remembers?
Baltro was getting Game Awards. That's terrible. That game's an indie game. It's not even complicated.
That's like a
Yeah, there's not even
below
any
Yeah,
5
cutscenes in
Not
it.
even could never reach a 7 out of 10.
Could you
That's a 5
imagine
out of 10
that winning instead of
maximum.
Outlaws, the much more complicated game?
Ugh.
That would
Good
be
lord.
funny. I'd love that.
Terrible, terrible, terrible. Well,
Complicated.
that's about that. Thank you all so much for joining us. We shall see you next time, whenever that may be. But for now, good night and good fib.
Goodbye, everyone.
Cheerio.
Goodbye, everyone.
See
Bye,
everybody.
bye.
Bye,
See you
bye, bye,
later.
bye, bye.